Rough Riders, we back. You know the streets don't know how to act. Let's go! She's phony, she's fake. That's the type of people I hate. If you're real and you know it, clap your hands. If you're real and you know it, clap your hands. Who's real? Who's not?
Remix.
She's real, but he's not.
Remix.
If you're real and you know it, clap your hands. If you're real and you know it, clap your hands.
Yo, you know what I do to you. Turn your festivities right into a funeral. The body look beautiful. Now you can let them know it's real wherever kiss at. Your face get broke though. I don't know who can fix that. Might have to ask Ye that. I don't play that. I was moving that van of white before Say Jack. 500 stacks in the condo. Pronto, handshakes, eye contact when I convo. Fake and the phony don't mix. Real homies roll thick. Real rollies don't tick. You're lying. In your stupid ass chains, how the fuck you expect people to believe them is real diamonds?
Now, who's fake, who's real? Top chick in the game, where the crown still. Yeah, I vacated for a while. Mocha 10 got your man going wild. Maserati the body, charmed out the Bugatti. Can't nobody stop me. All they can do is watch me now. Freeze, chill. Where my ladies in the place that's real?
He's phony, she's fake. That's the type of people I hate. If you're real and you know it, clap your hands. If you're real and you know it, clap your hands.
Go to sleep as a gremlin and wake up as a goon and be a four-headed monster by the afternoon. Mad a nigga sold me a scope and the lens don't zoom. Now I gotta run up on them. Boom! My flow sound like the definition of Attica. Extended the AR, they give him more stamina. Nah, who's the next challenger? So I can embarrass him on camera.
Like Billy the Kid or Bill Gates. Here with the real and never the real fake. Everybody hustling, they all deal weight. When they get around them thugs, they don't all feel safe. Every rapper blood is flip the gun bang. You be with the cops in a soft ass gang. Come to D-Block, you would have lost that chain. Or M16 with an off-choke brain.
You keep the hammer on your waist, clap your hands. No jewelry, just a couple rubber bands. Yeah, you real and you know it. Take the skinny jeans back. Take the auto-tune off and stop acting all soft. If you love it in the hood, clap your hands. Late night strip club, mommy do the dance. Yeah, she glued Johnny the gorilla got cake, yo. Lay low, eyes closed, I see who's fake.
He's phony, she's fake. She's fake. That's the type of people I hate. If you're real and you know it, clap your hands. If you're real and you know it, clap your hands.
Okay, let them go, dogs hit the fighting. Niggas don't know them, let's hit the fighting. Y'all walk like that, but I walk like this. Y'all look the other way, but I'm starting shit. Fuck y'all niggas, you ain't built like y'all. BFW, built for war. I like this hook, I like this beat. It's the type of shit that let me talk to the street. Been in the game, win in the game, still in the game. For you, it's still a game. Y'all niggas are still playing, but I don't. Y'all niggas apologize, but I won't. Let dog go last to air shit out. Beast on the track, I'm a bad shit out. Go, gorilla, I'm a house nigga. That's what you get for running your mouth, nigga.
Well, good morning, YTBC, TGIF. Hope everyone is doing splendiferously, phenomenally, spectacularly, all within the sound of my voice, both live on the Playback Gang. We got another one, another week in this boxing talk, brought to you live by your family over here at Get This Smoke channel. Right. So, yeah, it's we're getting into the third part of the first quarter, and I got to tell you, boxing fans, it's pretty boring out here from where I sit. I'm used to a lot more. I'm not even used to it. I don't even know if it's expect. Yeah, I've expected more than what I've gotten so far out of the sport. But we still have a lot to chop up about the sport. So we still have some things of interest. I was thumbing through and I saw something that piqued my interest, something that reminded me of. Hold on one second. Pardon me, family. Something that reminded me of a long-standing tradition in boxing that I think needs to come to an end, and that is people who don't box treating these fighters like I don't even know what to put the word, like less than human. Like they don't go in there and give it their all. And I don't know, there's something about just overrated fighters. Something about, undefeated, overrated. And it sparked my interest about it because I had another conversation about someone was telling me that someone was trying to advance the idea that Tank is a prospect because Tank had not fought anybody that is worthy of respect. And that Ryan Garcia, should that fight happen, would be his best opponent to date. I was like, what? And then it reminded me of another conversation I was having a couple months ago when I went on the homie Just Dudes channel for the first time. Actually, they were saying David Benavidez was a hype job and he had fought nobody, and it also reminded me of a conversation I had about I've heard regarding Terrence Crawford, saying that when it comes to like Terrence Crawford's resume, people are always either panning it or discounting it or some other kind of thing. So it just led me think, like, which one of these undefeated fighters, can you have an undefeated fighter and his sometimes, like, it seems like when it comes to guys like I don't know, when it comes to guys, they pump up the O, right? They'll say like Hector Garcia is undefeated. But then when Tank also undefeated, they'll say this guy is overrated. Who is it that makes these rules for the standards of excellence? Like, where is this coming from? Is it really the media? Is it sanctioning bodies? Is it just everyone who has a microphone and a camera now can broadcast their opinion, no matter how asinine, uneducated, absurd it is, just because they have some kind of agenda that they're trying to advance? Maybe. But as I pondered this idea, it occurred to me that there was a couple of people I thought, yeah, they're probably overrated. It's a little bit overrated, like in my opinion. Now they can prove me wrong. I've been proven wrong before. I did not rate Manny Pacquiao at all. It wasn't until he developed a little bit of defense, some hand feints, that I was like, okay, yeah, now Manny's the goods. And by that point, he was fighting Keith Thurman. That was the Keith Thurman fight. So, yeah, up until then, what I saw mostly were his gigantic technical flaws. But then I went back recently and I watched had rescored Marquez. Pacquiao won. And throughout that fight, I saw a whole bunch of things that I just missed. I saw his heart. I saw his determination. I saw how fast he was. I saw the adjustments he made. He was he was crafty in there, even with his, whatever tools that he had at the time. He was using them to the fullest. Yeah, even then I saw the sloppiness that made me not a big fan of his at the time, but still, he wasn't as bad as I was. He didn't deserve all of the sort of the critique, or that level of critique, or the harshness of my criticism. I think I was just comparing him to other fighters, not comparing him to himself, or like the fact that a person could be effective even with their technique not being up to par. Yeah, it is what it is. Like back in those days, there was a lot more, I feel like, skilled fighters than he was. I thought Marquez was one of them, actually. And I thought Marquez won that fight. And it was because of his superior technique. But those gifts, the things you can't teach from Manny, that was on full display, especially in the first round, where he just dug himself such a hole, Marquez, that it was hard to climb out of. He did on my scorecard, but I could see how other people, they didn't have it go his way, and it was just they scored it a tie. Point being, even with his sloppy technique, he was able to be highly effective in there with what he did. And I'm not, and then when we talk about these guys today, these combatants, I don't mean guys, they're men and women, because I'm sure the women will come up also in this conversation. When it comes to the undefeateds, who are there people whose undefeated record is actually overrated? It's not what it's cracked up to be. I think there's a lot of people. There's a lot of fighters who have that O and it's protected. There's some fighters who don't have the O and they're still on the top of the game. Canelo comes to mind. But yeah, is it really overrated to be? Is the undefeated only a metric that's interesting and useful when the fighter has fought quality opposition, or is it just enough to say that's an undefeated fighter and that can never be overrated? For me, my own personal view, I think you need to fight somebody in order to justify that. You should have a number of fights in order to justify that. If you're 8-0, like, it's cool you're 8-0, but yeah, unless you're all 8 of those fights were championship fights, I don't know what to tell you. It's cool. I'm glad you didn't lose. But yeah, before I open the panel up for discussion, and also the other part of the other part of this live is centered around the way that it's an ongoing topic at this point. It is a source of, like, I'm puzzled. I have to admit, I'm not sure why they are promoting the making of the fight instead of actually getting a fight, especially when promoting fights in this manner generally as an indicator of the fight not happening. Yeah, it's just a very odd thing about these. The latest one I just heard was Tiafimo versus Josh Taylor. That fight is official. It just said, someone was just saying that yesterday. I was like, I go in the box rec, no announcement. Teofimo Lopez no announcement. Everyone's like silent. But these official announcements seem to be, for whatever reason, unverifiable. Tank and Ryan are supposed to be official for April 15th. Still no press conference. Nobody's corroborating this, this thing. Over a week later, I just don't understand. What is Keith Thurman and Errol Spence actually fighting? They had this bet line for Thurman and Spence, not Thurman and Spence, but a bet line for Bud and Spence. But that's it. Man, I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding like why or who or what is happening. Like, why do they need to? Like, why are reporters going by these uncorroborated sources? Is this reporting rumor at this point? Why are these things being reported? These reports being repeated, signal boosted as if they're fact. So then everybody gets all hot and bothered, and then I have to go through this whole song and dance about whether or not the fight's actually going to happen. Like, what the hell, man? Like, why is it all of this? Why is it, so mentally and emotionally draining to be a hardcore boxing fan? I guess for us, for the hardcore diehards, maybe the closer we get to what it's really like to be behind the scenes, the more nerve wracking it becomes. The more difficult it becomes for us to have that sense of wonderment and awe and thrill that you used to have. I don't know, and so now we need more to feel like more to be more stimulus, more information in order to consume the sport. I'm not quite sure what the hell is happening, but I feel like at this point, boxing is treating the fans like junkies. And so what we're going to do is have a detox. What we're going to do is take it all the way back. We're not going to interact with the business of boxing, with the sport of boxing, with the entertainment industry in a manner that is not in a manner that's unhealthy. Not today, not in this stream. Today, what we're going to do is we're going to set, I guess, some. I feel like some healthy boundaries around our expectations and managing our expectations about the way fights are either being made or not being made, so that it does, like, our at least our boxing life isn't upended by all of the machinations of the powers that be. And on that end, let me welcome people to the building. On that very long intro, you know how I get it ending though, guys, at this point. So I appreciate you all being here. Let me scroll on up to the top before I drop the link. We got Mr. Lightning World, who is, perennially either first or one of the first. What's up, Richard? Great to see you this morning. Telling people smash the like button. Yes, sir. Boxing Lounge with Popcorn. My brother from another. That's what's up. What's up, Puto? Skills from New Orleans is here. OD is here. God Body was happening. My brother in Smoke Chin was happening with it from Speak Your Mind Sports Talk family. Toby Bartlett also there. Actually, OD is one of those people too. Let's see. We got Mr. Lightning World back. Let's see. Let's see. I haven't read your comments. I'm just welcoming you just right now, and then I'll actually read your comments after I scroll. Sorry, after I hit the bottom. So, as I was saying, Edgar here, Toby Bartlett, what's up with you? What's up? I hope you and yours are doing great. Iceman, Minor King, Ron Finks. Let's see, Toby. Yeah, okay. Marky Dan, what's up? Thank you. You know, I'm gonna be celebrated for probably like a month. This is what it's looking like at this point. Toby Bartlett, yeah. Let's keep going. Let's that big say so. What's up with it, bruh? Okay. There's a new comment and the Phantom. Yes. Okay. I will drop the link. It's Chilute. All right. Give me a second. Catch up. Do some housekeeping. Okay. All right. Let's go to my YouTube so I can actually not just drop the link but pin it to the top. Righto. If that's all right with you. And let's see. To go to my channel. Let's go to YouTube Studio. I guess same thing. Yeah, man. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. So yeah, fighter after fighter. You know, Dave Morrell, he hasn't fought anybody. Errol Spence, he's just ducking Bud. Monster Inoue hadn't fought. The only guy he fought was that old guy who had been beaten and stopped before. What is it? I mean, it seems as though Usyk gets his respect. I think when it comes to Usyk, maybe Usyk is overrated. You know, I mean, cruiserweight division is pretty hollowed out. It's never been that great a division, but I mean, they make a whole bunch of they make a whole lot out of him going from different European country to different European country, talking about other people's backyards. I guess sure. Then they say he did more than Evander Holyfield at cruiserweight. I'm like, well, wow. I mean, Marius Huck, you're gonna talk about. I think Marius Huck might be a little bit overrated, bro. Bradis, Maurice Huck. What was that other guy? You had Bradis. You had Gassiev. Yeah. Anyway. It is what it is. Let me add this thing to the mix. There you go. Let me pin it to the top. There you go. Then let me just put this thing away, and we're gonna get all the way back into this thing. Yo. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Let me go on up there and read some of your comments before someone hits that link. All right. Let's see. Skills. Overrated, no. Expected to win every match based on matchmaking. Yes. It kind of sounds like a Kind of sounds like you're saying they're overrated because of matchmaking. Actually, let's see. Um, let's see. People say, "What's up? What's up?" Then Mr. Lightning World says, "Skills from New Orleans isn't what you say kind of a contradiction because if they're expected to win, then what do they say about the resume other than being overrated or not?" It could very well be. Okay, and now I actually see through the question how where perhaps where Skills from New Orleans talking about, and it very well could be that guys like Leo Santa Cruz are still good fighters, and Tank should get credit for fighting him. Could mean that, even though we know what the the outcome's going to be, he's still a good fighter, so we should rate we should rate it. Maybe Errol Spence should get the credit for the Mikey Garcia fight, since they were both undefeated and Mikey was a pound for pound fighter, albeit he was moving up. Maybe that's what he's saying. Not sure. And maybe that's what he's going with it. Let's see. Let's keep going up. Everyone seems to just be saying good morning to one another. Oh, Toby with the happy birthday. What's up? What's up? What's up? Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's going to be a minute. Yeah, top of the morning to you there, Modern King. Undefeated boxers are overrated, especially Jamal Charlo for turning down Demetrius Andre, and Triple G for me has an asterisk mark to his career resume. I wasn't aware that Jamal Charlo turned down a Triple G fight. But yes, people have been saying Jamal Charlo is his he puts the O in overrated. They've been saying that for years now. At this point, Modern King is cheering for Top Rank because in his estimation, seems like they have integrity to let boxers sink or swim. Top Rank is, to me, one of the bastions of developing a fighter to make sure they. I don't know. I don't like. I think Top Rank matches their fighters pretty good, but at the same time, there are a lot of showcase fights in those guys' career development, and I don't know that that's a bad thing. Matchroom, I think, probably, if you're just gonna go on like the toughness of the matchups, it seems like Matchroom damn near throws their guys under the bus in the developmental stages. I think those guys probably get matched the toughest, and I think that's also like kind of a cultural thing in the UK because they're more into parity than we are, and I think it's also because of the betting is so prevalent over there. The bookies that you have to have you have to have some odds. You have to have some idea that it's like a kind of a 50-50 fight. Even though they still shade the fight and they have, they definitely have fights where you know who the winner's going to be. I'm not saying that. Like every fight's 50-50 in the UK. I'm just saying that they have more of a culture for it. And I'm giving like some of my ideas about it. I think why that might be. But anyway, we can keep pushing that. Let's see. Everything for Crawford's been June, Taylor, June are all rumors. Exactly, Mr. Light in the World. Where's the true when we know who they're likely to win? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Who we lucky to give 1 to 3? Yep, I hear it. After link, your card already did. Let's see. It's on the point. Fans are excited about matches. Their favorite fights sort of win. Ridiculous. Um. Yeah. I was actually kind of surprised as to some of the fans' reaction to Bud versus David Avenesian. I'm not, and then those same fans how they responded to Spence versus Thurman. It was just a very odd thing for me. Like, I'm not here to police anyone's fandom. I just observe when it comes to that stuff. I'm not, we're all just fans here at the end of the day. Okay, hold up. It says he's backstage. I didn't hear any. Okay, here we go. It's Marky Dan. What's up, Marky? Oh, hold up.
What's good? What's good? I'm good, Smoke.
Okay, awesome. I had my volume turned off. Actually, cool. Glad
Mm-hmm.
to hear it. How's life?
How you doing this good morning, Smoke?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing pretty good. A little calm before the storm. I did it a little birthdays when they're during the week are a little bit challenging, but I persevere. I went hard a little bit on Wednesday night. Less hard, but still kind of hard last night. But
Long as you enjoy your shit, man. Don't look back and say to yourself, man, that shit was lame, or you wasn't fucking with your birthday.
Let's see. My birthdays are generally kind of momentous for me. Even when they don't turn out as planned. But what's up, Ron? How you doing this morning?
Oh man, I feel like motherfucking Biggie this morning, man. Somebody got to die. Why you didn't read my first comment, bro?
Okay, I don't know. I missed it. That's an oversight on my part. But
that's a hell of an entrance, man.
Yeah, let me ask you a question though, guys.
That's the way I'm feeling this morning, bro.
How's my audio? Am I clipping to you guys?
No, you good. You clear.
You clear.
Okay, cool. All right. So you want to fill us in on what your first comment was?
I think when you was talking to good points, and I think I mentioned like how Jamel Charlo and GGG to me are like the like GGG has an asterisk next to his career, but like Jamal Charlo to me right now, he's probably the main person with an O who kind of seems like he's just out there. He's like the elephant in the room to me. Like the dude ain't doing nothing important, and he had that little belt that Canelo left behind. And he's just looking crazy out here as far as his competition when Eddie Hearn offered him a contract. You see what I'm saying? So, like, to me, he's the biggest person with an O that's overrated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have to agree. I think the next time Jamal steps in the ring, if he steps in there with somebody serious, like somebody like, what's the name of the dude? Adamas. I think Adamas would beat him.
Yeah.
Like, Jamal is primed to get beat right now. You ain't been in the ring in close to 2 years. Your last fight, you look like trash. Like, it's gonna be a sad day when I see it, but it's gonna happen.
And
it's
you know
fixing
what?
to happen.
And you know what? But is that Dury? Or
No, I'm Marky.
Marky Dan.
I'm not messing.
What's good, Marky Dan? If I think I got it right. Yeah.
Cool.
I feel like he's like definitely the biggest. So he's the biggest for sure.
Really, I think both Edward Berlanga and Janabek are bigger.
That's another one.
More
but you know what? They weren't considered elite, though, Smoke. Like, we didn't consider them guys elite. At least I didn't. I considered Jamal Charlo elite. Like, I praised this dude back in the day. His Mr. T voice, him talking all that crap, and how he knocked people out. Like, I was a Jamal Charlo fan. You see what I'm saying?
Me too. You know what? Yeah, I like that shit. Even though it was a close fight, I was cool with him. And when he moved up. Salute, Uncle Smoke. I hope you had a great birthday. Yeah, loving the show. It's UK for everyone. Yep. I think it's about perception.
Jimmy.
I think it's about perceptions. A lot of people perceived that Golovkin was ducked for a long time, which for me was only half truth because I do think he avoided certain fights because Aslan Lara did agree to fight him, which nothing became of it. And so with Andre Ward definitely wanted to fight him. But I think it's about perception. There's a lot of fans feel like Triple G was ducked. But in Charlo's case, a lot of fans think he did the ducking when it came to the Andre offer and the Canelo offer. And it's okay to duck a fight if you've got an alternative. See, with Wilder, he, in my opinion, avoided Joshua, but then he fought Fury, which was, even though it was an equal at that time, especially for me, Wilder Joshua was the biggest fight in all of combat sports, but at least he took a big fight. With Charlo, I feel like, I don't know, who did he fight really? No one good though, so I think some of the criticism is warranted, but it's just one thing.
Probably his biggest
I,
fight.
I think Charlo at one point in his career, I do think that he was elite, but it's just all the bullshit he be doing outside the ring has caused him to regress to the point where one of these young dudes is gonna beat him. Like somebody like an Ammo Williams, a Carlos Adames, they're gonna beat him. You can't be treating your body like that and then coming in and trying to fuck with, these young athletes.
How did his little brother surpass him though? Because for me, I always thought the big brother was better. I have no idea. Like, how did this happen, bro? Like a couple of years ago, I mean, I thought the little brother was okay, but for me, I always thought Big Charlo was the main Charlo. But I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
it's really changed, you know.
You know how it happened? It happened
Yeah,
because it was
Jamel is
the
that
hard work
dude
and
now.
dedication. The hard work and dedication went out of Jamal Charlo's soul, and it went into Jamel Charlo's soul when he got that loss. I think. I think he stepped
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, I like how Jamel responds to adversity. You know what I'm saying? He don't back down. He get angry. I like the shit. He talked to like dudes like Tony Harris, and he say he gonna fuck you up. He gonna bet his mind against your mind. With Jamal, I don't know what that nigga is on. I don't know if he's
Yeah,
trying to get an easy fight, but it's not working. I don't know what he's doing.
I think even with the losses, I feel like the day both brothers fought on the same card. I think one guy fought Korobov, the other guy fought
Hello?
Tony Harrison. I feel like Big Charlo got the favorable decision against Korobov, and at the time I'm not sure if I scored it, but I'm pretty sure I thought Little Charlo beat Tony Harrison at that time. But I might be wrong though. It's been such a long time.
Yes, I couldn't. I had to switch laptops from my laptop to my device, to my handheld. That's just you guys said my audio was fine, but yours was like really bad for me. Anyway, yeah. So, who would you? I heard the drop chopping up Maul Charlo.
Yeah. The brothers
And
definitely.
yeah, go ahead.
No, smart. I was saying that back in the days, I always thought the big brother would achieve more than the little brother. I thought he was more talented. I thought, for whatever reason, he was just more sellable. Like I viewed him as a bigger star, a better talent. But I just don't know what happened over the last couple of years where the little brother has achieved so much and grown so far, and the older brother has just kind of lost almost all relevance.
I think it's about
Yeah. So
character.
it's
It's
like
about it's about who you are in them big moments.
I
And
think
Jamel will show you that he'll bet his whole. Go ahead, Smoke.
No, I was just gonna say I think it's kind of weird. They have kind of a weird circumstance where the brothers are being pitted against one another, and it seems to be like debunking a trope about how the O is so important when it comes down to the Charlos, then all of a sudden the O isn't a big deal. So that that idea, that narrative goes out the window. But then it becomes still about like let's hate on a guy. Um, I don't know. It's like the narratives and how it is. Is he overrated? Is his O overrated? I don't know. I think it's just an O. It's not like he's fought nobody. I can understand why people would say that his reign is underwhelming and he hasn't fought a lot of guys, but like his O being overrated? I don't think so. I don't think most people go around like really talking about Jamal Charlo in any kind of not positive way at all. Like it's all like unrealized potential or disgruntled fan or bitter fan. Like it's all these people who used to like him. I was never either a fan of either Charlo, so I'm just watching it as it comes. But I don't I don't even think of Jamal Charlo as a undefeated fighter. And then I don't like is he a guy that's overrated? I don't know that Jamal Charlo is overrated.
That's true. I mean, it's not like anyone puts him on their pound for pound list.
Like nobody's like everyone like generally pans this guy, talks shit about him. Like how's that guy overrated?
I think maybe he underachieved though, because when he moved up to middleweight,
Yo,
I
get
think
this smoke. You gotta stop
more
protecting this dude,
underachieved,
bro.
I think he fits more in the underachieved category than the overrated category. But whatever.
Get this smoke. You were just talking earlier about Top Rank and how they kind of like they give their guys like showcase fights. Jamal Charlo's about to fight Selecki, bro.
He was gonna fight Selecki before.
Selecki's a dog. He's a nobody, bro. It's an easy win for him. Easy win.
Okay, so, right. I hear you. Who do you think he should fight instead?
He should fight Adamas. If he want respect back, he should fight Adamas or shit. If he going up to 168, he should fight David Morrell ASAP.
So you think
ASAP,
coming off of a 2-year layoff, he should go in there with Adamas?
Floyd Mayweather did it. He took 2 years off and fought Juan Marquez. So why can't Jamal Charlo show us what Jamal Charlo is already showing us? He fight anybody.
Okay. Well, because Jamal Charlo is not showing us that. He wasn't offered 2 years. And he's not a whole thing. Like, they don't have the same career. And who in the hell said Jamal Charlo was like Floyd Mayweather?
I'm just saying, if you got a belt and you supposedly an elite boxer, you have a belt. You supposedly the reigning champ, which we know when you have an inactivity, you're not reigning anymore. You're just a fucking title holder. You see what I'm saying? You got to prove yourself in order for people to respect you in the boxing world. And he not proving himself by fighting Selecki. I'm going to keep it a buck, bro.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But at the same time, coming off a 2-year layoff, you don't want to get in there with nobody serious. And like I said, if he fought one of them young dudes, he'll get beat. But shit, I don't know. Like, if you put Charlo in there with Selecki, I mean, chances are we probably won't see him for another year. So I really don't know. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, I don't know. Do you put him in with somebody serious?
Damn.
Just for the sake of the entertainment value? I don't know.
Y'all hear Andy Ruiz left?
Yeah, the Charlo brothers, they're just that's just a weird circumstance. Like, it's like how you're going to always be compared to a fighter that you're never going to fight. It's just that's got to be a strange kind of circumstance. But
it
is what it is. That their families and I guess brothers have to deal with that.
The Klitschkos went through it, but to be fair though, the Klitschkos were in one division, so
they're in the same division. But the thing is, it was Vitaly who was who was the actual guy who could fucking fight, and Vlad got all the accolades because he was, I guess he was easier on the eyes. That's what they taught. At least that's what they try to sell us. They try to sell us what a good-looking guy Vladimir Klitschko was. It's kind of like, what?
I think with Vitaly, his injuries really fucked up his career a lot. He had to take large layoffs because of shoulder, eye. He went through a lot of injuries. Well,
even in amateurs. That's why Vlad actually even was a boxer, is because Vlad was like injury prone. That was just his thing. But they also were very careful about the way that they went through their careers. And anyway, I'm not even here for that. I'm just saying, like, nobody really compared the brothers. Mostly they just they acted as if both brothers were one fighter. It's a very strange thing. Like they don't do that with the Charlos, and when it comes to the Charlos, they actually compare it to one another, and it's almost like to drive a wedge between them. I don't get it. But anyway, it is what it is.
I remember Vitali slightly, but Vidal, like that's the one that's like was like the Fort Tyson Fury, right? Vidal was the one that fought Tyson Fury.
You mean Vladimir?
Well, yeah, because Vitali was the one who had the belts at first, right? He had the most
Yeah,
belts.
Vitali had the WBC.
Yeah, the WBC
and IBF.
and the ring.
He had the IBF also.
Yeah, and WBO, but then he retired.
No, the WBO was Vlad's, but WBO was always the Vlad guy. Vitali was Vitali had the WBO. He had the WBC.
And get the smoke. So that makes Vitali really the lineal, right?
Yeah, he had the ring magazine.
No, he was that. Well, they gave him the lineal. He tried to get the lineal off of Lennox Lewis, but he lost that fight.
How the hell did Tyson Fury get it?
He did. He has the ring magazine belt.
He beat Klitschko.
Oh yeah,
he has the ring magazine belt. So there's the lineal, which is the actual lineal that Lennox Lewis was. But then there's the ring magazine that they call the lineal, and that ring magazine belt is how Tyson Fury calls himself the lineal, or called himself the lineal.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I never understood it.
But Smoke, what is the procedure when a lineal champion retires without losing?
A new undisputed.
It's the top two guys, right? It's the top two guys, right?
That's how the ring magazine does it. That's why people say like that's the top. Because how do you decide who's the top two guys?
Well, it's supposed to can't transfer those Smoke.
I guess we base it on the opinion of people that
the answer to your question is when a new undisputed fighter is crowned, that's when a new lineage starts. If the old lineal retires undefeated, or nobody takes it, right? Not undefeated, but if the old lineal retires and and it's not transferred, then a new line is started when there's a new undisputed champion.
Well, see, I thought that was also
wasn't this the 4-belt era though? Wasn't this the 4-belt era still?
Wasn't what the 4-belt era still?
When
Lennox Lewis? No. The 4-belt era started maybe depending on the division. In like 2012.
Yeah.
I keep calling this.
Isn't that what Joshua said on ESPN to Max Kellerman?
My bad, I gotta go, y'all. Shit.
He was asking Max Kellerman, how can Fury be lineal?
Peace out.
Klitschko wasn't. No, I say Anthony Joshua actually asked that question on ESPN. I think it was Max Kellerman or Stephen A. Smith when they were saying that Fury was undisputed lineal. And Anthony Joshua, they're saying you're unified, but Fury's lineal. And his response was, "How could Fury be lineal?" He goes, from what I thought, the undisputed champion was lineal, and during the Klitschko era, there was no undisputed champion. So how could Fury get
Anthony
lineal?
Joshua went from never heard of lineal to now he's an expert on the lineals. Like, okay, whatever. But what I remember Anthony Joshua was saying when the Tyson Fury was saying lineal, he's saying I never heard of it.
No, it's that same interview, Smoke. He said he never heard of it, and then they said to him, "Lineal was created by the undisputed, the guy with all the belts." And then he said, "Well, Klitschko didn't have all the belts."
That's
so
not what they said, bro. You stop, Jimmy. Just stop it. Like it wasn't even a whole. Absolutely stop it. Like
Smoke, you're right.
One of the most cringiest fucking things I've ever heard was to hear both he and Eddie Hearn talk about how, as boxing professionals, that they've never actually even heard of lineal champion until Tyson Fury said something about it. It was absolutely it was mind-rottingly weird.
I never heard of it either, though. Smoke, can I be honest? I never heard of it either.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna eat your lunch over that shit because you're a fight fan. You're not like a professional in this whole fucking thing. But to act like not only is lineal a thing, lineal has been a thing since before these guys were born. So there's just no excuse for those two. Sorry.
Yeah.
And they wore it like a badge of honor. They were talking about it as if Tyson Fury was the one who was crazy, not them.
So that was just a cheap way to shit on Fury. Or
say again?
would it be You said they were just trying to shit on Fury, or were they just being ignorant?
I don't know. It was a really weird way to shit on Fury, to talk about how they are ignorant of things that like they should know about. That's what I'm saying. Like there's like it was just fucking. It was mind right. Like now, yeah, man. Like no, I don't get it. And whatever you guys do, your thing over here. I'm not even gonna like make a.
Oh, Smoke.
It
Funny
doesn't
thing
even
though.
matter anymore. That was like 4 years ago.
Smoke,
But yeah,
you wanna
like
know something
the
funny, man?
idea though that like I didn't think that in 2023 I'd be hearing something. Actually, it was like 5 years ago that I'll be hearing like somebody be like, "Oh yeah," or maybe no. I think that was 2019. He was saying that shit. It was 2018, 2019. Yeah, it was 2018. Point being, fuck no, dude. That wasn't like, oh, now let me talk about the intricacies of the lineal. That never came out of fucking AJ's face.
No, he asked. I think he was asking Klitschko. He was saying that he beat Vlad, the guy with all the belts, and then I think after that, I'm pretty sure Joshua said, but Klitschko, a few, what's his name? Lennox Lewis retired as undisputed, and all the belts never came together. And then that's when Kellerman said number one versus number two, and then Joshua was like, okay. So remember, Joshua tried to take the theory apart. Um, Although it's kind of funny though, Smoke, because as soon as Tyson Fury became WBC champion, because before on all of his fight posters it'd be like the lineal heavyweight championship. But as soon as he got the belt though, on the posters or the fight promos, it'd be WBC heavyweight world champion. So they stopped writing lineal on the fight posters.
Yeah,
So
I think that I think the lineal at this point, like what it traditionally has been, is now just lost. If it takes this much explaining, it's probably just the concept has been co-opted, it's been bastardized, it's grafted. Might as well just let it go, and just call the lineal what most people think it is now, and that's the Ring Magazine belt. Because
but
I blame Al
who
Heyman.
yeah,
I blame Al Heyman for all the confusion. To be honest.
wrote?
I mean you would.
Happy birthday to their Smoke.
Yeah,
By the
thank
way,
you.
I don't
Yeah,
trip, man. What's
Hey,
going on,
Smoke,
everybody?
birthday,
What's up?
birthday, Smoke. I ain't know it's your birthday. How you doing?
No, yeah, it was on Wednesday, but yeah,
Happy belated, yeah. My bad.
yeah, it's
Yeah, happy birthday.
no, it's all good. I'm still like definitely in
How old
birthday
are you,
mode.
bro? How old
Yeah,
are you, bro?
yeah,
How old are you,
yeah,
bro?
and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, what's going on?
How old are you now?
52.
Damn, I got you beat, bro.
Yeah, I know you
I'm
do.
young. I'm younger than you.
Oh, okay. I thought you were older, Sam.
I'm
Okay.
50. I'm 50. I'm 50.
Oh, he's kick
Who's
stretch and kick. Oh, I feel that.
Marky?
Yeah, there's Raider. What's up, Raider? How you doing this morning?
What up? Good morning, guys. It's
Good,
What's
cracking.
Raider.
good?
What up, bro?
What's good? What's good, man?
So happy birthday, Smoke.
Excuse me.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. What you got on this? What you got on this box to talk?
What are you guys talking about? I'm on my way to work right now. I was like, let me hop in.
We're talking about which fighters are putting the O in overrated, or is that even a thing? Right? Who's That's actually which fighters O is putting the O in overrated. Like, are these guys? Or is it even? Can you even be overrated and be undefeated?
That's a crazy question because if you're undefeated for a reason. But then again, what type of competition are you facing? You know what I mean? Uh, I don't know. That's a
Yo,
lot to think about that one, bro.
that's a great point. That's why I said somebody got to die. Because when you think about it, like, okay, everybody always shit on like the Ukrainian boxers, the Russian boxers, and people like that. But like, look at Demetrius Andrade. He fought Liam Williams, I think, first before any of these guys start fighting Liam Williams. Like to me, that makes you not overrated because you actually
And
fight
Seleki.
all of the people that's
And
ranked. You
Seleki.
should have
He fought Seleki before Charlo.
yeah. Selecki lost already, but like then you have these boxers that have their O, but then they risk it fighting guys who they not familiar with the styles. To me, that's what makes you not overrated. But Jamal Charlo's overrated, bro.
Yeah. Also, too, you got to look at another important factor. How long have you been a pro? You know, because you're not gonna be like say like Boots Ennis and say his is it overrated because I mean he's like same time around Virgil, you know. So their O's are not overrated because they're just starting. But if you get like a guy that's been in the ring for a long time and he's got an O but hasn't fought anybody, then that might be overrated. But I don't know. There's got to be some type of context behind each individual, I guess. Not
What's your
not not
Boots?
making a general statement.
Maybe because he's got 30 fights, Boots. I mean, that's a lot of fights for a prospect.
A lot of fights,
Can't
yeah.
be enough fights.
That is, yeah. You can see that. That's maybe that might fit in there.
That's more than Spence, and he's a unified champion.
How long has he been a pro though? And compared to Spence,
Yeah, I mean, he's
I
only
know.
like 24, 25 years old, so not that long.
see,
He got more fights than Spence too. And
Yeah.
look at this whole situation like as far as damn. You remember when Jamal Charlo fought Brandon Adams? Wasn't he a 154 pounder? And Jamal
Yeah.
Charlo was a solid 160 for a while.
yeah, yep.
You know, see, that's overrated. You see what I'm saying?
Boots
You
has
fight
been
a
a
smaller
pro.
guy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jamal
No,
Charlo's probably the most shout on fire. Can I be honest? Jamal Charlo's probably the most shout on fire for a while now. To be honest, I can't think of another fighter the fans just spit on more than Jamal Charlo. Like
he's
shit.
exposed, yo. He's exposed big time.
Yeah.
What about that dude Tommy Fury? That fool is undefeated.
Yeah,
Oh
he
yeah.
is.
That
He
was,
is.
you know, but I mean, he hasn't fought
He's
nobody.
only got 3 fights. I think he's only got like 3 fights though, hasn't he?
He has 8 fights.
He has 8.
Yeah,
Okay.
God damn.
yeah, he got 8.
Prospect elite cruiserweights. I mean, what are
Yeah,
they? Light
Boots is a
heavyweight.
7-year pro, by the way.
Who's that?
Yeah, he's been in it for a
Boots.
minute.
He's been
I've
doing
been
it for
following
7 years.
Boots too. I've always followed Boots, but I always felt like he still was a prospect because
Boots
Oh,
7
man,
years.
how old is he?
7 years. Yeah, 7 years.
How old is he?
He is. How old is he? 25.
yep, he young.
Hey, wait a minute, he's been in pro since he was 15?
No. What?
18.
18.
18.
That's 18. That's 18.
25 minus 7, 18.
Yeah. I'm like, damn. I know I'm bad at math, but fuck. I'm like, fucking 15. Like, holy shit.
Smoke's age is already showing on his first day.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
okay.
also,
I
like,
started
Everybody has a
having
bad
Earl
day.
Spence flashbacks all of a sudden. I started having Earl
yeah,
Spence
pro
flashbacks.
18. Yeah.
Everybody's got a bad day.
Earl said he was 15 when he was pro 15 years when he was 15 or some shit like.
That's just the smoke was thinking about Canelo, I think.
I was about to say, huh? I didn't know Jerron Ennis was Mexican.
I know, huh?
That's when they usually start, over there, because they ain't got no amateurs.
Yeah, look at
He-
Canelo and shit.
Unsafe, though.
No.
You know
Wasn't
what?
that unsafe,
You
though?
know what?
Let a 15-year-old
Javon Ennis
kid.
is not like overrated, but it's like we see what level he's at. At least I see what level he's at right now, in particular. So he just got a lot of tools that we thought that he had, but he really don't have. You see what I'm saying? He can't fight a moving boxer. To me, he can't fight a moving boxer that got good defense and can counter well. So that's my.
Jamal's an oddball for me, bro. I can't tell how good he is yet because I mean
Yeah,
that fool's been in some. You know, what I mean that fool's been in some fights with like Darren Chico where he looked real good against a real good opponent, and then he's looked horrible against like people like Montiel, where it's like, what the fuck, you know?
Yeah, I
Did he
think
look
Jamal.
horrible
I
in
think
Montreal?
Jamal Charlo was a really good fighter, but I think at this point he's regressed.
Yeah, I don't
And so
even
now
know
you
if I
seeing
don't
him
even know
fuck
how
up
bad
against
it looked.
dudes like Montiel.
I don't even know how bad it really looked in that fight. I don't like. Was he really losing?
It was not good. He should not have. He
I'm
should
saying,
not have looked like that against somebody at that level.
Which fight?
yeah, I mean, I just don't think he
Montiel.
looked bad. It's just
Oh,
kind of
no,
like
he didn't look bad in my
I feel,
opinion.
so
I mean, towards the
Boots
end,
got
I mean, Montiel was.
Yeah, yeah. In the end, yeah.
I think
The
we've
tires.
Montiel was on his ass.
But I think we've located though a general sort of a general rule. I think you can say that maybe somebody's is overrated if they get like a gift decision.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They should have lost something, but they didn't lose. They got the victory, so maybe that's that's where the is kind of weird, like overrated comes in. I don't know. Even that one's kind of tough though.
I see the Carball fight. A lot of people thought that the wrong Charlo lost that night. There's a lot of people say little Charlo beat. Yeah, they said the little Charlo beat Harrison, but Big Charlo should have lost the Carball.
It's just
I
hard
was
for me
one.
to
I
say
was
that
one of
that
those
guy's
guys.
overrated. It's kind of hard for me to say Jamal overrated when everybody universally like pans the guy. Like, how the fuck is that guy gonna be overrated?
It's probably the Mike Tyson interview. I think that really fucked up his career. He should have never done that interview.
I
I
think
was
not
one.
fighting fucked up his career.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that
that
was
was
wraps for him.
crazy. Yeah, that was
I was
Because
one of
crazy.
Mike
those
was
guys.
not on that bullshit. Mike was gonna make him. Mike was like, say his motherfucking name. He wasn't on none of that bullshit.
He
Yeah,
sounded like a
exactly.
puppy and shit. He
Say
was
that
Same
way
thing
out
with
Mexican
there.
They
monster's
had Josh
name,
Taylor.
nigga.
So you got a guy like Josh Taylor, right? He had a terrific run.
And let me
Pardon
let
me.
me ask
Like
you guys.
it was a terrific run and super fucking difficult. All these great fighters on his run to become undisputed, but then he had that fight against Jack Catterall, which most people think he lost. So now is his undefeated record overrated?
No,
Yeah,
I don't think so. I don't think it is. I don't think Josh Taylor.
Not
I
so.
think Josh Taylor put all of the right people
I,
through. I think he put all it. So his career can't be overrated because he went through the wars. He gave us the memories. You see what I'm saying? And we still consider him a great boxer. At
Yeah,
least I do.
but he still has that
no,
O.
but if you just talking about the O, then yeah, you gotta say it's overrated because he lost. I'm not saying he's not a really good fighter. I'm not saying he's not a great fighter, but the man lost, so you can't look at his O the same way as you look at motherfucking Usyk's O. Because Usyk fought, everybody Usyk fought, we all agree he beat.
Uh,
You
let
know
me
what
ask you
though?
guys this. Let me ask you guys this. If it's cool, kind of a little off topic. Off topic.
Go ahead.
Who do you think has a
I got,
better resume from Virgil and Benavidez? Because I want to see who people think is a real Mexican monster. Virgil's got
I'd
19,
say
19
I'd
fights,
say
19 KOs.
Virgil got the better.
The better resume.
Yeah, I'd say Virgil got the better resume. He
And
fought
he's 19,
motherfucking Mean
19
Machine, nigga.
I don't
and
know.
Virgil is not
It's
even
hard
he's
close.
because
also
it
Maurice
depends
Hooker.
on how it is. So if
he's
you're
got
talking about level,
19 wins, 19 KOs as well.
I mean,
100% KO ratio.
none of them dudes really fought nobody, but I guess you give a little edge to Virgil, I guess, because he fought
I
on
mean,
Maurice Hooker and Mean Machine.
I think it's not even
If you
close, to be
yeah,
honest.
it's just those are names. I mean, Mean Machine is only named because of Bud, because he got knocked out by Bud, the guy that dropped Bud, like really, that didn't get it called. And Maurice Hooker was not Maurice Hooker by the time Virgil fought him. Uh,
Why you say that? Because he lost
Why?
to
Because he'd already got
Ramirez.
stopped. Because
Because
he
he
already
lost
got
to
stopped
Ramirez.
by Ramirez. He never fought at 147 pounds.
No, he did
Um,
smoke the fight before.
no, he just fought at he fought at above 140. He was in the 147-pound division, but he's like
Well,
144 pounds. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, my point is point being. Like Maurice Hooker was a Maurice Hooker at 140 pounds. He's never been shit at 147. Even if you were to add that fight that Jim was talking about, like
I think he looked great, bro, at 147 against Virgil.
say
He
again.
just, I thought he looked pretty good, like great
Yeah,
against Virgil.
yeah.
I
I
mean,
think he,
the
I
point.
think he
Did
just,
well.
The,
He did well.
he
the
ended up a
issue
little
is
short.
okay. So he did not look great in that fight. I mean, literally, he was about to get stopped, and before his injury came in, it's just that Virgil didn't look very good. Virgil looked like a guy that there's a reason why they wouldn't put him in there with punchers. Because at that point, Maurice
Mm.
Hooker was like the hardest guy,
That was a good fight
the
though,
hardest
Smoke.
puncher in the division.
I thought Hooker did the best against Virgil than any other fighters Virgil's fought.
Yeah, I know that
Exactly.
was an issue about
Exactly.
Virgil. That wasn't the thing about Maurice Hooker being good, being this thing. And it certainly wasn't about Maurice Hooker being a proven entity at 147 because he wasn't.
I thought it was
Mm.
Virgil.
That's a good
What
point of
he
view.
was
Yeah.
I don't know that. So you're taking credit more away from Virgil than giving Hooker credit in
Yeah, I
that
don't
fight.
think, like I said, I didn't think Hooker was that good. Like Hooker was okay at 140 pounds. He was okay. He had a couple of good ones. I liked his, he had a little bit of something. But at 147, he did nothing. He fought one dude that nobody knows of, got stopped by. Well, I mean, whatever. He had an injury, but it still was a stoppage by Virgil. And then what the hell was that against fucking Blair Cobb? Like what?
So Ramirez took his soul at 140, and he came up to 147 pretty much.
Yeah, he gave him 47. He gave him 147, and he basically once he made the weight, like it wasn't like 144 pounds kind of shit.
Yeah.
Like, once he was able to be like a welterweight, he lost both of those fucking fights.
Ortiz got the better resume.
I mean,
that
last fight that Blair Cobb shit was just come on, dude.
No, I'm happy, bro.
Say again?
I want Black Ops. I'm so happy because I really want Black Ops to bounce back. Did Virgil start his career from 140 though? Maybe I'm mistaken, but someone told me Virgil debuted at 140.
Yeah, I think.
Virgil was fighting at 140. Remember? That fought at 140, then he moved to 147.
So this idea about T.O. fighting Taylor, I also don't think that's happening.
That one.
I don't think that's happening.
The contracts they said were signed. Smoke. I mean, it might not happen.
Who's the they? Who's the they that said this?
The boxing scene, right?
Yes, exactly.
Wasn't it New York too, right?
He's not a reputable source. I thought he was.
All right.
You know, it's a reputable source. You know, it's a reputable source.
If that fight happens, though, Top Rank is going to be the leader this year.
Okay, so when is Bob Arum not ahead of fights like this? When is he not?
Yeah, when is
said nothing about this fight?
I can see what Smoke is saying. Like, when is Bob Arum not a part of, announcing stuff like that? Like, especially those kind of fights.
Yeah.
Oh,
the last fight he announced.
Say again?
I didn't know. So Bob Arum didn't announce it. Okay.
Yeah, like why are you? Like, when on box rec, there's no date. There's no it's only like.
Well, that point I give you. That point I give you. If it's not on box rec, yeah, that's a tough one.
Because one day they're telling us it's in Scotland, like in the UK, right, Glasgow, and then the next day they're telling us it's in New York, Madison Square Garden. So I have no idea where it is.
Yeah.
Oh, man, at this point, man, only person that should be announcing fights is the actual networks at this point. I'm tired of all of this fucking clickbait shit.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, bro. I'm tired of surfing through YouTube sources. I cipher which is good, which is bad, man. I'm done with that bullshit.
I don't know, bro.
I see official.
If that fight happens, I don't know. I got a feeling that Tio's gonna win. I don't know why.
I got a feeling that the fight's not gonna happen.
That too.
Me too.
If it happens, that's gonna be top.
I wouldn't be shocked, but I think it'll happen.
Who do you guys got in that fight if it does happen?
I got Josh Taylor whooping his ass. Damn.
It's an interesting fight. It's a kind of an interesting fight. Both of them, so Josh Taylor is inactive, didn't look good at his last outing. Seems like he's outgrown the weight class. T.O. just looks like food at 140 for the top guys. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Josh Taylor. I think Josh Taylor's better.
Yeah. I think T.O. struggles against boxers.
Here's a fight I think is real.
The dude that's gonna probably stay. Well, I mean, Josh Taylor is a boxer too, but he's more of a guy that'll stay in the pocket like we did against Ramirez, But I don't know, bro. That's kind of interesting to me.
Here's a fight.
I just don't see nowhere that T.O. can have real success.
I think the Raiders question though actually underscores the question about David Benavidez's for his O. If Virgil Ortiz has the same amount of if that's a good question, that's a tough question. You can't figure out who has a better resume. But David Benavidez is a 2-time champion. Maybe that O is kind of overrated.
It's extremely overrated.
Yeah.
Who is David?
Virgil Ortiz got a hard test coming over.
Yeah. That's why I brought it up, bro. I see if anybody got onto that. But, yeah.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say everybody's O nowadays is pretty fucking overrated.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so let's see.
Everybody but except Terrence Crawford, y'all.
Nah, that guy too.
Nah, him too.
All right, so let's see.
Yeah, he ain't never fought nobody.
So is Usyk's O overrated?
Yeah.
No.
What about? Nah, I don't think so. What about Nonito? Fucking Anois.
Oh, Anouilh? Nah.
Nonito?
That's what I said. Yeah, I was going there.
No, Anouilh.
Uber overrated.
Oh, Anouilh? No, Anouilh is always not overrated.
He's legit.
I'll say that.
Yeah, his O's kind of overrated.
No, but I say a fighter is always overrated if they never
It's cool.
if they never fought somebody who I think they could honestly beat them.
He, I was also, he almost made his face almost made the thumbnail. That was one of the faces.
I love your response. By the way.
Man, you a hating ass nigga, Smoke. You hating, bro.
Well, I mean,
you're just a fanboy, bro.
Well, that was the whole point of this live is to be hated. Like that's Larry Murphy. That's being Larry Murphy.
But isn't he like Smoke? Isn't he widely touted as one of the best pound for pound fighters in the world?
Yeah, like top 5, yes.
Yeah,
he's number 1.
I think he's overrated. I think that's kind of overrated. Like
top 3.
Nobody's talking about that. Like nobody's talking about Maul Charlo as a top 10 pound for pound guy.
I know he's been pound for pound.
Inouye for sure is top 3.
Inouye, they're trying to give him the number 1. They're literally trying to give that guy number 1.
Yeah, no, I didn't say the top, but one of the top.
So no, but he's trying to. Like, there people are saying that if he beats Stephen Fulton, then he is the number 1 fighter in the world.
100%.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But people don't even have Stephen Fulton on their top 10.
I have him in my top 10.
One guy will have more accomplishments than Canelo and Terence Crawford if he wins against Fulton, and the other guy hasn't fought in 2 years and looked like garbage in his last fight.
And Fulton is a young, hungry fighter, and he's coming to win. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's not nobody you can just go in there and bullshit. Yeah, exactly.
That's his
weight bigger. And he's always talking about how he's ready to move up. He's big.
And he's the man at 122.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you see that right there? That's why this is a great fight. People think he could lose this fight.
No, I think he's gonna win. That's why I think he wins.
I don't think he can lose.
I don't think Fulton can
lose.
I
think he could definitely lose. Fulton is a serious threat.
I think he's already up 4 rounds in this fight.
Nah. Hey, who's got Inouye in this fight? Who's got Inouye in this fight?
I got Inouye.
Inouye's had less fights than Boots, and he's only.
Hey, Smoke, I'm gonna be back.
All right, Marky.
Yeah. Anyway, bro, can't go get some money, man.
Who you got, bro?
I think Fulton's the more versatile fighter.
He's not going against the money.
Can't go against
I think Fulton got the more experience. He's fought all types of fighters, yo. Moving fighters, stands.
Who's the favorite though? My bad. Who's the favorite?
Fulton gotta be the favorite. Fulton got to be the favorite in that fight.
Anyways, got to be.
Yeah, rub them hands together. Yeah, that.
It's gonna be close.
That was pretty. That was pretty crazy. Well, actually, Devin Haney wasn't even undefeated at that point. But you know what? Let me explode the panel right quick, because I would get. I think Shakur's O is a little overrated.
You got my vote, brother. Shit.
Well, what Tank so? How did you Tank do?
I mean, Oscar Valdez. Okay. I mean, it's cool. It's cool, but like the way that they talk about Shakur based on like what he's done, like I don't know, that's kind of overrated.
Sounds like the epitome of overrated, to be honest.
This dude, they made him in the number 3 lightweight based on Oscar Valdez and
on 0 fights at the weight.
And but you know what? I agree.
The more versatility, he got the reach, he got the length, he can box on his back foot. He fought like journeyman. He fought like good exhibition journeymen, I should say. Like when he fought that Nakatalia dude or whatever. I just think that he's just got the better skill set. So he's bigger.
A better skill set, better than what?
Better than Oscar, of course. We see that shit. That shit was a blowout.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, Oscar, yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, so take a guy like Stephen Fulton, right? And then you take a guy like Shakur. Like to me, Stephen Fulton is a much more complete fighter than Shakur Stevenson is. Yeah, I think Stephen Fulton can fight every kind of style, every kind of direction, all this shit. It's not that Shakur doesn't have sublime skills, but he doesn't fight like he's not like Stephen Fulton. And Stephen Fulton, that guy, no one is saying his O is overrated. I'm just saying, like to me, the way that you just described Shakur, that's not actually Shakur. Shakur is just really good at what he does.
Yeah.
He's a
Yo, get this look. I had Aleem like as a better skill set boxer before Stephen Fulton stepped on the scene. I used to like Rasim. What's his name? Rasim
Rice.
Ali. I used
Rice
to like
Ali.
him more. Yeah.
So about MJ.
I'm not. I mean, I'm not mad at Rice can fight. That fight it could have happened, but Rice also is a guy like, yeah. I mean, no one really talks about him. I mean, kind of overrated, right?
Yeah.
Rashidi Ellis was probably overrated. He just lost his O though. I
Oh yeah,
mean,
that was
Boots'
that was a
O
good
might be
fight. That was a
overrated.
good
Bam
fight.
Bam Bam
I think
Rodriguez.
Boots'
He's
O
overrated.
actually.
Oh, there you
Say
go.
again.
That's what I was trying to say. Bam Bam Rodriguez. He's got an inflated O.
Oh, come
Yeah,
on, bro.
those are good. But those are
That what?
solid for a young kid,
Gary
right?
Antoine Russell. Gary Antoine Russell. That's another one.
You said Bam Rodriguez?
There
He
you
said
go.
it was overrated.
Ah man, come
No,
on,
he's
bro.
saying his O is overrated.
No, I said the
Nah,
O. The O, not the
nah,
fighter. The
Just the
O.
O. Yeah,
The
just
O.
the O
nah,
being.
nah, nah.
Back, nigga.
Gary Antoine's his knockout and his O is overrated.
What about Tank Davis? Because this guy not only is he got no, but a lot of people put
Yeah.
him the
Okay,
bar.
I'll
Yeah,
give you
his
that
O is
one, Jimmy.
definitely
I'll give
overrated.
you that
But
one, Jimmy. I'll give you that one.
Tank made his face made the thumbnail.
Nah, I'll give you that
Oh
one.
shit.
My favorite
know,
fighter, but still, I gotta keep it a buck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think unless you fought somebody that, you know, we honestly thought you could lose against, I think you're always overrated. That's how I
Yeah.
base it.
Yep.
If
Garner,
Tank's O is overrated, then Ryan's too, bro.
Definitely.
You
Yeah,
got, yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think
Ryan,
anybody
everything's
disagrees about
overrated.
that.
Right there.
And the only
nah.
thing that
No
is
one
not
really,
overrated about Ryan Garcia
We're
is
good.
who hypes
his
Ryan
We're
Garcia
good.
like a
potential
We're good.
to
powerhouse
That's it.
sell
fighter?
products, his hand speed and combination, and his he don't want to be there when that left hook lands.
If Ryan beat Tank, he not gonna be overrated no more to me because I call him Pink Tank. If Ryan
I
beat
gotta
him,
fly, fellas, but that's why I said everybody's
he's
always
the new
overrated. Because
Octagon
trust me,
Warrior.
Well, let me
once you
ask you
pound them
this then.
down,
Let me ask
all
you
of
this.
them. See you guys later.
If does Spencer, if Ryan beats Tank, why would his O still not be overrated? Just because he beats one fighter?
Because Tank is a
I don't know.
knockout artist. Because Tank is a knockout
No,
artist.
but that's somebody who we think he could lose against.
See,
Yeah.
to me,
So you got to give him that
the
credit.
reason why his O is overrated is because he keeps fighting the same kind of guy.
Oh, so you're saying that if you beat a fighter that uh, has the potential to lose, then automatically that O, if he has an O, that O cannot be overrated.
Well, they
What if you
conditioned
defend
us
your
to like.
own?
They
If he
conditioned us to
fights
like
somebody
fighters
that
like that.
if he fights somebody that he could lose against, yeah, a nigga that has a fast left hook that can put you out with one punch, yeah,
That's what
and
I
he's
So
mean.
young and
Like,
hungry.
yeah.
that'll be implied to every fighter that then, right?
No, I
Not
feel
just
like if
Ryan.
Tank beats Ryan,
Yeah,
what does that really mean? Then?
That's like a
Because Ryan's
speed
got.
versus superior chin fight. Like Tank got the superior chin and Ryan got the superior speed. So they condition us to like these two guys. Like I like Ryan's like speed, like in his jab. I like
Actually,
how
to
he
me, I
fights.
don't understand that fight though because like it's a catch weight for no belts, and neither guy is the top fighter at 35 or 40. So like, what are they actually fighting for?
Clout.
Money and interest, they have fan
Clout.
base. Both guys have fan bases, and both
It's
guys
like
are
that. It's like
have
that divide,
knockout
Mexican
power.
versus black. I think it's the Mexican versus black. I just
But
look
that's
at it as
part
a
of it.
fight,
That's
though.
part of the whole
I just
thing.
look at it as a fight, though. But I think it's the
But
whole.
no, but both of these guys are popular though within their own right,
Yeah,
and they don't
yeah.
just fight like black guys. I mean, let's see, his last opponent, I think that was a black guy, right? Fortune, and one before that to go. Then he fought Luke Campbell before that.
Yeah.
He fought Cuellar. He
You know,
fights guys. It's not just like fighting black dudes.
Tank got a better resume, though. I give him that. He has a better resume than
yeah,
Ryan, for
yeah,
sure. You know,
yeah.
he
Tank is I
moved
think
up.
5 years older as well. So
Yeah, moved up in weight. Fought people that we thought could possibly he could lose to. You know, he looked it kind of bad in that Cruz fight, Isaac Cruz fight. He looked it bad to me. I thought he lost that fight. Me personally. You
Hey,
know.
real quick, guys. Hey, Smoke, thank you for having me on the panel. I'm right here at work, so I'll be listening though. I'll probably jump on in a little bit.
All
So,
right, that's
you guys,
let's stop by.
have a good one. Happy birthday again. Peace out, guys.
Peace, Raider. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
somebody's gonna go in the Fulton and Massa fight. That's an
oh,
interesting one, right? Yeah, Monsters overrated. Ooh. Oh man. Yeah, I'm gonna probably keep asking myself that throughout the entirety of this review. I'm gonna give that one some serious thought. That's tough.
Should I tell you why I wouldn't say so? Because anytime a fighter signs up to a big tournament and is about to enter his fourth weight division, and he's fought, I think, what was it, 7 or 8 world champions? I mean, he is trying to test himself, isn't he?
If there's nobody in the tournament, there's nobody in the tournament.
No, I say
what I'll say is this.
I say Emmanuel Rodriguez.
Yeah, what I'll say is this.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I respect no, my bad, Jimmy.
No, go ahead, Marky Dan. We're both fans of a Newey here, bro.
Oh no, most def. No, I was just saying. I would not say his is overrated because I think just about everybody agreed that he could lose to Nordino Donaire at any given point in that fight, and he had to dig deep for that win.
I'm going to tell you,
but that's my opinion. You can have your own.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If all of you're basing it off is the Nonito Donaire, then it's probably overrated.
Yo,
I gotta be like
I gotta give it a head out, y'all.
And it's only like one dude in one division that's your whole. That's
Yeah.
supposed to legitimize everything. Like I don't know.
Yo, thanks for having me. I'll get the smoke. I got to bounce. Peace.
But you look. All right, peace, man.
All right.
See, for me, I like the Emmanuel Rodriguez win. That was a young undefeated champion, ex-Olympian. After losing to what's his name, Monster, he went up to beat up the Russell brother at 118, who was a hyped up American. And before that, he beat the shit out of a top European guy in Paul Butler. I'm talking about Rodriguez. So, I mean, Rodriguez did do some good. Also, Jason Maloney. So at that time, Emmanuel Rodriguez was one of the major players in the division because he had took out a couple of the top guys. He had a belt. He was undefeated, and then I knew he had just moved up, and he whooped on him. So
yeah, I'm not one for like I'm not one for giving guys credit for what a fighter did like after you fought him. Like you fought like that's cool that the only guy Gary Russell lost to was Loma until he got injured in the Pacquiao fight, but. It's just at that point Loma was still relatively green. Even if you add his world series of boxing fights to the resume, still fewer than 10 fights. So I don't penalize. I don't give guys credit for like after you fought them, they went on and did XYZ. Either they sucked after that or they were good after that. Like all that matters is the guy that you fought on that night, the guy you climbed the ropes against. Like that's for me. But that's
what I'll say is this: Emmanuel Rodriguez, that's a good win, and he has a lot of good wins on his resume. But I look at the big fights and how you look in there. You know what I'm saying? How he looked against Nonito Donaire, and really, that's the only guy on his resume who I honestly thought could beat him.
Yeah, but that's the issue. Okay, so the issue for me and why
the other dudes are good. Hold on, Smoke.
Yeah,
the other dudes are good wins. Like you look at Tank's resume, he has some good wins. He has Pedraza. He got motherfucking Isaac Cruz. But again, did we think any of them dudes could beat him? Nah, you guys step in there with somebody like his next fight, Ryan Garcia. That's a real young, hungry dude who we all agree could have some moments in that fight. That's what you get credit for.
Yeah, I'm not buying that one, but it was nice try. You had me all the way up until Ryan Garcia, the other guy with the overrated.
You won't give Tank credit for Ryan Garcia? Come on, man.
What? Not, I mean, he already has the Ryan Garcia credit. Like to me, Pedraza is better credit. Fucking damn near Hector Garcia is better credit.
Damn, Ryan Garcia?
I don't think so. I really don't
Santa
think
Cruz
so.
is definitely more credit.
I think Ryan Garcia would take Pedraza's head off.
I mean, he might, but I mean, that was a 130-pound guy. That was a fight at 130. Like, It's not even the same thing. It doesn't translate out there because Tank. What he took his body off. He didn't take his head off, but he definitely took the win out.
You know what I'm saying?
Took
I'm
the
saying
win out of his
Ryan.
body.
I think if Ryan Garcia and Pedraza fought the way Pedraza, I don't think the
Yeah,
fight would go 6 rounds.
if
Rock
right, but
put
then
him.
it's not the same side. Whatever. When Pedraza was good, he was good at 130. He was a 135 champ, sure, but even that was a long time. That was some time ago. Maybe a long
Yeah,
fucking time ago.
I think he fought Cormier at 140, didn't he?
Say
Jose
again.
Ramirez. Then Pedraza fight Ramirez and Cormier at 140. So if him
Yeah.
and Ryan fight at 140, I just don't think that fight would even go 6 rounds.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's not the same guy. Like that's what I'm saying. Like these, like projecting like. First off, like Tank fought this dude. Like what is it? 6 years ago.
Yeah.
At 130 pounds, like it's not even the same. This comparison, and this is the other thing about comparisons. Sure, I would pick Ryan to win too, but that doesn't mean anything. Because Pedraza is not a fucking champion. He's long in the tooth. He's bald headed. He's fucking. He's rinsed if not washed. Right? He's definitely rinsed.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like I don't know, dude. Yeah, not even hearing that shit. To me, like Hector Garcia is more impressive than Ryan Garcia. So he just is. Like as a career, as a win, I don't know. Ryan Garcia is an impressive win, but I think Devin is a more impressive win. I think Shakur is a more impressive win. I think Loma's a more impressive win. I think Tio is a more impressive win. If we're gonna go to 140, I think Prograis is a more impressive win. It's just like I don't know. Like Ryan he's all right, but I think there's better wins on Tank's resume already. He's probably like the third or fourth guy.
Do you want to smoke? I know what you're saying. I think you kind of mean more like body of work, sort of Hector Garcia. But I think with Hector, he's kind of like a 130 pounder, and with Ryan, this is a guy that could probably make welterweight if he wanted to.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
I think the size.
Ryan's all right. Look, Tank's gonna keep getting fat off that Latin food, and Meth is gonna still like talking about how like talking those guys up, and then wearing out dudes who like fighting real fucking comp. I don't know. Tank's O. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with Tank's O overrated. Yeah, I think you can have an overrated O without it being like even having close fights. Even if you have good competition, I think you can. If you just getting fed the same kind of guy over and over and over and over again, the guy's it's gonna just stand there or come at you. And it's knocking out like we know what's gonna happen in these situations. I don't know. Yeah, it seems kind of overrated to me.
I think both guys fucked up though because I feel like Tank, he could have gone after Devin Haney for all the belts, right? I feel like Ryan could have gone after Regis Progress for the 140 title. And for me personally, I think those fights would have been better for their careers. Maybe not for the wallets, but I mean these guys are apparently superstars, so they would have made multi-millions anyway. So
yeah, this one is gonna be the hate stream for a second. We're gonna dissect. We're gonna have Larry Merchant on and like treat these guys like pieces of meat. You don't give a shit about them, what their feelings, what they go through, none of that. Like all that undefeated work you put in, it's just overrated, homie. It is what it is. Sorry, Janet Beck is fucking overrated.
Yeah. I mean, Denzel Bentley. I mean, look at Denzel Bentley, bro. This is a guy that is really a domestic level fighter in the UK. Felix Cash blasted him out in what, 3 rounds?
4 rounds.
There you go. And Felix Cash, I got to keep it real. He's not that good.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say that Haney is overrated just because nobody really rates the guy. Like again, he's only like 24 years old. He's just starting out. Is he already overrated? I mean, maybe. He's just a hard one. He's like, yeah, go ahead.
See, with me, with Devin Haney, it's all about metrics, right? He's achieved everything you can do in the division, right? He fought the number one guy. He's got all the belts. And before that, on the way up for a 23-year-old, he fought a lot, good competition. Linares, Jojo, and now Kambosos. And now he's about to fight Lomachenko. So if that's overrated, right, then who in that division is doing what? Like,
I mean, you might, if you're gonna pan Linares and JoJo and Gamboa, I think you might have I could see it with Linares and Gamboa specifically. I can see how you could go that route. Maybe Santiago. I don't know. He's just really young. He's again like Maul. Like he's one of those guys that they talk about him so badly that it's hard to say that he's overrated unless you just think he's trash.
so my thing with Haney is my biggest quarrel with Haney is I feel like he's boring, like his style. Like I'm not gonna lie, bro, that Kambosos fight, especially the first one, that was pretty hard to sit through. But as far as credit, I mean, look, he's undisputed champion. He deserves all the credit in the world.
Yeah, I don't know, man. His O is overrated. Yeah, it's just hard for me to say Devin Haney's O is overrated right now. I can
Yeah, I mean, look,
understand the argument though. I definitely can get the argument, but yeah, it's just way too early for the guy. But maybe not. I don't know. I mean, see, the thing about Shakur, right? So Shakur is older, but that's not even the reason why I'm saying Shakur is. It's mostly the way that they talk about Shakur, the way that they rate Shakur is the thing that makes his O overrated. Like most of that was done at featherweight against guys we don't rate at all. We don't talk about any of those his featherweight run, and he had like 4 fights at super feather. I don't know. Those 4 fights, they're not bad fights, don't get me wrong. It's just like people now are talking about him like he's the 3rd best lightweight. And I don't know. All that featherweight shit don't get you fucking those kind of accolades to me. I think they're pumping up his particular thing. Whereas with
okay, so
Devin
Haney,
Haney, I feel like he's either properly rated or that he's like slightly underrated because the way that people talk about his competition.
yeah, and plus, no one like when ESPN does that segment on Haney, they introduce him as sorry, Shakur, they introduce him as the future of boxing, right? I don't remember seeing a segment with Haney when they introduced him, Devin Haney, the future of American boxing, or
Yeah.
okay, so Haney's best win is Kambosos, right? Shakur's best win is Valdez. For me personally, I feel like Kambosos in his division was more accomplished than Valdez was in his division.
Yeah, Valdez has just been around for so long. He was a young guy, like coming up. I don't know. Valdez, he's a name.
I didn't know
And
Valdez
he
is
can
like
fight.
32 years old. I didn't even know
Yeah,
that. Valdez is like 32 years old.
yeah. And
I don't
he's
think
been around
Shakur's O is
forever. Yeah,
overrated though.
and he came out young. Yeah, I was naming Linares as Q. I was naming Linares and Gamboa as the reasons why his O could be considered overrated.
Yeah, but for small, for a
Those are the
22 year
reasons
old
for it. That was the pro argument for his O being overrated. That wasn't the reason why it wasn't. It's the reason why it would be
Small,
considered. Yeah, go ahead.
at that time, though, Small, check this out. At that time, a 22-year-old kid fighting a former multi-division champion in Linares who was still ranked top 10 in the sport in his division. I don't think that was a bad fight, though, at
I
that
don't think
time.
it's a bad fight either. I'm just saying that you could say that beating him is. You could see how that's
Yeah,
overrated, right?
yeah.
Especially the controversy, the way that people made like so much hay of him, like holding on at the end. So I'm not mad at it, and I'm not like if someone was to say that fight, mentioning that fight as a great fight for Devin Haney means that his O is overrated after Linares had already been stopped and went up and got. I don't know. Linares is I think is an okay fight and an okay name on his resume. Yeah, I could see how if that was your guy, that's overrated. Yeah. I mean, I'm not mad. You know, I feel like there's more to it than Devin Haney, but mostly people don't really rate the guy. So it's just kind of like if you ask people, they like, you know, enough people think that Tank's beat him or Shakur beat him or Tank and Shakur beat him. So it's just kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like his O is fine for where it is, given the guys that he fought, the way he came through those fights. I don't think he's got any gift decisions. None of the guys he fought are really overrated either.
I've seen a sizable crowd backing Lomachenko to beat him as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily mad. You can't call a guy pillow fisted and nothing special and all this stuff, and then say at the same time he's overrated when he's undefeated and undisputed, like, and 24 years old. Like, I don't know. That's a really hard fucking sell.
I mean, from what I've seen,
yeah, I agree with that. But I don't think Shakur is overrated though. Not at all.
No, but I don't think Shakur's a puncher.
I don't think none of these dudes is overrated, but you know their resume, their record.
You talk about
It's not like that.
Yeah, do you know that even as a prospect, Shakur Stevenson never fought a fighter with a losing record?
Yeah, see, that's the kind of
Okay, that's cool and all, but who did he fight? You could say that.
When you say who, I mean, that's one thing. But I'm saying
you could fight a nigga with a 6-5 record and say, "Oh, I fought niggas with."
That's my point, bro. He's never fought a fighter who's had a losing record.
Here's the deal. While you're talking about the fighters' records, he did most of his career at featherweight, and he never fought. You know what he never fought is another champion. He never fucking unified.
So if you fought 10 dudes with 17 and 16 records, that means you got a good resume. Because all of them ain't got no losing record.
I didn't say that at all. I just said he never fought a dude, even as a prospect, with a losing record.
No, I gotta keep it real with Shakur.
But I'm just saying, you don't know.
No, but
you don't know who these dudes are.
No, in Valdez, and even Valdez was coming off of a very controversial win over Robson. So, like, don't get me wrong, Shakur's good though, but as far as being the super elite, I mean, I think let's give it some time.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So he said undisputed and undefeated sounds like a new way. Keep the same energy, Smoke. I am keeping the same energy. Like I'm saying, like a new way. People are saying that he is a top 5 pound for pound guy. Nobody's saying that about Devin Haney. People are saying that Inoue, if he beats this next guy, he's the number 1 fighter in the world. Nobody is saying that about Devin Haney. Like, I'm keeping the same energy. It's about the ratings and not just the O, not just the accolades. And also Monster is like pushing 30 years old. It's like 3, 4 division. I don't know, man. It's just not. This is 4th division?
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're talking about whether or not his resume is fucking the same as Devin Haney. I don't know. Like, whatever. No,
I'd say he's got a better resume than Shakur and Devin just because of he's fought more champions and won more world titles. Even if you want to debate the equality.
we're just talking about level of competition now of the guys that he fought.
Yeah.
Not how many champions they were. Like if you have 15 bullshit champions and like whatever.
Yeah. For me personally, I feel like if he wins his next fight against Fulton, right, that would have meant that his accomplishments now outweigh Crawford's and Ty Canelo's. And Crawford and Canelo have always been, pretty much the gold standard for pound fighters. And Usyk lately, but I mean, I don't think you can compare Usyk because I know he's.
I mean, right now, I think Bud and Inoue have the best, argument for being number 1 in the world. If Bud beats Spence and if Inoue beats Fulton, like whoever does it first, that's the number 1 in the world.
Both of those guys have. You can question whether or not their O's are legit. They might be overrated O's, both of them. I thought Monster should have retired before the World Series of Boxing, right? Like, if he would, I think I was afraid for him going into that series, and he almost got dropped and stopped in that fight, and then against that same guy, he did get dropped and stopped when he rematched him. So
wait,
it's kind of like
Do you mean Nonito?
But he did,
Or do you
yeah.
mean what?
Yeah, but he did
Yeah.
beat O'Bali in between there, and he also beat Burnett, and so he got belts. So, I mean,
Yeah.
he proved me wrong, but at the same time, the guy lost to Monster. Does that, like, what I thought, like, is kind of, I don't know. It's just hard. It's just a hard one. I'm
I don't
not
know
sure
if he's
about
the
Monster.
first person. I
Nah,
mean, he's the
I'm just
first
not
person
sure. I'm gonna
to
keep.
hurt Monster.
I'm gonna keep thinking about it, but I don't know.
He did. To be fair to him, he did break Monster's eye socket in the first fight, and he buzzed them as well quite a bit.
Yeah,
Um,
but but Smoke, how you gonna say his resume is overrated, but you were afraid for him going into the tournament? So
no,
that
he
meant
meant Nonito.
No,
so that
I was
meant you felt
afraid.
he could
I
lose.
wasn't afraid. I was afraid for Nonito because he was old. I wasn't afraid for Nonito
Okay,
because of
okay.
Monster. I was saying that the guy should have retired, and like, what was he doing? Still like doing like dinking and dunking behind like these young boys.
To be
Hey,
fair,
you gotta have that
for Nonito,
confidence in yourself. You gotta have that
Yeah, I
belief.
mean, I hear you. It's just that it's just hard for me to like when it comes to Monster. It's not that his O is bad. It's just whether or not it's overrated. And I think the reason why I'm leaning towards it being overrated is because how they're rating him. Like if he was
but I
just
think
like if they were like if he was just top 10 somewhere, it's like somewhere in the top 10, that'd be cool. But like top 3, top 5, like he's like now you're saying he's one of the best in the entire fucking sport. I'm like, okay, hold up now. Like, really, that's what we're doing? I don't know.
see, Smoke with Nonito, right? Nonito is really interesting facts. He's actually undefeated at 118, heading into the monster fight at that weight class. So he's never lost at 118. All of his wins were by knockout at that weight class, and he's a three-time world champion at that weight class. So the 118 version of Nonito, who was again like had a perfect record at the weight class as far as never lost at the weight, won all his fights by knockout, and been a three-time world champion. I think
Yeah,
that was my
Yeah,
it's
personal.
see,
just
that's what
that
I'm
when you
saying. Like
fight in a way,
the
you
way
all
that
of a
you're
sudden become old and washed. Like that's how it works, bro.
say again. One more time, fam. What
I said
happened?
it's except when you fight in a way, you all of a sudden become old and washed, and it's like you shouldn't be fighting them. Like that's how it works.
Yep.
Well, it's not even that. He was old to begin with, and really, it was people thought Ubali was going to beat him.
Yeah,
Ubali just didn't. That's all.
But
Like people
going
thought
into
Burnett was
that
going to beat
second
him, but
fight,
Burnett just
Smoke.
got injured in that fight. But it was a close fight. It was highly contested, as long as it lasted.
But going
It
into
ended
that
up being
second fight with
Burnett.
Inui, I
yeah.
remember a lot of people were talking hot shit. They thought Inui was gonna get put to sleep. I remember that.
Yeah,
Were you talking
I
about the
remember
rematch
that.
or the first time?
I'm talking about
Rematch.
the rematch.
No, you're talking
And
about
then after that, all of a sudden, oh, he old. What the fuck? He beat an old man.
okay, hold
All
up a
right,
second.
cool.
Hold up.
All
People were
right,
saying,
cool.
well, but that was right. So I can like while I can understand where it is you're coming from with that market, then definitely. The question really isn't that though. The question isn't whether or not he should get respect for it. The question is it now? Is he getting too much fucking play for it?
Wait, but
That's
then
where
there's a
the
Hall
I
of
don't think
overrated
Famer.
he
comes
got
from.
no play for it though. Smoke.
Okay,
At
is
at
it
least at
somewhere
least from the
like is it some
hardcores,
like
I know
right?
like
So
I know the
can you
I
say it's a
go
great
ahead, go ahead.
win and also it can be an overrated win? Like is Tio's win over Loma overrated? Is Cambosis's win over
That's a good
Tio
point.
overrated?
You know what, Smoke? I feel like
Uh,
Nonito is a Hall of Famer.
that's a good
Um,
point, Smoke. Uh,
Nonito, Nonito is a Hall of Famer, right? Um, and every time Nonito fought, it's funny because every time Monster fought Nui, it was in a unification. The first fight was the finals of the big tournament, right? And in the rematch, it was a big, unification. And Nonito was always the second best fighter at the division. So I feel like he had to fight Nonito.
I think that's a very poor comparison because those fighters lost, so it's a poor comparison.
And I think um, he's for the best of the best, especially at 118. Emmanuel Rodriguez, Jamie McDonald, Nonito Donaire twice, and then he tied up the division with Butler. And before that, he fought Omar Navarez, who was a
Yeah. My
two-divisional
point is,
welterweight.
if Inoue had lost to Butler, then you'd say it's always overrated, obviously. But that's not the case.
Yeah. Is it Taguchi? Who's the guy at flyweight? He beat the unified champion. So after Inui destroyed him, he went on to become a unified world champion
Well, to
with Omar
become
Navarez.
the Ring Magazine champ.
Yeah, lineal as well. Yeah, unified and lineal champion. And then when he destroyed Rodriguez went on to take out.
But Jimmy, who the fuck is that though? Who the fuck is that though? You
Yeah,
tell them that's what they're gonna say. Who the fuck is that?
yeah. I mean, he just
But
beat up one of the Russell brothers, right? And then before that, Jason Maloney and then Butler. But who is that? You
well,
know,
who the fuck is that?
Oman Navarez was what was it?
I don't even
Two-division.
bother to go through the resume because that's the same response I get every time, man. I don't even bother with that shit. Get that Fulton fight in.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the fight. Yeah, that's the big one. You know, this was a big, strong, undefeated world champion, unified. Some people even have him on the pound for pound list, and a lot of people. I mean, I was on a panel. I was on Knockouts panel the other day, and I'll be honest, every single person on that panel was picking Fulton to destroy Inui, and a couple of the dudes were saying he was going to knock Inui out. So I mean, we'll see.
Yeah. I don't know why people can't just win fights. They got to also win by knockout. But that's Method's thing. Everything's by knockout.
No, Smoke. I was saying I was on.
Yeah, we don't.
It's
on
no
Knockout.
fun, Smoke.
You guys got wrenches for a reason. Like trolls come in. I don't care if you
Yeah,
smash
where's
them
my
up.
wrench, Smoke? Come on, man, Smoke.
What?
You don't see my comment? We like family. Like, where's my wrench?
Oh, is this why you being on such nice guy? Don't go in here like doing the wrench wrong, man. I don't see your comments anywhere. Put a comment in there.
Okay.
Don't be a jackass. You're already like, you're one of those borderline personalities.
You don't deserve revenge, Jimmy. Sorry.
I mean, I'm gonna let that one slide for a sec. I being official on my thing. The fucking racist, sexist, goddamn trolling ass Jimmy.
Oh, come on.
Let's see. Yeah. Where you at? Where's your
Let me drop a comment.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me drop a comment.
Yeah. I know people are gonna like kill me for this one, but it's not really that deep. I think people should like stop tripping sometimes. But yeah, don't go around being like, good Lord, like where's this shit at? I don't see any comments from you. If Haney is overrated, let's see. This 3 is talking about what's going on in this comment section. I didn't even check out the comment section. What are you guys doing in here? Oh, Roland's in the fucking building. What's up, Roland? Pedraza out here wearing fingernail polish. So is Tank Davis. I'm not gonna be mad. That's just what it is. Some of these guys out here have daughters, and that's daddy-daughter bonding time. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't know. It's Spencer Bud fight and talks again too, but man, at this point, I'd rather see Tank versus Ryan. Okay. Those are 4 undefeated fighters. I think. I mean, does anyone want to make the argument that Spence's O is overrated?
I say a little bit, but I'll be honest. Spencer really doesn't get that much hype these days, Maybe it's because of his inactivity. He's only fought twice over the last 4 years.
They say he's the number 1 welterweight. He's only fought at welterweight.
Has he ever been the number 1 guy though? Because he never fought Thurman when Thurman was unified, and he hasn't fought Bud so far. So I feel like his work at welterweight is. Don't get me wrong, you can say it's better than Crawford's, but by how much? I feel like that's always debatable. Guys like an Ugas, who's got like 5 losses, and Danny Garcia, who's for me always been like a gatekeeper at the division, and he hasn't fought Bud or Thurman when Thurman had the belts and the momentum. He didn't get passed into the torch by Pacquiao or Floyd. For me, I think Errol Spence. Actually, I was thinking he's very overrated.
Hey, Smoke.
What's that?
Tell your lame ass moderator, law starter boxing, whoever the fuck, to stop blocking niggas. You know, all I'm doing is commenting, and the lame nigga want to delete my comments. So tell that whole ass nigga to click the link and come talk that boxing shit with me. Cause I hate soft ass pussy niggas like Lab, soft ass nigga. I'm expose your ass today. You talking crazy in the comment section, but you forgot that your ass was crying on this motherfucker when that nigga Method took your fucking account and changed your password. You was on here crying like a little bitch. You think you gonna delete my comments and nobody gonna find out, nigga? No, I'm gonna expose your whole ass. Now you dick sucking in the comment section, licking that nigga nuts like a hoe, even though he took your fucking account. Nigga, you a lame ass internet nigga. You soft ass.
When did this happen?
Stop talking that silly shit in the comment section, nigga. Stick to boxing, cause you know I will flame your ass, nigga. We talking overrated motherfucking overrated resumes, nigga. And like I told your ass in the comment section, I don't feel like Haney, Shakur, or Tank got a motherfucking overrated resume. But if you gonna say Haney got an overrated resume, oh, guess what?
Hold up.
Got overrated resume too.
Hold up.
So if you gonna speak on it, let's speak on that shit, nigga. Yeah, let's speak on that shit, nigga. Let's speak on the fact that your account got taken.
Hold up.
Your account got robbed, nigga. Your account got taken from that nigga Method, and you was crying like a bitch, nigga. No. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Chill.
Stop. First off, we gonna get this shit right down to the bud. I ain't deleted, blocked, or none of that shit. I don't do that shit. So first off, bitch ass, lame ass, dumb ass nigga, I didn't say nothing or do nothing to your bitch ass comments. Dumbass, lame ass nigga.
Oh, well, one of you lame ass niggas did it. Which one of you bitch niggas did it? Which one of you bitch niggas did it then?
Stop.
Well, tell that bitch nigga raise his hand, because I was talking to you and my shit was getting deleted.
Look,
when I was talking to you, my shit was getting deleted, nigga. When I was talking to you, my shit was getting deleted. Who deleted my shit if it wasn't you, nigga? Who deleted it if it wasn't you, nigga?
Lame ass shit. Nigga, I'm gonna come on here and I'm gonna leave.
Who deleted that shit if it wasn't you, nigga? Who deleted it if it wasn't you?
I don't care.
Okay, it's still one at a time over here.
Mute that nigga, dog. Mute him, because I'm about to leave. Mute him, because I'm gonna say this and leave. Only reason. Hold up, bro. Hold up. Only reason.
Hold up, bro. Let him do his thing.
Hold up. I'm gonna say what I say and I'm gonna leave, because real shit is real shit. First off, I didn't say or do nothing to your lame ass motherfucking shit. I got a wrench. I don't give a fuck about blocking what the fucking niggas say. You can say what the fuck you want to say. I don't even block niggas on my channel, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? So first off, that wasn't me. Second of all, shut your bitch ass up, because I don't give a fuck about what you say, what you gotta say, or none of that shit, my nigga. Second of all, the Lab channel, my shit.
You already said second.
Hold up, lame ass nigga. My shit, nigga.
Go to third of all, nigga.
Hold up, lame ass niggas, my shit.
Go to third of all, nigga.
None of that shit you talking about.
Third of
so
all.
Do all that good ass talking behind that dumb ass avatar, bitch. I'll be direct with it, my nigga. I didn't do that shit. Hold up, lame ass nigga. Look at you, dumb ass nigga. So go on there. So take your dumb bum ass. Take your dumb bum ass. Take your dumb bum ass to the comments. Take your bum ass to the comments. Take your bum ass to the comments, my nigga. Take your bum ass to the comments, my nigga. Take your bum ass to the comments.
Bro.
Them bitches, my nigga. Go read. Go.
And you think on HBO crying like a bitch. Speak on that, nigga. Speak on how you know.
You's a fucking lame, goofy ass nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Read the comments and see who blocked you, bitch. I ain't blocked your bitch ass, nigga. You ain't shit for me to block, dumbass nigga. Fuck is you talking about, nigga?
Yeah, that was hold up. That was AOBS, and that's why you don't get fog breathers wrenches. It was AOBS, it was not Lab. All right, threes.
Okay, either way, fuck you know, I don't care. Like I said, niggas deleting comments like pussies, so I responded. Hold on, man, shut up. All I did was respond. Hold on, Jimmy.
So if anyone's emotional, it's you.
Was respond to the shit that I was getting. If I'm talking to Lab and my comments are being deleted, I'm going to expect that to be Lab. So I don't give a fuck if you want to defend that nigga, I'm gonna tell you what the fuck I stand on, nigga. So when I'm commenting to
Alright,
your
but you're
ass and my
emotional over
Yeah,
something
I'm
though.
just telling you the facts. It
But
wasn't
as a
him. I
man,
got
could
a
you admit you're
retweet
wrong?
that it was AI. I'm giving you the facts. What
Okay, as a
happened?
man, could you admit you're wrong? Yo,
Sit there,
three,
be
as a man,
quiet.
could you admit you're wrong?
Since you want to defend
Bro, as a
niggas,
man, could you
if you
admit you're
want
wrong?
to defend grown ass men like a hoe, shit.
Nobody's defending anybody. I'm
You
telling you
defend
what happened to you while you screaming
nigga.
about it. It was AIs.
You're
AIs
too
deleting your
emotional, bro.
comments. Lab
That's
As
did
a
exactly
man,
not
he can't
delete
even
your
admit he was
comments.
wrong.
what you're
As a
doing.
man, he can't even admit he was wrong.
Shut up. Because all I was saying was, nigga, I was in the comment section speaking on this whole situation about the fucking undisputed or oh, is overrated, nigga. And when I was in the fucking comment section, nigga, I told them niggas, bro, is Haney shit overrated? Nigga, Tank and Shakur shit overrated. But I was the nigga that was saying neither one of them niggas fucking resume is overrated. That's just my opinion. I ain't mad at Smoke for saying that he think that they motherfucking shit is overrated. Nigga, like I said, I was in the fucking comment section talking, and this nigga, hold on, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, Jimmy.
Yo, let me
Hold on,
say something
Jimmy.
right quick.
Man, all right, go ahead.
Hey,
Y'all niggas.
Threes was good, bro.
That's not the point
Phantom
of
was
contention,
good.
though.
Jimmy, my
That's not the
man,
point.
Big Bro Smoke was good. Everybody. I
Bro,
was in here. Me and Threes was in the comments together, and we was listening to everything that was going on. But he did chime in to what was being said. But people probably rock with Q, and they probably just
It's not
did that
that
on
deep.
their own.
It's not that deep, man. We just saying this. We just talking that shit out. Like it's all good. We don't need like a million people in it. It's between them two. They getting it out. And apparently AOBs. You get them Brits in there, like causing discord.
Yeah, but I rock with them
AI's
both.
a bitch.
We all good.
Pussy ass AIs. Stop deleting comments, you pussy ass nigga. Click the link.
Exactly. All your
AIs
energy should be
never
AOBs
clicks
instead
the
of Q.
AIs
You
We
made a
all
mistake.
family on here. I rock
Stop
with
defending
everybody.
niggas, Phantom. Be yourself, nigga. I don't give a fuck what he
Well,
do,
I'm just
nigga.
saying, bro.
I don't
You
give a
made a
fuck what he
mistake, and
do,
you can't
nigga.
even
I
admit as
tell
a
him to
man
click
you
the
made a
link, nigga.
mistake.
I don't care what he do, nigga.
Bro, I'm just saying as a man you can't even admit you're wrong.
You're
You
not
didn't do
fair.
your
I'm not
dirty, and
talking to you.
you
I
be
was talking to
crying.
Phantom.
But we all
No, I'm
can't say
saying,
Ryan Garcia is overrated though.
Oh wait a minute! Watch here, huh? Hold on. Let me see. Let me show you how I say it. Well, I'm not gonna put my camera on just to show you my mouth. How easy it is for me to say it. It's actually very. I'm gonna sleep like a baby after saying this shit. Yeah, his
You ain't straighten
is
shit out, nigga.
overrated.
Method took your account. You cry like a bitch. You ain't speak on that because you know it's facts.
he didn't
Bro,
do
if
nothing
you
to
want
you,
to
man. Why
argue with
you so
niggas in the
emotional
chat,
for?
go to the chat,
You're so
bro.
fucking
Like we're talking
emotional.
I
about
would if
boxing
you
in the
This guy's
chat.
a
niggas
fucking
Go to
bitch.
the
in my
chat and argue with
comments.
them niggas, bro.
Yes. Let this dude be a dad. He left to do his thing. Yes, argue with like the panels for boxing. If he's on the panel, then cool. But he's not on the panel, so
I apologize,
it's
Yeah,
Smoke.
beautiful
This guy
baby,
accusing Q of
man.
something
Do
he
your
didn't do.
thing, Q. That's what's up.
Exactly, bro. Accusing Q of something he didn't do. And as a man, you can't even admit you're wrong. And now you're playing the fucking victim again.
Who are
But
you
this is a
talking
question
to?
I got for Smoke though. I
Who are
want to
you
ask Smoke
talking
this.
to? Who the fuck is Jimmy
hold
talking
up,
to?
Stop
a second.
instigating shit, Jimmy.
Stop.
See, that's why I told you,
Let
Smoke.
me
You got
hit
to
the
get rid
ill
of these
status
fucking
for a
frog
second.
breathers, bro. They just want to
Bro, this
instigate
guy's
and
been
start
crying
shit.
about Q for about an hour. This guy's been literally ranting about Q for
This
an
what I
hour.
want
Okay,
to
that's
ask.
cool.
You
I
don't
want to hear
know
ill
shit,
status for a
Jimmy.
second.
That's
I want to
why I
hear
try to
ill
break it
status.
down to your slow ass. So shut your angel powers having ass up before I flame your whole ass next.
Yeah,
Smoke,
let
on
me
the
hear. I want
side
to hear
note,
ill status, please.
on the
You're too
side note,
emotional.
Smoke, how in
I
the
can.
hell do you do those thumbtacks, man? That shit is awesome. That's the dopest shit I ever seen in my life. You put your face on everything, and that shit is fucking hilarious, man. How do you do that?
It is a cheesy ass fucking app that one of the homies, like that Tommy hooked it up with, but I use it to full effect. He used to just do memes, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking make this theme. I'm gonna make these memes theme based and have some fun with this shit. Because this whole boxing shit is supposed to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion. Like it's like we should be educated. We should be educated because boxing is fucking hard to follow for even the hardcore fan. Like I rely on you guys on the community to keep me abreast about what the fuck is going on in the sport, and so I try to do my own part to keep other people informed and not just be full of shit out here. But also, boxing like to what is it to have your finger on the pulse can be a very like aggravating fucking experience. So like, I'm just trying to like try to keep it light and keep it fucking fun, man. But yeah, but also the sport of boxing attracts people who like to fight. I'm one of those people. I don't know how many fucking fights I have, and I like a good debate and I like a good back and forth. So hey, we're here for it. I'm not trying to get in between, but I'm also not trying to have my channel just be about that shit. Like, I'm not trying to stop it as long as that's happening and it's authentic and you got to get that shit off, cool. But if you can fucking rein it in as soon as the passions cool down a little bit, let's get right back to the fucking subject.
Indeed. Good point. Now back to boxing. I can't really consider like everybody that you had as an O that don't deserve the recognition for that O. I can't see anybody on that panel except Ryan Garcia. And everybody earned their way. Earl Spence earned his way. Terrence Crawford earned his way. Anyway earned his way. And Tank earned his way. Except Ryan Garcia, he haven't done anything. You have to accomplish something. At least defeat a champion while he's a champion.
I agree 100%, Status. 100%. That's how I feel about the shit. Tank, Haney, Shakur, all them niggas have fought fights that we at least wanted their ass to fight at some point. And them niggas went for the smoke. They went and got the fucking belt. Went and actually became a fucking champion at their damn divisions. They at least did that. At least did that. Ryan ain't even at least did that. He already
you can't have Luke Campbell and right. Exactly. You can't have Javier Fortuna and Luke Campbell and say that you deserve to be recognized as an undefeated fighter. I mean, we could put Edgar Berlanga in there.
No, but they're better than Rolly Romero and who's the other guys? It's for Roy Lee. It's for Gamboa, Isaac Cruz.
He also fought Jose Pedraza, Leo Santa Cruz.
7 years ago. I mean, you come about flyweights though, really. I mean,
But it still count though, Jimmy. Like he did it when Jose Pedraza was somebody. It wasn't after the fact. So when he did that, he was somebody that was a dangerous fight for him.
Nah, it really wasn't, bro. Because if you watch Jose Pedraza's career, Edmund Cherry did beat the fuck out of him and get robbed. Who's a journeyman. And after that, it's been a punch bag ever since. Me personally,
so was Gamboa after Terrence Crawford beat him. He was a punching bag ever since that point. So I mean, he still was somebody at that time.
Yeah, but you can't compare Gamboa and say, come on, Pedraza. Two different. I mean, the dudes had a Gamboa on the pound for pound list. You're talking about Olympic gold medalist heading into that fight that was 50-50. Like he was double mini Mike Tyson.
Yeah, but Leo Santa Cruz is probably a Hall of Famer when his career is finished. So he got him under his resume also. And Mario Barrios still doing well.
Come on.
But he just won his last fight and he looked good in it. So, I mean, he didn't get knocked out by, even though he lost to Keith Thurman, he didn't get knocked out by him. Only loss he got is to Keith Thurman and Tank. So, I mean.
Keith Thurman is a dude that may be washed. He's had one win in 4 years? And he looked mediocre in it. So Keith Thurman is a dude that's probably finished as a world-class fighter, if I'm honest.
We got to see it. We have to see it.
So so Ryan's last two opponents were Tago and Fortuna, right? And Tank's last two opponents were Hector Garcia and Rolly. I mean, I just really don't see this legacy blaze Tank Davis is on,
But if you compare Ryan Garcia to Tank, it's a sure win, right?
No, I'd say I definitely edge Tank Davis. I feel like he's fought bigger names and he's got more belts, but in the grand scheme of things, when I think elite level fighters, I don't think baby belts or Rolly Romero and stuff like that. So I mean,
so should we put Javi Munguia in there and Virgil Ortiz and Edgar Berlanga? We should put them in there also because they got O's and
no.
I'm about to ask a serious question. Who got the better resume out of Ryan and Boots?
Ryan Garcia and Boots Ennis. I say Ryan Garcia.
Boots.
I said Luke Campbell was the number 3 lightweight in the sport at that time. Or number 4.
He beat Lipinus and he beat Delorme.
He was number 3. He was like 5 or 6.
No, but they're not
Damn, that's a
welterweight.
good
Well, he
point,
was
Threes. You just
Bruce
brought up
Campbell.
some
Bruce
good shit.
Campbell was number one in a sanctioning body. He was next up in the sanctioning body. That's how he got that Loma
No,
fight.
bro. He just fought Lomachenko for the unified lightweight titles and went the distance in a tough fight. You know,
That's
a
what I'm
lightweight he
talking
was
about.
ranked.
I'm literally saying that he was number one in that. He was in that sanction. He was ranked one. Like that's how he got the Loma fight because he was ranked so high in that sanctioning body.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
agreeing.
Lipinets was a career 140 pounder, right? So I mean, as a welterweight win for me, that's not really relevant.
How's that? What?
But he got a win after Boots.
I mean, he got wins.
For Jose Pedraza, bro. Like he still was active. Like the fighters still have fights after that, and they still could build the other fighter resume based on their wins. So Lipinets actually.
No,
say
this
what?
is a good one. So once I knew he destroyed Rodriguez went on to beat up the Guy Russell's brother, who at that time had a shitload of hype at the weight. People were telling me this guy's going to take over the division, etc., etc. And before that, he beat up guys like Paul Bartlett.
Don't block Threes. Don't block Threes. Do not
You know
block
they
Threes.
blocked me, man. These niggas all talk, man.
No, I'm just saying, like, listen, deleting comments is nothing I can do about that. That's just okay. I guess I got to wrench Threes the fuck up, but this is a pain in my ass. Like trying to like do this right now. Can you do me a favor and not block fucking Threes or unblock them if you block them?
Hey, do the long game Threes, man. Unblock that one.
No, so
But Threes, you made a good point though with Boots and Ryan. That was a good point.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I actually picked Ryan.
Did I miss a good point for Ryan?
Yeah, I thought I had to think about it. Yeah, that's why I had to say, damn, that was a good point.
Let me hear it again. What's this point for Ryan?
I was asking Jimmy who he had a better resume out of Boots and Ryan.
Oh well, yeah. Boots, shit. Boots might have his O might be padded too. So whatever.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yep. I got
Ryan on the better resume slightly.
I mean, let's go Virgil Ortiz.
He was gonna be like Boots, but nobody really screamed it as hard as I thought.
Let's go Virgil Ortiz Boots. I think Virgil got a better resume.
Damn, I can't even deny it, but it's a slight edge to Virgil. Very slight though. It ain't huge.
Yeah, see,
it's like a very small pinch. Like
I'd say Conor Benn's got better resume.
I got you Three.
I don't think Virgil's O is overrated, but I do think Boots is. And I think
Virgil's is overrated.
Also, probably because the way that they talk about these guys. Like, here's the thing, and it's also a little bit of the way that Virgil talks about himself. Like, Virgil's never going around saying he's the best. He's gonna beat them all and all this other shit. I'm gonna fight him in their living rooms. Like, so even though his is a solid resume, but he's like pretty humble about like where he is in the sport. So yeah, like, but Boots is not at all, right? So it's kind of like Ryan also is not, and Ryan he's all right. His shit's all right, but I don't know. He's bigger than the belts, and belts don't matter. Like, come on, man. Like, you're not that, and you're not gonna ever be that. Like, bigger than the belts. He's never gonna be bigger than the belts.
I'm glad you said that, Smoke, because
if he beats Tank, he might be bigger than the belts, though.
No, if he beats Tank, if he beats Tank, then he can get that Cinco de Mayo day. But that's not bigger than the belts. That's just a payday.
Right.
If Joshua, check this out, Smoke.
And one thing that Ryan don't have that everybody else have is the belt.
And he's gonna have to keep fighting people to get that, to keep that payday. So
I agree, bro. Anthony Joshua and Canelo Alvarez find the biggest superstars in the world, right? In boxing especially. They find it important to win belts and hold belts. Then come on, Ryan Garcia can't say he's bigger than belts. Like, come on.
Yep. No, you
everybody, right? It don't matter.
Yeah.
But see, the thing is Virgil Ortiz had a year layoff from some sickness and an illness while Boots was still fighting. So that probably lessened his morale. And meanwhile, Ryan Garcia is fighting no belts.
But he's always kind of managed his expectations. He's like, I'm going to fight Spence in a couple of years at 154 for the Battle of Texas. Like, he's never been like, yeah, I'm just going to, I'll go and watch Bud and he ducking me and I'll fight them here and I'll fight them there. He's not doing all that. So it's like since he's not doing all that rah-rah stuff, it's kind of like I feel like his O is actually like kind of properly placed because he's just developing and he's allowing the development to happen.
Oh, what about Conor Benn, big bro? What about Conor Benn?
Oh yeah, that dude's O is super overrated. Ooh,
that's the overrated. That's the most overrated.
That O is super.
He's got better resume than Boots though. A lot of fans forget that. He's got better resume than Boots and less fights.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, you got a point, Jimmy.
Oh yeah, no, I did say I was talking about saying oh wow, you called Box Talk a twat? God, Romy Rome. Did you even say good morning? You just come in balls unblazing and shit.
Oh god.
Not even what's up to the people. All right.
These guys.
I see you, Romy Rome. What did he say? He heard me alongside the twat Box Talk. I don't think Box Talk's a twat. I think he's a perfectly fine addition, a member of the community. Carly Rowley, a big addition to 140 division on Black and Miles stream the other night. Was that on Black and Miles? I thought it was somewhere else. I keep, like all these streams, like they fucking run together. But yeah, I was talking about. Oh, that was Black. And shout out to fucking El Jefe for the funniest goddamn nickname for B&B. That shit is fucking hilarious. Yeah. What I said was that he was a big personality. That the guys at 140, I think he's food as a fighter. But as personality wise, all those guys.
Happy belated birthday, Smoke. Happy belated birthday, Smoke. Hey, what are you on your status? What are you talking about, Conor Benn? Conor Benn is the most overrated. He's the most. You think I wouldn't listen? I'm always listening, motherfucker. I'm always listening, motherfucker. I'm always listening. Anytime you guys want to talk some waffle, I'm always going to jump on it.
Well, the beautiful part about it is this my little brother, so I can talk to him. Go ahead, Ken.
No, but see, I'm the moderator. See, it's my panel, so I can mute him. I can ask you to be quiet, but if you can't control yourself, I can mute you. Just hold up, then you land this fucking plane, and then you got it. Rolly is a hell of a personality. Like most of the guys, although they can fight at 140, there's a bunch of killers up there. Their personalities are like watching paint dry. That like maybe the most interesting characters is Josh Taylor, who's not even long for the division. But Prograde, he's a cool fighter, but like, I mean, he does not have that like kind of, he can't sell shit. Like his personality is just not that. Tiafimo is an okay personality, but now he just seems a little bit delusional. Yeah, I think Rolly's a great addition when it comes to a personality in the division.
Tanks overrated.
But now hold on, but you got it. But you got it. Like, give us that. Give us this excellent breakdown of like Conor Benn.
Yeah, let him go on his fog breathing rant.
Hey, what are you talking about? It's Phantom. You sound like a fucking old breathing dragon, man. You just chatting shit, man. You just wake up.
No, little bro, you came at me. So just address me because I said he was overrated.
No, hold on. Before I go, I wanted you to. You never broke down and explained why he's overrated. That don't make no sense. How's
bro, we didn't win over this month.
Butch, you're a reflection, bro. It's British fans like you, bro, that make Americans hate Conor Benn, bro. I gotta keep it real.
Nah, man, you're deluded Chris Eubanks Jr. fan. You're deluded Chris Eubanks Jr. fan. So I ain't going to talk about that, though. Your boy got knocked out. So I don't know what you're talking about. Your boy Chris Eubanks Jr. He's overrated.
No, we're not here to talk about that.
He got knocked out by Liam Smith. We're not here to talk about that.
He got
knocked out by this is how we deal with this right quick. We're gonna deal with this in increments of first. We don't allow dirty drops in the sport of boxing. You do understand that, though, Cass, right?
They cleared that. It's to stop with this rubbish.
Yeah,
man.
but
it
it's
doesn't
not
matter
clear
what you
with
say.
us as the boxing fans because he blew a fight. Everything was over.
They cleared
the
it.
WBC.
So I have nothing else to say.
The WBC cleared you means exactly nothing over here.
Smoke. They cleared it, man. There's nothing more.
Repeat that, big bro. Go ahead.
Please. They cleared them. They cleared them. That's what I'm going. I'm going by that. That's what I'm going by. I can't. You can't ask me. I'm going by what's being put on. What's there. I'm going by what's there.
Being there is being there. Like the people who are reinstating him is the WBC, not VADA. The people who busted him.
Oh, so VADA just just gonna let him.
VADA. Is that what you think? VADA said they got it wrong. Cool. The WBC just throwing the results in the trash. Nah, that's not that cool. Especially if they're gonna say eggs did it, like the Humpty Dumpty excuse. Like I'm good. Nah, bro, that shit. Nah.
So we
No,
gonna
he's
talk
cheating.
about
How can you say
Connor
cheating, bro?
being
How can you say cheating
because
though
he's
when there's
fertile now.
evidence,
He got
there's
eggs.
hair,
Bro, I
there's
like
factual
Conor Benn,
evidence
man.
here
He's
saying he
the
didn't
reason,
cheat.
bro.
So it doesn't matter what you want to say. It doesn't matter what you want to say. You
Bro,
get
I'm
me?
not
The
here
evidence
to
is
No,
there.
we
bust
got
for
it.
Conor
Yeah,
Benn, bro.
the WBC's
The
gonna let him
evidence
fight.
is here. What are you talking about? I was on his helmet before, but there's evidence saying that, oh, raw, he didn't cheat.
Hey,
So then I'm
Bro,
not
hey,
taking
he's
it
a
back and
hey,
saying
real
but,
my
nigga,
bad.
hey,
Okay,
I'm
bro.
but,
not
hold up
taking
a
it back. I'm
second.
taking it
Hold up.
back and
hey,
saying he
but I
didn't
got a
You
cheat. I'm not
question
realize?
saying,
for you,
oh, he
but,
cheated, bro. He cheated.
You
How?
do
hey,
realize
Where?
there's
Fuck
evidence
evidence.
that fucking vampires exist, right?
Yeah.
Facts.
I don't. We don't. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't
See,
know if vampires
see
exist.
how
I don't know
easy
if
that
vampires
is.
exist. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you
That's
this.
Conor
Okay,
Where's
if
the
Benn.
you don't know
proof?
that, if you don't know, let me ask you. What happens if a vampire hits sunlight?
He
Turn to
dies.
dust, innit?
He dies.
Yeah, they burst into
Yeah.
flame, right? Like, what is it? What is a
Yeah.
vampire
Have
eat
you
for
seen one? Have you
food?
seen one smoke? Have you seen one? Have you seen a
I
vampire?
got you.
I've seen one.
Listen, I haven't seen eggs
I've
give
seen one.
somebody a fucking
Do you
failed
believe in
drug
aliens?
test.
Do you believe in aliens? Do you believe in aliens?
Of course, we have seen a
No,
vampire get caught daywalking.
we're talking about the
Yeah, come on, man.
no.
You can't come on.
Listen,
That's
If you
what
think
Conor
we're
Benn
the
is. He's
only,
a
if you think
daywalker.
we're the
we're
only
not
human
talking
being
about if
sources,
belief
the
and
only
shit. We're
human being
talking
sources in
about
this world that
evidence
get
and
drunk.
stuff.
Conor Ben didn't
Like
fail
I'm
no
telling you,
fucking
bro.
test.
Okay.
It's over than that. That's it.
All
Just
I'm
take it
saying
as
is
it. Just take it.
there's
Just take it. I know it's
evidence
hard to believe. I know
that
it burns your
Santa Claus.
chest.
No,
I know it
no,
burns your
it's not
chest,
just
but it's
hard to
alright.
believe.
It is
It's
hard
not
to
just hard
believe.
to
It
believe.
burns your chest, but
It's
it's
not
alright,
just
man.
hard to believe.
Just
Like
take your words back, man.
nobody
Just
in
listen.
all
Just
the
take your
egg
words back.
eating world
Apologize,
has
and we're
ever
good.
caught.
Coming over
Nobody's
there to
ever
knock out
caught
your boy
30
Boots.
because
But
all
Talk
these
about
eggs.
new
Cassie,
status. New
Cassie,
status. Conor
Mark is
Ben,
having
yeah,
20
he's
omelets
really
today.
overrated.
Omelet
Cassie,
defense.
Mark,
didn't I
Come
tell
on.
Mark
you?
is having 20
I
omelets
talked to
today.
you
Omelet
about
defense is
I'm
not
always
it,
listening.
bro.
4 months ago
oh,
when the
Boogie,
fight was
bro.
about to happen. I told you Conor Benn was growing in a exponentially fast, rapid pace, and you agree with me. But we didn't know. Method did though. He always used to reiterate after I say something. Man, that motherfucker's on steroids. And we didn't say anything to Method. We just let it go. But then
Yeah.
a few weeks later, it come out, and that shit really true. And he was the only motherfucker. I gave him the benefit of a doubt. I said he was smart. He wasn't smart, bro. He was just fucking juicing.
See, that's
So,
what I'm
Butch,
saying.
how
You
did he
want to
keep
say
getting
he
bigger
was
and
I'd like to
stronger?
juicing.
know
Listen,
where can we
you want
get
to
the same eggs?
say he was juicing, but why? You know,
Bigger
the
and
smoke must have
stronger.
come his father. Oh yeah, no,
Nah,
WBC
Well,
put him
that's who
back in the
busted
I
rankings.
him.
thought,
Hold
I
up
What
a
you
thought he
talking
well,
said
about?
he
second.
he
He
got
went
could
to
have been
bigger
fight
back
at
in
a
the
eggs
league.
out of
catchweight,
What you
what?
Cass.
talking about?
His
This
last
guy,
fight, he
all
had
right.
to fight at a
He
catchweight.
coming to
Why
take
did
Hold
he
over.
up,
not
hold up.
fight?
Let Cass
He coming
go.
to
Let
take over,
Cass
nigga.
go to get it all off his chest.
One at a time,
His,
yo.
his
Take
mic's
over.
not that strong.
Go ahead, Cass.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
cry, Cass.
No, it's a myth.
He said it's a
Hold on.
myth.
No,
The
no,
myth
no.
of
Hold on. No,
eggs.
no. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
The
Hold on.
omelet
Hold on. Hold
defense.
on. No, no.
What?
Sunny
The
side up.
deviled egg.
He takes on his time.
How many eggs is he eating? Like, I just want to know, did he have every egg fucking recipe on earth? Like, what in the fuck? How many eggs does it take
Nothing but eggs.
before you
Omelette.
to make you pop
They
30?
say
What the
they
fuck?
say he laid the egg himself. They say he laid
30
the egg
omelets
himself.
a day.
He's fertile.
Butch, was there 30
He's
omelets a day?
fertile.
Nice,
The
egg,
Eggman.
chicken. Yeah, you got
Butch,
that.
you on
Humpty
mute,
Dumpty.
nigga?
Bro, there's a
Hump-
hashtag called Egggate. Egggate.
So when Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall,
I'm trying
he
to
was
tell
able to
you,
replace
this
it really
egg.
well for you, huh? Cass.
Listen,
Y'all better leave that
No,
nigga
Humpty
Conor
Dumpty.
Ben alone.
listen. When this news first dropped about the eggs, I spoke over Bush, and Threes was there. He was like, "I'm trying to not get the information out." I got to tell you, while Threes was right and he was wrong. He was right to stop
I
me
was
to yell at
instigating
me for
like a
interrupting.
motherfucker.
Yeah. Anyway, but you were right to tell me that I should be quiet and let him read it because we almost were deprived of the egg defense that night. But we got it
Butcher,
that
you having
night.
an omelette?
That shit was.
Butcher, you
But
having an
this is
omelette
the
for
gift
breakfast?
that
Bro,
keeps on
I'm
giving.
dying to let him
You talk
explain
about the
this shit.
goose that laid the
I
golden
mean,
egg, right?
in the in the defense of the fog breather, if you got enough chemicals in any kind of product, if you consume enough of it, you can test for it, bro. Like you can die from
Yeah,
just
no. Here's the thing, and that would be
But that's a lot, though,
right.
Fano.
So, right.
That's
So
a
for
lot.
UK,
So that means you did it.
So here's the
yeah,
thing.
and
For
if you're
UK,
trying to build
right,
muscle and you're eating a lot of protein, which eggs contain, and you
no.
consume them every fucking day, trace amounts can show up in your system. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, cool.
So he
So
got
now
fertile.
pull up that is true for anyone else in the UK.
Yeah, because if that was the
I'm
case,
just
then
saying, bro, it's a
I know
possibility.
you're just saying, but you're just saying a bunch of stuff that makes me okay. So here's the thing: what you're saying sounds completely ridiculous to me, like the entire defense, right? So now, if you can build this bridge from this ridiculous stance that you have to like rational fucking
You're
thought,
just
then
gonna cut me
sure,
off, so I
I'm
don't
all
know.
ears for this fucking bridge. Let's hear it.
oh,
Yeah, I
that's
just
just
So I
like
could
eating a
explain,
burger
but
that
you
got
just gonna
poppy
cut me
seeds
off.
on it.
So what the fuck?
Wait, Phantom. That's just like eating a burger that got poppy seeds on it, and then you test dirty and say I ate a burger.
Yes,
Like
you
we
know how
don't
many
know that.
poppy seeds you'd have to
Like we don't
consume.
know that fucking food is full of chemicals nowadays. Like what the fuck?
Yes, we do know that food is full of chemicals. It doesn't mean that people are popping dirty. Like
So does
what I don't
vodka too.
understand is like, but how come the chemical supply is making people less healthy, not like better athletes? It's just all of
Right.
this fucking
Hey,
tainted food. Like, why
all
are
I
we
know is
Superman out here?
I ain't heard
Great
shit
point.
worse than motherfucking boar testicles ever, nigga.
Or
But these
I'm trying to
niggas,
tell you.
cholesterol.
I'm
niggas,
trying to
hold
get
on, hold
like
on.
I eat a whole
Niggas
lot
can
of
eat
food. I
boar
feel like I
testicles.
should be
Niggas
able
can
to
eat
fly
boar
at this
testicles.
point. I eat
Niggas
eggs
get
like
all the
fucking
praise.
nobody's business. Like, what's going on?
I eat
I'm just
6
saying,
eggs.
just keep that same energy for everybody. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
This
Keep the
was
same energy for them
look,
niggas that ate boar testicles. Nigga.
Yeah, the
listen, when
boar
Canelo had the
testicle
fucking
thing was
mural,
that's pretty
at least
ridiculous.
that was
Meat, boar testicles, and now egg. But eggs, I gotta tell you, the eggs takes the cake.
Well, it was all in the same direction, everybody. They said initially that he was taking a growth hormone that was designed for women. So he was supposed to get these eggs. That means that the eggs that he then carried led him to get this superhuman strength to be bigger than life and start looking ripped like he never looked
look,
before. But now he's not on it. He don't look the same though. Can we all agree about that? Why he don't look the same?
But in
Because he's
Canelo's
on
defense, right?
Yeah,
steroids.
I ain't even seen nothing new.
See, when Canelo tested for Clem, right?
On them raw.
At least there was history. No, at least there was a
Okay.
history in Mexico of fighters testing dirty for that particular substance, right? In Latin America, the Mexican soccer team and several champions in
I
Mexico
want to hear that shit,
tested
man.
for that
I want
same
to hear
drug.
that. Conor
Okay.
Ben gonna fuck everyone up, fam. You want
But
to hear
with
your
Conor Ben,
bullshit.
All
bro,
right.
who in the
Gonna
UK?
fuck
So
everyone.
wait a
He's
minute. Hold up a
terrifying
second.
power. I had a phone call. Terrifying power. Terrifying
Yes,
athleticism. Terrifying angles. Under
Eggman,
fucking punches.
egg, the power of the egg.
He's got dog.
All right,
Oh yeah, he got dog. He got
wasn't that
under
Sonic?
Can
Wasn't
you
cannons.
that
just admit
Sonic's
you're a
big
Under
ball
cannons.
fanboy
He
back
got the
then?
dog.
Conor Ben?
I'm
Hey,
convinced
Butch, can
Rashid
you just
Ellis would
admit?
beat Conor
Talking
Ben
about
Hey,
ass
Rashidi
without
Ellis will knock
steroids.
out.
hey,
Would have knocked out
hey,
Rashidi Ellis.
Butch,
Would
can
have
you
knocked
just
him out.
admit
Rashidi
Okay.
that
Ellis.
you're a fanboy
Hold up
and
a
that's
second.
all it
Hold
Would
up
is?
a
have
second.
knocked out Rashidi Ellis. Knocked
Okay,
him out.
hold up a second. Was Conor Ben afraid of losing to Chris Eubanks, so he
No,
needed
no,
more
he
eggs?
wasn't.
So which came first?
No, he
Was the
wasn't.
chicken or the
No, he
egg?
wasn't.
That's
No,
what
he
I'm trying
wasn't.
to figure out.
No,
Which
no, he
one
wasn't.
came
Oh
first?
shit,
No, he wasn't.
the chicken or
No, he
the
wasn't.
egg.
Chris
That
Eubank.
was
Chris
a low
Eubank was
blow.
tampering.
That was
Chris
a
Eubank
low
was
one.
tampering. There's conspiracies about Chris Eubank tampering with some shit, man. You know they got the power over there, man.
Come on, that's Chris Eubanks'
What
fault.
do you mean? Come on,
What
fuck
came
that.
first, the
What do
chicken
you
or
mean?
the egg? God damn. That was hilarious.
Fuck that. I want to hear that shit, man. Just fucking.
I know because it's all the truth,
Just take
Cass.
it and accept it. Just take it and accept
No,
it.
you gotta take it and accept it.
Conor Ben's coming to take over the welterweight division, man. We've had
Bro,
enough.
Method just asked you, why are you a fanboy for fuckery? Like, if he did something fuck boy shit, like you on his side, bro. You can't
So
do
hold on.
that,
So
man.
hold on. Okay. Let me speak to you like a man.
You a boxing fan, right? You
Yeah,
a
so let
real
me speak.
boxing fan. All right,
So let
well,
me
get
speak
in
to you.
line. You
So
know
let me
what
speak
it
to you.
is, Cass.
So
Do
let me
not
speak to
do
you like a
this,
man.
man.
So hold on, Ill State. So
All
let
right,
me
well,
speak
you
to you like
about
a
to
man.
make me do this shit. All right,
So let me speak to
come
you
on,
like a
man.
man.
Because you know there's some fuck boy
You
shit that
saying, but
he's doing.
you saying
I
Method
don't know
saying,
why Butch don't understand. Ain't nobody gonna fight that
don't
nigga.
be a fanboy of fuckery, bro.
Hey,
There's
Butch, who gonna
evidence.
fight him, Butch?
There's
Hey, Butch.
evidence
Hey,
saying
Butch.
that he fucking didn't do it.
Hey,
So what do
Butch,
you want me
hold
to
on,
say?
Butch.
That they're
Cause you
lying?
just
I don't
rambling,
have any
man.
evidence.
I'm
just going
gonna
by
bring
what
some
I'm reading.
reality to you, Butch. Hey,
You
Butch,
can
who
say,
gonna fight him?
you hold on,
Hey,
Method, fam.
Butch,
You're gonna say what you want to
who's
say.
gonna fight him, Butch? Just
Great
let us know.
question.
Who gonna fight him?
Manny
Chris
Pacquiao. How
Great
about
Eubanks?
that?
question.
The guy that Errol Spencer's gonna fight. Manny Pacquiao.
You think Manny
How about that?
Pacquiao at the age
Yeah.
of
Manny
40
Pacquiao's
something,
talking
right,
about fighting him.
is
How
gonna
about that?
come out of retirement to fight a
Yes.
nigga on
Yes.
egg shake form
What's
steroids?
egg shake? He's not on no egg shake, nothing.
Well,
What
if
is
that's
wrong
the
with you?
case,
He's
they
been on
both be
egg
on
shake form.
steroids, so it's a fair
What are you
fight.
talking
You know what said
agree with you,
Pacquiao
fam.
I
superior.
told you, I
Both
told
of
you,
y'all
I
got
told you,
good.
I
No
told you, I
doubt.
got onto him for beating. Listen, I told you, I got onto him for beating. I got onto him for allegedly cheating. I got onto his helmet. I didn't didn't defend him. I didn't
Can
do
you
that
answer
shit.
this
But then
question,
it came
Cass?
back.
Why
But
do
then it came
Conor
back
Ben
saying.
call out
It
people
came
that
back saying
shouldn't
he
even be
conceded.
boxing
So
right
then I
now?
have to take it back and say I apologize.
That's
My
all
bad.
niggas
Why
is
do
saying.
Conor
Why
Ben
he
call
not?
out people
Stop
that
hating.
shouldn't even be
Stop
boxing?
hating.
He didn't even really want to talk to Earl because he know Earl slapped the shit out of him.
Oh
I
yeah,
was hoping
He
yeah.
Earl
don't
would say,
want
I
to talk to
slapped
Yeah,
no
him. You
yeah.
don't
real
even get a
boxers. He
minute.
want
I
to
More
slapped the
bring
shit out of him.
motherfuckers
Make
back
more
from the
excuses,
dead.
Spence.
He want to
Yeah,
catch them and catch weights and
Spence.
shit.
Make
This
more
man is not
excuses, Spence.
focused
That's
on
all you
boxing.
Americans do.
He
He
is
Make
didn't
all
even
about
excuses
really
for
want
boxing,
to
man.
yourself.
talk
Get
to
out of
Yeah,
here,
Earl.
man.
that's what
Earl,
you do.
Get out of
That's
here.
what you lot do. Make excuses for your fighters, man. That's what you do.
Cass, you
That's
need
what
to
you do.
stop that bullshit. That man has never called out a real fucking fighter in his weight class. He
Yes,
does.
he
He's
has.
ducking
Yes, he
black
has.
cops, bro.
He called out Boots and that. Virgil Ortiz. What are you
Man,
talking
he
about? He
called
said
out
after the
no
Christian fight,
fucking
he
body.
wants Boots
He
and that. What
just
are you talking
saying
about, Ill
names,
States?
clout
I'll
chasing
play the
like
receipts
Ryan
right now.
Garcia. He
I'll
on
play
the
the
same
receipts right now.
goddamn
What bullshit
shit.
is that?
Get the fuck out of here. When is his fight coming up then, Cass?
This
And who
year.
it
he
took
fight?
him
This
months
year,
to find
nigga.
her.
This year.
Man,
This
who
year.
he
This year.
fight?
Conor Bell,
It's
This
some
year.
Conor Ben is what
This
it
motherfucker.
year.
really
Fuck
He
is
want
that
to
dying,
shit.
fight
bro.
old
This year.
people. He want to do all of this bullshit. He want to have
Conor
a
Ben is fucking
celebration
who the
party
dying
for a
on
fight.
custody.
He don't want to
Out of
fight
all the
nobody,
fighters
bro.
custody.
Yes, he does, bro. Yes, he
Rashidi
does.
Ellis to beat his ass right now.
Rashidi
No
Ellis, he got knocked out
steroids.
by
No
Vilia. Vilia
steroids.
ain't shit.
Yeah,
Vilia got
yeah.
no
That nigga
skills.
ain't
Hey,
shit.
but
He
I
ain't
you
shit.
still,
always
What
hey,
are
told
you
you
but,
he was
talking about?
hey,
He got
but,
overrated.
knocked out by
hey,
Vilia.
but,
Conor Ben
hey,
don't get
hey,
tired,
hey,
nigga.
but,
This
Conor
ain't
Ben don't
talking
get
to
hey,
you,
tired, nigga.
Cass. This
hey,
ain't
Bro,
Conor Ben
talking
hey,
don't
to
but,
get
you,
everybody
tired.
Cass.
gets
This
This
hey,
is
but
tired.
you
talking
Calm
getting
to
to
down,
arguing
bro.
for
the
Conor Ben. I thought
motherfuckers
y'all
that
was talking
just
about
like
Vilia
Bud.
ain't no
Jay.
lateral movement. He ain't shit. He got
Hey,
knocked out
hey,
by
hey,
Vilia.
but
Vilia ain't
we,
shit.
we
He
was
is
I
not
was
just
arguing
like
for
Vilia
no
them
P.
nigga like
people.
Conor
Vilia
Ben.
P.
That's a
Talking about
drug
Rashidi
cheat.
Ellis. Rashidi Ellis ain't
Both of
shit.
Yeah,
them
if
He
he,
got
if
knocked
he
out
motherfuckers
by
wasn't,
drug
Vilia.
if he
cheats.
wasn't
He ain't got no
capping
power.
for
Talking
him,
about
he would
we
whoop
all
Conor
good.
Ben's
He capping
ass,
for him.
bro.
What you
Come
talking about,
on,
man?
Butch.
Nah,
You look
His
crazy,
daddy
but
told him to
you
wait.
look crazy,
His
Bro,
man.
daddy
you
You
told him to
Americans are
like
wait.
lazy because you lot hate the
let
English
the man
fighters.
come back with
Your
no
old
eggs in his
American fighters
system and
fucking
fight
cheat and
somebody
fail drug
without
tests.
the
You lot
shit in the
chat
system.
shit.
Them niggas would be like, all right, Conor Ben, you really with the shits, but right now he looking like a bitch out here.
All right, then, man.
Exactly.
One minute you taking your
Yeah.
girl pills,
Yeah,
next minute you ate
Tank looking like a bitch, man.
a
Time to sign. Hold
billion
on, time
dozen
to sign
Pregnancy
that. Time to
eggs.
pills.
sign
And
got
come
see
on,
contract.
bro.
Grown ass
Tank looking
man.
like
gotta,
a bitch.
yeah,
You
you a
all
Tank
grown
looking
ass
like a
feminine
man
bitch.
now,
running
nigga.
around lying
Tank
You
with a
talk
looking.
bitch.
about
Man, come
eggs
on,
and
To
bro.
sign
girl
that
Get
Ryan
pills
yourself
and
Garcia
together.
shit like
contract.
that.
Time to
You
sign that
all
Ryan Garcia
feminine.
contract, man. Tank looking like a bitch. Time to sign that
Well,
contract.
a lot
Hey,
of
That's why
hey,
that
extras
hey,
nigga
do
ain't
it.
always
nothing
A
you
lot
can
of
popping
call
off
them
extras
on
do
bitches,
it.
people.
bro.
They
That
just
You
say
nigga
that
got all
ain't.
that
You
estrogen,
Americans are
can't
estrogen
fucking
in
fight
him.
facts.
now.
All
A
right,
lot of
You
hormones.
reach
A
for
lot of that
somebody else
shit, bro.
Americans just
to,
lie.
to,
Everything
to
Them
just
attack
facts.
motherfuckers
instead
walking
of
around here
taking
like
on
a
your
full
shit.
Nigga
blown
ain't
woman.
selling
There's
some
a fight.
clucking
Mark
chickens
and
right
Mark
now,
away.
one at a
Where's Errol
time.
Spence and Keith Thurman? When's that announcement? When's that? You lot just announcing facts and never gonna fucking happen. This is what you Americans fucking do.
Ain't
All your
nobody gonna
bullshit.
fight no nigga
All your
eating up all them
bullshit.
eggs,
None of your
man.
fighters
You
are
do know
fighting.
that you do know that
None of your
Eubank
fighters are
and
fighting.
Conor Ben didn't get caught.
Conor
That
Ben
Your
ain't
was
fought
that
fighters are
announced that
fighting,
fight
nobody.
didn't
brother.
even happen, right?
None of
Conor
your
Ben
fighters
don't
are
fight
fighting.
nobody.
Fuck out of here.
Conor
None of
Ben
your
don't
fighters are
fight
fighting.
nobody. All he
How
do
You
many
is
do
times you
know
fight
that
for?
he
Fury and
What one?
running
AJ they
between
What
announced that
time?
shit
they
the
were
How
niggas
many
gonna
that
fights?
he shouldn't be
What
fighting.
have
fights is it?
undisputed. That fight
Fuck
didn't
out of
happen,
that
right?
shit, man.
Oh
Listen,
God, man, it's too crazy.
Your guy Conor Ben, his whole life is built off of fighting Eubank.
right? Now ain't talking about fighting Manny Pacquiao. Everybody he mentioning don't make no fucking sense.
He wanted to
So what
fight
he gonna say?
American.
I want to fight Amir Khan.
Yeah, the only
They're
reason
going
why
to
we
drag
know Chop
They're going to
Floyd
drag Kell Brook out of his coke binge to fight Kell Brook.
Oh, he right prime on that shit.
Like, let's be
You
serious,
already
bro.
know, bro.
Let's be serious. And you
He
defended this
never
nigga.
went
No,
in that direction, bro.
get your steroid needle popping ass, all that shit, and go really fight. The same way niggas had that flame for Big Baby Miller. You get the same shit. Niggas ain't protecting. You go get your ass in there with one of them hitters. You ain't get that shit out your system and go fight. What you really about? Nigga, you ain't no protecting no niggas. You protecting the nigga for real, for real.
Hey,
You get Manny Pacquiao. You get out playing Manny Pacquiao.
The bad part
Nigga,
about all of this, Cass.
They can't even detect the shit he taking because he taking all them eggs and fertility pills. So you know he don't have the shit. That nigga neck big as shit. He frail as shit about a week ago. Now he big as shit. Come on, bro. And you over here
The bad part about all of this shit is that when another nigga do it, he gonna be going against that motherfucker and not remind himself about what Conor Benn did. That's how
like
boxing treat niggas.
You look like a hoe.
Boxing come back around for motherfuckers. You be fanboying for a motherfucker, hoeing up for this nigga, and he know he on some bullshit. Then when
the
another
nigga gotta
fighter
work,
come
man.
up,
He gotta put that work in like everybody else got put in, nigga.
He ain't want
Get out
that
that shit and fight.
direction, man. He on a celebration boxing spree. He want to fight old boxers that's bound to retire or that got their glory. He want to get their glory.
I got a question.
Man, no, man, ain't nobody
I
on
got a
that, bro.
question
You
for
gotta
you.
fight somebody, bro.
Do you think Conor Benn could beat Regis Progress?
Nope.
No.
Wait, he beat Pacquiao.
Of course not.
Conor Benn's not a pure boxer.
What? Listen. He come up off that shit.
If he got that shit in his system, yeah. I
he gonna keep eating punches all night. That's all I'm saying. But come up off that shit, he really gonna go to sleep.
Well, he ain't got that much confidence on that shit because he ain't call out Bud, and he ain't call out or EJ. He ain't call out Boots. He ain't call out Virgil. He ain't got enough in that motherfucker evidently, so he ain't got that much confidence in that shit.
I remember he said them dudes' names was. I think he said
them. Said they names, but shit, when you send a Eddie Hearn ain't trying to do shit with that boy. He trying to move him on a Star Spangled Banner.
He gonna have him. That nigga, he gonna have him on some co-main events, trying to hide him.
And we should
gonna put him in a big fight.
That's Marky Dan?
Yeah.
Oh, you already know, bro. You already know what he about to do. That's what they love to do. They love to try to showcase fights to make them bigger than what they are. But in America, them fucking fights are not worth anything to us. We don't give a fuck about them fights. They past due, never should have happened. When they did happen in the 90s, all right, well, his Chris Eubank daddy was getting in his daddy ass. See how that worked?
Exactly.
I think this stuff, bro. I feel like Conor Benn, look at what he's doing. He's calling Manny Pacquiao, a dude that's damn near 50, that's literally a grandfather, who hasn't fought in, 4 years, and is really a blown-up lightweight. So he'd probably fucking kill Manny Pacquiao, especially with the drugs Conor Benn's on. And I think Eddie Hearn's trying to make that fight in Dubai. So apparently Abu Dhabi's putting up a lot of money, the Arabs over there. And the zone was really interested in Conor Benn versus Manny Pacquiao. So I think the fight might get made.
If he go in there and he hurt Manny Pacquiao bad, that might be it for Conor Benn. People will be on his ass from that day to the end of his fucking career if he go in there and he hurt Manny Pacquiao bad.
But the result of that cheating shit is Gerald McCullum. Like, how in the fuck do you sit here and say that I honestly would trust a Conor Benn when the results of that type of shit is all of that fuckery that happened in that fight, and they still let it keep going? Like, man, I'm not trying to hear shit with Conor Benn. Fuck him.
No, I want to see him get knocked out, right? So I want to see him fight so Butch can shed tears. Like, he'd be on the panel crying when he get knocked the fuck out, right? But I mean, like I said, I'm all about second chances. But right now, Cat before a nigga that's talking about he ate up all these eggs and that's why that's some whole shit, right?
It's
what he got to do is goddamn fight, pass a real drug test. Don't come out there looking like you on steroids and try and tell me you're not. You see what I'm saying? I done already seen how you look on steroids. You know what I mean? Yeah, but look at Cal Brook he on coke. He gonna have he on coke. We know he on the coke. And we don't been on steroids. It's two junkies. I don't want to see two junkies fighting.
Yeah. Well, that's the UK for you junkies and steroid users, bro. You ball breathing motherfuckers.
Go fight somebody for real, motherfucker. All that shit. You beat that motherfucker. Then not you'll see me. Hey, Conor Benn, he might got something going. You know what I mean? But right now, there's no way I'm gonna talk about Conor Benn when Virgil Ortiz doing his thing. He got a fight coming. Boots doing his thing. Like, fuck Conor Benn, bro. Like, no, you got show something.
Exactly, bro. Fuck that nigga, man. I ain't trying to hear that shit. I gave that bitch ass nigga the benefit of a doubt because this motherfucker was a smart motherfucker. If he work on his craft and be a boxer, bro.
Absolute hate. That's what it is.
No, that's not hate. Cash, I talked to you. Me and you talked about Conor Benn, bro. You know what it is. I told you he had an intelligence level that's high. Just work on your fucking craft, bro. You ain't gotta be on Boost level. You ain't gotta be on Virgil Ortiz level.
Hold on, but Butch.
So he started taking
Butch, you know that hold on, but Butch, we don't be on Canelo's ass. We don't be on Canelo's ass for popping. How you gonna now say it's hate?
No fucking drugs. So stop with that.
Come on, man. I get on everybody else that did that shit.
Exactly.
You know, man. Come on, man. Nah.
Oh no, he didn't.
It's none of, bro. I didn't fault, bro. I'm telling you, I'd be on people last because I know what it is. Ain't nobody trying to come in and fight somebody that know they can't beat you and just do everything in the world to try to beat you.
Though. Conor Benn will beat the fuck out of Cal Brook or Manny Pacquiao. So those are the fights he wants, and he'll win them. So you know.
That's
but
some
they
whole
gotta
shit.
be dumb enough to, like Matt said.
If I ever seen a whole ass nigga, that's one, bro. Like you stop telling me you this, that, and the third when you
Facts,
only.
bro.
I mean, that's some whole shit.
Facts, bro.
And that's
These
why
niggas ain't tough,
niggas ain't
man.
gonna
What the
respect
fuck
it.
is
Niggas
wrong
like
with
nigga,
y'all?
you's a hoe. You not really what you live like. That's a bully. You see what I'm saying? You and you really a bitch for real. For real, we're gonna be 100. Like you gotta take all
Exactly.
that.
That ain't no
You
bully,
don't
bro.
really
That's
want
a
to
bitch,
yourself.
man. But
You're
a
not in a
bully.
sport. You're not really in a sport to beat a nigga that's bad. You see what I'm saying?
EJ
You
a
in a
bully.
sport to pretend to be a bad nigga. Nigga, you's a hoe. You a hoe. You ain't gonna get no front over this motherfucker in the state shit. Them niggas over like Butch over there, they love that whole ass nigga shit thing. That nigga big and bad nigga's a bitch. For real.
Yep.
Cause he ain't gonna touch himself. When he really get in there, nigga gonna quit. I promise he gonna quit. If he don't get knocked out, he gonna quit. Nigga gonna beat the fuck out of him. Trying to tell you, not like that. That's why
I ain't
niggas
never
be
seen
talking about
nothing in
some of
him.
these boxers. Like that nigga's a hoe, flat out hoe.
I
That's
always
not
said
no
he was
real. That's not
overrated.
no boxer.
I
No,
always
like
said
nigga,
that.
come on, soft shit. That's soft nigga shit.
Yep.
Yeah, but if you find Carl Brook and Manny Pacquiao, you're looking at probably what, $15 million in paydays. So he's kind of
50
looking for
million, you said?
no,
15.
15.
Oh,
Yeah,
15. Yeah. I think that he could get that much, yeah.
yeah, maybe
Man,
more.
don't pay
It'll be
him
a big
shit,
fight because they gonna
man.
go overseas and do
Take
it.
all that nigga money.
Man, that's the business,
and
though.
give it to
I don't like it, but
addiction
it is what it
recovery.
is.
What
Fucking
Phantom at?
junkie.
What Phantom at? Phantom, what you
Get that
say
needle
about
out of
that
his
fight?
You get paid a
Manny
lot of money to
Pacquiao
fight
versus
old niggas.
versus
What?
Conor Benn. Phantom, what you say about that fight? Manny Pacquiao versus Conor Benn? It'd be
Oh
even
yes,
Steven, wouldn't it?
yes. 2 steroid users, so it's a fair fight.
Exactly.
You
Even
can't
Steven.
put that. You can't put
Facts,
that
bro.
on Manny Jacket,
My
man.
man. Thank you.
You can't put that on Manny Jacket, man. Manny ain't
Yeah,
popping
he
no
ain't never.
eggs. He ain't
Yeah, he
popping
ain't
no
never been.
fertility
Yeah, he ain't
pills.
never. But we
He
know
ain't
that.
never.
Hey,
He ain't never popped. Niggas
Exactly.
talking
wait,
that
hold
shit.
up,
He
hold up,
talking
hold up,
that.
hold up, man. I asked Nonito down there, his fellow countryman, how you think Manny Pacquiao got through all them divisions? Nigga said no comment.
Exactly. Oh yeah, he was on that
Well,
jacket. I put that
I
jacket
mean,
on.
that's a no. That's still that's that
That's
nigga
opinion.
opinion. That's not a
Man,
fact,
that
bro. That's
nigga head and
speculation.
calf muscles grew. That nigga head and calf muscles grew
I'm talking
more
about
than
needles, cream,
man.
everything.
The fight got
Yeah, but
delayed because of him.
I ain't
He didn't
going
even
on.
want to make
I
that fight
can't go
with
off.
Floyd.
I can't go off speculation. I gotta go off with the facts. The
Well, you
facts is
can
Carter
go off
been
whatever
popped for
you
that
want
shit.
to. Listen,
Okay,
nobody's
the
trying to
fact is
convince you
Manny
or anything. You
Pacquiao
don't just.
didn't. Okay,
You
I
don't
agree
have.
with you.
You can live in delusion. You usually do, right? You know.
No,
But
y'all
Phantom, what you
living in
say?
delusion.
It'll be even Steven though, right?
I can't slander that man's name when it's no fact
Well,
to be
yeah,
proven.
it's not
That's
still
like
here.
niggas saying, well, Floyd
What
was
the
on
number
some
one
shit and
defense
ain't nothing ever
against
popped.
slander
So no,
is?
I
It's
don't take
truth.
that lane from
Truth.
nobody.
Well, it's the same when
Hypothetically, we
people say
know what's
Floyd was
going
shooting
on.
up IVs. No, it's when people say Floyd was shooting up IVs to wash your system out and then
Yeah,
break
I
up all the
remember that
bones.
too.
So
James,
I
Tony.
don't live in hypotheticals and niggas be hating. That's all. Niggas do be hating.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
I
you
mean,
do.
so
You don't live in a
Hey,
hypothetical.
Methodist,
Stop.
stop
that
Stop
nigga
hating.
hogging the
Manny
mic with
Just,
that
Pacquiao
just,
got
nonsense.
up
just
You
stop
don't
the
live in a
hating.
hypothetical.
Stop the hating, bro.
That nigga Carter Benny on that shit though. Eating all
No,
them
but
damn niggas.
Cass, let me talk to
That's
you,
an
bro.
unfailed chest. But listen,
Cass,
man, I'm still trying to figure out what exactly is going on with the egg supply in the UK. That people
Nothing.
think that's a plausible fucking
Cassidy, I'm
excuse.
about to break your heart.
did it go
Like,
up to
get this fuck.
$8? Did the eggs turn into $8 now in the
I want
UK?
to tell you, is the eggs making fucking human beings have more babies? Like, what the fuck is going on with the egg supply?
I mean, that's just basic farming, bro. You give them fertility drugs to
That's
increase
banned
egg
in the
yield,
UK.
bro. Like, I know
Smoke, the
farmers,
drug
bro.
that he's
Like,
talking about is banned in the UK for chickens.
Fan
So
those farmers, y'all.
here's a problem though. This is the problem. So he's saying they got it off eggs, right? They put it in the chickens. That's a lie. That drug's been banned in the UK since the 80s. So farmers
I know the
haven't-
UK got clean food, the best food you can get.
Yeah, egg,
Trust me, we are poison over here. I know the difference. I've been to the UK. I know what it is.
Don't let this distract y'all from knowing that fathom those farmers, y'all. Fathom those
Oh no,
farmers.
but that's just to say what Jimmy's saying is the
I know a
piggyback on
lot
the
of
situation that UK is not fucking around. That man is lying.
Yeah, he's lying, bro.
Hey,
So he's saying
that
that
nigga
apparently
Fathom
he
say he
got
know
the
the
eggs.
farmer.
But the farmers haven't used those drugs in chickens since I think the fucking 70s, bro. So I don't know why Conor Ben is saying that.
Yeah, I already know.
Because he bullshitting.
There's the there's an originator. What's up, Blood? Boxing retro boxing documentaries.
Oh, salute.
Always welcome here.
Oh, OG.
Yes, sir.
Good, OG.
That's a legend right there.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Y'all done pissed blood boxing off, man. Y'all better leave blood alone.
Oh, blood, you know, we riding with him. We riding with him.
Well, I didn't welcome Method or Ill to the panel, and I apologize for that. But fucking Troy Graham's here, and this is a momentous occasion for me. Welcome back to the panel, Troy. And you know what? I missed the Winky Right thing. That was so fast, and I wanted to be there for it. I caught some of the playback, but damn, I'm still kicking myself. I missed the Winky Right show.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, wherever anybody is. And honestly, there's a thing called playback, Smoke.
I caught it. I caught that because once you left, I wasn't about to listen to you fucking number anyway. But I caught the playback. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, let me see if I can stay on topic. You were talking about Manny Pacquiao and the fact that he may or may not have juiced and all that.
Yeah, and we're not talking about carrots and asparagus or nothing. We're talking about
cool. You know what?
Banned substance.
I've heard this conversation throughout his career because it was started by one man, which was Floyd, right? So the point is,
no.
Yes.
It wasn't started by Floyd in my book. No, it was started when he was going through the ranks. Floyd put voice to something that a lot of everyone was thinking anyway.
Yeah, well, you know what?
At least I was talking. Well, I don't really talk boxing with one guy at that point, but my homie and I, that's what we thought. Because you don't go through those ranks that way, that quickly, and then you get knocked out when you're in the lower weight classes, and then all of a sudden you're waving in dudes like Margarito and that. The Joshua Clottey, it was the Joshua Clottey fight for me. But whatever.
But I would think that it was a trajectory. I would think that it was a trajectory to Floyd Mayweather. To piggyback off of what Troy Graham
Floyd put voice to it. Definitely Floyd put voice to it.
Well, it was a trajectory to him because he fought everybody Floyd fought.
It was funny though, but when Manny Pacquiao tried to sue him, Floyd
No, that's not true. He actually fought better competition than Floyd, but go ahead.
So when Floyd tried to sue when Manny sued Floyd, I tried to take him to court for defamation.
I don't think so.
Why did Floyd sell out?
He didn't beat better competition than Floyd though.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, that goes back to that Canelo, Castillo, Corrales thing, the triple C's. Yeah, them three guys with Pacquiao's ass.
Nah, come on, bro. Castillo's no better than Barrera.
Margarito was on.
Corrales is no better than Marco Antonio Barrera.
Margarito was on plaster.
At the time, them guys would have been.
Barrera was ranked number 2 pound for pound in the sport. Had just destroyed Prince Nassim, won the trilogy against Aaron Morales.
That's a different weight class. I'm talking about when all them niggas was undefeated at that time. They'd have beat Pacquiao.
No, but Corrales was a nobody though. He's a Hall of Fame.
That was his biggest fight to start off.
Nigga, Ryan Garcia would have gave Pacquiao problems, bro. At 1/3.
Bro, Marco Antonio Barrera was a massive favorite.
He was a plastic king. He was a plastic king. Oh, you talking about Barrera?
At that time, guys, and that heyday, Pacquiao wasn't a stain, bro. He was cool, but Pacquiao made his name a little bit there.
He's not staying now.
I think this about Conor Benn. He's a good
but let's look at
you can't prove.
Let's look at everybody Floyd fought versus Manny Pacquiao, and it was a class case, just like what Floyd did to Manny Pacquiao. It was the same thing because the ending result is Floyd beat Manny Pacquiao, right?
Manny beat the better competition,
but Floyd beat Manny,
and that means what?
They all go under his resume because why? Because he beat him. He beat the man. This is what we're talking about right now.
So which guy did Manny beat that was better than Canelo?
Also got his ass whooped in good competition.
Can I say something?
There you go. Who is better than Canelo than Manny Pacquiao?
So heading into the Floyd fight, right? It's like Smoke says. It's like Smoke says, right? Heading into the fight, you have to judge the fighter, not what he does afterwards. Heading into the Floyd fight, Canelo was weight drained, 22 years old, only fought one world-class fighter. I mean, I don't know.
Let me ask y'all this. Who's better than Manny Pacquiao than Floyd Mayweather beat?
And on the night, right? So on the night, Canelo Alvarez had already fought a Hall of Famer, already fought. Kermit Cintron was a hell of a fighter, and so was Alston Trout, and he was a unified champion.
he unified
Yeah, he
with Floyd
was.
though.
Yeah, he was.
No,
Nah, he right.
Let me
No,
say
he
this
wasn't
then,
unified
to the
with Floyd.
brother who said that Floyd beat Pacquiao and that all goes under Floyd. So I guess the same thing goes for Spinks. Since he beat Ali, right?
They kind of don't give him credit for that, but no, hell no, it don't go the same way.
How's that?
Yeah, but bro, it
It's the
doesn't
same
work
thing.
that way. It's never.
Spinks-
That's casual mentality.
That's far
It
from
never works
different,
that
bro.
way. Your
Spinks beat
legacy is your
Ali,
legacy.
and based on your logic, so now Spinks gets credit for Frazier, Foreman, and Ali's whole career, which is what you
that's
just said
casual
with
mentality.
Floyd and
That's not the same logic at all. You talking about
that means
y'all kind of getting
that's the difference, bro.
If we just taking by the guys and what they did, if we just gonna take by the guys and what they did and who they beat, Canelo would beat the shit out of Margarito, right? I mean, he fought Angulo, very similar styles. I mean, Canelo would have knocked his ass out. Yeah, man. We see Canelo right now is on a track to being an all-time great, one of the greatest Mexican boxers, Latino boxers at that, behind
right
Ryan
now,
and a few others, right? You see what I'm saying? So again, a lot of fighters, when we've been talking about, we talk about their ending their career and their trajectory, what they're doing. Canelo was just leading the way right now. Even back then, when you hear Oscar De La Hoya speak on him, Shane Mosley, Cotto, all them spoke on him, they was like, this nigga's nice. You see what I'm saying? Like, and Pacquiao fought some good guys. I mean, Margarito was cool, but I mean, he was all right. I mean, that's about it. It's Margarito. I mean,
And
Keith
this is my question to you, Tory Graham.
Bro,
Tory Graham, let me ask you this question:
Who did 10 years before Canelo did, right? So he destroyed Cotto 10 years before Canelo did. He destroyed Barrero, and Barrero was number 2 pound for pound. And Manny Pacquiao's legacy, 8 division world champion. I don't think it could ever be eclipsed. As far as Canelo, bro, Canelo is a guy heading into the Floyd fight that a lot of people thought was unproven. He was only 22 years old, and a lot of people thought Floyd did.
Can't say that. How many fights he have, Jimmy? How many fights he had under his belt versus Floyd Mayweather? You can't say that. Now, he's Javier Menguia. But let me go back to Tony. Let me. You said what, big bro?
But Canelo was the underdog, though, wasn't he? He was a favorite to beat Floyd.
Let me ask him this. Let me ask him this. Who did Floyd Mayweather beat that's better than Manny Pacquiao?
Canelo. I'll keep trying to tell you, Canelo was greater.
No, but let me ask you this next question. I got another question. Who did Manny Pacquiao beat that's better than Floyd Mayweather?
I have no idea. All I know is that the competition that they fought. Okay, listen.
See, that's to answer your question right there.
What do you mean you have no idea?
Manny Pacquiao beat 3 Hall of Famers back to back to back, and he stopped them all.
You gotta give me the credit of knowing this shit, bro. I'm asking you a question. You said no idea.
You
answered my question with the first one, and we don't have an idea for Manny Pacquiao. That's
No, what you're doing is you're talking
that's what we're debating. We're not debating who won the fight, though. Why you keep bringing that up? We're not debating who won the fight.
That's how we do that, though.
A better career.
What?
I don't know why you
can name a person for Floyd Mayweather, but you can't name a person for Manny Pacquiao.
Manny Pacquiao having to fight Marquez 4 times, getting knocked out, and Floyd not only just beating him with ease, but Marquez saying that
of course,
he was the best
came up
fighter he
from
ever
lightweight. He came up from lightweight. You seem to be leaving that out. He jumped over one. He came up from a lightweight. He fought a lightweight when he fought.
He fought at 147. It wasn't his first time fighting 147 either.
Yes, it was. That was his very first time fighting. When else did he fight? Yes, it was.
That was before he got with Memo Heredia.
His very first time, which is why they had the catch weight, smoke, and Floyd came in heavy and had to pay him.
You know what? You mean he came in off the couch heavy?
Yeah.
You mean he came in off the couch heavy?
He signed a contract for a catch weight. And
yeah, no, yeah. He also signed a contract after being inactive for how long?
He didn't live up a year or so. A year, smoke.
A year and what?
No, but Smoke, he's fighting a smaller man. You know how much time?
I know. Listen, I know what he did was he embarrassed the smaller man. He didn't just fight him. He's absolutely schooled him. That was not even competitive. Not 1 minute of that fight. Not even a full minute was it competitive.
Displayed the full counters.
I don't even know if you can put a full minute of the entire fight together for him to where it's competitive.
Okay, so Oscar De La Hoya
went to split decision with Floyd. Okay, so Oscar De La Hoya did a split decision with Floyd.
What did Manny do to Oscar? What did Manny? He beat him to a bloody pulp.
Y'all don't seem to get the Floyd's career.
Yeah, but what was the age bracket? And
career,
that's what I want to ask Troy Graham.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
There's a whole lot of smoke and mirrors.
Mr. Troy Graham.
No, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. That's a great. That is a great thing. He definitely did go. Life.
Miguel Cotto
I mean, it was
versus
a split decision, all that shit. That was a better win than Oscar. But you know what they didn't have to do? Fight 4 times.
Why not?
Facts. But no,
Why
wait,
not?
let me say this.
Because the first fight
Miguel
was a
Cotto
draw.
was better with Floyd than he was with Manny Pacquiao. Can we agree about that?
So Miguel Cotto coming off of 2 knockout losses.
But he was better against. But he was better against Canelo in the first 4 rounds than he was with Manny Pacquiao.
I mean, listen, I don't know
Can
what
we
you
say
mean.
that?
Listen, if you think that a guy coming up from microweight is all of a sudden is not on juice, goes through like 3 different weight classes in a year or 4 different weight classes, and then is waving in the likes of Margarito at 154 pounds. Like, you think that is like natural?
I'll tell you what
I just don't know what to tell you. We're like going down this rabbit hole that I don't really give a damn about like the greatness or the relative goodness of Floyd versus Manny Pacquiao. This shit is fucking old. This argument is like damn it 10 years old.
I got you, but let me give you a little facts about history that y'all think this. There was a guy by name of Hammerin Henry, right? He fought at 126 in featherweight. He was beating up guys at 135. He even fought a guy that was a middleweight. So you know, Pacquiao's not doing anything new.
Yeah,
all this stuff has been done already.
My guy Joe Gans, man.
All right?
My guy Barbados Joe.
Look at Roy Jones.
What Devin Haney is doing right now is correcting all the wrongs. He's saying that I beat the guy that beat the guy, and I'm gonna beat that guy, and I'm gonna go back and beat the guy that beat the guy
everything
that was the man. The same thing that Floyd Mayweather did.
On drugs has been done already, way before Pacquiao was even born. Way before Pacquiao was born, there were dudes, growing up in weight. What's the brother name? Langston or something like that.
Hold up a second. Going up in weight is not the issue.
What's the issue then? What's the issue?
That he went through going up in weight as rapidly as he did, which Homicide Hank, not Hammer and Hank, but Homicide Hank never did that.
That's okay, man.
But beyond that, it was that he was getting knocked out in those lower weight classes.
He got knocked out.
He beat the fuck up in those lower weight classes, and then became a bully. But like never, and this is as a grown man. Like, this is not like a guy that was young when he was in the lower, like as a child that he like grew into his body and all that stuff. No, he was already fucking grown.
He got knocked out when he was 17. Smoke. He got knocked out when he was 17, 18, and there's this thing that your body goes through, which is called puberty, right? And then you
it happened at 18
though, Tony.
Did you say puberty?
Okay.
You got
puberty. So wait, is this your latest thing? He's a late bloomer. So wait a minute, we got tainted food supply and like 18-year-old pubescence.
Okay, smoke.
Okay, go ahead.
At 16 or 17, because he was starving on the street, Smoke. And all these are facts.
Yeah, he was smoking in the streets. That's his growth.
And he got.
Was that before he got with Freddie Roach?
He got beat.
Yes, smoking in 5 packs a day as a 6-year-old.
So we making excuses now, right?
He didn't really have a trainer at the time.
So I do want to point out.
Basically.
I do want to point out.
I just want to point out the 17-year-old that got knocked down, and then he's trying to compare him to a grown man who got knocked out years later. Come on, man.
I'm gonna point out Mark Magsayo's physical structure. So Mark Magsayo, right? When you look at Mark Magsayo, right, you see like, well, he must be eating good. He ain't got like a good regimen of taking care of his body. Manny Pacquiao didn't have that. He kind of broke through for his modern day for the Filipino fighters. You kind of see that, like if Manny Pacquiao probably was having a healthy lifestyle growing up, he probably would have been what we see with Mark Magsayo. You see what I'm saying? Starting at a certain weight class, probably would have started around 126. You see what I'm saying? The nigga wasn't eating. He was starving. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's malnourished. Yeah, so that is a factor. So then when he probably did start getting that good money, I mean, it's not impossible. Anything's possible, right? But I ain't going to say it's on roids. Mark Magsayo not on roids. I mean, I think he's ready to knock Brandon Figueroa the fuck out. You see what I'm saying?
All I know is this, right? It's been 20 plus years, man, and they have they have people that are paid to catch you. In 20 plus years, he never got caught. 20 plus years, and then on top of that, the man who was trumpeting no, hold on, then. You had a man who was driving the fact that, well, he's on drugs. He he actually went to court with Pacquiao. He
No,
had
we
no
got
facts.
it. Everybody
He got
who's
no
dirty got
facts,
popped.
and he got shut the hell up.
Everybody, we got it, Troy. Everybody
How
who's
is it that
been
the driving force
juicing, they
behind
got caught
Pacquiao
for it.
getting?
Nobody's
No.
ever gotten away with it.
What I'm saying is this: if you the driving force behind this man is on drugs, this man is on drugs, then you go to court. Where's all your facts? Where's all your
I don't
proof?
see, that's the thing.
Thank
I don't
you
think he
very
was a
much.
driving force for it.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
No,
He's
I
the
don't
driving
know.
force
He's just the
behind it.
guy that said something about it.
He was the
You know
which
who
makes
else
him the
said something
driving
about it?
force. He was the
Paulie
driving
Malignaggi,
force
but
behind
nobody
it.
talks about it when Paulie talks about it. They only talk
Paulie
about when Floyd talks
Malignaggi
about it.
couldn't carry
Because you know
Floyd's
why?
job
Because
straight,
Floyd
right?
he was way more popular, so it
Floyd had a
has more of
big
an
name,
impact.
and he kept.
Especially since they were hyping the
Floyd's
fight, and
family
it was
was
one of the
driving.
reasons why the fight didn't
His
happen
father
sooner.
was driving it too. His father was driving it that too. But look, you have your chance to go in court and to
I
prove
mean, they're
all your
both
facts,
Floyd, right?
and you have nothing. You have
Yeah, but I
nothing,
mean,
and you lose the court, and you got to pay the man, and then you got to shut up about the man. That should
okay.
tell
So
you that the
first off,
man
they
ain't
didn't
dirty.
go to court. They settled outside of
Yes,
court. They settled
The
out of
Floyd
court.
that's even worse. That's even worse because
No,
it
it's
makes
not
sure
out.
that there's
No,
a
it's
prove
not
in.
worse because it could be cheaper
If
to
you
settle
had
out
the
of court
facts
than it
to
is to
shut
fight the case.
No.
Oh,
Floyd
but
was
doesn't make it
driving the
look
fact
bad
that he
though,
wanted to
Smoke.
clean
Doesn't
up
make it look
boxing.
like a liar.
Floyd
Why
was
did he
driving
do
the fact
something
that he
All
and
I'm
wanted to
then
saying
clean
he
up
is, all I'm
settled out of
saying is,
court?
there was no he went to court and he didn't have
Why would he
anything.
take money from a
That's not
dirty
what happened.
fighter then,
This
Smoke?
is not what happened.
If
But
Floyd was
also what
driving,
didn't happen. Also,
why?
what didn't happen is these
The fact is
tattoos
that
with
the
no
man ain't
needles.
cheap.
It's not
The
like he
fact
got
is,
those tattoos out of a Cracker Jack box.
the
There wasn't like
fact is
lick
the
and stick
man is not
tattoos.
cheap, Smoke. I don't care
Okay,
what
then show me a
anybody
video
says
of
on
the
the
That
fight
also
saying
platform.
I'm
didn't happen.
scared of
None of
needles.
you have any proof that the man
I mean,
cheated, and y'all
listen.
can leave it alone.
Again, I'm
None
not
of
trying
you.
to convince you guys that God exists.
Yeah.
Do whatever it
None
is
of,
you want to do with your delusion. I don't care.
well,
And can
fact
we
is
talk
that he
about
Okay,
did.
do you
something
think
that's a
Floyd
little
was on
bit more
steroids or
relevant
Fact is
smoke?
that he
than two
did cheat.
guys
Be
who
honest,
were
you think
like
Floyd was
fucking
on
retired
steroids?
for years?
Okay, was Floyd on steroids too, in your opinion?
No.
So when he was shooting up IVs, washing the
He
system
did
out
get
before
caught with
one
an
fight,
IV in his arm, though.
blood
He
Okay,
did
testing,
get
you
so
know
caught with
that
an
that's
again,
IV in his
suspicious.
arm. Did he
right?
get caught with
So,
an IV?
here's a question: is Floyd? So we can get back to the actual topic of the stream. Is Floyd overrated?
I'll
Yes
put it
and
this
no.
way.
No,
Yes and
not
no.
at
I'll put
all.
it
Yes
this
and
way,
no.
right?
Not at
Absolutely
all.
not.
Compared to
Not
Ali
at
and
I'm gonna say
all.
yes and no. I
Hell
say
no.
yes because at a certain point of
I'm
his
gonna
career,
say yes, but I have a
No.
good
I
reason
The
for it.
thing is the same thing with Canelo right now. He can't fight every fucking body. So he got a lot of names on his resume and a lot of champions too, by the way.
He doesn't have anybody to fight, so it's
Well,
totally
he's
two
talking
different
about
things.
23 champions that
Alvarez
he
don't have
defeated.
nobody to fight.
Let's stop this shit, man. Come on, man. What are you doing? Are you
Look,
really going to try a
I'm
resume
gonna
of a
take.
Who does
champion?
he have to fight
He's
that's
a true
illegal right now?
champion. How could you
Who does he
even
have to
knock
fight
that?
that's
He's a
illegal?
real true champion.
I get that, but Alvarez has no one to fight. No, who does he have that's on his
No,
level
he
right
do
now
got
that he
some
can
people
fight?
to fight. What is wrong with
Who?
you? He could have fought
Look,
David
if they made the Hall
Benavidez
of
when he
Famers
had the
don't
belt
fight.
either time. He could have went
Yeah,
and
okay,
did
tell
that
me.
long time ago,
No,
bro.
tell me a
What are you
future Hall of
talking
Famer
about?
he can fight. No, tell me an elite
David
level fighter
Morrell got
around
a
his
belt
leg
right
now.
now. Why
Is
he
David
want to
Morrell
go
an
get
elite
that?
fighter? Oh, come on, bro. A 5-fight prospect is an elite fighter who Canelo can fight.
He got a belt.
A baby
Caleb
belt, yeah.
Plant already fought him, so it's a belt. You got to get them belts, right? You don't got
Well,
nobody
how
else
can
to
you get a
fight,
belt if you're the
so-called.
super champion?
You
Bro,
so-called don't have nobody else to fight, though,
bro,
Jamie.
how can
Like, who
Canelo
he
get
gonna
Morrell's
fight?
belt if he's
I
undisputed?
don't see you naming any
Well, who do
names,
you
though,
want?
man.
The champion.
I don't hear you naming any names.
He could fight Boo Boo Andre. He could fight the winner of Caleb Plant, David Benavidez.
Yes, he can.
Right? And he could fight
Mhm.
Bivol
I think the Bivol
too
fight's more
at
important, bro. Let's
168.
be real, bro.
He could fight Bivol at 168 because Bivol said that he would go to 168 to take them fucking belts from him. So
So
why
I don't
would
Here's
you
the
do that?
difference between Floyd and
I don't
Alvarez.
He's
really
You know, here's the
fighting
difference.
John Ryder. He's
Right.
fighting
really.
John Ryder.
Right.
So
it's mandatory.
Canelo's coming.
Yeah,
Hold on. Canelo's coming off of a hand injury, right?
Exactly.
Don Ryder came off a winner with Zach Parker. It's cool. I'm cool with it. They fight in Mexico. I'm really cool with it. Go to Mexico, put on for the Mexicanos, you know, put on for his heritage, his people. He did at the WBC and Canelo, they did work to get those belts to make, you know, bring awareness to the Mexican culture. I respect that, right? Canelo's doing big things in Mexico. If he can go up there and knock John Ryder the fuck out, which I've seen nobody really do recently, I'm cool with it. You know,
I don't really care if he do or don't fight Benavidez as a plant. I mean, they got to clean up that side of the street, and they do what they got to do. I don't give a fuck, right? But I want to see I do want to see the winner of Badu Jack, and I do want to see the winner of Badu Jack and Michael Booth fight Canelo. I want to see that fight.
Yeah,
that's what I want to see.
Why do you want to see that?
I want to see Badu Jet become the first world champion in Saudi Arabia, and then Canelo and Badu fighting in Saudi.
Oh, he gonna do that though, man. He gonna do that. He gonna get that done.
And fucking, you want to see that?
I fuck with Badu Jack.
I want to see that. Let's see Canelo Alvarez against David Morrell. Canelo Alvarez against fucking Benavidez. Canelo Alvarez against Mimbili. That's what we want to see.
No, I don't want to see none of that shit. I don't. Mabilia is ass. He's ass.
How is he ass?
He's trash. Mabilia's trash.
So how is he trash? So explain to me. Go on, hold him, Ethan. How is he trash? Go on.
Because I watched him fight. He's trash. I watched him fight. His last fight was trash.
How? Break it down.
You saw? All right. So who did he fight? Who did he fight? He fought Vaughn Alexander. Vaughn Alexander was putting hands on him.
You always do this.
If Vaughn Alexander was a little bit young, he did not just his cock diesel ass out. He not like that.
All I said was explain to the people.
Y'all be hyping up niggas. Y'all be hyping up niggas that's just muscles, bro. All muscle, no skill. Pushing punch that nigga's ass. Like, he don't deserve no shot. No disrespect, he don't deserve no shot. He ain't shit. But bro, somebody come out and then they play Canelo. I want to see. Badu Jack was one of the best 68 pounders at one point in time. So I want to see Badu Jack.
Break it down. I like that fight. I like that fight.
Badu Jack was beating the shot of all these guys.
Oh, shut up with that shit, man. You not drunk or something? Why don't you want to see fucking Crawford versus fucking Canelo then? You want to see Macaboo? Canelo? You don't. You want to see fucking?
I said I want to see Badu. I got Badu Jack taking Macaboo's belts on Sunday in Saudi, and I want to see Badu Jack, who was a former a former 168 pound champion, 175 pound champion. Yeah, I want to see Canelo fight him. That's what I want to see. I want to see them fight Saudi Arabia. It's a big fight.
Why do you want to see Canelo Alvarez fight in the weight class that motherfucker's
he can't fight Macaboo, take his fucking belt himself. And I want to see Canelo fight fucking Badu Jack. I want to see Canelo touch down his shot.
I'll tell you this. The cruiserweight and fight Badu Jack. Then he gets a shot. He gets a shot out of Badu Jack. How about that? That's a great fight. Badu Jack versus Canelo. Then he gets a chance at the cruiserweight. How about that?
Y'all, you a fanboy right now. Don't nobody. I don't give a fuck about no Benavidez.
I'm a fanboy of what? A fanboy of what? What are you talking about?
All right, Morrell. Y'all complain about Morrell. He can roll this. Morrell need to go fight Benavidez plant winner, right? He got what, 8 fights? Yeah, he can. I mean, he can fight. I don't even know when he's gonna fight, bro. He can. Whoever he fight next, it may be a nobody, right? Again, another nobody. So then he gotta fight Benavidez. Benavidez a plant. Whoever the fuck y'all gotta win it. Let them clean that shit up, because them niggas keep saying they deserve this, deserve that, and they ain't even fought each other. And then put Andre in the mix over there, the Charlo, whoever the fuck they want to throw in it, all them niggas rumble, and then the Canelo get done what he doing, win, lose, or draw, Badu Jack, return to see about 175, then yeah. You know what I mean?
Okay, so wait. So what's supposed to happen with the 168 belts and all this that you say, Method?
Them niggas can have a little tournament, man, and because that's what all the niggas always cry about is money, paydays, and niggas don't want to fight them. They got a bunch of niggas they can fight so they can get that title.
Okay. So Canelo should be dropping them belts, and they should be able to fight for the belts since he gonna move up.
No. Canelo done already beat the shit out Plant, and niggas over here hyping up Plant Benavidez and that shit. How the fuck we gonna do that, right? Canelo already knocked the nigga out, right? And now Benavidez and Plant supposed to be this 50-50 tough ass fight. You see what I'm saying? Niggas sound goofy.
Do you realize what you're saying, Method? You're saying, I gotta wait, Method.
Morrell unproven. So yeah, let them guys mix it up. Andre won a shot. All them guys, all 4 of them niggas have a little quick tournament. It ain't gonna take long. It's about 2.
What's Canelo supposed to be doing while all these dudes is mixing it up?
That's what I'm saying. Like you said he should jump up the cruiserweight.
What is he supposed to be doing?
Hold on, he fight the winner of Macaboo Jack.
He's supposed to stay on his throne. They just watch the whole thing from his perch.
Should have been already cleared and done. Then he can go down there and try for 175 on the speed. I mean, it's
for any reason. That's what Method said. He should be able to do whatever the fuck he want to do.
It's not doing whatever the
Yeah,
fuck
he
you
should.
want. Them other niggas, them other guys is doing what the fuck they want.
Those are tough fights. If you said fight better be than Bivol while he's waiting, okay, cool. Those are
Yeah,
pretty tough
my
fights.
shit makes sense. You fight Badu Jack.
I don't know if he's. I don't know how the hell
winner,
is he.
right? So you fight.
Nah, right,
Hold on. So I'm trying to explain it to y'all. Listen, if I want to see Makabu Jack win to face Canelo, that's for Canelo's 5th championship, and I think Badu Jack will be a 3-division champion, and he's fighting Canelo, one of the best in the sport, right? Cool fight. You can't hate on that, right? You see what I'm saying? His first time at cruiserweight, it's a good fight. Then he can come down if he win, lose, or draw, right? Face the winner, Bivol, Beterbiev. 2-time
realize cruiserweight is above light heavyweight.
If you say Badu Jack,
have a real competitor to face Canelo.
If you say he's an acclamation fight with Badu Jack before he fights Beterbiev, all right. But stop selling me on the Badu Jack fight.
Sense. You move up the cruiserweight to get ready for Beterbiev at light heavyweight. What the fuck are you talking about?
And you just lost the Bivol?
Because it's all right. So boxing is about like a limit. You start coming there not over a limit. Canelo can come in there 185 for cruiserweight, right? And still put up a chance to beat Canelo. Yeah, I just think y'all just want, y'all don't really like saying the best fighting the best. Y'all like names. It sounds weird.
That nigga will be fat at 185, bro.
Badu Jack is literally a name and not the best.
Badu Jack beats Michael Boy, he's a WBC champion.
Everybody else of you literally just did with Badu Jack.
No. If Badu Jack beats Makabu, he's now the WBC champion. That's one of the best. Makabu is the best. Makabu was regarded as the best.
Hold up a second. Your idea is that Canelo fights. He goes and picks off a cruiserweight that's vulnerable, and then comes down and fights Beterbiev for like that's a little bit more respectable.
Bivol Beterbiev, whoever wins that. So if people think Bivol going to be Beterbiev, then they're going to rematch. Undisputed.
Yeah, but if he gets the belt, then yeah, you can go up there and get that and say that you were like a five.
Going to be a gatekeeper, Smooth, because he's in the twilight of his career.
It's a cherry pick. I don't know. He said all that whole shit about kind of Benn's supposed to be on, but
how was that a cherry pick if Benavidez is fighting? How was that a cherry pick? And people over here saying Plant going to beat Benavidez. What are we talking about? You already
got a fighter that's long in the tooth that got mobility.
Benavidez is going to knock Plant out.
I'll tell you how to cherry pick. I'll tell you how to cherry pick. The same way, because he's not trying to fight the best guys at cruiserweight. Because Badu Jack is not it, and neither is Makabu.
No, but if Canelo does what Method is saying, I think he might retire though. Method, he might retire after that.
So if Plant beat Benavidez, then what y'all going to say? That's how I'm confused about. It's not making sense. If Plant Benavidez,
what does that have to do with it? What does that have to do with it?
Oh my God, boxing.
If Plant Benavidez is a 50-50 fight, right? I don't understand how Canelo daring to be great to fight the winner of Makabu and Badu Jack is a bad fight. And then possibly
why can't he fight Morrell? What is Plant?
Morrell ain't fighting nobody. Y'all keep saying Morrell. Maybe Morrell want to fight. His people would have been pushed for the fight. Stop saying why you don't want to fight.
Beat David Benavidez, goddammit. That's enough to get you a Canelo fight.
David Morrell didn't want to fight. They would have been pushed for that fight.
David Morrell
they ain't pushed the shit.
Belt, nigga.
The day Morrell got that WBA, but the day Morrell got that bitch, he told him if he wanted, he could have pushed for it. He didn't do that shit.
David Morrell gonna activate that belt real soon, so it won't even matter then. We gonna see if Canelo really wants that smoke.
He ain't gonna activate shit. He ain't gonna activate shit because if he would have, he could have been did it.
But you know what? Three.
I need to understand why the fuck is she?
Canelo won't even take that fight. Three.
Y'all be believing the hype. Stop believing the hype. Go back.
Never answered my question.
With 12 rounds, the nigga we ain't heard of. And you trying to tell me he want like Canelo? Stop playing my intelligence.
Well, I ain't never seen Canelo put a nigga in a coma.
Canelo will kill a nigga out there. He was, man, come on, bro.
Nah, he put his Kirkland. He put Kirkland. Nah, he put Kirkland.
That nigga's
he put Kirkland in the coma. He put Kirkland.
Canelo ever is the fucking cheater.
Bro, and why are you capping, man? Like he
Canelo
lost to
will kill
Lara.
somebody. I know I ain't crazy. Canelo put somebody in the jungle.
If him and Miguel Cotto went the distance, he would have lost.
I have an addendum to the last question.
Y'all
who's O is more overrated?
Make it make sense.
Just real quick, who's O is more overrated? Floyd's Joe Calzaghe or Andre Ward?
Canelo. Say no.
Yeah, Canelo got one of those.
I'm bluffing. It's between Calzaghe and Floyd because they were
Joe
scared to fight Ward.
Calzaghe and then Floyd. In that order.
Calzaghe, Ward, then Floyd.
I don't know.
Let me tell you why I said Floyd.
A lot of niggas run from Ward, bro. If all the niggas ain't run from his resume, would be clear cut, nigga. But too many niggas run.
Yeah, I would say, has Calzaghe ever got a gift decision? Because I think Ward and Floyd have gotten gift decisions before.
Yeah,
I know he just fought dudes that were old as shit.
Floyd being number two.
He just fought dudes that were old as shit that nobody gave a fuck about. Like,
yeah,
he fought some good guys too. Don't get me wrong, but like, yo,
well, you know, that's the same thing with Floyd. He fought a bunch of guys that nobody gave a hell about him. You know
who?
His 50th fight. Take that one.
I'm talking.
Right?
Okay, so I thought you were talking about the 22 champions.
And you go back to Berto.
Like the 22 champions, right? Like stuff like that.
You go back to Berto. He fought him. Nobody wants to see him fight. You know, they want to see him fight Thurman and Spence, but he didn't. Fight them.
So he's got Roy Jones and he's got Bernard Hopkins on there, right? Those guys were outside of their primes, right? Like really outside of their prime, like really, like you know.
Both of them dropped him too. Both of them dropped him, right?
Say again, right? But I'm not even talking about what happened in the fight. I'm just like right now. I'm just talking about fighters like the Hall of Famers and the ATGs and how close they were to their primes. So Floyd doesn't just have champions; he has a ton of Hall of Famers, and he's got a couple of ATGs, right? So I'm gonna give Roy
he has an
Jones
all-time
and
great on his
Bernard
record.
Hopkins ATG status. I'm gonna give him the status just so we
Who's
can.
the all-time great on Floyd's on Floyd's hit list there?
The all-time great. If you wanted to say one, yeah, but I mean,
many,
Oscar's one too.
Many.
Okay.
Canelo. Was he done? Canelo.
No, he's not an all-time great.
I don't think Canelo's an all-time great. I'll give him two.
Oscar De La Hoya is an all-time great.
I'll give him
that's
Oscar.
going to be
I'll give him Oscar.
That's going to be an argument with a certain amount of fans.
And I'll give him Manny. And I think Manny and Oscar were way closer to their prime than Bernard Hopkins and Roy Jones when Calzaghe fought him. And that's just the Hall of Fame. I mean, right? I mean, that's just the ATGs. Now just go to the Hall of Famers because all he's got is those two guys. Yeah,
I'll give you Pacquiao because he did something in boxing that's never been done before. So, you know, he's an all-time great, but not Canelo. He hasn't done anything in boxing.
You gonna give it to Oscar De La Hoya too?
Yeah. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Man,
because
he beat Parnell.
He didn't do anything,
bro.
He didn't do anything that's all-time great either.
You're right. So it's not unanimous, but it's universal.
Stop saying I lost my mind.
He beat Julio Cesar Chavez Sr.
He beat Julio Cesar Chavez. That was
which fighter are y'all talking about?
You're talking about
but you discredited Floyd Mayweather the same way.
The same dude that y'all said for the bunch of
Floyd Mayweather the same way.
Come on, man, knock it off. You know he was in.
So is the argument who has a better resume between Floyd and Oscar?
That's crazy as fuck.
I keep asking him this one question.
You're not telling me what he did that was all time
Manny
great.
Pacquiao beat that's better
he's
than
a
Floyd
fight division
Mayweather.
champion. He fought everybody in his era.
He beat 3 Hall of Famers.
Nah, but that nigga, come on now. He moved up close to 40 pounds worth of weight, and he was knocking shit out.
Well,
Come
I
on,
mean, he beat. So he's got. If you want to talk about who he beat, right? If you want to talk about who he beat, he beat.
I mean, you could say steroids, but at the end of the day, he never popped for none of that shit.
He didn't take any steroids. He never took steroids.
He was ducking like a motherfucker until he got with.
Who'd he duck? Who'd he duck?
Floyd Mayweather. That's how he ducked him.
Man, listen. Both of them dudes. Listen, I don't think both of those dudes wanted that fight at that time. I think both of those dudes were happy making $40 million per fight, not fighting each other. That's honestly how
you don't seem to understand this. You know, Mayweather needed Pacquiao. Pacquiao did not need Mayweather because he was in the Hall of Fame already.
Nah, bro.
Whether he fought Floyd or not, he was in the Hall of Fame.
Are you
Okay.
fucking kidding? After Manny lost to Marquez, his pay-per-view numbers dropped. Come on, bro. Don't say
You talking
that.
about pay-per-view.
Man didn't need
I'm
Manny.
talking about going into the Hall of Fame. See,
Okay,
you all are fixated on money.
okay. I apologize. Okay.
Do you think that Floyd
I
would have gone to the
apologize.
Hall
My
of Fame
bad.
without Manny
This is an
Pacquiao?
honor to bring him on to talk this dumb shit. Like, what
Listen
in
to
the
me.
fuck is going on to the history of boxing?
Listen to me. You know,
If you talking
I hear
about,
all the talking.
Boxing, bro.
Oh, okay. I
I'm
hear
gonna
all
go
the
on mute.
talking,
You
but I don't
right.
hear no proof coming back my way. I don't hear any facts coming back my
You
way.
are
I hear
mocking
all the
boxing.
talking, but I don't have any facts coming back my way. So please,
I just get. I'm asking
Pacquiao
you
did
one
not
question
need
right
Floyd
now.
Mayweather.
I want to know
and
one
Pacquiao,
question.
Pacquiao needs.
Don't
Who
act
did
like
Manny
that
have?
Mac Mall t-shirts
Who did-
weren't straight dope back in the day. Like, you needed that Mac Mall in your life. Stop playing. Anyway,
And
go
lower
ahead,
your
guys.
tone when you speak too, brother.
Tony,
You know we all
who
men.
did Manny Pacquiao beat that's better than Floyd Mayweather? Can you answer that question? That's how I'm giving you facts. Because you can't answer that motherfucker. So I'm going to ask you
I answered
again.
that question about 35 minutes ago. I answered that question
You
35
don't
minutes
know.
ago.
You said
I'm
you
not
don't
going to
know.
backtrack. I'm not going to backtrack
So
because it's a
how
stupid
are
ass
you
question
trying to?
that don't have
So
nothing to
how
do
is
with what I
that
just
not
said.
a stupid ass
The
question?
fact is that
By the way,
Pacquiao did
it's a
not
question
need.
that you
The
can't
fact is
answer.
that
That
Pacquiao
means you're
did not
stupid.
need.
There's
Pacquiao
a
did
question
not
that
need
you
Floyd
can't answer.
Mayweather.
That means you're stupid.
Pacquiao did not need Floyd
That's
Mayweather.
that's some bullshit right there
To
too.
get to the Hall of
Floyd
Fame.
Mayweather.
Like, this is a
Why
moot
did he
point.
need Floyd Mayweather?
Both guys were going to get in the
Why
Hall of
did he
Fame
need him?
without fighting each other.
Why did he need him? Why did he
If you take
need him?
Manny Pacquiao off of Floyd's resume, he still gets in the Hall of Fame. Like,
Exactly.
on the other end,
No, I agree, but at the same time,
Pacquiao still
still
goes
that
according to
looks
the
bad on
Floyd
your
Mayweather
legacy that the
that's
two of y'all
better
didn't
than
fight
Manny
each other.
Pacquiao.
no, definitely.
Manny
The
has a
issue
better
is right.
legacy
This whole idea is like
Manny has
he needed him more than the other one needed him. Like, all that is like whatever. That's in Troy's mind.
No, I don't.
But that's the mind of Troy. If you want to
I
play around
know,
in that way, around, you can.
Smoke.
I don't believe in it.
Smoke. You know, I'm trying to agree with you, Smoke, but you keep slandering me.
Yeah, I know.
What I'm saying is this.
You're trying to interrupt me is really what you're trying to do, but it's cool.
What I'm saying is this: that Pacquiao didn't need him. I mean, for what?
I know,
he already
they didn't
rewrote
need
the
each
history
other.
books.
We need
no.
Floyd didn't rewrite the history books.
Floyd Mayweather needed him more than he needed Floyd Mayweather.
I never in this life ever said that. That's a blasted lie.
Okay, that's cool.
A damn lie
That's all good.
through.
You did say it, but it doesn't matter.
No, I did not say that Floyd needed Manny. When did I say that Floyd needed Manny?
Wait, you did say that. I just heard you say.
No, I did not say that.
Literally, he said
I did not say that. Play it back to me. I said that Manny did not need Floyd Mayweather.
The playback game is there for you.
Manny did not need.
Oh, okay, maybe.
Never beat anybody better than Floyd Mayweather. Is what I'm trying to tell you, Troy.
Pacquiao was ranked higher than him in history.
Anybody didn't. Well, Floyd
Pacquiao
Mayweather
was
beat
going to
his
be ranked
ass.
higher than him in history.
Well,
you know why?
Floyd Mayweather beat his ass. You see that?
He did not. He didn't beat nobody ass. He held. He held.
He whooped that man's ass in a circle.
All he did was hold his pot shot. I don't know how he beat anybody's ass by holding and pot shot. I guess you don't know boxing, but anyway, as I was stating.
Yeah, you're talking about how he won. And
what I know about boxing will make your head explode.
Okay, so here's the thing. Floyd's in the Hall of Fame as one of very few undefeated fighters.
None of them could.
All I know is this: that Manny actually
don't do that to Floyd, bro.
Manny actually rewrote the history books, and Floyd didn't.
No, he didn't, man.
Nothing.
You giving
saying
a whole bunch of bullshit.
8-time
Man, that's a bunch of bullshit. Floyd left his mark on. Floyd left his mark on the floor. You can't say that.
Just one.
He didn't.
Y'all giving him
He
don't
history
even
book.
deserve 8.
Please.
Y'all
That
saying
nigga
he
did not
got
like the
8.
history book.
That shit is a fucking lie.
What did he do in
Come on,
boxing that
man.
hasn't been done before? What did he do in boxing that hasn't been done
He
before?
brought steroid tests into boxing.
Beat 23 champions. That's what.
Nigga, go
That's
look
what
at the
he
all-time
do.
greats list, nigga, and tell me
23
what Pacquiao
champions
is
in the
off
era
the
where there
floor.
was 100, when there was a 3 belts.
Man, get out of here, man. I ain't trying to hear
Sugar
that.
Ray
Manny
Robinson
Pacquiao
beat about
ain't do
19
it.
champions.
Manny
Shit,
Pacquiao
that
ain't
nigga
do
won
it.
4
beat
lineal
19
titles in
champions.
5 weight classes.
Sugar
One
Ray,
belt.
nigga.
And
That's
Sugar
why.
Ray Robinson ranked way higher than Manny Pacquiao.
I think it's a
nigga.
pay-per-view
Floyd
sales
did.
king
That's
also.
the difference, nigga.
Nah,
Nobody
don't do
cares
that, bro.
about that.
You're
Nobody
not
cares
gonna
about
win this
that.
argument. You're not
Everything
gonna win
with
it.
Floyd has to do with
You're just
something
gonna keep
outside of the
talking.
ring. Every single thing. Nobody cares what he did outside the ring. We talk about what he did inside the ring. Pacquiao's going to be
I don't
ranked
give a
higher
fuck
than him
about
because
Floyd
he changed.
Mayweather outside the ring.
That's
I'm talking
He
about
changed
bullshit.
history of boxing.
him versus
No,
Manny
actually,
Pacquiao.
what
That's what I'm
Manny
talking
did that
about.
was great was also outside the ring. He was also like a
That boy
politician.
goal posting.
All you talking about is
he was
pay-per-views and all
basically
that
a
stuff.
funeral
He was
home for
senator?
dead fighters. he didn't pay for every motherfucking shit. Like, he's a great humanitarian. How can you even knock him?
Who are we talking about now, man? You know, that's a great humanitarian.
Floyd Mayweather. You don't know boxing, then. If you know boxing, then boxers will tell you better.
Credit for what he does in the ring is my point. Why is it y'all can't focus on what he's doing in the ring? You keep telling me about
to get you to the ring. I asked you a genuine question, and you
asked
said
me a
you didn't
bullshit
know.
question twice.
No,
You asked me a bullshit question twice. I'm
because
not
you
answering
can't
you
answer
again.
it.
You asked me a bullshit question twice. I'm not going to answer it again.
Put the goalposts up.
Man went undefeated. He beat everybody he fought. Like, come on now. And it's not like it was some bullshit ass little niggas. It was real champions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you gonna sit up here and say Floyd ain't did shit compared to Manny.
He didn't change the history books of boxing, but I said he didn't bring nothing to boxing that hasn't been done before.
He beat 23
What you mean?
champions,
That
bro.
man,
What are you even talking about? He's undefeated. He's 50
he
and
gave
old.
power to the fighters.
It was
He
a
created the
3-belt era with a bunch
green
of champions. A bunch of champions. You know how many champions did Pacquiao beat? Probably close to what Floyd beat. Sugar Ray Robinson,
I don't know, probably a lot.
Champions in the era of one belt. Listen
15,
to me,
bro. It's
Sugar Ray
nowhere near
Robinson
close.
beat about 19 champions in the era
Yeah,
of
but we're
one
not
belt.
talking about
One
Sugar Ray
belt.
Robinson, bro. You brought up Manny Pacquiao.
What I'm saying is this.
Don't bring up Sugar Ray. That's how you try to divert the conversation. I'm a fucking lawyer, bro. Don't do that with me. I'm gonna get you right back
If you have a
to
man that fights in a one belt era,
Don't use
and he
another
beat 19
analogy for
people,
that. No,
why
we're
is it
not
so
about to do that,
impressive?
bro.
Okay, but man, turn that bitch. No, let me stop.
Talk about his fights in the ring, you know, that's gonna last the test of time.
Yeah, I'm talking about him. I bet.
It's real tranquil.
Can you guys chill
Very
out?
tranquil.
Can you guys chill out and let each other talk and like stop interrupting and like pivoting and all this shit? Like one at a time so the conversation can go somewhere.
I want to nip it in the bud right here, right? The reason why Pacquiao is not in discussion of an overrated because he got his ass knocked the fuck out by Marquez, and Floyd beat the shit out of Marquez. So it's hard to
knocked
say.
the fuck out way before then.
Twice.
Hey, it's kind of hard, and he got beat by Morales. I think Floyd would have beat Morales easy. It's hard to debate a Pacquiao to Floyd when Floyd has shown that he could beat the same guys easy.
He hasn't,
and then he beat Pacquiao easy as shit. Like I literally turned the fight off. Like, it was that bad of a fight. Beat the shit out of him easy.
I mean, like if we being honest, he outclassed Pacquiao. That's the thing. It ain't like he just beat him. He made it look like that nigga didn't belong in the same ring as him. And then 4 years later, Pacquiao beat Thurman.
And Pacquiao's a younger person, though, by the way. So he didn't age him out.
The baddest motherfucker in the world.
He's only a year or two younger than Floyd. He's only a year or two younger.
2 years younger than Floyd.
2 years younger than
2 years is a lot, bro.
But they try to say that he aged Pacquiao out.
But 3 years older than Earl Spence Jr. So what is the difference? They still want to fight, right?
That's the same age group, man. But anyway, now we on age and everything else. We done went through pay-per-views and age.
Nah, because I don't want no excuses. You make a lot of excuses. I don't want none of them.
That Pacquiao did something in boxing that was never done with Floyd. Floyd didn't do anything in boxing that hasn't been done before. Nothing.
At one point, there wasn't.
He's still a great fighter. He didn't do anything that hasn't been done before.
It's cool.
You count accomplishments that shouldn't even be accomplished.
What did he do in the sport that hasn't been done before? Floyd, I'm talking about. What did he do in the sport that has not been done before?
He's 23 champions. I keep telling you, nobody's ever done that. He's 50 and old. Nobody's ever done that.
He beat
what
23
are you talking
champions.
about? What he ever did?
That's great.
I can name that shit for you.
He beat 23 champions.
Well, nobody else ever have.
So are we saying Pacquiao was greater than Floyd because he's an 8 division champ?
That wouldn't sound like he's saying before.
I'm saying that.
Yeah, well, he's not
I'm
an
saying
individual
that.
champion. Okay, hold
I'm
on.
saying it could be ranked higher in
We count baby bells now.
I'm saying that. Yes. Let me go on
you
mute.
fucking people. Just hold on a second. Can I welcome DJ Black to the panel before you guys start yelling over each other once again?
Peace. Peace, y'all. Peace, everybody on the panel. I hopped on. I heard my man say, "Where's Floyd done that nobody else done? He beat 16 champions."
Oh,
23.
Okay, now it's 16. I thought it was 23.
It's
16. Oh, let me say it like this: 16 straight.
Oh, okay.
Yes, consecutive.
Yeah. My bad,
Okay,
bro.
He beat 23 champions. He beat 23 champions, but he did 16 of them straight.
Yeah,
I gave him
my
credit
bad,
for that.
bro.
That's so
I
nice
have
and
to
good.
give you your credit.
That's so nice
DJ.
and good. But in an era when there's so many champions, that's really not that impressive. To be very honest.
No, who else did it? Because shit,
during that time.
Well, here's the thing. If you're gonna hand wave all of his accomplishments that nobody ever did,
nobody else did it,
and all those other people who didn't do it, right?
Nobody else did it.
He didn't get knocked out by Marquez.
I give him credit for that. Nobody else ever did it. Nobody else ever did
Troy,
it.
he didn't get knocked out by Marquez,
bro. That's like Jerry Rice.
That don't mean nothing.
Troy, he didn't get knocked out by Marquez.
Nobody's gonna do that shit.
It's not a good debate. Marquez knocked him out, man.
No, he's losing all the way around, man. I don't know why he thought.
So again, who did Pacquiao fight? Right, that is so greater than who is it? Is it
That's
Barrera?
better than Floyd Mayweather. I keep asking him that. Who did
Is it Barrera? Is it Morales?
Who Floyd fight that's so much greater than Pacquiao? You know, that's how I count
Pacquiao. He beat his ass.
Wait.
I need you to do
You didn't hear my question, did you?
I lured you in.
You didn't hear my question.
You thought you was smart with that one.
You didn't hear my question. You didn't. Listen to me.
No, we heard your fucking question, nigga. Nah, don't play that shit. You said who did Floyd beat that Pacquiao, nigga?
I kept asking.
Okay, so how is Pacquiao greater than Pacquiao then, genius? How is Pacquiao greater than Pacquiao? That makes no sense.
Because there's a
I'm done with you, man.
How is Pacquiao greater than Pacquiao?
Pacquiao was so great. If Pacquiao was what you saying he was,
man, you trolling, bro.
If Pacquiao was what you were saying he was, right, he would have beat Floyd, but he didn't.
Exactly.
No. You didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question. How is Pacquiao greater than Pacquiao? How is Pacquiao greater than Pacquiao?
That's who. Floyd Mayweather is greater than Pacquiao. Now name somebody greater than Pacquiao other than Floyd Mayweather.
No. I asked. You asked me who did.
You gotta go to the greats.
You asked me who did Pacquiao.
That means that nigga
you
is
asked
the great.
Me who did Pacquiao fight that was greater than
you
Floyd?
It for me.
I said I don't care.
You don't gotta talk no more. It's all
then
good.
You still haven't told me. You still haven't told me. You know who Floyd fought that was greater than Pacquiao. You still have not said who did Floyd fight that was better than Pacquiao.
No, Floyd Mayweather didn't have to fight anybody because he's the best. That's
Why
like
not?
Michael Jordan going against
Why not?
everybody.
Why not?
Hold on. If it's two great niggas in an era and they fight each other, that's who's greater. That's all the fuck it is. I don't know why it's all this fucking.
I guess.
I mean, come on, bro.
I guess.
Man, because he ain't lose.
Yeah. Check it out.
That's what it is.
Peace, knockout.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I want to invite knockout in, but there's somebody trying to get in. Just hold on 1 second. I got to get rid of one of my profiles, and whoever's in the background that can get in, just give me 1 second. But go ahead, knockout, or you guys go ahead, cook.
Hey, I just got one thing to say. I don't want to get in on y'all discussion. I just got one thing to say, bro. It was this dude that got a draw with Pacquiao, and then also put his ass to sleep. I remember that same dude. Fighting Floyd after Floyd had been out the ring about.
Look at this shit. There you go.
Yeah.
Great direction, knockout.
I forgot what direction after 2 years ring, but I'm gonna be quiet. Y'all go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah, his name was Marquez.
Please be quiet because you didn't make a damn bit of sense with your statement.
Damn! How come he did?
God.
We did make that point earlier.
I can't understand this, gentleman. You're a gentleman and a scholar, and I respect you, but your opinions and direction of how Manny Pacquiao even equal up to Floyd Mayweather is horrible. So I'll reiterate you on one question I have to ask you again. And it's not the same one. It's in a different way because you got to understand how this process goes. Can you name who Manny Pacquiao beat to get all of his belts? I just want to know that since you discredited Floyd Mayweather so much.
Can you name all the champions that Floyd beat to get his belt?
Yeah, because
knock it off.
He beat Janelle Hernandez, beat Diego motherfucking Corrales,
Shane Mosley,
Angel Manfredi.
No, I'm talking about Manny Pacquiao though.
Oh, you're talking about Pacquiao?
No, see, that's what I'm talking about. Exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, Ricky Hatton is a champion after Manny Pacquiao several times.
Right.
Yeah. After Floyd knocked him out.
Pretty much.
It's for the Ring Magazine belt in the IBO.
If anything, if you want to keep it above, Pacquiao fought a lot of Floyd's leftovers.
Exactly. Thank you, Marky Dale.
But he get more credit for beating them dudes.
I fell asleep.
He did it sooner. All of that. Like Bud beat all the EJ competition quicker than EJ. Do that matter? Hell no. They got to get in the ring.
Let me put it like this: both of them were great fighters, but only one changed history books, and that's it. Period. Only one.
And that's Floyd Mayweather.
That's Floyd.
That's Floyd. He made more money than any boxer, any athlete in the fucking planet. That goes down in the history books. Can you not say that?
No, it does not. No, it does not.
No, man, you know this.
We can't even talk to you.
It had nothing to do with money.
Put on music, bro.
Nobody don't give a fuck about money. Nobody give a fuck about money.
And the reason
that shit matters.
That was history. Sugar Ray will get credit for being the first boxer to make $100 million.
The man made $1 billion solely off of what he do. No other athlete did that.
And Joe
I can't believe after all this time, like, listen, can we get out of the whole like Manny versus Floyd conversation, which is like literally like 15 years old, like both of them do. What's funny is like Manny still is not in the Hall of Fame. Like when is this dude retired or not retired?
Because he don't want to retire.
Ridiculous.
He still need money.
Ridiculous.
So that means that.
Oh man,
he still need money after that lost presidential campaign.
I'm not even gonna say that. Because why you making me do this to Manny Pacquiao?
Without trying to get money.
Y'all sound like a bunch of pocket watching hoes. I mean, why y'all watching?
Troy, because you got to know that Floyd gave Manny Pacquiao.
I don't care what he did with his money.
Hold on. Listen, Troy. He gave when Manny Pacquiao was in his financial bond. Since we pocket watching, Floyd Mayweather gave him a fight to help him out of that bond. You know what I'm saying? Now he's
versa too. It's vice versa too.
Over here, just so
I don't care about the money. I don't care about money.
I mean, you don't have to care about it. I'm just telling you.
Boxing only became about money when Floyd came in the game because
it was about money. So it wasn't about money.
Everybody did about money.
Everyone was trying to sue Don King. It wasn't about the money then. Come on, man.
Talk about his fights to me. Why is it all Floyd's fans talk about money?
Okay. Now chill out.
Can I talk about a
just
Floyd?
So you understand. Hold up a second. Just so we understand. Over on this channel, we pocket watch. So whatever anybody else does or anywhere else in YTBC, no matter who it is you think made it popular, because I think it was that guy that you mentioned earlier, Sugar Ray Robinson. I think he's the one who popularized pocket watching.
No,
maybe you can go all the way back to you can go to Jack Johnson.
Hold on. Sugar Ray Robinson set out his own. Sugar Ray Robinson set out his own mouth date. Go ahead.
So the conversation that's being had is the type of conversation I hear people have with like Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford or Canelo Alvarez and Jamal Charlo. Like who he fought, how many belts he got, how you do this, how you do that. And I understand those conversations because those guys never fought before, but Floyd and Manny actually fought. So the conversation is really moot. Like it makes no sense because they fought. Floyd won.
Yes,
the conversation. Like there's nothing else to talk about, bro.
No, the conversation ain't over.
This shit is
It's still
over
the
with.
fact.
Like,
The conversation ain't over because
talking
he beat
about?
one man. Okay, conversation ain't
It
over,
makes
but
no
hey,
sense. Like, there's
yeah,
no
yeah,
way.
it makes a lot
There's
of
no
sense.
way possible for you to have a road to be better than me when I beat you.
Exactly.
It is possible. It is possible when you did something higher than him.
There's no avenue. There's
When
no
you
highway.
accomplish something that's never been accomplished
There's
before
nothing
in
that you
ring,
can take.
in the
There's
ring,
nothing that you
then
can
of
take
course,
to be better than
you
me
can get
when
higher
I
than
beat
him.
you at something. If you and I race and we have a foot race, and I beat you in the foot race,
You would beat me in a foot race.
it don't
You would
matter.
definitely beat
I'm
me.
faster than you. I beat your ass.
You would,
This shit's stupid, bro.
yeah, you know,
But
you
I'ma let
definitely beat me in
y'all-
a foot
I'ma let
race
y'all keep
knockout.
going, though. Go ahead
But
and
I
keep
tell you what I
going.
do in the rematch. I tie your shoelaces together, you fall on your face, and I win the second one.
But at the end of the day, what knockout is basically saying is leading back to
I don't
what I
need you to
just
explain
said.
what the man's saying. I understand what he's
No,
saying.
but
I don't need you to
but
explain
you
that to me.
need to understand because you
No,
keep
I don't need to understand a
one-dimensional
goddamn
thought.
thing.
So
I don't
to
need to understand.
reiterate what he just said was what I was just asking you. Like, who
Man, please
did
don't
Manny
ask me that
Pacquiao
dumbass
beat
asking
that's
that question
better than
again.
Floyd Mayweather? You can't answer that because Floyd Mayweather beat him.
Would you stop
So
repeating
he
that diarrhea
absorbed.
shit? Would you
And
stop
I'm not
repeating
talking
that?
about every
Would you stop
fighter
repeating
that
that
Manny
nonsense?
Pacquiao fought. No, okay, you
That
can listen
positive.
to this part. Now, he didn't
I'm
fight
gonna
every
put some
fighter
gloves
that
on so I
Manny
can take the trash
Pacquiao
out.
fought, but he absorbed them because he did it in a different way than Manny Pacquiao did. Maybe he got the KO over
You can't
Floyd
absorb somebody
Mayweather,
else's
but
wins.
Floyd
You only get
Mayweather
credit for
showed
that
the
win.
same
You can't absorb
exact
somebody
thing
else's
with
one win.
everybody
That sounds
that he
stupid.
did to Manny Pacquiao.
Relax.
That's what it is. He did the same exact thing to everybody that he did to Manny
And he
Pacquiao,
was
and he couldn't
boring
do
doing
nothing
it.
about it.
Boring.
He couldn't do nothing about it.
Boring.
Now
Boring.
you need to be mad at Manny
Hey,
Pacquiao for
hey,
bitching up in
Listen,
that
bro.
fight.
hey, Troy. My
I
bad.
didn't hear one of y'all talk about
Manny
any of Floyd's
Pacquiao
fights.
is
You know
more
that? I didn't hear
accomplished
one of
than
y'all talk
Floyd.
about one of Floyd's
Manny
fights yet.
Pacquiao has more
Y'all talk about
accomplishments
money.
than
You talk
Floyd.
about the 23
No, we
It
talking
doesn't matter,
about
bro.
You don't talk about none of his
Man, you
fights.
don't fucking nothing, man.
Maybe you blocked
You
out.
can
Maybe you
have
blocked
the
out that Marquez talk.
semantics argument.
Maybe
and
you
talk
forgot all
about,
about
We were
that.
having a
Manny
boxing
Pacquiao is actually
conversation.
Yeah,
But
way
you
yeah, we
better.
have to
talk
block.
about the
Maybe
man.
you
Way
forgot
better.
about the Marquez fight.
But Floyd is better, bro. Like Manny can be greater. He can be more accomplished. He can see more career accolades. You can make whatever argument you want, but all I care about is who is better. And they
Floyd
fought,
beat
and
Manny.
Floyd is better than him.
That's
Like all
opinion,
that
though.
other
But you know,
extra
that's
shit,
opinion.
man.
Boy,
That's opinion.
right
It's
here.
not an opinion because he beat him.
That's opinion.
That's
That's
why it's
opinion.
not an opinion. He actually beat him.
Yes,
Okay.
all the shit you saying is
People don't
opinion.
get
You
that,
bringing
man.
up,
He beat
oh,
him.
man
I'm gonna
did
go
some
back to
shit that
Spinks
never
and
been
Ali
done before,
again.
therefore
I'm
he's
gonna go back to
greater.
Spinks and
That's
You must
Ali.
be the
opinion.
So you know,
you
Spinks
must
Them
have got
beat
niggas
into an
Ali.
lost.
argument or
I'm going
He
back
something.
to Spinks
lost.
and Ali. So
Go on mute.
so you know, Spinks beat Ali. So you know, Spinks overall is better than Ali now, right?
What?
Yeah,
What?
Ali did beat him in the rematch. So
Really?
That's what you
An
he
saying.
did
old
beat him in
man.
the rematch.
An old Ali.
He
Well,
wasn't old. He was
a
only
better
30-something years old.
example, a
He was
better
only
example is
30-something years
Bernard.
old.
A better example is
But
Bernard
at that
Hopkins
point, he
is
was
better than
past
Roy
it.
Jones. A better example is Bernard Hopkins is better than Roy Jones. That's a fact.
Roy Jones is better than Bernard. He had better skills when they fought. I mean, he was just gifted.
No,
Bernard got him back.
You
Bernard
can't
got him
say
back, and
Bernard
then
Hopkins
Bernard has
is by
50
far
years.
better than Roy
two
Jones.
fighters
No,
can get in the
that's a
ring,
debate
bro.
to
Like
be had right there.
this is shit that y'all opening up, bro. Just so everybody know, everybody in the chat, everybody on the panel. If you want to have this argument, this is what you opening up. What's the point of these motherfuckers fighting? Because what y'all saying is two people can get in the ring, say they're fucking, let's say that Terrence Crawford knock Earl Spence dick in the dirt. Then somebody can go back and say, well, no, my opinion is Spence is still better
I got
because
knocked his dick in the dirt, though.
like bro, like what's the point of them fighting if you're not gonna say that the dude that won is the better fighter, bro? What's the point? What's the point of
No. I said he beat him. I said he beat Pacquiao. You know, there's no denying that.
That's how we rate our fighters,
He beat
though.
him.
What's
So
the
how
better
are
man
you
wins.
rating?
All right, so if Carter Bengard, if Conor Benn go here, right, and he knocked out shit. Well, he's not gonna somebody, right? Niggas gonna start saying Conor Benn is a better fighter than other niggas.
Right.
I'm trying to think of a name.
You're not better. Okay,
I'm just
again,
going by your logic. I'm just going by your logic, man. I'm simply saying that, you know, Spinks beat Ali, and by your logic, you know, Spinks is a better fighter than Ali, right?
But your logic is off, though, Troy.
No, your logic. I'm going by your logic.
No, your logic. You are not making sense at all. Everybody disagree with you except you.
I don't give a damn what everybody says. You know.
So that means your logic, the majority wins, bro.
I stand alone.
You always gonna be alone in those thoughts because those.
I guess you don't realize you're talking to a leader. I guess you don't realize you're talking to a leader.
You're not leading this conversation. You are losing in this conversation. So you are following.
To be honest with you, you know, you can't lead
the knowledge that you got from other people. Because something delusional was in you.
You should call me Harriet Tubman. You should call me Harriet Tubman. I can lead y'all to freedom, but y'all not gonna take it. Y'all still gonna run away.
Harriet Tubman don't even exist.
You called me Harriet Tubman, man. You should call me Moses.
Okay? That was a myth, man. What is wrong with you?
I know your girl.
Like you believe in everything.
Oh my God.
Have you seen Harriet Tubman before?
Man, you should call me Moses, man, because I can take you to the promised land and you still find a problem.
But do you know a real name? Like, do you know it was made up, nigga? Like that shit ain't real. Get out of here. You is Harriet Tubman.
Harriet Tubman is not real.
What you're talking about is real.
Harriet Tubman ain't
real. Troy. So a better example again is B-Hop is better than Roy Jones, greater and better, right? Floyd and Pacquiao, an example. Floyd's early career and to the end of his career, right, is just flawless. You see what I'm saying? B-Hop beginning to end is better than Roy's altogether. You see what I'm saying? Look in the length of that entire career. Pacquiao lost to a nigga named Ugas.
And you beat him, Harriet Tubman didn't lead you.
Floyd fuck it. Since we doing this shit, Jorge Linares is far more accomplished than Devin Haney. Jorge Linares is better than Devin Haney, bro. Fuck it.
It don't.
Leo Santa Cruz got way more accolades than Tank Davis. He better than Tank, bro.
You see the problem is that you talking about active fighters, right? Hold on. You confused.
This is what we doing.
They're right knockout if they gonna use that logic, ain't it, bro?
That don't even make sense. It don't make sense. Hold on. Y'all niggas confusing the sport. So again, B-Hop beginning to end had a better career than Roy. Same way Floyd beginning to end. Niggas can talk about Pacquiao, but he still got knocked out young. He got knocked out old. He got like all that shit was getting his ass whipped by somebody. Should have getting his ass whipped by. B-Hop got some loss. Same way Roy got some loss. But B-Hop in his career on some major shit. Roy did.
Did B-Hop and Roy fight?
Twice.
Yeah.
Who won?
What? They fought twice.
One and one.
So that's a better argument. That ain't the argument that we having because Manny Pacquiao and Floyd didn't fight.
That ain't the issue. That ain't the issue.
That's not what we talking about. What we talking about is apparently when you fight, that shit don't matter. So I watched Ray Vargas. I watched Shakur Foster put hands on Ray Vargas a couple of weeks ago. But Ray Vargas is a multiple division champion. So Ray Vargas, he's still better than Shakur Foster. I'm gonna do what y'all doing, bro.
Again, that's Ray Vargas. Hold on. That's Ray Vargas' third division. If he go on to continue to boxing, and let's say he go on to be undisputed in the division he came up from, and let's say Shaggy don't do shit else but beat Ray Vargas, yeah, nigga, what are we talking about?
Like he just used Ricky Hatton as an example.
Ray Vargas is better than the two. I got y'all, bro. I see where y'all coming from, bro.
Boxing don't change, bro.
Exactly.
Do we say Vernon Forrest? We do say that Vernon Forrest is better than Sugar Shane Mosley, don't we?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Vernon Forrest.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, we know
beat him in the
Oscar.
Forrest beat him in the amateurs and he beat him in the pros. So of course he's better than
Shane Mosley beat Oscar De La Hoya twice, but Oscar De La Hoya more accomplished, so he's still better than him. He's still better than
Oscar De La Hoya lost to Shane in the amateurs and he lost to Shane in the pros.
Oscar's better, bro.
But that's the thing that I'm trying to say to OG though.
So you want to still tell me Oscar better than him because he's more accomplished? Fuck them accomplishments. Accomplishments are a byproduct of opportunities that you get, bro.
You gonna turn around and say Jermaine Taylor better than B.I., right? So niggas gonna turn around and say Jermaine Taylor
That's
better
gonna
than
come
B.I.
back to haunt you, knockout. That's gonna come back to haunt you, knockout.
So Jermaine Taylor better than
said that the accomplishments don't matter when you accomplished.
So Billy, don't
shit, your accomplishments don't matter to mine because when I get in the ring, I'll beat your ass. No, that's what it matters.
Cool,
like
bro.
when I get when they get in the ring. See, he talking about when they actually match up.
I get what y'all saying, man, but that's not a boxing work, bro.
Like this is what I'm saying, bro.
man.
Accomplishments and shit, they matter, bro. But what matters more than accomplishments in the divisions that you had is what happens when you motherfuckers actually fight, bro.
Exactly.
That's what matters the most.
That's it. That's cool. That applies in certain instances, bro. That applies in certain. That's not the rule.
Floyd better than Pacquiao. Let it go.
Well, I just told you that Floyd was older than Manny Pacquiao.
Let me say something real quick.
Floyd older than Manny Pacquiao.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Let me say something real quick. This is what happens when you argue back and forth with somebody who don't make no sense, and then you got to start making up hypothetical weird situations to try and help them understand something. The boy got some mental illness. Like, why are we still talking about Floyd and Manny? That don't make no sense. And then we got Method. He had you this bet for when Errol knocked out Bud Crawford. And said,
here you go. You got cock in hand.
Niggas gotta cut niggas off.
Don't say that. Gotta finally got Marcus. Marcus finally in the panel. He got cock in hand, dick in mouth, all the dick right. Hey, so because niggas don't know shit about boxing, I'ma help niggas. Cause all niggas know is the little bit of shit they think they know. That's why I used to be Roy Jones is a perfect example, but it does not apply to Floyd and Pacquiao.
Not a perfect example at all.
Nigga, shut the fuck up. Nigga, you gonna talk when I'm done. No, nigga, shut your dumb ass up. So let me cook. Again.
Niggas saying it's a
perfect. So hold up a second.
And then B-Hop got in the ring with him and he made that nigga like he was stuck on that shit. That's bad. But again, niggas don't know what they're talking about.
Okay, just take a beat. Marcus wasn't done. You can't interrupt the guy.
Marcus ain't talking about shit. Marcus is cat. He cat Marcus.
What you want? Okay, what you don't want?
Niggas can cheer when they say something, but I can't remember.
Man, you so sick.
Just hold up.
Hey, salute to you, Marcus. That's my name. That's a great name, Marcus. Talk your shit, Marcus. Don't listen to this nigga method. Fuck this nigga.
Yeah, because Marcus. Go ahead and talk that dumb shit, Marcus.
Method, man. Fuck that.
Just let him land his plane, and then you can respond to his entire thought. Because maybe he'll address your concern afterwards, or maybe you can even find more stuff to flame him for. Just let him land the plane.
Land the plane, damn it. Land that motherfucker.
Especially since his mic isn't that good. I was listening. I was entertained. Let everybody.
That's how you know it's some bullshit.
Go ahead.
Yo. I was seconds away from landing the plane. I'm not a long-winded brother. My boy Method jumped out the plane 5 feet off the ground. It's crazy, man. So listen, like I said, we arguing with Troy. He ain't making no sense. And here y'all gotta come up with a hypothetical weird situation to explain something that don't need to be explained. But like I was saying to my guy Method, he was saying, based on what you accomplish, if you beat that guy, don't necessarily mean that you better. Well, we talking about.
Allow me to correct you.
Let him finish. Let him finish, bro.
I've been on mute the last couple of minutes. Y'all not
right, but let him finish.
Okay, but he's not done talking. Stay on mute.
Because you wrong about the Floyd Pacquiao shit. But let him finish. Nigga, get up.
Yeah, but like I said, I like to mess with Method when it comes to Bud and Errol. But just based on what Bud accomplished, when he get knocked out, it ain't gonna matter none. It's not gonna matter when he get in the ring with another accomplished guy. And that's the argument that we making. When two guys are both accomplished, when they get in the ring, all that matter is who come out on top. So all of that.
So you reference to Bud and EJ?
Oh, I mean, I put it in a way that somebody like my guy Method can understand. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but only people that drink wine during the day and sip malt liquor at night think are gonna be Bud, right? So, but again, what I'm saying again to get back, I agree. Troy Graham makes not no damn sense about Pacquiao Floyd. Floyd from the amateurs to the pros, sensational. One of the best of all time. Pacquiao, cool. He beat some niggas.
I'm on mute.
Then he wind up fighting Floyd. Got his ass whipped. Went on to lose the guys and all this other shit. The nigga, come on, man. The nigga, alright. He alright. Yeah, you know what I mean, Floyd went on to be Andre Berto, just elevate the sport. You can't compare the two. You see what I'm saying? That's why he was again B-Hop and Roy. They fought twice. B-Hop wound up getting him a little later. He kept trying to get the rematch. Got him. You know what I mean? Roy had an okay career. He wound up picking and choosing and shit and all the other shit, and he fell down by Antonio Tarver. B-Hop went on to beat Tarver and all these other niggas. He's greater and better than Roy. Like, niggas can live in the now. Like, yeah, we the best man that night. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like Floyd gave Pacquiao a rematch. And like he gave De La Hoya a rematch. He gave two other niggas rematch. So again, you can speculate all you want, you know. But again, boxing is based on longevity. You can't compare niggas that's active, right? So when we talking about retired future Hall of Famers, you look at the entirety of career. You can't say Pacquiao's anywhere near Floyd. He's not even top 30 all time, bro. He's cool. It's niggas that done did what he done did in their time.
He's not top 30.
All the divisions, bro. The niggas is really smashing. You lost your mind. You out your rabbit.
This is what's happened, bro. It's like LeBron James fans and shit. It's like people are trying to find avenues for somebody to be better than somebody, and so people came up with this greater. Like, he may not be better, but he's greater. He did more. Like, that shit weak, bro. Especially when you got
no. Because then niggas would say Drake Lamont. That nigga would say some dumb shit like Rocky Marciano greater than Joe Louis. It's cap. It's cap.
Who said that?
Joe Louis' ass. He beat
Joe Louis, but he ain't better. Come on, bro. What are we talking about? That's what I'm saying. Niggas don't really know boxing.
He the old Joe Louis, man. You can't say that, though.
No, bro. He beat him. No, he beat him, bro. He beat him. Because he beat him. Get the fuck out of here.
I ain't gonna get sucked into that shit.
Well, Floyd Mayweather beat his record.
Rocky Marciano beat Joe Louis. He's better than Joe Louis. Stop it, bro.
Well, Floyd Mayweather beat that record. Nah. Y'all mad.
So
it's not 50 and 0.
Okay. With accomplishments and shit. That's cool.
Okay, Floyd is 50 and 0, but Floyd is 50 and 0, but Lopez is 51 and 0. Lopez is 51 and 0, right?
That's what takes you over the top.
I guess he beat Floyd's record, right? 51 and 0 beat 50 and 0, correct? Yes, it does.
Get out of here, man. Who did he fight?
This shit don't matter, bro. What matters is what happens when y'all fight, man.
So all right, I got a real good one then. All right, Tommy Hearns, Ray Leonard, right? Tommy Hearns, Ray Leonard. Who greater? Who better?
Ray Leonard.
Who won the fight?
It's a draw.
Ray Leonard.
It's a draw. They fought twice.
But who won the first fight?
It's a draw. They fought twice.
Okay, but who won the first fight?
Who won? So didn't they draw one time and didn't somebody win one?
Yeah, didn't somebody get stopped?
They fought twice, and Ray came out his own mouth and told Tommy that he beat him in the second fight. It's a draw, 1-1.
Yes, he did. Who won the fight, bro?
Yes, he did. I tell you who won the fight. No, listen. I'm gonna tell you who won the fight. All the fans, because those were two great fights. Thank you very much.
Man, why are you doing this? The nigga got stopped in the first fight. Like, why that's so hard to say?
Who won the first fight, bro? Who won the first fight?
Yeah, I don't understand what the hell is wrong with this.
That's a question, Troy.
Like,
who won the first fight?
Like, it's not no hard question. It's not like trying to trap you. Just answer the fucking question.
Tommy lost the first fight, bro. Tommy lost the first fight. But in the rematch, they had a rematch.
They got a loss in the draw. Hold on, they got a loss in the draw. And in the first fight, it didn't go to the scorecards because he got stopped. And then in the second fight, they got a draw. And they both were extremely accomplished, right?
Yes. Tommy was more accomplished. Go ahead. Tommy was more accomplished. Go ahead. Tommy's more accomplished.
Common sense. Who's better? Two accomplished fighters that fought two times. One of them won, and then they got a draw in the second fight. Who's better, bro? And when they fought the first time, they win their prime.
Who's better?
Yeah, who's better?
That's all based on opinion, baby.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say Ryan Leonard at first, and I said niggas say Leonard better than Ryan. They smoke crack. But I left Durant out.
Similar to Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury.
It's not based on Ray Leonard beating Tommy Hearns. It's based on.
I wonder why.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. Stop, dog.
Hey, hopefully everybody on the panel agrees that Roberto Duran is better and greater than Ray Leonard, man. That's his hope. I hope everybody can agree.
Yeah, right.
That's a fact.
Yeah, right.
I ain't say that shit. You say that shit.
No.
That man quit. You can't say that method. That nigga quit. That's not cool. What you thought? That's not cool.
That's cool. He's still greater and better than Ray Leonard, man.
No, I fuck with Roberto Duran, but that just makes me not believe in him. Because if he's better than Sugar Ray Leonard, then I don't need to believe in his ass.
This shit's not even close. How many times did Roberto Duran lose, bro?
How many times?
There's some no-name dudes.
He lost to Ray Leonard twice. He lost to Ray Leonard twice.
Okay, and then how many times did he lose overall?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I don't know.
He beat Sugar Ray Leonard, though. He actually beat Sugar Ray Leonard, too, though.
He was the first one to do it. Yes, I get that.
Yeah, and I give him credit for beating Sugar Ray, but he's not better than Sugar Ray. You can't. To me, you can't say that. Not when you quit against that nigga.
He made him sit down. He made him sit down and give up.
Sugar Ray's the better boxer over him and Duran.
Man, stop it. Duran is a greater, better boxer, man.
No.
Duran's a better boxer than who?
Ray Leonard, nigga, the fuck we talking about?
The fuck is you talking about? What?
Y'all niggas smoking on some hope, boy. Duran is a greater and better boxer, man.
Well, man, I don't even have to argue this shit because at the end of the day, the dude said no mas.
Duran is a greater.
He said that.
Wait a minute. Did you say he's a greater boxer than Sugar Ray Leonard? Is that what you said?
He did.
No, I said Sugar Ray's a better. I said Sugar Ray's a better boxer than
I'm trying to hear
Duran.
Method's thing. Like just one thing. Hey, Method, what you said?
Yeah, Duran is greater and better than Duran Leonard, and I think he's greater and better than Hagler, and I think he's greater and better than Hearns. I think he's the greatest of the four kings.
All right, that's the king. That's your king. That's your
no, he ain't my goddamn king. My king. That's my king.
Y'all niggas,
man, it's be crazy talking to Duran fans, man. It's like we give you niggas an inch, like he's a great boxer. Then you niggas want a mile.
One at a time.
Hey, I guarantee, if Floyd was in this room right now, he'd say Duran is greater and better. I guarantee.
Because Floyd said it. That's what you're going off. Like Floyd is corroborating.
Y'all got it, bro.
Okay,
I got it, man.
Yeah.
That nigga lost to everybody that you just said he better than. He lost to all of them. Like, what are you talking about? That's
cool. Hey, he hurt
I don't think that's cool as you think it is.
nigga even lost to Benitez. Think about that.
He lost to Benitez. Yeah, he got in there with the Puerto Rican champ, man. Benitez put hands on him. Hey, he got in there.
He got knocked out in 2 rounds by Hearns.
He would beat Floyd Mayweather, though. Wilfred Benitez would beat Floyd Mayweather. He definitely would.
Duran would beat Floyd. What are we talking
you
about?
higher than a
I don't think so.
Y'all niggas straight. Lightweight Duran.
Base that on other than some hope.
Listen, I will say that that when nobody shut down the country off of Sugar Ray Leonard win, but I will also say that the only time they shut down the country was when a Sugar Ray Leonard lost. I don't know if that's because Roberto Duran is that great, but I don't think it is because as soon as he lost, they all fucking shunned him. So I think the reason why they were even on his jock in the first place is because he beat Sugar Ray Leonard. So that tends to lend itself to think that like Sugar Ray Leonard is the thing that made even Roberto Duran great.
When you say shut down the country, Smoke, what are you talking about?
I mean that when he got, I'm saying like when he got to Panama, it was pandemonium. They mobbed his airport, they mobbed the airfield, and actually the country shut down for like a week.
Okay.
It's like the Jazz fans after they lost to the Bulls.
And they still love him, man. They still love Durant over there.
Well, they was hating him after that no mas. Like he couldn't go home after that. So
they said he had to walk with a tiger outside.
It's a lie.
Not only did Roberto Duran lose to Ray Leonard, he lost to Wilfred Benitez, who Ray Leonard beat. He lost to Tommy Hitman, who Ray Leonard, but
he lost to a no-name dude, Pat Caldwell.
Hey, that's cool, man. Hey, I respect the mindset of.
He lost to Marvin Hagler's brother too.
Duran on a good day beats the shit out of the guys, man. Beats the shit out of
I need to figure shit out.
That man is one of the greatest boxers ever exist. Top 10 all time.
Cool.
So if you're going to look at it as like impact on a single division, then sure. But if you look at like just moving up through the division, like Duran did fight all the way up to 68, but he looked crazy when he was fighting at 68. Leonard got in like a weird one at 75, even though I don't think they weighed more than 68.
He never fought at 175, Smoke.
No, he just got a 175 belt. I'm just saying he got a 175 belt.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, right. So like you can get into the whole like nobody. It should have been super middleweight or whatever the hell. I'm not mad at that. Like all I'm saying is he has a 175 belt.
He's also
went up there, beat a legitimate light heavyweight. That's actually a Hall of Famer. It's hard for me to say. Like Duran, he's great. He's great. All these are ATGs. And so is Floyd, and so is
not really.
Right.
Hey, man, I just want to say, as an Earl Spence fan, since Danny Garcia was unified at 140 and he became a 2-division champion at 147, I just want to let everybody know my new opinion that Danny Garcia is better than Earl Spence. Just so everybody knows.
Whoa. You said Danny Garcia is not better than Spence?
I'm officially changing my opinion as an Earl Spence fan because Danny Garcia was unified at 140 and he became a 2-division champion at 147. I want to say now that Danny Garcia is a better fighter than Earl Spence Jr.
You sound a lot like Charlo right there, Knockout. 160 pounds is my division. If anybody wants to fight me, they'll come to fight me. You sound like Charlo.
No, I sound like you making that argument. That's what I sound like. I sound like you, bro.
If Danny becomes, all right. So
call me Moses. Call me Moses. Like I said, I'm Moses. I
got a scenario for y'all. So what if Earl? Listen to this. If Earl retires the day of tomorrow, Danny goes on to be undisputed at 154. Possibly say he goes on to win the title at 160. Then what?
I mean, we don't even have to talk about hypotheticals. Danny Garcia is more accomplished. He's a 2-division champion. He was unified at 140, just like Earl Spence is unified at 147. But since he got that extra division and he's more accomplished, Danny Garcia is Earl Spence. I don't give a fuck what happened when they fought. I don't care no more. Because fights don't matter. I
thought boxing is based on
Danny Garcia over Earl Spence Jr.
No, I'm saying we know Earl beat him already, right? Right, so I'm saying, but my question.
That shit don't matter though. That shit don't matter no more. We don't. That shit don't count.
Boxing don't revolve around. But you see what I'm saying? Like, how y'all putting it right? It's like, all right, Earl beat Danny, but I say Earl retires at 47, doesn't go into 50, nothing, doesn't do nothing else at the 47. I say Bud goes up there, he beats Earl retires.
Bro, I'm agreeing with you, bro. I'm agreeing with you. Danny Garcia.
Right, are you being sarcastic or are you being serious? If you're serious, then I think it makes some sense to you. That's what I'm saying. So,
hey, I'm being serious just for you so we can move the conversation along. Danny Garcia and Earl Spence, bro.
No, I ain't said that. I ain't said that. I've seen Earl knock out
not for you then.
I've seen Earl knock out welterweight. Earl's a good welterweight champion. Bud, in my opinion, is great.
It's not for you then, Method. That's Detroit. That's Detroit.
Well, I got
Detroit don't know what you're talking about. Detroit don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, let me add this concept. What if a guy just has your number? Like that's what I was bringing up with Vernon Forrest, right?
Yeah,
Vernon Forrest. Do you think that Vernon Forrest is a better fighter than Sugar Shane Mosley?
Basically what they've been arguing.
He's definitely better than Sugar Shane. Like Sugar Shane Mosley can't beat him. But does that mean he's a better fighter than him because Sugar Shane Mosley can't beat him?
Smoke. That's a cop out. Yeah. It's the same shit with he might be better, but he's not greater. Saying that he has your number, that just mean they better than you, bro.
But knockout. Let me ask.
He's just better than you. If I got your number and I keep beating your ass, that means I'm better than you, bro. Like what? Like I don't.
But
y'all
knockout. Let me bring up another example.
Just
you
walk
look
with
at
me.
Ken
Just walk with
Norton.
me for a second. Hold up a second. Just walk with me for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
If the guys, if you beat him, but he beats the guys that beat you, but all it is like, so it turns out that he beat guys that you couldn't beat, and he beat guys that are better than the guys that beat you, but you are the guy that beat him. Yeah, like that's it. Like Verdun Forest and Mayorga kind of shit.
Right. Yeah, I was going an example. I wanted.
My bad, Marky. Dan, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to bring up a quick example of Ken Norton and Muhammad Ali. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people think Ken Norton beat Ali 3 times, but like you can't never say that Ken Norton is over Muhammad Ali.
That's facts.
Is Terrence Crawford better than Manny Pacquiao method?
What do you mean?
No.
What do you mean by better?
So I got 2 questions for you. Is
I got it. Okay, hold up. Let's hear this. Let them 2 go. Let's play out.
This is gonna be good. This is gonna be good.
So
Go ahead.
one is undisputed a greater accomplishment than multiple divisions, and does getting undisputed and another title at another weight division trump Pacquiao's ability to go with multiple divisions and be great?
Personally, Crawford would knock Pacquiao the fuck out. So skill wise, he's better. The discipline and consistency to be undisputed. Yeah, I mean that speaks volumes. Something that I would say Canelo is a perfect example why Pacquiao shied away from Canelo, because that quality in that fighter that Pacquiao and his team recognized, like that guy's gonna fuck me up. You see what I'm saying? We seen that. You know, we seen a Pacquiao and get beat by Marquez, right? So I think guys like Pacquiao, he was great for the sport, but I think Bud is better. Overall, Pacquiao had a great career. So again, when Bud retires, I think it'll be no question that he's among the greats.
The real answer to me is this, bro. Like we don't know the answer to that question. And so so we can judge off of their accomplishments and what they did, and then you can have that argument. But when we do know, and that's the point that I'm making, when we do know actually got in the ring, we gotta respect that the most, bro. That should be respected the most.
I feel you.
And when you don't respect it, you open yourself up to dumbass arguments like the one I just made of Danny Garcia being better than Earl Spence.
I just want to.
No, I mean nobody. I'm saying the hit with the thing that you're saying is that y'all live in like boxing is just an absolute, and it's not. You see what I'm saying? Like because Earl beat Danny, right? But if Danny go on to beat Jamel and whatever, right? Say he go on to 54 to get a belt, 60 get a belt, then retire, right? And I say if Earl just stops at 47, I can't sit there and see that's not how it works. You see what I'm saying? All that shit to add up, they all retire. They're gonna be like, yeah, this nigga Earl, he was good, but Danny, he turned the tide and proved that he was one of the best in boxing, not just this weight class. You get what I'm saying? I mean, Marvin Hagler had a great run. He was good at what he did, but nobody would sit there and say,
well, okay, hold up a second. Well, you just made an argument against Roberto Duran.
Who?
You did, because Roberto Duran, his greatness is really at lightweight. Like, no, I mean the other guys were great all through the divisions. He was getting his ass whooped all through the divisions.
He beat Barkley, beat Debbie Moore. James Toney went on a heavyweight to become a world champion.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about James Toney. I'm just talking about right now. The argument you just made seemed to be against the argument you were making earlier for Roberto Duran.
No, I'm stating some facts.
If we all cool as fight fans, right bro. Now. If we all cool as fight fans to say that we are okay making arguments where somebody could get their ass whooped, still try to find an avenue for them to be better than the person that whooped their ass, the fuck we watching boxing for, bro?
That's not true. You twisting it into something else. Like again, this goes back to what I said before. That's why I use the Floyd Pacquiao.
That's the whole thing. Better than.
It's no dispute.
See, it's no dispute. He can be better than you. And the question though is this: what if he only beats you? I mean, that's it. But you beat the guys that beat him.
Then
yeah, I mean,
you just can't beat him.
franchise, and nobody.
Then that should be a situation like a Buster Douglas, where you just a one hit wonder.
There's guys that be Salvador Sanchez, right?
So what okay, so do you need to have multiple fights? Because Vernon Forrest, there was multiple fights.
I mean, you got to be certified. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
like
it was
you
at the
got
amateur and the pro level. Like the guy, like Sugar Shane Mosley just can't beat Vernon Forrest.
Can't do it.
And then Vernon Forrest can't beat Mayorga.
He can beat those guys.
Okay, but still,
Vernon is better. Better than Shane Mosley.
Is unifying the division and becoming.
He certainly didn't have a better career. Like Shane Mosley is obviously greater, right?
There you go, Smoke.
Yeah, bro. And that's what I'm saying.
Better, bro. Mosley is better. D-Hop is better.
And that's cool, bro. Do that shit. But I'm more in the fights. So if one of them win, then they better than you, bro. Like,
I'm taking the greater off the table, right? Because I think we all can agree that Sugar Shane Mosley is greater. But now the question becomes, how is he better? Is he a better fighter? Not is he like what, really? Is this like a linguistic problem, or is it just like, can you even say a guy is better than you?
This is what I legit think it is, bro. This is what I legit think it is. Fight fans are finding a way to try to argue for a fighter that they like who lost to somebody that they probably don't like as much. And so that's where all this shit comes from, bro.
I mean, all right, so
Vernon better, man. He beat his ass.
No, B again. I'm gonna use the B-Hop example.
That could be it, right? So let's say bias is part of it, right? Let's say preferential bias, right, and confirmation bias. Both of those things could account for it. But there's the Leon Spinks thing. And even though he rematched him and he avenged it, and it was but I wouldn't even be mad by saying that Leon Spinks is a better fighter than Muhammad Ali at that point, like, or Trevor Berbick. Like, would you say that Trevor Berbick is better than Muhammad Ali? He's the only guy to retire Muhammad Ali. Like, Muhammad Ali never got stopped, but Trevor Berbick did it. Right? Like, would you say like Trevor Berbick is better than Muhammad Ali? That version of Muhammad Ali, sure. I'm not mad at that, but an overall better fighter than Muhammad Ali.
What I would say to that is that he's better than him. But if they fought when Muhammad Ali was in his prime, he put hands and feet on him. But you have to give him credit for the W, bro. If you don't give people credit, if you don't give people credit for the wins, then what's the point of them fighting? It's like this Lee Wood, Mauricio Lara shit. If you don't give Lee Wood credit for fighting Mauricio Lara, why do you want to see fighters take tough fights?
No, so you conflate the situation.
If two fighters fight and one of them wins, and then you're still gonna go try to make an argument that the person that lost is greater than them or better against other fighters than them, and not just give the winner the credit for being a better fighter, then what incentive do these guys have to fight each other? If we're not gonna
that's I mean, there's again, you kind of twisting it, right? So
I'm not twisted, bro. You keep saying that, but I'm not twisting, bro.
Nobody with the same mind. Nobody with the same mind will say Trevor Berbick beating Ali is better than Ali, right? I wasn't alive at that time. I don't know the financial situation. I don't know who was in the corner of Ali to let him get in the court, get in that ring, but he got in the ring. He lost. I can't give that nigga credit and say, "Oh yeah, he great go be a monster." He beat nigga. What are we talking about? It's a fight. When you analyze the fight, hold on. When you analyze the fight, right? You're watching the fight as it. Hold on, analyze the fight as it transpires. Hold on, as you say in the fight, I'm like, this nigga Berbick his ass. He ain't gonna be shit. You beat Ali, cool. But yeah, for your sake, knockout. We're gonna clap it up for Trevor Berbick. Congratulations, you did this. Now watch this. Boom, gets his ass stretched the fuck out. No more. The guy that we gave credit for beating the old ass Ali. It only goes but so far.
No, like Parkinson's Ali. But it's like Parkinson's Ali. But yeah, but you give him that version of Ali. You say, Trevor Berbick is better than that guy.
You can say he was old, but Trevor Berbick beat him, so he was better on that night. But historically, if Muhammad Ali was Muhammad Ali that we all know and love, he put hands on Trevor Berbick. There's nothing wrong with saying that. But when you get into the examples like the one that we were making, and we were talking about when Troy was up here with Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather, bro, they fought. They was relatively the same age. They was in the same stage of their career. They were both highly accomplished fighters. And at the end of the day, Floyd beat him. So there's no avenue, and I know you ain't making this argument method. There's no avenue for Manny Pacquiao to be better than Floyd, no way, shape, or form. People are trying to do that though, because some people like Manny more than they like Floyd, bro. And that's what
I'm trying to understand is that career-wise, even career-wise,
I'm trying to square the circle with like real, like just purists, right? With the idea of Styles making fights, and because Styles makes fights, can you be when you have a style matchup that's a nightmare? Does that mean that fighter is better than you, or is it just the style matchup?
When you're at the highest level, and like I said, with this legacy versus legacy, and you've proven to be the best, those excuses go out the window. It's about coming out on top versus your contemporaries. So the fight that we do care about, that we can compare right now, if Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford were to fight, and then they both retire immediately after the fight, who's the best after the results are in?
Let me say this, because I'm sure I'm gonna have everybody in the panel disagree with me left and right, but I'm gonna say it because this is what I truly believe. I think that style make fight shit. I think that's just some shit that people say. I don't believe that shit, and I'm explaining to y'all why. Because I've seen a pressure fighter beat a back-footed counterpuncher. I've seen a back-footed counterpuncher beat a pressure fighter. I've seen a dude with the length advantage and the long reach and a good jab beat the dude with the shorter length. I've seen the dude with the shorter length advantage and no jab beat the dude that's long with the jab. So I don't believe that styles make fights. I believe that the person who is better at implementing their style and making the person fight in their style is the person that wins the fight. So I've never believed that, and I'm not gonna start believing that.
The reason why I disagree is because that's not
right. So there's an issue. I think the issue, and this might be linguistic. I think we like maybe conflating ideas. Like styles makes fights doesn't mean the styles necessarily wins fights, right? It could be that the particular kind of style bothers that guy. So even though that guy is not necessarily the best fighter, and not even the best even example of that style, if you have a fighter who's just susceptible to that kind of style.
Yeah, I think Smoke kind of. I was going to say that because again, it's that guy that's in that ring. His mindset, like I say, like he's better with. Like,
let's look at the actual.
Although it's similar,
I'm trying to respond to Smoke because he was talking to me.
Go ahead.
So let's explore that idea for a minute. So the term is styles make fights. So if the style makes the fight, then said style should always be better than the other style. I don't believe that, because you have some people that fight in a particular style. For instance, Errol Spence and Jesus Ramos. They are both seek and destroy southpaw fighters that like to go to the body. Now, someone may be able to get off better on Jesus Ramos because he's not as good at the style as Errol Spence. But that same person will probably get in the ring and get walked through. So styles make.
So what you're really saying? You're admitting a lot of parts.
Hold up a second. Because I think we can bridge this gap. Because I think that at this point we're talking about the concepts behind the terms, right? The phrase "style makes fights." To me, the concept behind the phrase is about the style being. It could be entertaining. That makes the fight entertaining, right? So it could be that it could very well be if you get a boxer versus a pressure fighter, that's where the fight is going to happen. So it becomes an exciting fight. Whereas if you get a boxer versus another boxer in a chess match, it could be boring, right? So that's one way that a style could like make the fight.
That's what it means. That's what it means to me.
Right, but that's a different thing. Let's put that to one side. Let's put that to one side because I think that we can agree on that one, right? Am I wrong about that?
I kind of agree, but I kind of don't, because the example that you just said, I saw a boxer who loves to be on his back foot against a in the fight put me to sleep when I was watching Guillermo Rigondeaux versus John Riel Casimiro. That shit put me to sleep. So if what you were saying was true, then that should have been an exciting fight, but it wasn't.
Right. So let's put this on a spectrum, right? So let's say if one guy is so good at being on the back foot that he can't, but he can't cut off the ring. So his pressure fighting requires for you to stand still, then what really is that guy really a pressure fighter? If you can't cut off the ring, how good a pressure fighter are you?
Yeah, that was great to say what
right.
kind
So
of goes down
that seems
to
like that's kind of a hole in the style, like how good an example of that style you are. But the style clash, it should be a good one, on its face. But I want to go to something else that you're a little bit. I don't know. So hold on. First, I want to make sure that we're on the same page with that idea. Like, do you think that the idea of like the style clash, those contrasting styles, are on its face value, like just a general statement, is the thing that we should be excited for when you say styles make fights? But then you have to then factor into how good a practitioner they are at that styles, at their respective styles.
The first part, Smoke, I disagree with. The second part, yes. To me, it's important about how good those fighters are at that style. That's what's gonna make the fight, not just the style. Like, I don't give a fuck about the style. How good are you at it? Like, you can be a back-footed counterpuncher, but you can be fucking Gabriel Flores Jr. Okay, you fucking
cool. So it's an and with you. Like, it's a styles makes fights and how good you are at those respective styles.
Yes, that's what's important to me.
Okay, great.
That last part is what I look at, bro.
Okay, whichever one you put a premium on, I think everybody can agree with that, right?
No.
So we move on to the second part of this whole thing about styles making fights, because I think the other part of it is that styles are supposed to determine the winner.
No,
and I don't think that's the issue.
Yes, and now that I completely disagree with, bro, and that's what I was getting at, and I think you agree with me on that too.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think styles determine the winner.
Yeah, and when I hear, and the reason I'm getting at it, Smoke, is because I've heard a pick and be like, yeah, bro, I got Terrence Crawford beating Earl Spence. I got Earl Spence beating Terrence Crawford. Oh, why you got him winning? Shit, man, styles make fights. What?
Right.
That's just the fucking casual.
Right. So I'm trying to get in on this. All right. So I think it comes down to like how a person understands styles make fights. Kind of Smoke was kind of saying earlier is it also the science comes in part with it, right? So the fundamentals, the technique, all those things, every boxer should be being taught damn near the same shit, right? Then the style is how implemented. Let's say a fighter doesn't have that style is how they fight. They don't have the legs to move laterally, right? Or that person is just unphysically. Style is like what you can and what you cannot physically fucking do. Some guys cannot work on both sides of the legs. My left leg might be worse than my right leg, so I gotta go this way. I gotta do that. That's more so when I hear style make fight. Like I have an uppercut, I have a left uppercut, but I cannot shoot the right uppercut, right? Or I might have a right hand, straight right hand, but my right hook, I just always telegraph the bitch. You see what I'm saying? That's when I hear style. You see what I'm saying? Like Vernon Forrest, Shane Mosley. Like it's certain things within the Vernon Forrest style that Mosley couldn't pick up on that gave Vernon Forrest the advantages, but Mayorga, what he could do stylistically to land his shots is what made him able to beat this guy. And for Shane Mosley, he was able to see it, recognize it, and capitalize. You get what I'm saying? So again, when I hear style, it's more so what that individual mentally and physically can produce. And they might, I expect, usually you expect all fighters to be able to move laterally, do these things, because that's the science, but some guys just physically aren't being taught. That's a problem, or they just physically cannot just do it. Once they get pressured, they panic, they can't do it, they go to the ropes, get the shit beat out of them, get stopped. Canelo shows that. You see what I'm saying? The Caleb Plant fight. Like some people say he's slick, I say he's okay, but he's not really good at moving laterally. He goes straight to the ropes. You see what I'm saying? But when you put a Floyd in front of him who can do it all, stylistically can be composed, he can throw any punch in the game, go into a high guard, put his hands down, go into the shell. Like his style will always be hard for anybody. You get what I'm saying? Because he has developed everything and he knows how to execute. You see what I'm saying? If a guy doesn't know how to execute certain things, then that's why styles make fight.
You agree with me then, because the difference is that Floyd mastered that shit, so he's better at it than Caleb Plant.
To a degree.
You actually agree with me, and I'm not. And so when I'm talking to you or another brother on the panel, and we not casuals, and we talking about this shit, that's cool. But it is a lot of people, bro. I've heard them, and that's why I'm bringing it up. I have heard them simply say styles make fights and not understand what it means, and they think this fighter has a certain style. This style superior to that style. That shit is just not true.
Right. They hear they hear what's it called? So what you saying when people say, oh, this guy he fights on the back foot, or this guy he's a come forward fight, they only hear that's more of a casual thinking mindset, right? So if you really understand the sport, you get what I'm saying. It's like you understand what a fighter physically can do, what he physically is showing that he recognized. That's when I'm like, oh, that's the style. But the person is saying, oh,
broke it down. The way that we all just broke it down, people don't do that, bro. And
Right.
so that's why when I hear style makes fights, that it gets annoying because not everybody's gonna talk to me like Smoke. Not everybody's gonna talk to me how you just talk to me and explain what they mean by it. So
styles do make fights, though. You know that,
I was
right?
just
Styles
listening
do make
to
fights.
James Toney talk about it. James Toney was talking. They was asking James Toney about the shoulder roll, the half guard, if you will. And James Toney was talking about it. He was like, the problem is people. A lot of boxers see it, and a lot of coaches don't know how to teach it, and so they would think that's their style. And when they get in the ring, they do it all wrong because it's not it's not just for showmanship. It's a way you have to do it inside of the pocket. It's meant for an attack more or less than a defense, right? So he was talking about it like that. But then, right. And I was like, a lot of people try to look at these styles and adopt the styles because they feel like styles make fights. And when they adopt this stuff, you know, like what Mike Tyson say, yeah, you come in there with that plan till you get hit in the mouth, then the whole style go out the ring. You know what I'm saying? So
no, that is their style. But in all reality, that is their style. You get what I'm saying? That's their style. If that makes sense. That's literally their style.
Why you look like Smoke? You look like you actually look like Smoke.
But your method, it may be a style that they would want to do. You know what I'm saying? That they think they look fly. Because people method.
No, what I'm saying is that's who they are, right? And that's the style. Like if you start pressuring me, and my reaction is kind of to expose my ribs at all times in the fight, or I might get into a brawl with you. That's my style. So when you hear someone like a matchmaker or Bob, when they say that shit, that's how they understand. Like he gonna always repeat to do this. You see what I'm saying? And some guys like Robert Hagler, Ray Leonard. But Hagler's style, once you start letting go on him, you know what's ready to show. I'm gonna be able to outland you. You see what I'm saying? But with Hearns, he was able to trade with him because Hearns he start backing all the way up, and Hagler and Leonard was just gonna step to him.
I don't think that's style. I think that's more so.
That is style. Style is personal.
But what about Adrian Broner method in the half guard? Adrian Broner stay in the half guard, and we all scream at the TV, "Let your hands go!" But he thinking longer he in that half guard, he beat that boy. You know what I'm saying? Like nigga, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. When you think about style, it's like the style the way I dress. You get what I'm saying now? So whenever we actually use the word style, it's how I dress, what I'm putting on. It ain't more so everybody ain't gonna have the same style because how I do it ain't gonna be the way you do it. Now we confuse when people say the boxer punch or the puncher boxer. That's not really style. That's some other shit. You see what I'm saying? But style is
that's literally what they're talking about. When they talk about style.
I disagree. I disagree with that.
You can't read the fine for every okay, here's the thing. You can have your own private language, but when boxing fans are talking about styles, they're talking about boxer puncher. They're talking about
but I mean it applies. We can't apply that to a guy that's like, let's say a 135-pound guy with power, go to 147. Is he really going to be a fucking puncher boxer at 135? It's you the T.O. Josh Taylor fight.
If that's listen, he can have that style. It just may not be as effective for him at 140, and he might have to change his style up to be more effective. And that's why you get these guys get pound for pound, because they're supposed to be effective. In my opinion, this is why my pound for pound list is like different than everybody else's, because I put a premium on being able to fight every kind of style in every kind of direction from every distance.
Right. So I see it more as like it's an individual basis.
So we a lot of guys get pound for pound because they're really good at one particular thing. Like B-Ball to me is a guy that is really good at the thing that he does. But he doesn't fight every style. He can't fight from every fucking distance. That's not him.
Okay, so Smoke, I got a question though, Smoke. So what are your top 5 pound for pound using your criteria? Give us that top 5.
I don't have a pound for pound, but because there's another reason, right? So not only is my methodology like different than other people's, but like I also understand just like the spirit of a pound for pound list is to be controversial and to come up with like weird methodologies that don't really matter to anybody but you.
What do you mean?
I mean, like, if we were to give pound for pound list, but it could be turned into a power rankings thing. It could turn into a lifetime achievement award. It could turn into like just counting of accolades. It could just be looking at the resume, like, and none of that shit's wrong because there's no really right or wrong way to compile a pound for pound list. So it's just a mishmash of fucking babble.
What people are gonna do is try to tell you why your list is wrong. I can guarantee you,
exactly.
Everybody up here got a different list.
Yeah, exactly. Like the whole thing to me has always been like it's been a marketing asset for media outlets, and that's what the pound for pound list is. That's what it's always been. That's what it's been since its origin, like over 100 years ago. And then when it got popularized. Well, the term, over 100 years ago. And then when the list got created and popularized during Sugar Ray Robinson's thing, it's always just been like newspapers trying to sell you shit.
When it's
so subjective, you can have somebody that can make their pound for pound list in a way to make an argument for Terrence Crawford. Then you can have somebody else to make their pound for pound list in a way to argue for Monster anyway. Then somebody else can make it in a way to argue for Alexander Usyk. Then somebody else can come back and make an argument for Devin Haney or Charlo. Like it's just. Like,
I got Bud as my number one guy. I got Bud as my number one guy because I think he is like the best example at a higher rate. But like I can't think of like better example. I think actually Stephen Fulton is even a better example of what I'm talking about than even Bud. But whatever.
Hey, that's why you need
I disagree with it being a power.
All the people trolling me in the chat, hoping that I respond to them. Just hit my man's like button while you in this motherfucker. Just hit his like button.
That's absolute nonsense. Like like him losing to knockout, losing that to Ring IQ.
Videos up
is like it's like me losing to whoever that dude was. I debated first. I don't remember his name, but shout out to him. No disrespect. I just didn't know his name before, and I don't remember. It's not that important. I just debate too many people, but yeah, like that. Like easy work is easy work, and that was like pretty clear and easy work.
But real shit, hit my man's like button though. While you in here, hit his like button.
That's no shout out. Like that, like Ring IQ and my our back and forth goes back a ways, but this has no bearing on that with what I'm saying. Like if you got roasted by Ring IQ, I just say you got roasted by Ring IQ. Because there's no sweat off my fucking nose either way. But yeah, that's not what happened. Yeah, that's not what happened at all.
Hey, let's get back to boxing though. Let's get back to boxing.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey. That's why sometimes if you get cooked, sometimes before we get cooked. Hey, at least be goddamn right. If you're right, then everything you said was a fact.
Knockout got well done with seasoning.
That's my video no longer up that motherfucker. But I was right.
Whatever you say, here's what I know. The video's up on my channel, and hundreds of people disagree with you. But you ain't got to cheerlead for him whenever you want it to. You don't have to cheerlead for him. You don't have to say he did this or did that. You can get it whenever you want it to. So you just let me know.
Anytime, knockout, anytime.
Hey, Troy, just get that Pacquiao shit alone, Troy.
Here it is. I'm hosting the debate already on Monday. I'm hosting another one on Wednesday. But I got a Thursday night just for you. You can pick the pictures. You can do whatever you want. Just come on through. And you ain't got to cheerlead for nobody. You can come cook me yourself.
I'm gonna come on through, man. I'm gonna come on through. Trust me. I'm gonna come on through.
Hey, I got a topic for you, Troy. Hey, Troy. I got a topic for you, Troy. Josh Taylor, Teofimo.
I'll even let you bring a judge. You can even pick a judge.
Listen, y'all, I don't debate, man. All this is fun to me. It keeps me smiling sometimes.
All right,
I don't.
I'm just having fun. You have an open invitation, bro. Open invitation whenever you want.
You have an open invitation to the back. Okay. I take you up on that, man, when I feel like it.
What he's saying is he can't speak for 5 minutes straight and compose a valid argument.
What I'm saying is you can't speak for me.
I mean, you struggling right now, and you don't let nobody finish their sentences.
Listen to me, y'all.
I'm wondering how you were doing in the debate. Right?
Listen to me, y'all. I hold court with people that are real boxers and people that have real boxing thought.
Hold on one second.
This is fun to me.
Hey, one second, guys.
Sometimes you just want to have some fun.
Backstage.
How you doing?
A little bit of housekeeping. Just hold on 1 second. The guy backstage. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if Butch is still with.
Can you get to Walmart from across here?
Hey, Butch. Hey, Butch. Are you still here?
Somebody's trying to get in. I don't know if you're still on the panel.
He can come up, Smoke. I'll go to the chat and talk shit. He can come up. Because I'm just
make sure Butch is still with us first.
Yeah, Butch was there. I'll go to the chat.
No, I don't think Butch is here.
Butch, he was just talking.
No, that was Troy talking.
No, I'm talking about
Butch ain't here.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you. Hung out for just hang out for a second. Unless you want to go too. If you want to go, like 2 people can go. Just in case somebody else want to come on. But I don't think Butch is here. So yeah,
I'll go hang out in the chat. I'm just enjoying the conversation anyway. I'll go hang out in the chat.
All right, cool. That's
appreciate y'all.
Always hit the link if you want to jump up and say something, give something, say something else.
I give Method and Troy credit because at least they'll talk to me, man. I wish one of y'all in the chat would hop up here, man, and holler at me, bro.
At least
that panel button, bro. They ain't gonna put that.
Always talk that shit to me. Y'all niggas is in the chat, boy.
Hey, that motherfucker say his name Dr. Wayne, man. That's not a
y'all rather cheerlead and shit. How about you beat my ass, bro? Like that. That's what I love. Like, come on,
hey, nigga named Dr. Wayne, man.
Hey, Method. The doctor don't stand for doctor. It stands for dick rider. That's what that stands for. You doing?
Yeah, if the count don't got you like a real person, if you're not a real person, I'm not debating with no troll kid, man. You gotta be a real person, man.
Hey, Method to hop up, no issues, and holler at your boy. Yeah. So will Troy, y'all. The rest of y'all, bro.
I enjoy being wrong. If I'm wrong, give me something to go learn.
Shit. Dick rider. That's what he says.
Now listen. Listen. When people come out here with crazy bad calling me a spy, I'm gonna be generous with my interpretation of the name of this troll ass fucking handle, right? It's not like I don't understand what slurs are, but let's just say that this guy's calling me a spy. Yeah, you can delete the comment, you can time him out, you can also block that dumb shit. Don't be mad. I'm not gonna get mad at you. Like, I can figure out how to unblock people if I feel like they got unfairly blocked. But yeah, I'm gonna try to be like judicious with my wrenches, so I feel like people are going to use them responsibly. Which is why I'm reticent on Jimmy. Like, I'm on the fence with you, Jimmy. I feel you, but like, man, I don't know about your self-control, bro. Your impulse control. You're still young. Anyway, that's me trolling Jimmy. Go ahead, let's get back to boxing.
What the hell was that all about, Smoke?
Hey, what y'all
tell me why the fuck Josh Taylor and T.O. about to
fight, bro? I got some money on I'm trying to make sure I got the right bet.
I think it's an underrated fight. I think it might be the most exciting fight we've had this year.
Who?
Which fight?
Jeremiah Ponce and Subriel Matias.
That's tomorrow, right?
IBF?
Yeah, that's tomorrow night. Showtime main event.
That's a good fight. I think that Badu Jack shit gonna be good too, though. Badu Jack always got like a cool fight.
Badu Jack was in a life and death with fucking Sullivan Popeye, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but man, when he fought Donna Stevenson, that bitch was cool too, though.
He had a horrible performance. Barely won.
When he fought Gene Pascal, they was rumbling.
I thought Laura Wood was gonna be a lot more like entertaining than it turned out to be.
Nah.
That was a good fight. That was.
It was, but I thought it was just gonna be.
Colin was the best of his days.
That's because
I didn't expect
you
that.
thought Laura. You thought Laura like I did. I thought he was gonna throw more punches than he did. But Lee Wood was actually touching his ass up until he got, until he hit him with that left hook.
That's all you need. Better timing. He just had better timing that one instance, and pop, it was over.
Big facts, bro. Big facts. And I think when he hurt Lee Wood early in the fight, he knew that he could get to him. So he just spent the rest of the fight looking for that shot.
Smoke, let Jimmy in. He waiting on you, bro. My bad.
Brain blast.
Yeah, Ben Davis and fighters got this weird shit they do. And it's like they open up all the way. And then Laura said, all right, good night. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. Them guys, Josh Taylor do that shit. Anybody trained with Ben Davis?
I don't think. Yeah, see, the thing is, I don't think Ben Davis has a style. I think Ben Davis is a glorified, what is it, personal trainer, like at the gym. He's a fat coach and he's a motivational speaker. I don't think he knows X's and O's. I don't think he has a style.
I can show you
that I could put on like
he teaching
a
them
technique style kind of shit.
I can show you that he taught them guys something. It's something. It's stupid as shit, and that's why Laura was getting to him and then got him.
Hey, Lee
If I could
Wood,
jump in here real quick, fellas,
Lee Wood
please.
tried to hold the phone and he dropped that hoe. He forgot to tuck his chin behind that motherfucker.
No, but fellas, if I could jump in here since y'all talking about trainers, right? If you don't mind, Smoke. If you want to see a great trainer, you tune into the Troy Graham Experience tonight at 8:00. I'm having Pepe Carrera on there. He's the trainer of legends. He trained Lewis, Sugar Ray Leonard, Simon Brown, Maurice Blocker, and many others.
Oh, that's cool. I love Sugar.
What's his name again?
Pepe Carrera. Pepe Carrera.
Ain't nobody trying to look in your grocery cart, man. You can't cook
but
no
Troy
way.
is like, he's getting steps.
The common
You know how
sense,
old
the
people
common
are.
sense
Like,
is
and he
in
likes to
aisle
cook,
3,
too.
by the way.
Troy remembers, like, will tell you he cooked shark because he made it once 10 years ago. Like, you just got to roll with Troy. That's all. But yeah, what time is put your link in the chat, Troy? And also
8:00, baby. 8:00.
8:00 Eastern time, right?
Yes, sir.
There we go. Let's get back to this boxer. Why this man buys his like hormone foot
steroid meat,
chicken.
boy.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's not judge my man too harshly. But
overgrown chicken buying that.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
That chicken got all kind of steroids and HGH shit in it. Man.
I just want to hear how.
That's why I call it positive motherfucking chicken.
Yeah, if you're gonna put your fucking camera on, why do you have a basket for one thing of chicken? Like, okay, this is just gonna be a distraction. Good, let's talk boxing. Let's get back to boxing.
Don't touch the bag, nigga.
Let's talk about how Tank gonna knock. Let's talk about how Tank gonna knock Devin the fuck out.
Big fat.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
So here's the thing.
You don't want to
really
talk
what my
about
issue
that.
is. So
No,
part of the stream, there's two different parts of the stream. One is people being overrated. The other part of it is do they think we're stupid? Like what the fuck is going on with the idea that like your fight isn't that great that you're about to have that everybody's talking about, so you start talking about the next fight. When did this happen? And then why is this like such a thing? Like I keep hearing about Shakur and Devin as if they don't have fights to have in front of them. Like I don't get this.
That's a great
Devin is overrated.
All right, that's hey, I was going to say that shit. All right, so I'm not gonna say that. I do think Loma Devin is a cool fight. I think anybody would say Devin should win that fight. But to the topic, if Devin wins his respective fight, Shakur wins his respective fight. Like Bob says, he wants Shakur to fight the winner of that fight. Does Devin's or Shakur become overrated if they avoid that?
Here's the thing. I only hear this about people who don't like fucking Dev, so they can say so they don't have to talk about the fact that Shakur is fighting somebody that nobody gives a fuck about. But Devin is fighting somebody that somebody gives a fuck. So it really just sounds like some hating ass shit. Let me finish because before you start talking about like I'm crazy and nobody's doing it, don't gaslight me. I go through these fucking YouTube streets and I'm a very reasonable person. And I like being charitable to other people's opinions. So yes, there's more than nobody talking about it. As a matter of fact, I got a fucking video up with about like 40,000 goddamn likes on it with a whole bunch of people just shitting on goddamn Devin Haney like it's the thing to do. Right. And those people, for whatever fucking reason, they're like, oh yeah, they're ducking. And I'm not fine, cool, they're ducking.
But that comes with the crown, though, right?
I'm not mad at that. The point I'm trying to make is if Shakur Stevenson was fighting somebody worth the damn, then they wouldn't have this much energy. They were just importing their energy into Shakur's next opponent.
I agree, Smoke. I see that shit too. I would just say when you hit somebody, just don't be surprised when they hit you back, because fans have had to hear for like 3-4 years that every time Devin got a fight coming up, the only reason that he fighting that person is because everybody else ducking him. So they are trying to fire back at Devin, and that's what. And
I got it. Listen, I know that those fighters that he called ducks have fans. These are very popular fighters and very good fighters. So of course they're gonna have like a really loyal fan base,
and all that stuff is going to come back at him. Yeah, I get playing the heel, and I understand that like when you're not a puncher like that, playing the heel is probably a really great way to get a whole bunch of money. That's the green print, right? I get all of that. I'm not confused. I'm just saying that apparently people think I'm fucking stupid, or a bunch of fans are stupid. Like I don't understand the game. The only reason why you have all this heat for Devin Haney all of a sudden is because people are giving you heat about the opponents that you're actually fighting.
I don't think anybody's giving Devin any heat, right? He called for these fights that he got, right? The Haney camp always goes out. They attack Robert Easter in the public. They attack Tank in the public. Then it's just you can't be a hypocrite, right? And then people, I think Nako said it. You can't hit and attack people, right? And then not expect the shit to come back.
Yeah,
right?
the issue is that then you start talking about how nobody's giving him heat, right? So that is the whole thing. Like you want to create this bunker mentality where you want to act like the Haney people are fucking retarded. Like I'm saying, like you don't see all of goddamn heat that's going on. And from you,
Right.
you're like one of the people who gets
Right.
the most heat. Why you talking about like nobody does it?
Nope.
Like you're
Right.
one of the chief proponents. Like,
that's
okay,
not
hold
true.
up a
That's
second.
not
Hold up a
the
second.
reason.
Hold
Go
up
ahead.
a second. Hold
Go
up
ahead.
a second. Like literally, I can't even get you to talk about fucking these fights without you bringing up Kambosos. You don't bring up
What fight?
Kambosos because you think that was a good win. You bring up Kambosos because you think that is a shitty win. Meanwhile, it's not like Shakur has these fucking monsters on his resume. Meanwhile, it's not like Tank has these monsters on his resume. So this idea that like nobody gives him heat, that you're coming out with, like you are one of these nobody that gives him heat.
No, that's not true. All right, so 130, Shakur's the champion at 126, however people may feel about it. 130 went on to beat Oscar Valdez, he beat Jamel Hearn, he beat the Brazilian guy, right? Beat all of them, great fashion. Was unable to become undisputed, now he's at 35, right? I can see clearly that guys ain't really trying to fight Shakur. Could have made the fights, they're not trying to make them, right? Now, with Devin, again, since he hit the scene, the professional scene, right? They've been calling guys out. They got into the position of the undisputed champ. So I think the heat is only coming from being the guy that when you have a guy like Shakur Stevenson that wants to fight, fans are going to be like, well, you was calling out Tank. You've been chasing T.O., but when Shakur right there, and it seems to be this easy-ass fight to make, then all of a sudden, yeah, fans are going to be mad with motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? I don't get what's the problem. I'm not understanding what's the problem.
I'll tell you what the problem is. I'll tell you what the problem is. Since you want to be the like Pied Piper for casuals, the problem is it's a fucking casual ass attitude to be like, oh, the guy that failed his way at 130 should now like should skip the line for a championship shot at 135. Like what I heard going into the fucking Conceição fight was all about how Shakur wanted to be undisputed at 130. But coming out of the Conceição fight, all I heard was these guys would duck me at 135. Like, I'll tell you what happened in between there. His fat ass fucking missed weight. Then he started talking about goddamn like tournaments that need to happen and fights like that. Well, was he talking about tournaments at 126 where he didn't even have a defense? No, he wasn't talking about a tournament at 126. Was he talking about a tournament at 130? Where he was talking about when he's a unified champion and was talking about becoming undisputed before his fat ass missed weight. No, he wasn't talking about a tournament there. But then all of a sudden, he loses his belts, so loses his benefits and his privileges to just challenge for a title right out the gate. Now we need fucking tournaments and all this stuff. Like what people need to do, like, and this is what I'm saying, and this is why to Shakur, I'm gonna land my plane here. This is why Shakur's face actually made my thumbnail about O's being overrated. Because it's not because I think Shakur can't fight. It's because the way that people are rating Shakur, even though he's had like really a mediocre fucking run in his career.
Oh shit.
It's been mediocre. Right, Oscar Valdez is like his best win, and they act like this dude is a fucking Hall of Famer ATG.
Okay, so perfect. So you kind of proved my point. So now that he wants to fight the guy that y'all saying is one of the baddest in boxing, what's the problem?
Like that. So was that guy free? You get all I heard was how he wasn't free and he's been capping this whole time, but all of a sudden he's supposed to be free because Shakur got there.
So no. What I'm hearing is, oh, it's too soon. Devin and Shakur don't need to fight. They don't need to do this. Why would y'all do that? And my mind is like, well, if we're gonna run with that, we can apply that shit to everything in boxing.
No, what we're talking about is how you are just a hate. Like, I'm just talking about this casual ass attitude that you're having, as though like Devin Haney is now beholden or is obligated
to fight fucking Shakur, who's been there,
No, I
who
agree with
just
you,
got
Smoke.
there, who's never had a fight there, and the only reason why he's there is because he's missed weight and can't even press the goddamn entitlement that he's acting like he still has.
Well,
who's?
Smoke, I know what
Hold
you're
on.
saying.
Before we go down that lane, you cannot tell me the top 3 guys at 135. Who is such? In no order, right? In no order. Anybody that's being
Just
legit
one at a
honest
time.
with
Just one at a
themselves.
time. Just one at a
If
time.
we being honest with
Make this,
ourselves
make
at
this very
135,
quick, please.
right? At 135, we being honest with ourselves. We're gonna say in no order is Haney, Tank, Shakur.
Okay,
the
great.
best guy.
Thank you. Great. That's your plain Landon. I can't listen to that shit. Dude ain't even had a fight at 135. That's the whole fucking point. Let me move on. Who else got it? Shakur ain't did shit up there. That's the whole overrated. You just overrated his fucking old, in my opinion. You validated why I put his fucking face on the thing.
Shakur is fighting to become the mandatory. That's gonna obligate Devin like out the gate. So
no, that's gonna
it is what
obligate
it is.
whoever has that fucking belt at that division.
Yeah.
That's what's gonna obligate. That don't obligate Devin to do a motherfucker.
He's not moving up, bro.
Okay,
So what are we talking about?
Do you not understand that even if he became mandatory, that fight wouldn't get like ordered for like another year? It's probably like this is very. It's just dumb. Like
why not? All right, so it sounds what I'm hearing, right? The problem that I'm having is that instead of just saying something, it's like you're hitting it like you don't want the fight.
Answer your question, bro. Let me answer
That's
your
what's
question.
confusing me, right? So instead of saying like the fight, like that's if we're saying Dev can't make 135. Right, then that's a different conversation. We saying Dev can make 135. Then what the fuck is wrong with Shakur and Devin?
I don't give a damn what you're saying. Like all I'm telling you is Shakur has done absolutely nothing at 135. He did barely anything at 130, and he didn't do shit at fucking featherweight. Meanwhile, we're talking about all of these benefits and entitlements that this dude has. Because why? Because of his featherweight career? Because he beat two guys or one guy worth the damn at 130? Like. Where does this get? Where is this coming from?
What Smoke is saying. I want to co-sign what Smoke is saying because I've noticed his pattern as well. Because originally I did see that he beat Kambosos, the Lomachenko. That was the next big fight. Shakur was talking about unifying at 130, and in the span of 6 weeks, Shakur's become the top dog at 35. Devin's ducking him, and I'm like, hey, wait, when did all this happen? Like 6 weeks
It's
back.
because of
you gotta give an old man a time to adjust.
I'm going based off what I'm also hearing from the camps. Right?
No, you're going based off the fact that you give fucking that you can't actually give Devin Haney any credit. And right now, I'm not trying to have you hijack this fucking conversation like you're the voice of reason in this shit. I want to pass the mic around. You already validated my entire point of why I put Shakur on the thumbnail. You said he's the number 3 lightweight, even though he's never even fought at lightweight. I'm over this shit. Like, let somebody else do this. Like, let somebody else have it.
Let me in. So to answer Method's question, man, let me just finish my sentence. You said if Devin and Shakur don't fight next, are their O's invalidated, or pretty much are they ducking each other? Now, somebody on another panel that supports Tank actually told the truth for once. There's no way that anybody who could get a fight with Tank Davis could be ducking another fighter by trying to fight Tank Davis, because even though Devin Haney is the undisputed champion, the number 1 guy at lightweight, there's still more people, more than 50% of the people who say Tank is the man. And last time I checked, Tank Davis sat down on camera with Brian Custer and said, I want you next, Devin Haney. So if Devin doesn't fight Shakur and he's trying to make a Tank Davis fight, who in their right mind could try and say something about Devin Haney ducking Shakur? That's illogical, especially because the man is coming up from 130. That doesn't even make sense. So if Devin has his sights set on something bigger, that makes sense. But if he was to stick around and fight somebody lower than them two guys, now we have a conversation. And then my last piece is this. So before Shakur even moved up, and Devin won his belt the belts the first time, the argument was if Devin wins, he won't fight Lomachenko because Lomachenko is the heir to the crown. He's the greatest. He's a 2-time gold medalist. It's not a proven fact that he'll beat him. You know, Devin's going to run the 140 because he won't give Loma a shot. Now, all of a sudden, Devin showed up to the fight, got in the ring with him and said, what's up? And now boxing fans are like, oh, well, Loma he's not that good anymore. In a 6-month time span, he lost all of his abilities, and Devin Haney's just too big for him. We switched the narrative overnight without these guys even fighting each other, and that's disingenuous.
That's not what happened. See, the problem is that
that's
niggas,
literally what happened.
when I'm ready to say, I mean, no offense, right? Y'all niggas take points, right, and then leave out all the other shit. Where I don't do that. I'll take what a nigga promoter, whoever, all that shit. I hear all that shit, right? And the problem is that when the shit you say don't add up with the fuck nigga seeing, right? So a lot of people started doubting Lomachenko after he fought his fucking sparring partner, right? It ain't come out of nowhere. Niggas is like, oh shit, Loma look like he old as shit now, right? And that's cool. That's cool, right? Dev got in the ring with him. That's cool, right? I get it. I have no problem with the fight, bro. What I'm saying again is that Shakur is in the division. He's one of the pound for pound fighters, one of the best. Ain't anything else is cap. We not being honest with ourselves, right? So again, if Shakur says he wants that fight, and then Dev said he wants that fight, I see no fucking problem with the fight happening. The way y'all niggas wording it, right? Because again, I'm not no dumb nigga, bro. It's like y'all scared
Why do you
one
say
to
that? What's the
possibly
point of
lose, bro. And that's all it sounds like. I'm being the man with it. It
I
sounds
got
like
it.
y'all
I got
scared
it, bro.
from
You got
other
like,
people, bro.
here's the thing. You're just listening with casual ears.
So
You're
then it
listening
goes
with a
back
bunch
to
of entitlement, and not only that, but you're seeing it with fucking hater eyes. Like you don't actually rate Devin Haney. You said out of your mouth you don't think this guy is special. You don't think that he beats Tank. You don't think he's gonna beat Shakur. So because you don't think that thing, you're overly invested in those fucking fights. Meanwhile, Devin Haney has absolutely, if he beats Loma and then moves up and beats Tio, who gives a fuck about what the Shakur and Tank fans have to say about it? Like nobody. No, let me finish. Nobody outside of the Tank and Shakur fans, because those guys don't think Devin Haney can fucking win the fight. So they're going to call him a duck. Meanwhile, this guy who's 24 years old, who's already done more than both of those dudes have in his short career, he's the youngest guy, still doing more, and still has fights that are meaningful and important and impactful to him and the sport that don't have anything to do with Shakur and fucking Tank. Meanwhile, those guys, if they don't fight each other or Devin Haney, who in the fuck are they gonna fight?
All right, so first contradiction that y'all niggas has made, and I'm glad you said that. T.O. shit about Devin just going up to 40 and just fighting T.O., right? But Shakur
I didn't say just fighting T.O. I didn't say just fighting T.O.
Hold on. I let you cook. I ain't interrupt you. I heard you out. Shakur's legit pound for pound one of the best fighters in the world. But him wanting to fight, he ain't do shit. He be Oscar Valdez. It don't mean shit. T.O. recently been looking like dog shit. But you gonna tell me that that's the best fight for boxing? No, it sounds like you scared for real competitive fights.
Okay, I said he has a bunch of fights not named this guy. Like literally, I said,
trying to tell me that I'm supposed to believe it.
No, I'm not trying to tell you that. I'm trying to tell you that. But I'll tell you where you went over straight. When I said that T.O., when you said that it's T.O., I said he has fights plural, not named Shakur and Tank. Meanwhile, if those guys don't fight each other, then they have, what the fuck are they doing? Like Shakur can, like Devin, he can fight Prograis. That'd be a hell of a fight. He could fight Tio. That'd be a hell of a fight. He could fight. He could fight.
That shit ain't happening.
Come on, man.
That shit ain't happening, man.
No, I'm not talking about that. He can fight Subriel Matias. That'd be the winner of Subriel Matias and Ponce, since they haven't actually fought yet. I'm just projecting it's going to be Matias. He can fight those guys. Those are like 3 fights that don't have shit to do with Tank or fucking Shakur. Meanwhile, you name me. If Shakur and Tank don't fight each other, who are they supposed to fight that makes their career worth a damn?
Say that again.
They run at 135. Like
who? Repeat the question.
Devin Haney, now, has several options for meaningful fights, both to his career and to the sport, that have absolutely nothing to do with Tank or Shakur. Meanwhile, if Tank or Shakur don't fight each other, who gives a fuck about who they're fighting?
No, that's not true. Again, I want to see that fight. I think a while back I said the fights that I want to see. I would like to see Keyshawn and Devin fight, right? Because it's fights that like
I know you would like to see that, but then what is the importance of that fight?
I'm like, damn, that's a good
outside
fight
of you wanting to see it,
it's a lot of good.
What is the importance of that fight outside of you wanting to see it?
Again, the problem is that it's when I recognize personally, in my opinion, that some guys are just fucking better than others, and I want to see them fight. It's a problem. Like, no, that's what this T.O. and Devin fight. This shit is this is a mega fight. And I'm like, how?
What person on
how you gonna hop on the panel and tell me that couple months ago we all can acknowledge
here's what I'm trying to tell you. Let me break this down for you. Here's what I'm telling you. While you're saying that like we sound scared, you just sound desperate. Because everybody understands
that there's nowhere for Tank and let me just tell you. Let me tell you. While you're saying that people sound scared about this fight, it is just a very basic observation that it is desperate times for his Tank because he's been gorging himself off of Latin food, and people are now getting tired of that shit. And Shakur, who's fought fucking let's say Oscar Valdez is somebody.
He fought a lot of guys
outside of Oscar Valdez. He's got one guy on his resume, but basically he's fought nobody. Even though this is now his third division, and it seems like it's a ghost town in his division. He's got like 3 guys that's worth a damn. Like, let's see, you got Frank Martin, you got Tank Davis, you got Keyshawn Davis, and that's it. Well, again, let's throw Jermaine Ortiz in there.
Well,
so again, you're pretty much not getting the Frank Martin fight. You're probably not getting the Tank Davis fight. You could maybe get the Jermaine Ortiz fight, and you're not fighting Keyshawn Davis. So really, what the fuck is Shakur's reign at 135 looking like?
Again, Shakur and Tank have fought a lot of guys long in the tooth. That's a lot of ifs. It's a lot of again.
No, it's not ifs. I'm looking at I'm surveying the landscape and smelling the desperation.
No, you're desperate. You said that.
No, I'm not desperate. Like I said, you're trying to make it like Devin Haney's a duck because he has options. That are more.
I never said that.
That's what you said. You said okay. What you said was we sound scared, and what it really sounds like is you sound desperate and trying to actually tease somebody and try to goad somebody into a fight because you understand the landscape.
I don't have to go.
No, I said go. You're trying to go somebody.
I don't have to do that for niggas that get paid to fight. I don't got to do that.
Okay, great. I got you. All I'm trying to tell you is, all those people,
they do what they do, motherfucker.
I got you.
Y'all the ones trying to make it something right. That's all I've been saying for months. I don't got to do that.
I hear you. All I'm telling you is, for all of you Tank and Shakur fans that are going to be out there talking about Devin's a duck if you don't fight him, once Devin becomes a champion at 140. You're just going to be looking like fucking crazy because there's nobody for you to fight. You're going to be looking like the kind of desperate that you sound like right now.
Oh, that's crazy.
Smoke, I'll tell you why they're desperate. Smoke, I'll tell you why they're desperate. Because Haney's got all the belts, so they're worried that if he lets them go, their guys will never unify the belts.
Yeah, in one fight. They want to do it in one fucking fight. Like, they don't want to do shit. They want to go through the fucking bullshit. Like, this guy literally lost his fucking opportunity. He could have just skipped the fucking line. He lost his opportunity to do so. And everybody's trying to make Devin Haney the fucking reason why this dude don't get his fucking title shot.
Right. No. So again, let's a double back for the Haney situation, right? So I have no complaint if Dev moves up. I'm all for it. If you want to stay, I'm all for it. See, I'm just not in an absolute situation. The fight that I want to see at 40, and you mentioned some fights. Matias, if he wins, that's a cool fight, right? Prograde been smashing dudes. That's a fight that I want to see. You just can't come back and tell me that T.O. is a guy. I don't give a fuck if he knocked Josh Taylor the fuck out. I don't care. I don't. It's been proven that this guy be bullshitting, and sometimes like I respect the Lopez team and what they're doing, but it's like, he's still not the best. I just don't see it. Fuck this guy. This is the guy that we colluded with Cambose's team. I'm tired of all that Disney shit, right? I want to see some boxing.
Taylor's better than all them motherfuckers. We talking about?
Josh Taylor's not better than Regis Prograde. Regis Prograde's been more active and beating niggas' ass. We talking boxing, bro. We talking boxing, or we living in some diluted shit, bro. What are we talking about?
I'm just telling you, it's looking bleak. It's looking bleak. All these people trying to like, all these people trying to like
he's got better victories on his resume, man. What are we talking about, Method, man?
Nigga.
What are you talking about?
Jack Catterall just slumped this nigga, and you gonna tell me he's one of the best? That's cool. Regis would have beat him. Regis would have gonna knock his ass out.
Method is still the lineal champion, though. Method is still the lineal champion.
Cool, but boxing don't live in that realm, bro. Right now, Regis is the active champion. They both got one belt. Regis is the guy right now. I literally hear people who that operate boxing. They're gonna tell you Regis is that nigga right now, bro. He's that guy. He's hot.
The guy right now. Okay, Method.
Regis is definitely the guy. Don't nobody give a fuck about no Charles Taylor right now, bro. You bullshit. He can't even come. Can't even come to the States. Can't even come to the States.
Taylor's got two belts, bro. It's WBO and the Ring Magazine Lineal. Taylor's still the number one dude in the division, bro.
That's
by the Ring.
That's cool. That's cool. Usyk beat AJ, Fury, beat Wilder. I get all that, but right now, Prograis is that guy, bro, without a doubt.
Come on, man.
So Prograis, we can go around the panel. Who the baddest motherfucker at 140 right now?
But okay, let me just say this: if Regis,
hold
on, Jimmy. Let's just say Regis is better. Like let's just give him that. And you can't say that Josh Taylor ain't on this level though. I mean, he did go toe to toe with him in the ring and came out victorious. Whether or not he won, you can't say they're not on the same level. So everything else is invalidated from that. If they're at least on the same level, if Regis is number one, then Josh Taylor is 1A or 1B. You get what I'm saying? So you can say all you want to about TL beating him and it not mattering, but he's beating the guy that was in the ring with him and went toe to toe with him and came out victorious. And then
I do feel like Taylor is a bit weird. To be fair to Method, though,
were you one of the people that said that Teofimo Lopez was going to knock Devin Haney out on another panel? I'm not putting that on you. I just want to ask you first.
We probably could. We probably could. Everybody got a shot, right? So hold on. I wanted to try. I just wanted to catch you before you kept going. I just wanted to catch you before you kept going. He probably could.
I wasn't done. So if you can't say that a fighter will knock somebody out and then invalidate the fight if they fight each other.
Well, Mosley probably could have knocked Floyd out, but he didn't. So again, it's what I'm saying. All that I'm saying right now in the now is fights that I want to see.
That's like saying that Tank Davis is going to knock Devin Haney out, which is cool to
believe. That's a highly possibility.
I'm not going to cut you off, so please stop cutting me off because my points is valid. You could choose somebody to knock somebody out, but you can't say it's not a good fight if they fight. That doesn't make any sense.
I picked Loma to knock T.O. out. Did he knock him out? No. Again,
but was it a good fight?
It was all right. The shit is they okay, bro. Some shit's okay. Niggas hype certain shit up, and I'm like, it was all right. It had its dry spells. Some fights are just more elite because the niggas really are bad as a motherfucker in that ring. Again, right now in boxing, Shakur Stevenson is one of the pound for pound best fighters. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. So again, when fans call for that fight, it makes sense to me. Like, yeah, Shakur is pound for pound. People say Devin is pound for pound, right? So then when we saying two pound for pound fighters, and these guys are under the age of 30 fighting, like, nigga, who wouldn't want to see niggas when all the stakes is on the line and they hungry, young hungry lions? Who don't want to see that? No, niggas is talking about, oh no, let's throw Tio in there, who we seen like it's just sometimes he's nigga, sometimes he nigga. Sometimes he might show up to the fight, sometimes he might not even do it. We don't know what the fuck to expect.
You doing to me.
You can't tell me that's one of the best of the best in boxing.
You're doing to me what you said I did to you. So we didn't just bring up Tio out of nowhere. What I asked you was,
I didn't bring him up.
I know that. Just listen. You got to listen for me to make my point so you can understand what I'm trying to say. We didn't bring up Tio out of nowhere. What we did say, you asked the question. You said, if Devin and Shakur don't fight, are their O's invalidated? My question and what I said was, if Devin fights Tank, does it matter? Because at the end of the day, you choose Tank to beat Devin. You choose Tank to beat everybody. So how can fighting the guy that you think is better invalidate not fighting Shakur? And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get off the mic. There's nobody on this panel who doesn't want to see Devin and Shakur. So who are you talking to?
Right.
So I think it's a boring ass fight, to be honest with you. I think it's a pretty boring fucking fight. I think to be like straight up, I think it's gonna wind up dropping both of their stocks no matter who wins that fight.
Oh yeah, I agree, bro. I mean, stylistically, that's a terrible.
I totally disagree. I disagree.
I think both guys are gonna come out like people are gonna say they're boring no matter who wins.
I disagree. I disagree. Ray Leonard and Hearns
this is one of those styles make fights kind of situations.
No, but Ray Leonard and Hearns were
neither one of them niggas is Hearns.
Yeah, or Leonard. To be
Leonard,
honest,
exactly. You
to
talking
be
about two
honest,
guys that
I
don't
don't
really have
agree.
knockout power.
off, and when they collided, somebody dominated.
Yeah,
Bro,
but
my
you talking
favorite
about
fight
two
was
guys who had
Landon Lara.
knockouts and who had like not okay. So Hearns wasn't really a knockout artist in the amateurs, but fucking Ray Leonard won a gold medal off of knocking out a Cuban, right? And then but that Kronk thing definitely transformed that right hand. So he was knocking shit out. So you have two guys who could box, could knock it out. Or like now you're talking about two like guys that don't really have the most power. They're probably going to go to the cards. It's going to be a front foot fucking chess match. The feints and all that shit. Like
fights haven't really been
for
born.
purists,
Everybody said
like we'll get our
beat Michelle
popcorn
Campbell.
out. But the problem with even the purist thing, like you're gonna have to be in the house to see all that shit and get really close tickets because the camera angles doesn't give you all of this stuff that's gonna be happening in the ring, and that's what happened. For my like because it's gonna be mostly a foot battle. I think this Shakur and Devin is gonna be a fight for the feet. Period.
That's desperate. That sounds desperate. I totally disagree. I think Shakur's style was very entertaining. Especially when he turned that gear on, that motherfucker gets the grinding body, head.
Yeah, you talking about a featherweight, right?
Loads up some shots, and Deb can land some.
You talking about a featherweight against fucking nobody, right?
He beat the shit out Kaseko, bro. He was fucking him up really bad.
Right. I got you. So Kaseko, right? So shout out to old man Kaseko that did fuck all in the sport, but like his best days were in amateurs. But I'm not saying that he is a nothing fighter. I'm saying that like even that fight wasn't interesting. That for real.
So
like, what's kind of interesting about the fight was that Conceição kept landing that fucking left hook and suckering this dude into getting close, getting hit with that shit over and over again.
Okay,
it seems
so
like let me finish, and I'm gonna land it, and you can have it right back and go back to being thing. It seems as though like this is the second time in a row that I've seen Shakur not being able to adjust to what the guy is doing to have any modicum of success. Go ahead.
Right. So wouldn't that make a Devin Haney and a Shakur fight good? Because Dev does throw the left hook and Dev does throw a right hand, and Dev arguably says he has the best jab. And like, I don't see what the conflate. Like, how would that fight be born, bro? Like, y'all niggas is crazy, bro. I don't get it.
Versus Lara. Do you guys remember the Austin Trout versus Landy Lara fight? I was so hyped for that fight, but when it happened,
I did not watch that shit. No.
Yeah, it was terrible.
I didn't even know. Listen, I didn't even know they fought. Right. So
here's the thing. Like I'm telling you, the best part of that fight is not going to be televised, and it's going to be who wins the fucking battle for foot position.
That's crazy.
What we will see, I think, is straight fucking rights a bunch. I think we will see a bunch of jabs, and then we'll see some counter straight lefts to the body, so shit like that. But like, man, look, the best part of that fight is going to go untelevised.
Was Floyd chop born? Was Floyd Zab born? Was if you saying it like it's gonna be more
hold up a second. So Zab and Floyd, both of those guys are more important, more exciting than Dev and Shakur.
Shakur is exciting. He's exciting.
Man. He's not as exciting as Zab or Floyd. No matter what level of excitement you get him, he ain't that exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we
Floyd was never exciting.
I can't wait till he fight this guy.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you, Floyd's more exciting than fucking Shakur Stevenson.
Floyd was exciting.
Y'all gonna see some shit. When he fight,
you tell me what Shakur Stevenson fight. I'm gonna give you two fights. I'm gonna give you two
that
fights.
Nigga Jimmy on coke.
I'm gonna give you 3 fights for Floyd. 3 fights for Floyd. I could even go to 5 fights, but fuck, I'm gonna go 3. Because I'm not even trying to, because, Shakur is like a young guy and all that shit. I don't even go when he's young. But let's go Chico Corrales. Let's go Arturo Gotti. And then let's go the drunken master, Emmanuel Burton. Now, you give me 3 Shakur fights that are like as exciting as those.
See, the problem is
right, exactly. So now let me go to another one. I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is, but I didn't even tell me what the problem is.
So the thing is that Chico gave Floyd the opportunity. A lot of them guys gave Floyd the opportunity by wanting to get in there. And niggas wasn't saying it's too soon for this or this. Niggas got the fuck in there, and that's kind of what.
Yeah, I got you. He got in there with the guys he got in there with. We're just talking about exciting. We're not talking about I'm not talking about level of competition. I'm talking about excitement in fights.
Listen, But Isaac Fury say, I don't want to fight Shakur. Give me Lomachenko. So you can't.
Lomachenko's a better lightweight than Shakur, though. Lomachenko's the number one contender in the WBC,
Shakur would
WBO.
beat the shit out of
Right? And
Lomachenko. Bro, what are we talking about?
Lomachenko's the ex-unified champion.
Shakur would beat the shit out of Lomachenko, bro.
He got to prove that in the ring.
That's up for
Top
debate.
rank know that. Nigga, what are we talking about? If Dad wasn't,
Bro,
if Dad
maybe.
didn't fight
I don't
Lomachenko,
know.
Shakur was going to end his career,
But
bro.
Lomachenko isn't Oscar Valdez. Come on, bro.
you say that
Lomachenko's not Oscar
wholeheartedly, huh?
Valdez.
Nigga, you crazy. Y'all niggas, y'all making up shit, and I'm really spitting facts. It's a difference.
Okay. Method.
If Lomachenko ain't fight Devin Haney, Shakur was going to end his career.
Who's the most?
He's going to probably stop this nigga, bro.
No, bro. I got you, bro. Outside of Devin Haney, who's the most accomplished lightweight in the division? Who is the most accomplished lightweight in the division? It's Vasily Lomachenko, 3-belt unified champion, Ring Magazine, and he's ranked number 1 in WBC, WBO, top 3 consensus.
You're proving my point, right? So again, and if Dev ain't fight him, Shakur was going to dust him the fuck off, man. Is what I'm saying. So again, anybody, it's not an opinion. Nigga, top rank know that. They was going to make this
division unified.
They don't even say the shit. He said Dev wasn't going to fight Loma. Shakur was going to get the Loma fight. He said,
bro,
Shakur. So if he's saying that Shakur was going to fight, and I'm like, man, he just beat the shit out of Oscar Valdez. He beat Conseco. Right,
Did you go to the
gold medalist. So I'm like, this nigga is the truth. I'm like, he's gonna beat Loma, bro. That shit not gonna work. It's open stack.
Devin Haney versus Lomachenko is a great fight. Lomachenko is a second best lightweight.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying again, fights got to get made. I see niggas avoiding the shit. I'm gonna tell you what avoiding. They don't want to fight Shakur for a reason. Isaac Fury said, "Well, I don't want to fight Shakur. I want to fight Lomachenko." No, they ain't gonna get a Lomachenko fight. You know what I mean? He just said lead. Right?
Oh,
so,
Method. 2 months ago, the dude was saying, I want to unify at 130. Yeah, but come on, Method. We got to be fair, though, right? This guy could have triggered the mandatory status at 130. He didn't. He said, I want to become undisputed. He lost all the belts, and now he realized he's fucked. So he has to clout chase.
Shakur.
He's not clout. How he going to clout chase? He got a bigger fan base.
Okay, then why did he trigger the mandatory then? When he was a champion at 130, why didn't he trigger the WBO?
Who else had belts at 130? Watch this. Who else had belts at 130?
No. Shakur had the WBO mandatory status. So Shakur was the WBO super champion, right, at 130. He could have triggered his mandatory at 35. He didn't want to go to 35. He wanted to unify all the belts. The problem is he lost all the belts on the scale.
The other guy just got done fighting, and then you Tank just knocked the fuck out. Nigga, why you gonna fight him and Tank knocked him out? What's gonna happen?
No, bro. No, the super champion. Listen, Method. He could have become Devin Haney's mandatory. At 130, he had the WBO Super World title, which he just won, right? When he unified, he was a super champion. He could have triggered his mandatory at 35 at Fort Devon. Here's the problem. He didn't want to go to 35. He wanted to unify the belts at 30, right? When he lost all his belts on the scale, he realized he was fucked and he can't make weight. So
what they got to do with him still being one of the pound for pound best fighters in the world?
It got to do with what
and Devin giving him a shot at the title. What they got? You see what I'm saying? The shit y'all saying sound it's sound
he wants a shot now, though, bro.
What they got to do with him giving a shot? Give him a shot.
Okay. So Devin should stop everything because Shakur can't make weight anymore at 130. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it ain't again. What they got to do with them having one of the best fights in boxing? Again, no matter how you word, it's gonna go back to the best fight in the best.
Okay. So Method, those are
nobody said nobody. If we talking about right now, because y'all can't get around that Shakur is still one of the pound for pound best fighters in the world.
All right. Method, how many fights did he get at lightweight? How many fights did he get at lightweight?
How many? All right. So again, how many fights did Dev at 140? How many fights did Bud? I want to use Bud because that's the WBO thing. How many fights Tank have at 140? Mario Barnes gave him a shot.
Lomachenko's a better win. Right now, Vasily Lomachenko is a future Hall of Famer. He's an ex-unified champion, and he's the number 1 contender in the division. Not Shakur, and not anyone else. Vasily Lomachenko is the top contender in the division.
Everybody else can get shot. When it comes to this, I'm gonna get just like, no, man, come on, bro.
Method, he didn't want to go to 35. Method. If you want to go to 35, why didn't he use his WBO belt status to become
He's at
mandatory?
35 now, bro. What I'm saying, he's at 35 now. He has a fight coming. Dev and Noma Gray go down in Saudi. If Dev moves up, that's cool. I'm saying if Dev stays at 135, the Tank fight don't materialize. Are we still going to say the Shakur fight makes no sense?
Who's saying that it doesn't make sense? Who's saying that?
All right, so
No.
Marcus is saying the same thing that I'm saying.
No.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying don't fight Lomachenko. I'm not saying don't fight Tank if you can get the Tank fight. I'm not saying don't move up if your health is. That's not what I'm saying. It sounds like niggas saying don't fight Shakur at all, bro. That's what I'm hearing.
Before we move on, hold up. Before we move on, Troy go on mute, and then tell me one person on this panel that's saying that fight does not make sense. Name them by name.
All right, so nobody's saying that the conversation is a moot point. Like, cool. Exactly. Are we all on the same page? So we all on the same page, right? That if Dev does stay at 35, I think Ryan, because Ryan and Tank have a possible rematch clause, right? So again, I don't see that shit happen. That's one of the biggest fights in boxing, bro. If we being realistic, bro, like the fight might go to decision. Ryan is big as shit. They might have to have a rematch. I'm living in possibilities. If Dev stays at 35, I want to see the Shakur fight. Yes. But the Tank fight comes to be able to possibly happen. Sure, these are good fights. I'm just saying, I think Tank is a pound for pound fight. I think Dev's a pound for pound fight. I think Shakur is a pound for pound fight. Right? These are the fights that I want to see. Again, Dev is probably the biggest. He might be outgrowing division. I have no problem with him moving up, but you can't tell me, right, that, I need to go fight this Tio fight. Fuck a Shakur fight. That's what I niggas is saying. Certain niggas is, everybody ain't saying the same shit. Everybody not saying the same shit. That's all that I'm saying. Like, if a nigga's saying it because of a certain reason, that makes sense. But if you try to make up some other shit, then that's when I'm like, no, nigga, you sound like you trying. You tiptoeing. You don't want to smoke.
Look, if Devin Haney wants to be a long-reigning champion at 35, he should definitely fight Shakur. But after he beats Lomachenko, if he beats Lomachenko, right, wants to move up to 140, then he'll be fighting guys like a Tio or a Rigas or Ramirez at 140 for belts, right?
Who?
So how do you, Devin Haney?
Fight who? Listen, he can fight Jack Catterall for a fucking vacant. Like, it's just kind of like the issue is what the fuck is Tank and Shakur gonna do? Because like just calling Devin a duck is not gonna be interesting when Devin is in a higher weight class with a belt.
Yeah. No, for sure. Again, I still 135. If Shakur there, Tank, they going nigga, all these niggas gotta fight. Nigga, that's what my money is in my pocket. Let's say like 75. Nigga, that's damn near what? What's 75 times 3? That's 20, that's 22, that's $225, right? Right. So I got $225 sitting right there for all three of them fights. Nigga, like, nigga, what we talking about?
Here's the problem. Bill Haney said, right, that they're only at 135 for one more fight, and the Lomachenko fight at that time, before Shakur decided to go to 35, that was the last big fight at the division. They were in negotiations. They're going back and forth. Halfway through them going back and forth, Shakur realized he can't make weight anymore, and he wants to go to 35. But bro, at the end of the day, everyone's got their own movements. Like Lomachenko and Devin Haney have been in the works for 6 months, bro. They can't stop everything, but Shakur can't make weight anymore.
Right. So now, all right, cool. So now this goes back to my other thought, right? Is that it's shit. All right, so never mind. I let it go. On another topic, man. I someone hear fans saying downplaying Shakur when Dev could give an opportunity. You see what I'm saying? You can't downplay one of the pound for pound best fighters when Dev could just say fuck Loma and give him opportunity.
Devin is saying he's available for Shakur after the Loma fight, bro. He said this out his own mouth. So I don't know why niggas is saying 140 when he's saying I'm staying at 135 in 2023. I'm available for Shakur after Loma. Why the fuck are we talking about Tio?
Well,
what does he have a rematch clause? Hey, what does he have a rematch clause?
Hold on, here's my thing though.
Does he have a rematch clause?
So
if he wins, he should rematch Loma. That's what you saying?
No, I'm asking. Does he have one?
We don't
He gets
know.
knocked out. He rematch
A rematch clause for Haney would mean if he lose, he would fight him.
No, because we're picking Haney to win that fight. So I'm saying if there's a rematch clause, are y'all saying Haney should fight Loma again if Haney wins?
No, who said that?
What the hell?
Okay, then he
There's
should
no
fight
There's no
before at the
issue.
end of
If there
2023.
is a
That's it.
rematch clause and Lomachenko activates it, he has to fucking rematch him. What do you mean?
So you
We
saying
already know what the fucking problem
who's
is.
not the champion got the rematch clause? That's what you telling me right now, bro?
Hey,
So
fam.
wait, why would the challenger get a rematch clause and
Hold on.
voluntary?
I don't really see what the problem is at all. We all know the fucking fights is coming next. Let it be what it be. We can talk about all this shit after the niggas fight. Like, that's my thing. A lot of motherfuckers been wanting Shakur to fight before Loma. And we all know why that shit can't happen. So it's time to let that shit go. That's my whole thing. I never had a problem with any of it. I want all the niggas. Hold on, let me finish though.
Yeah,
I want all the niggas on Haney resume. So I don't give a fuck what order it comes. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I just never understood the whole argument in the first place. Like, we already know Shakur could have copped the line if he had those belts, but he didn't. So it is what it is.
So here's the thing. I think all of this
That's
heat,
a bunch of
I think
bullshit.
all of this heat,
Nah, he
all
was
of
on
this
point
heat is
with that.
is literally
That's facts,
because nobody gives a fuck, including Bob Arum, about Shakur's next fight.
Yeah.
That's what this is all about. This is the weirdo promotion that we get these days that treat us like we're fucking idiots. Like, bro, the only reason you're talking all this Devin Haney talk, like if Shakur is fighting somebody worth a fuck, that's the fight that they be talking about.
So why not put Devin in there? See, when you do that, see, that's what I'm saying. Once you do that, right? And I'm gonna come back and say, well, then why didn't Dev just say, I want to fight this pound for pound best fighter in Shakur?
That's why I don't get that argument y'all niggas make when y'all say that.
You can't do that, bro. You can't do that because Dev could easily say, oh, Shakur coming up. When Shakur come out, he said, hold on, Lombo, you know what? You can get next because I'm standing 135 for the rest of the year. I'm gonna fuck him up first. You gotta stop that, bro. You gotta stop that. It's a reason why. It's a reason why you want to fight Loma and not Shakur first,
Oh,
bro.
but come on, Beth, did you know it takes several months, right? To get legal contracts, right? The site, the date, the purses, everything's done right. The biggest fight at lightweight at that time.
So do you understand?
In what world would the WBO say, fuck what you got going on, Bob Arum? We're gonna make the
I just want to
fight
just say
before
one
Loma.
thing, and then I'm gonna then let Jimbo like do his thing and Method do his thing. But this real fast. What Bill said to him was basically, we have the same promoter, and I'm not the one blocking this fight. If you want to get together with your people and our people to make a fight, then I will help you facilitate this thing. But Jay Prince wasn't talking about that shit, and we know for sure Bob Arum ain't talking about this shit. So stop acting like Bill was just fucking capping. And let's stop pretending as though the reason why Loma fight was happening is because Devin is ducking fucking Shakur. Everyone knew that this fucking fight was gonna happen, Loma fight, before Shakur was even in the division. So go ahead.
No, that's the point, Smoke, because for several months, Shakur
Wait. Did somebody say my name? Because these niggas want to cut me off and let me cut.
I did say let Jimbo go next, and Phantom go after Jimbo, and then like,
real quick, bro. With these
No, Phantom. Smoke did say it was my turn.
No, Phantom, I did. Like Jimbo, like you just got on the panel and you've been here for Phantom. Jimbo's been here too, but he was been waiting for a fucking long time. And before you started talking, he was talking. So there's like
I just haven't been able to talk because of him. But go ahead.
Yeah, they just go after him. Just go after him. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'll try and make it quick, bro. 100% I agree with what Smoke's saying. For several months, the big fight at lightweight at that time, especially for ESPN and Top Rank, was Haney versus Loma. A lot of fans would go back and forth. The teams would go back and forth. And that was the premier fight, right? And Devin Haney said, look, if I'm going to stay at lightweight for one more fight, that is the mega fight, right? So I didn't see a problem with that. The deal's almost done. You know, on the evening of the deal being completed, Shakur can't make weight anymore, and he's decided he wants to go to lightweight, which is cool. I have no problem with that. But people are now saying that everyone has to change the plans, and come on, that's a lot to ask, right? For a guy that isn't a champion or a contender in the division. That's my only problem, right? So the whole notion of Devin is ducking Shakur doesn't make any sense, because you have to look at what's happened over the last several months. Shakur could have used his belt So he was a WBO super champion at 30. He could have triggered his mandatory. If Shakur really wanted to be at 35 right now as a top dog, which he's saying that he's hunting all the lightweights down. Bro, 4 months ago, that's not what you were saying. You made it clear you were staying at 30 and you wanted all the belts. The problem is you can't make weight anymore. But that's great. And look, man, that's all good, man. Go to 35, have big fights. But that's not everyone else's problem right now. If Loma and Haney are about to wrap up a mega fight at 35, why? I mean, it's never made it so they should stop everything and accommodate Shakur because he can't make weight anymore and he's changed his mind. And everyone's ducking unless they basically get on their knees for Shakur and rewrite their timetables. Like, come on, bro. Boxing never worked like that.
All right, for sure. You done, Jimmy?
Cook them, fam. Cook them.
All right. Yeah, we finna cut all this bullshit if my connection don't break out. But check this out. When Shakur was at 130, niggas want to make the argument that he had the belts and he could have made it a mandatory. True enough, but he was still not going to get that fight before Loma. All that would have said was, you're going to get the fight after Loma and you don't have to fight to be in the mandatory position. The WBO was not finna order no fight before Loma. It was always going to be Loma. So this nigga coming out saying you could jump the line, that was never the fucking case, nigga. It was always Loma, and then the winner was going to fight Shakur. That's what it was going to be. Now we got Shakur moving up to 135, fighting to become in the mandatory position, and the process is still going to be the same. He going to be the mandatory. They going to order the fight. But they shouldn't have to do that because Devin Haney and Shakur need to be sitting down and talking business. But you got one nigga who's saying we going to move up after Loma, and then the next week he's saying I'm staying at 135. So which is it going to be? You going to fight Shakur at 135 or you moving up to 140? Make shit clear, my nigga. Why is this all of a sudden no clarity here? Like, different people saying different shit.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? So there's two things. When it comes down to him getting his shot, right, moving up, being the WBO super, that was because he was talking about there needs to be a tournament. Like, nobody was talking about if he just moved up, it was going to get an automatic shot over Loma. What Bill was talking about was, from their perspective, they think he is the top dog. So he's perfectly willing to go over there and get Shakur in there in the place of Loma. But everybody understood that Loma had dibs. Now, if you want to dislodge his dibs, then get your high-powered management and the personage of one Jay Prince on the horn, like he kept saying during that whole thing. I don't know why you're not on the horn with Jeff Horn and with Jay Prince right now, because we both have the same promoter, and let's change old Bob's mind. I'm with you. But instead of doing that, that didn't happen, and now it's all about how, because Jay Prince and because of Shakur and his representation not being of one accord, that means that a fight that we always knew was going to happen, Loma, is now evidence of a duck of Shakur, which is absolutely the reason why Shakur's face is on this thumbnail when it comes to the O being overrated. Because really, all of this is based on him, his reign at 126 and 4 fights at 130. One of which, when you talk about the Conceição fight, he wasn't in the same fucking weight class as this guy he was fighting.
Okay, so we got to cut through the bullshit again. Are you done? Are you done? Or you still going?
Yeah, go ahead, Phantom. Go ahead, Phantom, because you got
through the bullshit once again. All right, here we go. Here we go, my niggas. Listen, check it out. Is this a voluntary defense?
Yes.
Go
ahead. Okay. So we got a voluntary defense.
Yes.
You're choosing an opponent. You're waiting around for an opponent. You're saying the opponent's taking too long when this nigga told you in the ring, I need more motherfucking time. So in between time, in the meantime, are you saying you couldn't choose nobody else?
Yes. You could choose somebody else. But why would he? The question isn't why. The question isn't can he? It's why would he?
Can he and why would he? If you saying it's getting hard for you to make this way, this nigga take it too long. He bullshitting. Well, you should explore other options, like you said, Smoke.
Well, he said right. He said I would explore other options with you. Hold up a second, just so we understand each other, because I think you're not actually engaging with one of my points that totally trashes what you're saying right now. Everybody understands that Bill Haney is not Shakur's manager, right? that Shakur has a different manager, and if he was to go in there with Shakur, that could be considered tampering.
Slow down for him, Smoke. Slow down because he need to get it. Slow it down a little bit.
Okay, Jay Prince. I mentioned Jay Prince. The reason why I mentioned Jay Prince was because Shakur needs to go in that meeting with Bob Arum to jump the line with his management, with his representation. So,
I don't
yes,
disagree with that.
jump the line.
But if you telling me Devin Haney and Bill Haney can't reach out and say we want to fight you next instead of Loma, and that fight wouldn't happen, it's like, come on, bro.
So you want the champions to reach out to a contender that just moved up, right? So Shakur, instead of howling on Instagram,
then the champion try to reach out to Tank. I'll drop my belt for you, Tank. I'll move up to another division for you, Tank. Knock it the fuck off.
Shakur's manager, bro.
Knock it the fuck off.
I don't know why you're ignoring the point.
You got the same promoter over there.
Instead of crying on YouTube,
nigga, and say, "Hey, you want to fight? Yeah, all right, we gonna go to Bob and make a fight." That's all it takes, nigga.
Shakur's manager can sit there. Bro, why does Shakur cry to his manager? You are instead of spending 6 hours on YouTube, you can't send an email. Fathom, you can't send one motherfucking email. Is it that much? Fathom, is it that much?
Yeah, just one at a time, guys.
Hey, Smoke, was Tank a duck?
Was Tank a duck?
What about Tio?
I don't think Tank was a duck.
Well, but before, you got to remember who you talking to, Smoke. I remember this.
Yeah, no, I got you. At one point, I thought that Tank was a duck. And then I heard the entire thing that Tank said, right? So here's the thing. I'm fact driven. So when I heard, the way it was put to me, and remember how it was put to me, it was the fact that he said he wanted to fight next. They presented him several options about how he could get the fight next. And if he didn't want to get the fight next, how he could get the fight in the future. And he did none of those things. But then after that, I went back and heard what Tank actually said. Because I didn't hear that when I said he was a duck. What I heard was just that Tank wanted to fight next. But then I didn't hear the subsequent thing saying, well, there's a rematch clause. So then Tank, he backed off of the fighting next. So that was what I was basing my entire thing about Tank being a duck about, was him wanting to fight next, when, in fact, the idea about him fighting next had a complication attached to it.
Yeah, like we were saying when it happened. We didn't want to hear nothing.
No, hold up a second. No, again, what you were saying was it happened what happened was it couldn't happen next. There's a complication attached to it. But the issue wasn't whether or not there's a complication. The issue was when Tank heard that there was a complication, he backed off of the next comment. He backed off of that next statement. So since he backed off of the next statement, I'm not going to call the dude a duck.
All right, find it strange though. Shakur, he'll go on YouTube for several hours.
I go with the facts. I go with the facts. I've already recanted that shit. I already retraced it. Like it was the way that it was presented to me. At the time, I wasn't aware that Tank said that Tank was unaware, apparently, when he said that there was a rematch clause. So if Tank was unaware of the rematch clause, then I'm not gonna just hold him.
Niggas was trying to tell you that you would be ignorant. Cool.
I remember What's
that got to do with Shakur's manager, bro?
I still call Tio a duck. Now, just so we understand one another. I still call Tio a duck.
That nigga live in the bubble. That nigga rich. That nigga rich. He be in the bubble, boy. That shit funny.
I mean, you trying to turn it into a gotcha moment. He just told you he was wrong and recanted it. What else?
Yeah, okay. So what I'm saying is you can apply this same situation, because if you got Devin saying I'm staying at 135 in 2023, I'm available for Shakur after the Loma fight. If he don't fight Shakur, he is ducking. If he don't fight Shakur after Loma, that nigga ducking.
They say whatever Bill say, Devin said. That's how they move. That's how they react to things. Whatever Bill says, that's Devin too.
So here's the thing. People can call him a duck if they want to, but the question is whether or not I will agree with him, right? Like, to me, like Tank and Shakur are good fights, but I suspect it's gonna happen at 147. So like him fighting these other guys now because they're marinating these fights, I'm not calling these ducks because I'm aware of what the fuck is going on. Now I can understand if like Tank sends him if Tank sends him a contract that's not bound to like 135, or they can do catch weights at 140 or whatever the fuck, then yeah, there's going to be a little bit more problematic.
Why
right?
the fuck are you saying catch weight when he's saying I'm staying at 135? Why are we talking about this shit?
Hold on,
because him saying
Because
that he's going to
Bill
stay at
said that.
135 doesn't guarantee him staying at
Well,
135.
Shakur said he was staying at 130 before he missed weight.
What
Hey, man, what did Shakur say? He wants to unify it before he missed weight, right? But your boy is held to no standards, right? Shakur can claim he wants to unify the division, but then he shits the bed on the scales, right? So I mean, things happen, bro. Things happen.
So let me make a comment and pass it back to you, Phantom. So two things. One thing I don't like, right? We keep on saying what Devin Haney said. Make sure that you understand something. Even though they have the same last name, Bill Haney and Devin Haney are two totally different people. So make sure when you say that Devin said something that you're accurate about what came out of his mouth. And then my second thing is, we're not going to just pretend, just to be convenient, that we didn't see Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson on the H Money panel talking to each other, telling each other that they can get it next.
I didn't see that.
No, I'm not done, man. Come on now. And we're not gonna pretend that Devin Haney didn't say that I'll beat your ass. So what I want to say is this: they both said they wanted, right? But last time I checked, when you want a job, you got to go put in an application. And if Shakur Stevenson want the job of being a champion, well, where's his paperwork? Did he go call up Jay Prince? Did he hit up Bob Arum? Did anybody send an offer over to Devin Haney that he turned down? Because if that never happened, and there's no paperwork, and Devin Haney never turned down an offer, then how could you say he's ducking somebody by fighting the guy that they signed him to fight? Because
You
no, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Quit goalposting, nigga.
We got guys that'll sit on this panel and say that Devin doesn't want to fight Shakur, but the reason that he won't fight Tank is because they signed him to fight Lomachenko and he had a rematch clause with Kambosos. It can't be both. So if they sign him to fight Loma for his third fight, then how can he be ducking Shakur by fighting Loma for his third fight? Like, that's the type of stupid stuff that y'all trying to say and call people casuals, but it don't make sense.
You just said your feelings. Nobody said that. You're making that shit up in your head and in your feelings, nigga. I'm saying
those are
after.
literally words.
Literally said after, bro. Get out your feelings.
Nobody said that, Marcus.
Bro, you're the only one who's in his feelings, bro.
Everybody else talking about getting out your feelings.
You're the only one whose voice is breaking up.
Feelings, nigga. That's not what was said. I said if you saying you stand at 20, nobody gonna be champion at lightweight in 2023. You got Shakur coming out saying I'm gonna prove you wrong. You saying you gonna be available for Shakur after Loma? Okay, then that's the fight. So nobody should be talking about 140 and Tio and all this other bullshit.
Well, Shakur wasn't talking about 35 before he shit the bed on the scales.
When it comes to this duck talk, right? Like you could say, right, like Devin Duck Dev, the Tio Duck Dev, because like who the fuck is George Kambosos, right? But Kambosos wound up beating his ass, so you call it cherry pick gone wrong. But like I don't know how you don't call it a duck. Like nobody thought that Kambosos was better than Devin, and Devin proved everybody correct that he is better than George Kambosos, right? So like the idea that like George Kambosos was some like great fight that he should have been taking, it's bullshit. He should have been fighting fucking Devin Haney. When it comes to this whole like Devin's ducking Shakur, if he fights, let's say he stays at 135 and fights Tank, then there's no fucking way that you're gonna be saying that, oh, you duck Shakur to fight fucking Tank. It's dumb. If he fights Shakur, there's no way that the Tank fans can go around saying, oh yeah, he ducked fucking he ducked Tank to fight Shakur. That's fucking dumb. You can only fight one guy. He's obviously not fighting 3 times this year. He's obviously only fighting twice this year. So even if he said that and he picked one of those guys, one of those fan bases are going to be talking a whole bunch of shit out of their ass, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
The last point, and land my plan on this. I'm going to land my plan on this. If he moves up to 140, despite what Bill Haney said, everyone can tar and feather Bill Haney, I guess, cyber, on the internet, right? They can virtually tar and feather this guy. But really, when it comes down to like the sport and like the history and the heritage and what actually fucking matters in this sport, that is beyond these different fan bases, these factions, this partisanship. If this dude gets another fucking belt in a different weight class, nobody will give a flying fuck about all this stuff.
My thing is,
I'm
man,
not
lower
talking about what
standards.
Bill said.
So Shakur can promise everyone.
Niggas just got these
Shakur can
weird
make
talking
promises about
points.
unifying
Nobody
130,
said, bro.
right? And then 2 weeks later, he can miss the scales and say, you know what, I'm the new killer at 35. That's what Shakur was doing. He was promising everyone he's to clean up the division, unify all the belts at 30. That's his goal. That's the reason he didn't trigger his super status at 35. 10 days later, he shits the bed on the scale, and now he's a killer at lightweight. If Devin Haney says, hey, I want to have a couple of fights at 35, after the Lomachenko fight, if he wins, he can say, you know what, I had trouble making weight. I'm going to go to 140, and I've got Regis, Castro, Taylor, Lopez, they've got belts. I'm the rumble up there. I have no problem with that. If Shakur can shit the bed on the scale, why can't Devin Haney?
That's when I say you duck. If you move on without fighting Shakur or Tank, you ducking, nigga. It is what it is.
Hey, listen, you can say you can take that shit to the cows come home. You can talk about. Listen,
You can't be
still
saying
talking
all that
about.
weird
I had a
shit.
conversation the other day about how.
And then when the rabbit comes, you want to run to 140, nigga. It don't work like that.
The same way Shakur ran to 35 after
Listen,
promising
all I'm telling you is, to this day, I have conversations, and I think I had it with Jimbo. I'm not sure, but I think it was with Jimbo about how Floyd Mayweather ducked fucking Margarito and Paul Williams. What the fuck does that matter? Like, no, like, bro, like, these are dumbass fucking arguments. Like, I'm just trying to tell you, like, nobody's gonna give a fuck about this. This is just try to score some fucking points.
Yeah. Nobody gives a fuck about it when it's come to Devin, but when that nigga was doing it,
I'm talking about this. No, hold up a second. What I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to tell you is
the tables have turned, nigga.
This is what I'm telling you.
Turned, you dumbass.
Now niggas in their feelings when the tables turn and shit.
It's not even that. It's not even that. That's not even what I'm saying.
Oh, it don't
I'm
matter.
telling you, I don't even like.
Everybody ducking me.
Okay, so here's the thing. So right. So do you think that anybody gives a fuck that Vladimir Klitschko didn't fight Evander Holyfield?
We ain't talking about that shit. We talking about Devin.
But we are talking about it. You just don't understand that we're talking about it. You're just unaware of the fucking reality situation.
No.
The situation is there are a bunch of fans of two fighters. Shakur Stevenson.
Tito don't want to fight. Don't nobody want to fight. Well, now niggas want to fight. You say you gonna move to 140? Like, come on, bro.
I got you. Just woosah. It'll be good. It'll be all right. We're gonna get through this. Just so you understand, Shakur and Tank.
Shakur get all these bad boys?
Shakur and Tank, they have a problem. They have the problem of all great or even good southpaws. They're going to have problems getting fights and proving their worth. Tank, because he had Floyd and all this stuff, and he's been knocking shit out. He's got that equalizer. He's got knockout power. And he is a magnet for fucking casuals and scumbags. He's going to have. He's not in the kind of situation that most slick or good southpaws find themselves in. But Shakur does find himself in that place. Not only does he find himself in that place, he finds himself on one side of the street that doesn't really cross the street. He finds himself as a champion, like a ratings driver, and he also finds himself on that side of the street without great inventory. So what I'm hearing is a whole bunch of like, Devin Haney must do this, or we are going to chastise him. But the punishments that you have for him are fucking meaningless.
Yeah,
because is fucking meaningless.
There's nothing wrong with that, but you can't go around here saying nobody want to fight you, and niggas are saying you next, and then no, I'm gonna go to 140 after saying I'm gonna stay at 135 and fight you niggas. That's the part I'm saying.
Okay, right. So just so you understand it. Just so you understand.
Let me finish. What I'm saying is, if he didn't say that, I'm staying at 135. I'm gonna be available, and then
he never said that.
140, you duck it. If he didn't say that, it wouldn't be a duck. Doesn't that make sense?
He said that. He never said that.
Yeah, that's the issue. And that's the desperation, right? Because here's the thing. If Shakur was the big swinging fucking dick, then you wouldn't have to elaborate and fucking conflate and put words in one guy's mouth that somebody else said, all that other shit. Because, like, really, if Shakur was in this position, like, if he had guys to fight, then this wouldn't be an issue. But he doesn't have anyone to fight, so everyone's trying to pressure goddamn Devin Haney to do some shit that, like, really. Hold up a second. Let me finish. The boxing purists, yes, I get it. You got Tank and Shakur fans on here that feel like Devin Haney's entire career will be defined by what he does with these two fighters. Meanwhile, I'm trying to explain to you that just like you can make an argument that Floyd Mayweather's career is defined by Antonio Margarito and Paul Williams. Sure, you can make that argument, but who gives a fuck really?
No, all right. Let me in. All right, hold on. Let me get in on this. I've been chilling for a second, man. Hold on.
This is why they're mad, bro. Devin's got all the belts, and that guys don't.
Hold on, Jimmy. It's gonna be quick. So this kind of all boils back to T.O. shit, right? So then you mentioning T.O., right? So, and I don't even want to put Bill in the situation, but when niggas on fight hype and where T.O. Senior at and trying to pressure T.O. into a fight, that shit is cool. But with a pound for pound fight and Shakur Stevenson, right? He can't be. He's unable somehow to get the undisputed. Drops the belts, goes to 135. Still one of the pound for pound best fighters in the world. Wants to fight. Then all of a sudden, that's pressuring him and trying to force him to do so. But fighting T.O., a guy who we seen get the shit beat out by Cambosis, Sander Martin, kind of gave him a rough ass time. Now all of a sudden, this shit makes all of this. This is world breaking news. This is something that the fans gotta have. I understand that, bro. And it's like with Shakur, it's a lot of excuses, right? But then when it's Tank, it's like no, the Tank fight. It's like it sounds like scared nigga shit, right? And that's all. Like my ears are hearing something totally different. Just sitting there like, yo, you niggas sound scared, bro. Like with Shakur,
I'm just trying to tell you that you sound desperate.
You know,
like when it came down to Tank, like for real,
we gonna get knocked out with the bag.
Okay, I got it. I'm just telling you. I'm just trying to tell you for me, for real.
That's how y'all word this shit, bro. It sounds crazy.
I got it. Like I said, for me, when I'm looking at this entire thing, and I'm looking at it dispassionately, like you can tell me that I'm biased or whatever the hell I'm writing for, like my hometown or whatever like you want to say. I'm just telling you, I'm looking at this thing, and I'm looking at Devin's options. Devin has several fucking options that don't have anything to do with that have nothing to do with Tank or Shakur.
That's made up shit. That's made up. No.
And not only that, but I'm saying that as a purist, as a boxing fucking and a fight fan, he has intriguing fights. He has good fights, and those fights are historically significant and stick with the tradition of boxing. Right? So they don't have shit to do. Let me finish. They don't have shit to do with Tank and Shakur. Meanwhile, when I look at the other side, when it comes to Tank and Shakur, I don't see the same thing being true. I see a whole bunch of fights that don't mean a goddamn thing about like moving them towards the path of greatness unless they actually fight each other.
We talk about multi-divisional champions, bro. Like what they great. All that what you saying. I respect what you're saying, right? But it's cap. Tank multi-divisional champion, Shakur multi-divisional champion. They doing shit mega. They doing
you talking about done shit, not doing shit, done shit. But the stuff that they've done, now that they've done that, at the end of the day, let's listen to their multi-division championship.
Let me finish.
Hold up a second. First off,
hold on, because you know what I'm going to say. Because you keep bringing up 26, and when he got to 130,
well, you also brought up the fact that Tank's a multi-division champion. Hold up a second. I'm just trying to clarify one thing.
Now you're talking about T.O.
Now I got you. I'm gonna just clarify one thing. I'm gonna say one sentence and I'm gonna let you have it. I'm gonna go on mute. I promise you, Method. I get it. I get where you're coming from. I'm just going to say that I think that Shakur has a better argument for a multi-division champion than Tank. Go ahead.
I disagree. But again, Shakur 26. He dropped his belt with the 130. He did his best to get up in there. He got up in there, took them guys' belts because he wanted to fight them guys, get them belts. Right? He doing the same thing at 35, but now because niggas is fanboying, now all of a sudden no Devin got all these options, and it's the same shit niggas kind of was doing with Valdez, bro. And I'm like, nigga, fight Shakur. You see what I'm saying? I'm just not understanding. I'm not understanding. Now I'm saying the change to the Devin, but when it's Devin, it changed. No, don't shit change. Nigga, fight him. Okay. No, it ain't no. It's a fact. It's a. I watched the Shakur go from 26. Michael Conn was in 26. His ass went down to 22, nigga. And I'm like, Shakur gonna beat the shot on him. He said, nope, I'm going to 22. Right?
Shit,
right. So then now Shakur goes from 130. He wasn't able to get. Hold on, wasn't able to get undisputed. He had 35. Want to fight? There's only one nigga with the belts, right? And we all know Shakur one of the best fighters in the world, but all of a sudden now it's, oh yeah, you know what?
But
On 40
the problem
sounds
though
good.
is
So T.O., you know that
blankets though,
nigga
right?
T.O., that nigga don't want to fight us, but
So
that shit
Wait till
somehow
after
there's gonna be a
Loma,
mega
then
fight that
next
shit
fight about
historical.
what the
Nigga,
fuck
what? That don't make
Tank
no
is a
sense.
ticket
The
seller.
Valdez
Here's the
shit and
problem. Here's the
Shakur
problem.
shit is
Here's the problem.
historical,
nigga
nigga.
first
Listen, I'll
and
tell you the real
crying
problem in the
and
division at 35,
don't
right?
fucking matter. He
Like the
gonna fight
Tank
Loma
fans,
next.
they claim that Tank Davis is the ticket seller. The Shakur fans claim that Shakur is the boogeyman. Here's the problem, bro. Devin Haney's the champion, and the undisputed champion's clout is always bigger than a ticket seller or a boogeyman. And that's what you guys have to accept, bro. Devin Haney's a lightweight king. It is what it is.
Nigga,
Yeah,
I'm not
so he can run
debating.
around
Nobody's
saying all kind of
debating that
weird
Devin
shit,
has
and
all
then
the belts. Devin beat Cam Moses. He
saying
took
he
them
gonna
3
be
fights with
fighting
long
Holy
fuck. He
shit.
embarrassed
Nah,
his
I'm,
own
I'm
backyard.
actually agreeing with
That's
the Jimbo
respect.
hot
Come on,
take.
bro.
Oh my
Listen.
God. And
It's
it's
all
about
respect.
boxing. It's not even
But
about a fighter. It's just about in general, just a boxing thing. He is
y'all
absolutely right.
changing shit. No.
You always
So
talking about
When
Valdez had
y'all.
his
when
own
it
fight.
comes to the history and tradition of boxing, he is absolutely correct.
Valdez knocked Birch out the fuck out, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
they both
he was on
fine.
top of the world, right? And Shakur wanted them niggas belts, right? And niggas started doing the same shit niggas doing, right? Niggas, I'm telling you, I see it. Y'all doing the same shit with the niggas did with Valdez. So he don't gotta fight Shakur. He ain't did this. He ain't did
Not
that's
at
what I'm saying.
all.
And then it all
There's
turned out.
nothing like that.
It is the same shit, nigga. It's a fact.
There's nothing like
No,
that.
26 went up to 130. Shakur caught him, took his belts. Jamel Hearn,
You
he got his
already.
belts too.
Nothing
At
like
the end
that
of
at
the day,
all.
y'all say,
Hold up, I got
even
next.
if you
I got
again,
next.
it's
You
no
leaving a
slight
whole
to the
lot of
nigga. The nigga
context
had
out.
an excellent career,
Just the
but y'all
whining might
sound just
even
like the Valdez fans, bro.
We're
Y'all
leaving
sound just
that
like the
I got
Valdez
context.
next.
The
fans. You
whining
ain't
I
might
got
sound
next
the
even
because
fan of
we
boxing. It's
we
all just
already.
excuses, bro.
Come on, man.
It was
Land
all
your
them
plane,
excuses
bro.
about
Land
Valdez
your
should have
plane,
fight
bro.
Shakur, bro.
Land your plane. Stop screaming, bro. You already said
Nah, man, cause
that.
y'all
You
capping, nigga.
already.
Like y'all
You
sound
You
already.
scared. Y'all
capping.
sound
You
like the
You
bro.
real
Valdez
capping.
fans.
Your own.
And then when
You
he
Your
got in
capping
own
like
there,
a
what
words.
the nigga
bitch
was
right
Your
now.
born.
own
Listen,
Nigga
this is
ain't
the
words.
want to fight.
desperation. You can hear the desperation
I've
in his
been
voice.
doing this whole
You can
entire time.
almost smell
I
it through
ain't
the
been capping
internet.
in my fucking ear.
You
You
can definitely
already.
hear it
Yo.
in the
You
voice.
already. Hold on, smoke.
Just
You
whining and
already
shit.
said in his own words. This is Method's own words. He said we're arguing a mute point because we already established that fact that Devin Haney ain't ducking him. Like we already established the fact that.
I don't know. Based on how y'all talking, y'all sound
Well,
like
now
Valdez
you
fans,
now
bro.
you don't know.
Y'all sound like
You
it
said
sound. It sound.
no.
Niggas a
Let
wishy-washy
me finish.
ass
Yo,
nigga.
let
One
me
of
You
y'all
need
finish.
to
I'm gonna
said
go
say
suck
something.
this.
the
Said
dick
this
of
shit
a
sound
dumbass
just like
bitch.
the
No,
Let me
Valdez
finish,
shit.
listen.
Method.
Quentin
Hold
All
on.
I'm
Smith
Let me
telling you
said,
is
finish.
you can.
you
You
know
can.
what?
Let me
What I'm
finish.
telling you. What I'm telling you
Let
is,
me
if
Come
finish.
all
on,
you
man.
Let
have
me
is,
finish.
if
Niggas
all
sound
you
like
have
Let me
is,
Quentin
say.
Smith.
if
Brother,
all you
shut
Nah,
up.
have
Y'all
is
want
I'm
to
gonna
you're
just
talk.
shut
ducking
it
them,
down. Then
Stand on
I'm
your
gonna just
fucking
shut it
shit.
down. Then since everybody want to be desperate and don't want to let nobody talk, then that's what I'm gonna do. Because at the end of the day, what you said out your own mouth, I said, is anybody on this panel saying that we don't want to see that fight? And you said no. I said, name one name. You ain't named one name. So now you arguing again
But
on a point that
again,
you already said out your own mouth was mute. That we saying that we don't
okay.
want to see that
So
fight. So stop
right, that's
saying that.
earlier.
No.
Marcus.
Stop
So
saying
right
it.
Nah,
now,
he gonna
Valdez
continue to
done
tell
said
you
the
his
same
motherfucking
shit.
weird like
He
that.
said, you know what? I'm going to take the fight because I'm all this other shit and the Shakur, it sound the same, bro. And it's like how y'all talking about it, especially like, well, Shakur, they should stop the world for this, that, and third. And I'm like, well, Shakur is one of the best fighters in boxing. Who wouldn't want to fight this
Don't
nigga?
fucking
because
matter.
there's
Oh, because
other
of this reason and that
guys who
reason
also
and this
one of the
reason
best
and that
fighters in
reason.
Saying you
Like,
boxing.
this
niggas
Like
shit
ain't
they,
gonna
sounds
the
right
one
fucking
of the
to me,
best
fight.
bro.
fighters in boxing doesn't
It
start and
don't
stop with
sound like
Shakur.
y'all got the same
Yo, that
paper,
nigga
bro.
didn't
That's
fight
all I
shit.
know, bro.
Hey, you know what, Method? You
It
right.
don't.
I agree
Y'all
with
don't
you.
sound like
I
If he was
fans. Y'all
entitled,
sound like
he would
I
get the
security.
fight over
listen.
Loma.
I agree with you
Y'all
on that
sound like
point, right?
security guards, not fans of
I
boxing,
agree
man.
with you on that point, right? So at the end of the day, we fans, right? And what
we are supporters of the sport. Whether or not Smoke thinks that he should stop the world to accommodate Shakur, that's a business side talking. Me personally, right? After he beat Loma, if Tank don't honor his word and send Devin a contract, then yes, he should stop the world and give us the fight that we want. So I agree with you on that because, like I said, that's the fight I want. So you keep on saying y'all sound like this and you don't want the fight, nigga. I'm telling you right now, I want that fight. And at the end of the day, if Tank don't do what he said he was going to do, then and he stay at 135. Then that's the dude that he need to see is Shakur Stevenson. Period. I don't care what nobody else got to say.
That's the thing that I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to get at if like the guy he said he's gonna fight.
What my energy look like, Method? You tell me what my energy look like now.
Hold up. Before you respond to him, I wanted to just highlight because I think it's emblematic of where I'm coming from. Devin Haney is probably going to fight twice this year. According to Bill Haney, it's going to be at 135. So there's a problem with the Tank and the Devin Haney, the Tank and the Shakur fans that are both calling him a duck. if he doesn't fight those guys. He can only fight one of them. He ain't fighting three of them. And then if he fights one, the very next question is going to be, well, how come you didn't stay there to fight the other? Just so you understand.
I don't disagree with that, Smoke. You keep saying that, like we understand that. You don't need to keep reiterating it.
I got it. I wouldn't, because I don't hear that being reflected in your argument.
Let me finish. What I'm saying,
you understand it, but it sounds like then what it is that you're being disingenuous. Either you understand you're being disingenuous, or you don't understand. And really, if you understand, then Method is the guy who's going next.
Me off like you always do.
I got you, bro. I got you, bro.
I'm gonna land it real quick.
Just so you understand. Phantom. Hey, Phantom, calm yourself. Method was going next. Method was going next. If Method has nothing to say, then jump in and say all that shit. But if not, just table it. Don't forget
real quick, and then you just start cutting me off.
Method turn to go real quick. Or real long.
I'm not long-winded like you, bro.
I understand that. I understand what you're saying to me. All I'm telling you is, holy shit. Can Method land his plane first?
Can I say my one sentence? If you don't fight either one of them, and you move up to 140, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
It doesn't matter, man. This is his channel, bro. Let Method handle his business and then jump in like he asked. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's not that serious. I mean, if that was your one sentence, I didn't hear it. I was doing the whole thing. But if Method's ready to go, cool.
Y'all good. Y'all, hey, it's Friday, guys, man. Y'all. Hey,
TGIF, baby.
It's Friday, man. Hey, that's hey, again, although I know deep down that y'all fans, y'all man fans are angry, y'all playing security guard. These young guys gotta fight. They gotta save boxing, man. If they don't do it, it's gonna be another 100 years a slave of the bullshit. You know what I mean? So they gotta fight. I agree with Phantom that if the worst thing that's going on is niggas is saying shit they don't mean, and they talking all this weird shit, and that's not how a nigga that love to fight talk, or a nigga that think he the best talk. Like niggas don't talk like that at all.
How about this?
I was gonna land my plane, but damn, can I?
Go ahead. Sorry.
I get niggas always say like Floyd is this, that, and the third, but again, Floyd ain't really do that until he became an old nigga, right? And these niggas is young niggas. Nobody gonna be Floyd again, ever, right? And again, in the history of boxing, it's niggas that had their own greatness, right? And they made the sport what it was for a day that Floyd could do what he could do. So I just want to see these young niggas get back to doing what other niggas did to make the sport great. Because what Floyd did is you can't do it. You see what I'm saying? You just can't do it. And how he got there, he had to stretch some niggas, fuck some niggas up. So when he's an old man, he could talk. And these niggas trying to act like they the old Floyd. And I'm like, you niggas ain't even had a quarter, a tenth of the shit that Pretty Boy did. And then they just be talking this scared nigga shit. And that's a problem. You can't be a young nigga talking scared nigga shit. Yeah, that shit don't work. It's hard to believe in that shit. You know what I mean? You gotta be straight to the smoke, clear that shit up. Then you get to a certain point, then you can start. Yeah, I mean, walking with your chest on your Sugar Ray Robinson, Floyd shit. You know what I mean? You can't do that shit. You ain't did shit. But again, like I said, Tank and Shakur, these multi-divisional champions, bro.
Well, that's why I asked you the question.
And that's exactly why there ain't no problem when that nigga go to 140.
That's why I asked you the question earlier. Is unifying a division and becoming undisputed a bigger accomplishment than moving up and getting another belt at another weight division? Because you got to choose one. So which one is it?
Well, I mean, Bud did both. Bud set the bar really high.
Just depends who you fight. Just depends who you fight for.
Right, but which one is it?
Depends who you fight.
I mean, okay, I get that, but like you saying that being a multiple division champion is great, right? But if you unify your division and then you defend it against a formidable opponent like Lomachenko and then move up and fight another champion, now you are a multiple.
No, but listen to this. No, but listen to
this. If I can just respond to that, I want to respond to that real quick. I want to respond to that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But if you talking this hot shit that I'm staying here and none of you niggas is gonna be champions, you got a nigga saying, no, nigga, I'm gonna prove you wrong, and you choose to move up instead of fighting him, yeah, nigga, you doing some weird shit.
That's right.
So, is it weird? So let me see. Let me ask you this.
Hold on, Smoke.
Yeah,
if you continue to act like that was Devin saying that shit, you the dumb weird ass nigga. Because y'all niggas take Bill words for Devin Haney words, like some weird ass niggas. And I'm tired of hearing y'all dumbass niggas say the same dumbass shit. Y'all niggas is on that weirdo shit. Y'all know
So
exactly
why?
what the fuck it is.
So
No, I ain't done, and I'm on smoke time because that's what the fuck y'all want. Y'all want energy, nigga. If y'all knew what the fuck was going on, then y'all niggas should start acting like it and stop acting fucking retarded, nigga. Y'all know goddamn well if Shakur did keep them motherfucking belts in his fucking hands by making fucking weight, he could have hopped the fucking line, nigga. And just like they told his ass, he could have called fucking Bob with Jay Prince to make the fucking fight happen before Roma. But guess what, nigga? We getting this Roma fight and y'all gonna fucking deal with it. Now, after that, I can hear all this silly ass shit y'all niggas talking about. Let it go. Roma next, nigga.
No shit. That's what niggas been saying.
No,
we hope so. We hope the Loma fight happens, bro. We don't know. Did it get announced yet? Did the Loma fight get announced yet?
Shit, nigga.
It ain't just want to cry.
Did the Loma fight get announced yet, Freeze?
If we talking that stupid shit. When this nigga
Freeze, did the Loma fight get announced yet?
Devin Haney said it's happening on the May 20th. May 20th. That's
Hey,
what Devin Haney
Freeze,
said.
it's not announced yet, bro.
In the press conference. That's what he said.
Hold up. Devin Haney said he was available for court yesterday. If you watch those interviews,
four niggas crying harder than these Tank fans. Tank fans don't be crying.
Hey, Bush, did Devin Haney say that out of his own mouth? Yes or no?
Tank nigga crying for Shakur.
Nigga, Shakur was sleep, Haney, nigga. Shakur was sleep, Haney, nigga. Yes or no? Shakur Stevenson will knock out Devin Haney. 2023, just on God, nigga.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't, fam.
Yo, he really moved. He muted it.
Man ass nigga. Shakur, if you want
Shakur Stevenson will knock out Devin Haney.
You didn't absorb none of that tranquility.
Hey, come off with this shit, David, man. You little idiot.
And shut up, Butch.
Can we chill? Can we chill out?
Shut him off, you
Can we just chill out?
Why are you even over here?
Yeah, man, just be tranquil. Just be smooth. It's a beautiful Friday, man.
Yes, exactly. Let's woosah. Let's reel it back in. I got it. You guys got my phone.
The same
I
energy
don't
they
want to
was
start
giving
muting
out. I
mics.
apologize, Smoke.
I don't want to start muting mics. I do want to make, before this turns into a complete fucking chaos circus, just let the guys speak, and please don't just repeat yourself in order to like filibuster the fucking mic. There's hell of fucking
Except
people
for David.
talking boxing over here.
What about David?
Like, say your fucking point and then pass that shit. Puff, puff, pass.
And fuck you, nigga. And fuck you, nigga.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, fuck
cool.
you,
We're
David,
gonna give
you
let's
Come
get
on,
these
y'all.
guys
you.
do what they do. You got
And
like
fuck
2
you,
minutes for
nigga.
this bullshit.
Fuck you talking about?
Dickhead,
Oh,
David.
bitch
You don't
ass
know shit
nigga.
about boxing.
Nigga,
What are you
get,
doing it?
nigga, what you doing here, nigga?
You don't
And
know
shut your
nothing about
bitch ass
boxing.
up,
What are you actually
nigga.
doing here?
And shut up,
Nothing
nigga.
about boxing.
I'm here for
It ain't
boxing.
me.
I'm here to
You
talk
can't break down
boxing,
shit.
nigga.
The
You can't
nigga
talk
Smoke
about
just
I'm here to
spoke to
break
you
down
niggas,
boxing.
man.
First thing
Wow.
What are you
you're gonna
talking
knock
about,
out Devin
nigga?
Haney. So break
Man,
it
shut
down.
up.
Break it
Yeah,
down.
that's a fact, nigga. I can make a statement like that and say that.
I was saying what David was about. See, David retarded.
What you say,
David
nigga?
retarded as shit. Who you talking to, David?
What?
Who you talking to, David?
Nigga, I'm asking you. You calling my name out. I'm saying what you're saying.
Calm yourself down, David.
Nigga, you calm down, nigga.
Calm yourself
Tell me,
down.
David, break it down, nigga. You said Shakur
tell me I don't know
Stevenson.
boxing, nigga. Nigga, Shakur was sleep hating, nigga.
So break it down, you bitch ass nigga.
Nigga, Shakur was sleep hating, nigga.
You bitch ass nigga.
Shut
Break
your
it down.
dumb ass
This
up.
nigga, he sound like
Shut your
Michael
whole ass
Blackson
up,
or some
nigga.
shit. That shit
Bitch
killing me.
ass, nigga.
David to hold
Break it down. Break it down, you little fat forehead
Whole
ass,
ass,
fried
nigga.
ass, ugly ass nigga, man. Break it down.
Diva to
You want me to
side.
break it? Nigga, that fight ain't going 12 rounds, nigga. I'm telling you right now. Shakur Stevenson will knock out Devin Haney in round 7.
Yeah, break it down.
That's
break it
it,
down.
nigga.
What is he gonna do? Break it down.
Why
Nigga.
you
Devin
keep
Haney will
saying
lose.
nigga?
Devin Haney will lose all rounds against Shakur. That's the breakdown right there. Simple and plain. Simple and
That
plain.
just sound retarded as shit. That's not even a
fool. You don't know
breakdown,
shit about
David. Come
boxing.
on, man.
You know why I'm saying that, bro? Because Shakur makes fight look easy. Shakur makes fight look easy, so it's simple and plain, bro. That's why they say Shakur fights are boring, because Shakur makes it look easy. He makes great fighters.
Okay,
So
but
this
how
Shakur because
exactly
they
is he
say
gonna make Devin Haney look easy?
Yeah,
because they make him miss, bro.
Break
He
that
was
down
standing
for
right
me.
in front of
ask
him.
me again, Mark, so you
Shakur
understand the
Stevenson
question, and you
can
answer
move
it
2
again,
steps backwards, make Devin Haney miss the jab, come back forward, pa, nigga, and make him miss the whole time, nigga, until he knocks him out.
Simple and plain, bro.
David, you know nothing about
You don't think Devin Haney has
Hey, Butch. Hey, Butch. Hey, Butch. That's my
doesn't
opinion,
Devin
bro.
Haney have a longer reach
Hey,
than Shakur?
Hey, Marky.
What you say,
All right,
Marky?
hold up a second. Hey, David, you're new to the panel. Welcome. Happy Friday to you.
Yeah,
How
bro.
this panel is different from maybe the other panel, the H's that I've seen you on, and maybe other panels that you've been on. You get your turn to speak, and then everybody gets their chance to rebut. Don't just interrupt every time you just get a chance to. Exercise a little bit of self-control. Write your points down, and when you have the mic, I will make sure nobody interrupts you either. Okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel it, bro. I just want to say it first, bro. Respect goes both ways. If you don't respect me, then I won't respect you.
Well,
If guys like Post gonna jump on and say David don't know boxing,
just so you understand, David, you don't need to tell me like platitudes and shit. I'm old as fuck. I know how respect works. I'm telling you, you're on my panel. This is my channel. I'm telling you how it works. Okay?
You fucking man, are you
yeah,
telling
bro.
the big 50
Yeah, bro. I got you, bro.
How are you, the 20-year-old boy? How are you, the 20-year-old boy, telling the big 50-year-old man this is how
Hey,
this
smoke.
works?
I'm not telling you, bro. I'm just trying to say.
No, it is
Mad in
what
the head.
it is. I
Mad in the head,
moderate.
boy.
I just wanted to go one at a time. That's all, because it gets just I can't follow this shit. Other people have like better. Maybe they're more used to that shit, like multiple voice talking at once. But that shit gets fucking confusing, and
Hey,
then
smoke.
Yeah,
As
like
soon as you
whatever,
start
just
talking,
hours and
I
hours
close
of
my
fucking.
mouth.
I don't
Whoever's
understand what the fuck's
talking,
going on.
I close my mouth. But when David comes on there and starts waffling about Shakur's gonna knock out Devin Haney in 7 rounds, he's just gonna miss every punch he makes.
Listen,
You're not breaking nothing down. You ain't breaking
that's
shit
fine.
down.
And guess
You
what?
don't know the
Bush.
science, nigga. You ain't breaking nothing down, boy.
Hey, Bush. I'm gonna give you guys, because I know you guys have a history. I've experienced it a bunch, so I'll give you guys time to go back and forth. But it's just not gonna take over the panel the same way that it might in other places. That's all.
Of course,
I'm gonna go on mute. I want to hear it.
And then like once that shit is run its course, we're gonna move the fuck on.
Okay, I want to hear Push break it down. Push break it down, nigga.
Versus Jamaica. Go ahead.
Show him how it's done.
So now we're talking about breaking down that fight. That fight will be the battle of the distances, or battle of the guards between Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney. Shakur Stevenson, as you know, is a southpaw. You get me? He has a different way of cutting angles and cutting distances from how Devin Haney does. But Devin Haney, he doesn't he hasn't really established any. He's only fought one southpaw in his career, which is Jojo Diaz. He didn't really have success with the jab against Jojo Diaz. And Jojo Diaz is not on the level of a Shakur Stevenson. That's the only thing I worry about Devin Haney coming into that fight. Anything else, Devin Haney, he's more athletic than Shakur Stevenson. This is basic breakdown. Nothing to go into too detail, because I don't want to hog the mic or nothing like that. But he's big. He is bigger than Shakur Stevenson. He does know how to control. He is the master of controlling the range. You get me? He knows how to use lateral movement. He's got better footwork than Shakur Stevenson, in my opinion, defensively. Offensively, you could say Shakur Stevenson's better on the front foot than to say better fighting off the back foot. I don't know how it's going to look you saw the sparring, you get me, but I don't know how it's going to look with headgear off and 8-ounce gloves or 10-ounce gloves, you get me, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not too sure, but I see Shakur Stevenson trying to take away Devin Haney's best asset, which is his jab, and when he does that, he's going to try and close the distance, make it an inside fight. That's how I see it with Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney. I still have Devin Haney beating Shakur Stevenson unanimously, you get me? I've seen him winning majority of the rounds. He's got a good gas tank. You know, it depends, innit? Like I said, it depends whether it's at 135, 140. You know what I'm saying? I don't really care. You know what I'm saying to you? So that's just me.
I respect that.
Yeah, I could go into further detail, but like I said, other people want to go in it. You know what I'm saying? So.
And just so we understand, like this, I'm not going anywhere for at least another like 5 hours. So there's no rush. But just give each other the respect for like finish the point and then rebut to the point so you understand the argument. And
of
then
course, man. Of course, smoke, man. Of course, man. We grow adults here.
like to the goddamn thing that's being expressed. That's all.
Yeah, I was just surprised you didn't hear that interview, Butch, when it was one of your UK partners doing it. But I posted in the back chat. If y'all want to check it out, come with the receipts.
Enlighten us.
Devin Haney said it out of his own mouth. Receipts.
Receipts on what? Enlighten us.
He said after Loma, he definitely interested in Shakur. So that's what it is.
But hey, what's up, salute panel? I
So it
know
don't
y'all.
sound like there's a problem now,
you.
do it?
I know you supposed to preheat the oven, but I ain't know you supposed to pre-hate on the fighter, bro. Y'all pre-hating like
that's fact.
if he don't fight, if he do this, if it's a whole lot of motherfucking if. Like he fighting Loma. Why we let's talk about what's scheduled, bro. He fighting Loma. So it's a whole lot of if. Like y'all, I'm ready to hate if he do this. If he take one wrong step, if he do this, boy, I'm gonna be on his ass. Like you already a hater. You just trying to find a justified reason in your mind to hate, which is cool. You know what I'm saying? That's what
I'm saying, man.
So
This
y'all
sound
do
like
y'all
some
thing.
crybaby bullshit right here, Billo.
saying.
No, let him cook. I know it's hurting y'all feelings, but let
Billo.
that nigga cook.
Like
This
do
that
y'all
crybaby
thing. You know
bullshit.
what I'm saying?
Instead of this crybaby shit y'all doing, we know Shakur. He's a pound for pound one of the best fighters. Whoever the fuck it is right now, he gonna smash him, right? So he can get to those belts. Devin got the
So
belts.
let's talk
We all
about that.
believe Dev gonna go out there. He gonna put ones and twos down the middle and
Let's
get that
talk about
that
that.
decision
Let's talk
over
about Shakur
Loma.
fighting
But
Yoshin,
when it come
whatever,
down to
Yokohama.
boxing, the same way, the same way.
I didn't get the finish.
The
I didn't get the
Texas
finish, so I
veteran
don't know
Earl
why
and
it's so
these
hold on. But I
guys,
hold
niggas
on.
still
I
talking
did get
Because
about
the
he in his
finish,
feelings.
bro.
Method is
Hold
in
on,
his
hold on,
feelings.
right?
But
Billo,
No,
let
niggas
me
ain't
let
in
Billo
feelings.
cook.
They sit tight.
Billo was cooking.
Niggas
Billo was cooking his
playing
method.
Bill
security
Brown was
guards
cooking.
Billo was cooking.
instead of being
Billo was
fans.
cooking
Now all
his
of a
method.
sudden shit changed.
Bill Brown was
Stop
cooking.
playing
Billo was
security
cooking
You
method.
guards,
disagree?
Method,
crybabies,
Billo was
That don't
cooking.
make
and
sense, bro.
accept
Billo
that
was
niggas
cooking.
think
Then you
Shakur
cook.
Stop
gonna go out
crying in
there
my
and
ear,
win.
nigga.
If Billo was cooking method,
All of
then
a sudden it changed.
you cook off
Don't
the
shit
Billo.
y'all the
change.
niggas
Yeah,
crying.
y'all
Y'all
niggas
crying
want
for
to change
I
shit.
mean,
No,
Shakur.
but they want everybody to lose.
you
Shakur
interrupted
Y'all
the
got
crying
nigga
for
that's
the
Shakur
belts.
like
just
y'all know
repeat
the
the
nigga
same bullshit you've been saying the whole time, man. Just let
For
the man
3
cook.
hours, bro. Ain't said nothing new. Like, come on, bro.
That's
Y'all
what
got
I'm
that
saying.
Exactly,
Like
crybaby
just saying the
bullshit going
same
on.
shit.
It's like
Let the
y'all
man
You
talk.
go.
repeat yourself.
y'all
Method, you
can't
go
hate
after
on
Billo
one
or
man.
Mark
You know
or
what I
I
mean?
don't
Quit
know if you got a
crying, Method. Let
limited
Billo finish.
vocabulary or something. What's going on,
Y'all
bro?
crying up this motherfucker.
You keep
no,
on.
no. Let Billo
We
cook
already
and then
Yeah,
you
we
established
can
got
that.
you
crying and
move on
scared.
to the
established
cooking.
Let the guys, let everybody get their shit off. You desperate fucker.
Yeah, but like I
No,
said, man.
but let them get his shit off.
No, this
You
Billy.
just
This
take
not method.
you just take
This
that
Bill.
heat.
This
Yeah,
Bill.
No, that's Billy. That's Billy. Let him
you
talk.
make
Let
a
him
lot
talk,
of trigger
Smoke.
Smoke
warnings
is
for you.
ready
You
to
just
take
desperate
his shit
fuck.
off. God damn.
Smoke,
You desperate
this
as fuck.
Bill. This
Hello,
me.
hello,
You one
bro.
big exposed
No, go
nerd.
ahead. No,
Let
go
these
ahead.
other
Go
guys
ahead,
get
Billo.
their
Fam.
shit
There's a
off.
Bro,
misunderstanding.
Smoke, you too hype, man. You too up right now, bro.
I'm just trying to talk. This
No, it's just a
Billy. This
misunderstanding,
Bill,
man.
man.
Go
It's
ahead,
not
Billo.
method.
Go ahead, Billo.
I'm just trying to
Man,
finish
you
what I
got
was
hit with a
saying.
straight bullet, man, below.
Yeah, I got hit with a straight
No,
bullet.
go
It's
ahead,
all
Billo. It's
good.
just a misunderstanding, fam.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man. Like we got Shakur fighting Yokohama coming up, and we got goddamn Devin fighting Loma,
Is his
and
name really Yokohama?
now I'm just talking shit. You
Yeah,
know
okay,
what
cool.
I'm saying?
Okay, go ahead. Do your thing. Do your
So
thing.
we got those fights coming up, and we want the winner to fight each other, bro. Everybody want the winner to fight each other. The difference, method with the Valdez fans, were people were, to me, in my opinion, they didn't want the Shakur fight. Like they did not want it. Like they would try to give you reasons of why they don't want it, and he don't this and that. The Devin fans, bro, we like from what I've been hearing, want all the smoke, and y'all just refuse to listen to it. We can't make him do nothing, but if we could choose, yeah, fight Shakur. That's the fight everybody want to see. That's the fight we want to see. The fake Shakur fans who really just hate Devin, but they going for Shakur because they think Shakur beat him. So his fake fans, yeah, they want him to fight. We all want to fight. Like it's no difference, bro. It's no different. Y'all not no different than us. Y'all ain't no here saying no shit different than a Devin fan. It ain't no Devin saying, nah, we don't want no Shakur smoke. Nah, we don't want we don't want Devin to fight Shakur. It ain't one nigga on here saying that. So
No,
stop the cap.
what y'all doing is, we don't gotta talk about this, but we can talk about how Dave, right? He great fight. No, he gonna fuck Lomachenko up. He gonna fuck Tio up. He gonna do this and that. Then all of a sudden, right now, the Shakur is saying, nigga, no, Shakur don't need
one
to
of
do
the
this.
best in the
Hold on,
world, bro.
Shakur don't need to do this. He don't need to be like niggas is playing
Nobody
security
said
guard
that.
instead of being a fan of boxing, bro. Because when
You
it was
capping,
when
bro.
Dave
You
was
just
he'll
capping.
beat Robert Easter, he can do this, that. The fight never gonna happen, right? He gonna do this to AB. Fight never gonna happen, bro. Oh yeah, this
Yo, this
Tia
dude
fight,
is a
yeah,
bot,
do this
bro.
and that and this and that. It's just hilarious, bro. How again somebody said the tables turn, right? So when Shakur, who was known to chase niggas and take belts up off of them, right? You know what I mean? And nothing handed to the nigga, take him. You see what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden it's well, let's just focus on the Lomachenko. Let's talk about no, nigga, the fight ain't even announced. We're gonna keep talking about Shakur being
But
a
Shakur's
great
fight
fighter
is
of boxing,
announced,
bro.
bro.
And we want to
Shakur's
promote
fight
that
is
fight
announced,
to the
though.
best of our abilities, bro. Because
Shakur's
obviously
fight
everybody
is
else talking
announced.
about it.
That's what makes
Everything
it
else
weird.
Bro, it's nothing wrong with wanting to fight, but why do you have to shit on one fighter because you want to fight? You want to see a
Nobody's
fight.
shitting. Nobody's shitting. I'm not shitting.
How you
I'm
not
saying
shitting when
I'm saying the fight. I
how
got
you not how,
Nigga,
$75,000.
stop lying. He been shitting all
well,
day, nigga.
y'all are pre-hating on the nigga. Y'all already
definitely
predicted.
Preemptive
Y'all
hating.
already
It's a
predicting
preemptive
what's
hate.
gonna happen in the future.
They might get some, like they're making sure that just in case they do something, that Devin does some real shit for that's actually something that can be supported by the history and tradition of boxing. They want to make sure that shit gets discounted because it's not the fight that they want, and that's fine. I'm not saying that that's not a thing, but I'm just saying that fight fans who are very much in tune with the history and tradition of boxing are just gonna like look at you like the fucking casual that you are. The casual, desperate fucking fanboy that you are.
No, y'all sound. See this again. This is a subliminal
Don't
message.
flip it around
This is
like you're not the
it's
desperate
subliminal
fucking casual
message.
fanboy.
Instead of
I
niggas
got it.
embracing the best fighting the best, niggas gotta hate on everybody else. I get it. You gotta say trust my way because I want to see the best fighting the best. And the problem is y'all want to play. Y'all want to cry about it. Play security guard. Y'all want to be the bouncer of boxing. Like no, nigga, fuck all that.
Okay, the problem isn't whether or not the best are fighting the best. The problem is what your definition of who the best is. That's the
it.
issue.
Ain't no everybody. Again, we can go around the panel. Everybody gonna say Shakur is one of the best in boxing. Dev one of the best in boxing. Tank one of the best in boxing.
Yeah,
right?
so is Devin.
You see,
so
he
is
said
Regis.
after.
You know what else?
I know
what else? You know what? One of the best in boxing is described as champions getting titles. That's also one of the criteria
somebody
being
in the
the
chat
best.
said something hilarious, right? Somebody in the chat said something hilarious, and this is what's funny about y'all niggas, right? Like nigga, Dev, he just trying to collect some belts. And I'm like, so now the belts hold more weight than the niggas you fight.
Okay, again, I didn't say that there was more or less. I'm just talking about standards of how, when it comes to the history and the tradition of boxing, how we determine who the best is. One of those things, even if you don't like the fucking fighter, you say at least he was a champion.
No, nigga, fuck all that. Nigga, what I'm saying, nigga,
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Okay, by what measure? Let me ask you this.
What I'm saying is that Shakur one of the best niggas in boxing. It ain't you can't tell me this nigga.
Let's talk
anything
more
else
listening.
right now. Nigga, I'm like that
Just
nigga
open up your
bad. I want to
mind.
see that
Open up
fight.
your mind.
That's
Like close
somebody
your
else
lips
deleted
for
bullshit.
1 second. Method.
Put all that wine in, bro.
Just real fast. By what metric is Jamel Herring one of the best?
Oh shit.
The guy was getting there to catch Valdez, whoop his ass. I think everybody thought Valdez was going to beat Jamel Herring they fought, right? You know what I mean?
No.
So again, I still got to see. So you thought Jamel Herring
so you're giving credit for fights that he didn't fight to say that he's the best?
No, I saw Shakur beat both of them.
No, I said by what metric? If it's not the belts, is Jamel Herring one of the best?
He the best at that time was Oscar Valdez, and Shakur came in there.
Jamel Herring. I'm asking about
he
Jamel
can't answer
Herring.
the question, Smoke. You know he can't answer
Well,
that question, man.
I think Jamel Herring was a good fighter. I don't know if he's still boxing, but
based on what?
I said he was good. I mean, he was good. He beat the guy from what's the guy name? Oh man, the young dude.
You really
from DC.
Yeah, you don't even know his name. You don't even know his fucking name. You gotta say that by that win, he's one of the best.
There's three niggas talking to me at the same time while I'm trying to remember the record. He beat Carl Frapp. I think that was a good retirement fight. Got him up out of there. The dude from DC, I think from DC or Maryland, he beat him. I kept telling guys that was a good win. He's a good fighter. I think he was a good fighter. So
let me ask you this. Just a quick question.
He's a good fighter, but Josh Taylor ain't shit.
Good?
Yeah, Josh Taylor ain't shit, but Jamel Herring is a good fighter.
Josh Taylor's an active and ain't been doing shit. The last time he fought was 2021.
Jamel Herring,
right.
what the fuck's he done?
So again, my energy don't change. When I come out my mouth, it's facts. I don't change my shit.
No.
I'm not gonna give a nigga you be been out of the ring, and another nigga being. I mean, it's only gonna go two ways.
No, I got it. So my question was, you said about Cap. Just real fast, but just real fast, Bush. Hold on a second. My question was, by what metric is Jamel Herring a good win or one of the best? If it's not the belt,
you can't answer it, Smoke. You can't answer it, Smoke.
And no, I got you. I got it. But I'm gonna circle back.
You can't see Bush. The
And
problem with Bush is they
hold up. Don't
That's what
deflect.
girls do. They want to speak for me, my nigga.
Holy shit, guys.
Stop
Just
that.
chill
Stop
out.
that.
Rub your ears.
Sorry,
It's
Method.
woosah time.
Sorry, Method, man.
I got you. I got you.
Sorry,
Like,
bro. Sorry,
listen, I don't know if you guys have ever rubbed your ears before, but it's very soothing.
Shoot,
After seeing Martin do it, I don't have Martin ears, but it is fucking soothing. I got to give it up. But the point is, point being, the question was, if it's not the belt, what makes Jamel Herring one of the best? And your immediate response was a guy that you didn't even know whose name was. So to me,
I didn't
seems
say
to
that.
be like, if that's your very initial response,
no,
it's not very. Hold up a second. It's not compelling, right? Like the idea that belts are not one of the metrics of considering who the belt is doesn't map on to most fight fans' realities. There are some hardcore, diehard fans who don't actually consider the belts a metric of the best of quality. I happen to be one of those people, just so you understand. But for real, when it comes down to I would say 99.9% of boxing fans, the belts is how they measure who is the best.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with that in entirety, right? Shakur didn't have a belt at 30, and I was like, I remember. Anybody remember I said Jamel Herring gonna beat Shakur, man? He had 130 bop Shakur up there and dominated this motherfucker, and I'm like, this nigga nasty. And I'm like, oh, Valdez, you're running for real. Yeah, Valdez couldn't have no franchise belt for him to hold on to get away from that fight. Shakur did what he had to do, got her out the way, got the Valdez. Got him out there, got both of them belts. Now he at 35. Right now we at 35, right? So again, what I'm saying is, although Shakur does not have a belt, Devin has all the belts. So it really ain't well, Shakur, he fighting this guy from Asia, and who the fuck is this guy? Well, I'm like, well, Dev is the one with all the belts. You know what I mean? And fighting Dev will only validify that this nigga is one of the best in boxing, right? And the same way with Shakur. Dev fighting Shakur. It's like this guy's a pound for pound best fighter in the world, right? So that's all I mentioned, is that I get everything else, right? Probably fight TL beat Josh Taylor, and you go up there and you say, well, I beat TL for a belt. That shit's cool for niggas that's fanboys, right? But I'm not a fanboy. I'm like, beating Shakur is far greater. Beating Shakur is far greater than
right. So again, so now I think that now we need to define what a fanboy is, right? Because I was talking about the history and tradition of boxing and 99% of fans. I don't think that 99.9% of fans are fanboys. I think there is a significant amount of people who are fanboys, but that number does not constitute 99.9% of fans. Most fucking fans, it is literally, you have to take, I wouldn't even put an age on it. Most fans under the age of 40 think that fucking belts are a measure of who the best is.
I mean, Bivol and Better be both got belts, but yeah, they got to fight.
Yeah, but they also think that they're the best in the division.
They're the top. They're
the actual best. People think that Bivol and Better Beef represent number one and number two, whichever name you put in respectively, represent the best of the fucking division.
Right. But I think it'll only be one man, one face, one name, and they need to clear that shit up.
Right.
And I think the problem that Devin Haney faces, the problem that Devin Haney faces is that he has pound for pound fighters around him, and niggas is pointing him into a direction where they don't exist. Right? And they're around him, and he ain't got to fight. That's kind of what Phantom is saying. You got pound for pound Tank, pound for pound Shakur, and niggas saying shit like fight I can't even fight Jose Ramirez. And I'm like, nigga, what? Like we talking about, you got 2 pound for pound guys.
Who said that?
Time out. Let me in. Let me say this real quick, because you've been repeating yourself for 3 hours, and you keep saying that you only speak facts. But here's the thing that we already disproved. There's not one person on this panel that said they don't want to see Devin and Shakur. So you keep saying this, that we being security guards, but literally you have not named one person on this panel that doesn't want to see that. And then the second thing that I have to say is, what Smoke said was he has options of guys that he could fight for belts. He didn't say that that's what he wanted to see, because at the end of the day, we still have Tank Davis work that we could handle, Shakur Stevenson work that we can handle, or he can move up to fight for a belt. He said he has options. So maybe it's just a comprehension thing, but that's not what he said at all. So why do you keep repeating those things?
Of course, he has options, and then in the same vein, you say Shakur and Tank don't got options, but so that's the part I don't understand.
You see how y'all add words?
That's cool.
I want to.
Listen, I don't mind. I don't mind if they listen. Just real fast. Just real fast.
The trigger fest again. I just want to finish what I'm saying. I already provided the receipts. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it speaks for itself. That's the fight Devin say he want to entertain. So all I'm saying is apply the pressure equally. Like, don't just say, oh, because it's Devin's scenario now. No, that's a different situation. But niggas was saying Tank is still with Floyd. He ain't gonna fight nobody. But then when that nigga saying y'all next, it's like, oh, Tank ain't serious. Okay, so is Devin serious when he say he want to fight Shakur after Loma? Yes or no?
Well,
hold up a second. Hold up a second. Isn't one of the metrics of desperation when fans need to apply pressure? Like, I mean, like, for real. Like, if you want to attack my objectivity or call me biased or whatever the fuck, I don't mind that. But if you think it's gonna deflect from my argument and I'm not gonna notice that shit, then whatever. Like, if you want to deflect from my argument, tell me the other fights that these guys have that are worth a fuck at 135, not named Devin or each other.
Okay, yeah, each other. I mean, we already know 135 is the top heavy division.
So here's my thing. So it's not really about my bias. So really, what it boils down to is, if you were to ask me, so let me ask a different question. Who has the most fucking options right now?
I would say
out of Devin, Tank, and Shakur.
It'd be a tough
hold on a second. Let me finish. Let me ask you a question so I can put it in the correct context. So you can give me the answer that I'm looking for.
Okay.
Answer the question at least that I'm looking for. Even if you don't give me the answer I'm looking for, at least you're answering my question. When it comes to the history and the tradition of boxing, who has more fucking options readily available to them?
Tank.
Devin,
Tank can go to 47.
Shakur.
Yeah, I would say Tank.
Okay, so how is it that Tank has? So please tell me the options that Tank has readily available to him.
Because Tank could go to 140, fight Regis Prograis.
I got you.
Go to 140,
tell me the guys that Tank has.
Like, you're saying Devin can cross the street when we already know this nigga has one fight, maybe two at 140. Barbosa and the winner of T on Josh Taylor. Who the fuck else is over there at top rank? He gonna have to go over to PBC to get the fights he want to get. Maybe Regis to come out and play. We don't know. But who the fuck else is at 140 on top rank ESPN, bro?
Okay, cool. All right, cool. So the question is, because I'm taking it because I'm in my scientific mind right now, right? I'm just gathering fucking facts, right? So when it comes down, I've asked you a really just objective question about quantity. I didn't say anything about. I said something about quantity, and I made a nod to
You stuttering.
Quality. I know I'm stuttering. That's all good. That's how I speak. Don't trip. My point was about quantity, but I made a nod to quality, right? So when I made the nod to quality, I said history and tradition of boxing. But my question was about quantity, really, with that qualifier of quantity. And that's why I was stuttering, because that's a lot of Q fucking UAs in fucking in one thought. So there you go. So you have quantity, who has the most quality when it comes to the history and tradition of boxing, as the quantifier. And there it is, why I was stuttering. Okay? So now you tell me, you're saying that the issue is, you said the answer is Tank. So you tell me how Tank fulfills the quantity at part of this, when he said he's not competing at 140. He doesn't feel comfortable competing at 140. How does he have more options?
Again, I've heard Canelo say he didn't feel comfortable 75.
I'm not asking about Canelo. I'm not asking about Canelo at all.
I get it. I get it, but I'm going to. I'm going to
3 different fighters.
Let me cut me off. Let me.
No. I gotta cut you off.
Let me put my peppers and onions in the pan and let me cook. Goddammit!
As a matter of fact, and not only that, but I have to actually even pull the "It's My Fucking Channel" card, just so we understand what it does.
Ain't
Yeah,
that
I
a
know
bitch?
it is, and I hate to pull it, but sometimes it's fucking necessary. Especially when you start talking about Canelo, when I was only talking about 3 guys, and
All right,
not
so
named Canelo. None of them
let
were
me go
named
back.
Canelo.
Let me go back to the Tank then. All right, so cool. Because Tank has way more options, right? Because Tank can fluctuate through different weight classes. He's a pound for pound fighter, right? He can easily possibly get the Josh Taylor fight, the T.O. fight, right? As you trying to say with Devin, take that fight easy, knock one of them off, do what the fuck he want. Go up there to fight Regis if he want to. He can go up there and get the Matias fight. He can go up there and get the Puello fight, right? Possibly go to 47, get whatever, possible, because he can do it, right? He could probably go down to 130 if he chose to. He's made the weight before, right? Stay at 35, anything. He has way more options. His power carries through the divisions. His skill sets go take him all through, right? But Devin, in a sense, I think he has cool options. It's hard to say the T.O. fight for him is an option because I don't see T.O. having any interest in the fight, right? Shakur seems to be the most interested right now. So then again, it's like, you see what I'm saying? If Shakur is showing the most interest, and if Loma was the one saying he needed time, then I think Devin has the less options.
All right.
You get
So
what I'm saying?
when it comes to so I think the idea about options becomes like a variable, right? So I think it's a control mechanism, right? So when it comes to options, if a fighter says they don't feel comfortable at that division and has never fought, they only fought there once, has never fought there again, and even in rumors has only been talking about fighting in that division at a catchweight, the options in that, but like to me, just empirically and just on face value become more limited. So I don't know how you just blow past what the fighter is saying and just saying that it's all wide open for him when he's already limited himself.
Okay. I'm not gonna argue with your point. That's your point.
Right, but it seems like what your point is ignoring what Tank said about himself in his own career.
Right, but at the same time, we always hear that Tank is going to probably end at 147.
No, so, right, so here's the thing. So I got it. The question is, who is he going to fight at 147? If a guy says, if one guy says, I can no longer compete at 135, that makes him a 147 pounder. If a guy says, I don't feel comfortable competing at 140, that means he's probably going to take cherry picks at 140 in order to like get some money fights here and there, but he's not going to actually compete in that division. That's the way that I interpret that. It's also the way that I interpret him going into 147. That he will fight a couple of guys there, but he's not going to try to just fight everybody at 147.
Did you land your plane? Are you done landing your plane? Okay.
Yeah. That was it. I'm just trying to add some clarity.
Although I disagree with the cherry pick thing, a lot of divisions are becoming top heavy.
Well, I mean, listen. Okay, so let me ask you this about the cherry pick, because I get that you might push back on that since you were like big upping Badu Jack and fucking Makabu. But yeah, for Canelo, just to circle back, and this is only about you disagreeing with the cherry picking thing. How in the entire fuck is Canelo fighting the winner of Badu fucking Makabu not cherry picking when he can't actually compete at cruiserweight?
Why can't he?
Because he's not talking about doing it, and you aren't either. He was talking about fighting Buatsi.
He talked about fighting Makabu a while back.
Yeah,
Makabu back then active. He's fighting Badu Jack. And
he wasn't saying I'll be Buatsi. He wasn't saying I'll become undisputed at fucking cruiserweight because I'm better than every cruiserweight. That's not what he said. Nobody said Makabu was the best cruiserweight, even.
Right, but again, it's a title fight for Badu being a 3-division champ.
That's what makes it a cherry pick, right? That's why I'm using the term or the phrase cherry pick. It's actually just a term, but whatever.
I don't think if Badu Jack beats Makabu and Canelo fights Badu Jack, that's a cherry pick. Badu for the 60.
Great. So can he beat the actual champion? Can he just compete at one? Do you think Canelo can compete at cruiserweight and beat everybody at cruiserweight?
Well, I don't think James Toney
we don't know that yet. We don't know that to be fact yet.
I don't think James Toney can beat
I'm just asking what he thinks. I'm not asking for a fact. Because he's never competed at cruiserweight. I'm asking what he thinks. Do you think Canelo can beat everybody cruiserweight?
No.
No. So that's why he's cherry picking for a belt. That's my whole fucking point.
I don't think that's cherry picking. I think Donnie Jack can easily beat him.
Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, if I may step in here real quick, I'm kind of confused how a 168-pound fighter moving up 30 pounds is cherry picking a fighter that walks around at over 200 pounds and comes down to about 200 pounds or 190. How is that cherry picking for the smaller fighter?
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you exactly how. Because we already saw Canelo do it with Kovalev.
Quantify,
right? So, I got you, and I'm going to answer your question.
Thank you.
I'm going to answer your question because since we talk about the same fighter, Canelo, we've already seen him do this successfully at light heavyweight when he fought a champion, definitely, and guy who might even be a Hall of Famer in Kovalev, but he fought him under the circumstances that gave him the greatest advantage to winning that fight. And then let me finish. I'm not done. And then when he actually challenged a guy who didn't have the advantage, like an undefeated guy who was also a champion, we saw him getting his ass fucking whooped. And that wasn't even the guy who's proven. Let me finish. I'm not done. And even though I'm using "and" a second time, it seems I'm running on sentence, but still the same sentence. And that guy hasn't even proved himself to be the best guy at light heavyweight. So his Kovalev win seems to be a win in which he was cherry picking a champion.
Okay, so can I answer your question now? He picked Kovalev because he was the biggest name at 175 at the time, period. The other two champions were not known. And as we know, there's a business side to the sport. So he did the most sensible thing. He picked the biggest guy who was more accomplished than any of the other champions. Let's start with that. Am I wrong about that? No, I'm not. I don't need you to answer. Okay, so that's what he did. I don't know if that's cherry picking or not when you coming up in weight and fighting a guy. And I don't know the stipulations. What he said that he couldn't rehydrate to 188 or something like that. That was a stipulation. That was something. I mean, how is that a stipulation when he's supposed to fight at 175?
Why is that even in the contract?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm totally lost in my point. I think you've lost my point. You're like on some other shit, rehydration clause.
No, I'm on some facts.
Okay, let me ask you this: Was Rocky Fielding the best guy at 168?
All I know is that we were talking about Kovalev, and we're going to stick to Kovalev.
I got you. But then you started talking about weight clauses. So, like, then you started talking about weight clauses and shit. So,
but y'all got stuck on Canelo. Like, let's get back.
No, but really, at this point, what we're talking about again is so that we can have an understanding of what like cherry picking means, and have an understanding about this thing, so that we can talk about all of these fights in their proper context.
I'm still trying to figure out how a super middleweight cherry picks a cruiserweight, though. I'm kind of confused.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
No.
And I'm trying to explain it to you.
What you're doing is that you're guaranteeing him a victory without him even fighting.
All right, I got you. Because cherry picking. Okay, right. So cherry picking, generally as a general concept, is referring to the fact that you're picking a guy that you think you can beat versus the actual best.
I got that, but when you're the smaller man moving up, how do you cherry pick the bigger man?
Okay, I got you. Since they're all bigger men, but if you pick the weakest link in that whole thing, you're cherry picking.
No.
If you're moving up, all of them are bigger men, whether or not they have championships or not. You're literally just a smaller guy. Period.
And he just fought 30 days ago.
Let me ask you.
What?
So
Bivol got a full camp. Kovalev had just fought when he fought.
He did not fight 30 days before that fight.
I'm exaggerating on the 30 days. Bro.
Thank you.
Calm down, bro. I'm saying he just had.
I just want to stay on facts. I don't want to go on feelings, man.
He didn't get a full camp.
What do you mean he didn't get a full camp? How many weeks did he train?
Yo, we keep
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, how many weeks did he train?
He didn't get a full camp. That's the
How many weeks did he train? You keep saying he didn't get a full camp. How many weeks did he train?
He didn't get 8 weeks worth of camp.
8 weeks?
I can tell you that.
Okay. How many? Listen to me. I don't know exactly how many. What's a full camp or not? But if he signed the contract, right? If him and his people signed the contract, they knew exactly how much time they had to train.
Signing the contract has nothing to do with a cherry pick, though. Like
But
all of them
y'all
signed the
still not
contract.
explaining it to me how to smoke.
All
Oh,
of them,
okay.
all of them signed the contract.
I know what a
You
cherry
do,
pick
you do
is.
realize this is the
I know
rabbit
what
hole, and we're
okay.
actually talking
Hold
about
on,
Tank
y'all.
and
Hold on, man.
135, right?
Too many of us speaking.
You do realize
There's
this
too
is
many
like
of us
a
speaking.
thing, right?
There's too many of us speaking, man. I'm just gonna be quiet.
I'm just wondering which big brain guys Tank is gonna bring us back to Tank.
Yeah, it's just a bad faith argument when you say Tank would be cherry picking at 140 fighting Regis or Super Matias or fucking Pueblo.
Regis would beat Tank.
I got you.
Regis would beat Tank.
It wouldn't be. Like, listen, if he fight, and that's the difference. If he fights one of the best guys there, but if he fights, let's say he fights Rolly again, because Rolly is also supposed to get another fucking championship. If he fights Rolly when Subio Matias is there, or when Josh Taylor is there, or when Regis is there, but he fights Rolly, that's a fucking cherry pick.
Yeah,
Who's the best cruiserweight right now, Smoke? Who's the best cruiserweight right now?
So
probably
like I was
Buatsi.
saying, right?
Who is that?
Like I was,
Who is that? Is that the African that he was going to fight the first time?
He's an English guy. He's an English guy that's like managed by.
Is he the African that he was going to fight the first time at cruiserweight? Is that him?
He's a UK guy. He's a Brit.
He's not a cruiserweight. He's a light heavyweight.
Okay, I asked who's the best cruiserweight.
Oh no, sorry.
It depends. We don't know yet. We don't know who that is.
Okay, so how do you say he's cherry picking and y'all don't know who the best in that damn weight class is?
I meant Okoli. I always get Okoli and Buatsi mixed up.
He's missing the point.
I meant Okoli. I
Ain't
meant
no damn
Okoli.
point
I
to
said
miss.
Buatsi because I get those two mixed up.
Yeah, I need to
But
stop
they're
that.
both Brits. They're both
Marcus,
Brits, right?
He's not missing the point, but he's not missing the point, but he's got a point. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. We don't know who the best is until those guys fight each other. The same with Benavidez, David Morrell, Canelo Alvarez. We don't know who the best is at 168 yet until all those guys fight each other.
Yeah,
Listen,
I got
that's
you.
all I'm
Right.
saying.
But we do know who the weakest link is, though, right?
How do you know who the weakest link is? You don't know who the best is.
Canelo is the best at
How do you know who the weakest link is? You don't know who the best
Say
is.
Tank Davis, Shakur
How do you know
Stevenson
that?
beat Camboso. Well, let's see it then. Because we thought that Camboso would lose to Tito.
I don't need to see Cambosos and Tank
Hey,
for me
listen,
to know
I
that
mean,
Tank
he's
not
a
that's the
chronological
fuck
argument,
up.
and if you guys have an answer to him, I can get it. Give it, or I'll give it, and then we can move on.
I'm not out here just giving.
How much credibility would you give Tank for fighting Devin Haney's leftovers, bro? Come on, knock it off.
Listen. We talking about it. They all fought Gamboa. They all
Ain't no
fought Gamboa.
disrespect, but you got you would need to stop watching boxing and watch some old tape before if you're gonna say some dumb shit about we don't know what Tank could be. Cambosos is ass compared to Tank.
No, we don't. I'm not out here giving fighters credit. I'm not out here giving fighters wins already that they haven't fought for.
Listen, I don't give a fuck what you doing. Listen, I don't give a fuck what you doing. But compared to Tank, Cambosos is a bum. You compare him to Tank, he's a bum. It ain't no difference.
He hasn't fought him.
Nigga that thought El Rayo was a superstar.
Let me at least.
If it's so easy, method, why didn't he go
You
to
think El
Australia and
Rayo
take
a
the belts?
superstar, but Cambosos a bomb?
I know Tank not Cambosos the fuck out. I know that. I know he ain't gonna be 12 rounds. I know Tank. I know it don't take. It ain't gonna take Tank 2 fights to figure Cambosos the fuck out and put him to sleep.
Cambosos only a bomb because it fits your narrative, bro. And that's
it ain't gonna take Tank 2 fights to figure out how to put that nigga to sleep.
Y'all just do that shit all day.
It ain't gonna take 2 fights to put that nigga to sleep.
So why didn't Calvin Ford think how you fought? Why didn't Calvin Ford think how you fought?
This nigga say El Rayo, who got knocked out, is a fucking superstar.
So method, why didn't he go and get the belt? So why didn't he go and get the belt? Why didn't he go to Australia and get the belts then? Why didn't he do it?
But hey, Butch, Cambosos got dropped by Teofimo, bro.
It is prerogative. That's his prerogative. Tank don't need 2 fights to beat that nigga, bro.
Talks about 3 division world
the nigga ain't even gonna want a rematch. I got this. The problem with you niggas. The problem with you niggas, right? Cambosos would have never asked for a rematch fighting Tank. That's what you do. You goofy.
I'm not no nigga.
Nigga, that's a fact.
I think you're a bitch.
Cambosos got dropped by Teofimo, Butch. He got dropped by Teofimo. And Tank Davis knocked out my opponents who Keith Thurman couldn't knock out a Piga guy. But when you telling me that Cambosos will survive with Tank for 12 rounds, bro?
That nigga got no show. No, that nigga's going to sleep. Gonna beat that nigga.
Tank got enough power to put anybody to sleep, bro.
Y'all be rapping for certain niggas that inside y'all be getting support by Calvin, bro. It ain't gonna take that nigga.
Teofimo dropped Cambosos, bro.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna be straight up. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something.
That's a pro fighter right there, nigga. That's a professional.
Just chill out for 1 second, guys. I want you guys to just to like empathize with me for 1 second.
I didn't do a lot of time. So all these like cross fucking conversations and shit is like real new to me. Like you guys sound like a goddamn bunch of crazy people in an asylum. Can we have one conversation at a fucking time and go one at a time?
OG Smoke. I'm asking simple questions. Methods is having that he's bugging out. David's waffling, talking about T.O. dropped him.
I don't need a meta. Listen, I don't need a meta description.
Method.
I'm giving you the meta description. The meta description is you guys are fucking losing me. And like, what I would like to have on my fucking channel is not 3 different conversations happening at the same fucking time. So can we get one fucking conversation? And if you want to change the fucking conversation, let's talk about the next fucking topic. But at this point, let's just go one at a fucking time, like we're goddamn 5-year-olds. Please.
OG Smoke. All I asked Method was, why didn't Calvin Ford say what he's saying? Why didn't Calvin Ford take Tank to Australia since it was so easy and Kambosos is such a bum to go and collect and enhance his career, to go and collect the belts? Why didn't he do that?
Can I answer your question?
And don't talk about.
I think it's very simple. It's a very simple answer. Does anybody want to give a very simple answer? You want to give some long-winded conversation?
Because Kambosos.
Hey, Bush, can I answer your question, Bush?
Kambosos said he wanted to come to the States. He said he wanted to come to the States to fight.
Right, because Tank wanted to
play. Are we missing the point here? But hey, Method, bro.
And dictate shit. Okay, next.
But hey, Smoke. Kambosos wanted to fight Lomachenko, but Lomachenko wasn't available for that fight. Then he had to fight Devin Haney. No, like Kambosos wanted to fight Loma. He didn't want to fight Tank. Kambosos didn't want to fight Tank. He wanted to fight Loma. And Loma was put up in his country. So Devin Haney was available Devin Haney was available, so he fought Devin Haney for that, bro. Become undisputed. He didn't want to fight Tank.
So we have 2 answers. We have one because Tank is the A side. You don't need to go there. The second one was Kambosos didn't really want that fucking smoke. Anyway, that's why Tank didn't go there. What else we got?
So
that's both bullshit, but continue.
Wow. Okay. So I wanted to
come on, man, be serious.
No, I got it. George Taylor Puello, right? But other people want to answer. Other people got answers. Go ahead.
Y'all niggas crazy, bro.
I'm sorry. You're the one who said because Tank's the A side. Like whatever.
Go ahead, Marcus.
No, I'm not debating that. I'm tripping off that.
That's literally what you said. Like, because Tank don't need to go there to Australia. That was your debate. But I want to see if anybody else has an answer outside of Kambosos didn't really want it. That's why Tank didn't go out there. And Tank didn't need to go out there because Tank's the A side.
Yeah, that's a lie.
I want to stay on the original topic of what's a cherry pick, right? I don't really like the term cherry pick, right?
Okay, go ahead.
But we cannot pretend that matchmaking is not a real thing. They pay people to put the best styles, best matchup, and in the best interest of the cash cow. Like it is what it is. But using Method's logic of where Devin Haney has to fight the pound for pound guys around him, I also have to look at it the same way and say, well, Tank says if Tank has all these options at 140, why aren't his options primarily geared towards the guys who are already established as the best? We know Regis is a dog. We know Taylor is undisputed. Those guys were on the table, but when he went to 140, he did not fight either one of them. He fought a Mario Barrios. So we can't then detract away from a Devin Haney moving up and fighting somebody like Teofimo, who was unified and is going to be fighting for a title either. You know what I mean? So we can't discredit it and call it cherry picking, but we can't pretend like matchmaking ain't a real thing. So that's the only reason why I said what I said. Like at the end of the day, if the guys that you're trying to fight aren't the top guys, then yeah, you either cherry picking or you're doing some great matchmaking. But you can't say Josh Taylor don't have nothing to offer. That literally makes no sense.
That was a very great. Hold on, that was a great statement. It was very sensible. I also want to quote somebody: "Right fighter, right price." You know who said that? Floyd Mayweather. So yes, I understand the whole cherry picking concept. What I don't understand is how a man who's giving away 30 to 40 pounds and moving up is cherry picking a guy that walks around at over 200 pounds.
Why are you saying 30 pounds? But 168 to 175 is 7 pounds.
Listen to me. These cruiserweights walk around as heavyweights, and then they sweat down to the frame weight.
You're talking about Makabu Bilo.
Okay. So I don't know how
I'm thinking you're still talking about Kovalev. So you're talking about Makabu?
I'm talking about the cruiserweight that Smoke was saying that Alvarez is cherry picking a cruiserweight. and that makes no sense to me because he's the smaller man.
Yes.
Well, the cherry picking comes in which cruiserweight you choose. Since all cruiserweights are going to have that same weight advantage, why wouldn't you pick the best?
All of them are heavier than him, Smoke. All of them are heavier than him. Every cruiserweight is bigger
exactly.
and
All
heavier
of them
than
are,
him.
right? So all of them are. So Makabu is not some special case versus Okoli when it comes to the weight.
I don't know those names because you said the other guy.
Okay, I got you. I got you. Right? I got you. And I also told you that I get those two guys mixed up.
You don't know Makabu either.
No, I get Buatsi and Okoli mixed up.
No.
I also get Okoli, Buatsi, and Okoli.
Badu Jack is who you were talking about. You said Badu Jack. You said Badu Jack is a cherry picker. That's is a cherry pick.
I said the winner of Badu Jack and Okoli and Makabu is a cherry pick.
No, you said
neither
Badu
one of those
Jack.
guys are the best cruiserweights.
Okay, but to me, it makes no sense that a man who walks around probably at 188 or something is moving up to fight guys that walk around over 200.
Yeah, I got you.
How does he cherry pick?
So here's the thing about picking cherries, right? So here's the thing. Like when you cherry pick, they're all cherries. So all of them. So in the same map, to follow the metaphor, since they're all right, to follow the metaphor, they're all cherries, just like they're all over to. They all are bigger than him since he's moving up.
And there's no guarantee he will win that cruiserweight. There's no guarantee.
Let me finish.
Yes, sir.
Bro, like you got to listen and not just like try to talk over so you can understand. Because the thing is about you don't understand. So I'm trying to clarify.
I got to not
get an
cut my
understanding.
hand.
You're not going to get an understanding if you start talking while I'm in the middle of my definition, in my explanation. So the reason why I'm saying cherry pick, in order to give an example, even though I've already given you the definition without the example, I'll go to the example of Rocky Fielding. At Rocky Fielding, a 168-pounder, nobody thought that he was the best 168-pounder. Even though the other champions who had legitimate recognized titles, let me finish, hadn't fought each other, there was no recognized best. There also was a recognized who was the weakest link. And that was Rocky Fielding. So if you fight Rocky Fielding and then call yourself a champion, guess what you've done? You've cherry-picked yourself a champion.
Here's the difference, Smoke. That was in the same weight class.
No, I'm sorry. Canelo's moving up. The same way he'd be moving up from Makabu.
Smoke.
He moved up to fight Rocky Fielding. So no, that's not the difference. So that's not the difference.
We talking about over 30 pounds.
You want to tell me the difference?
And you want to know something else? Nobody was the best at 168. So you know,
correct.
Who's actually the weakest?
I covered that.
I got that. So you know, how could you say who's the weakest when you don't know who the best is at 168? That makes no sense.
I got you. All right, that is an excellent question. How do you determine who the best is?
I gotta go.
When they haven't fought each other. That is an excellent question because that comes down to the determination that we were having earlier. That even after you fought the best, like when you're talking about Floyd fighting Manny, you're still saying, even though they fought, Manny was better. So really what it comes down to is some fight fans won't ever fucking be satisfied when it comes to the who's the best because they already have a predetermined idea about that, regardless of the fight. But for another group of fans, it's about them actually fighting. But let's say they've never fought. Now you look at who they fought, common opponents, what it looked like, all that other shit. So there's tiers to it. There's a level where you exist, why your questions are disingenuous to begin on its face, because even if they did fight, you still have your own idea about who's the best. But now there's another status where people who aren't as disingenuous say that the outcome of the fight determines who's the best. But let's say they never fought. Now you have to go with opponents, accolades, records, all that shit. So now that's where Rocky Fielding exists with Billy Joe Saunders, with Caleb Smith, and with Caleb Plant.
Well, yeah, hey, y'all know it's today's Smoke birthday, right?
No, that's Wednesday. That was Wednesday.
Oh, hey, Smoke birthday just passed, y'all. This is first live.
No, but yeah, listen, I got a month of filing. I'm like flying to Tahiti, it looks like, and all this other shit. Like, anyway, my birthday's gonna be a minute. I should say flying to Tahiti again.
How old are you now, Smoke? How old are you now, like Smoke? Like 29 or something? 30, 29.
Yeah, I'm 29 again. I don't even remember being 29. I don't remember my 29th birthday.
How old are you now? Like 32?
Like gun to head, like I don't
know. That's crazy.
What are you, 32 now, Sean?
Yeah. Well, the 32 was like, what is that? That's 20 years ago, a couple decades.
Oh, so
I don't remember 32 either. I remember 30 though.
27
I don't
now.
remember 29 or 31, but I do remember 30.
Oh, fuck off, man. Look up.
I'm trying to tell you, man. Like let me tell you all the birthdays you're not gonna remember. You're not gonna remember 37. You're not gonna remember 33. Unless some shit happens to you in your life. But like just as birthdays as they exist, like there's all these throwaway birthdays. 51. Unless some shit is happening in the world, you're not gonna remember these things. It's like turning 22. Maybe not even 22, but more like turning 23.
Who is Thomas the Tank?
Yeah, just
That's me.
Now that we've had one more semantical argument featuring the Troy Graham experience, like, let me just help all you Tank and Shakur fans out. You guys are fucked. Go ahead.
That sound like that's the desperate thing. You know, you think, right, that them guys gonna be in bad, but them guys been putting on for so long, man. It's gonna continue to go on, and boxing is gonna continue to move forward and progress, and we're gonna continue to see the next generation take over boxing and shape it to where it's the best fighting the best, and niggas getting their teeth knocked out to the fourth row. Niggas be getting hair plugs, like Conor Benn getting beer plugs. That shit gonna get knocked out. They gonna man, listen, boxing grade be in a nice place, and anybody that's bullshit, man, they gonna get knocked out. It's coming, man.
Ryan Garcia's gonna punch Tank's head into the seventh row, man. Ryan Garcia gonna punch Tank's head into the seventh row, man. Tell Tank Davis to sign that contract, man. Hurry up, man.
Holy shit, dude! Listen. Like, and here's the thing. This is where you know.
No rematch clause.
Like,
you talking about you rematch clause? No rematch clause. This is for everything.
This is for everything. Fan for whatever fucking reason. I stay Cali boxing 10 toes down, but I also am a boxing fan before I'm a Cali boxing guy. Ryan Garcia is going night.
Facts.
That's what you want. That's
Hey,
what you want.
I gotta
Why are you
see
screaming out facts? You don't even know nothing.
I know, bro. It's not like Tank is gonna block each and every punch from Ryan Garcia, bro. Ryan Garcia will land clean shots on Tank, bro. He will, bro. Tank can block or dodge each and every punch, bro. Ryan Garcia is super fast. People cruise Tank.
Are you stupid?
People cruise crack Tank, bro. He cracked Tank, bro. So you tell me a guy who was super speed like Ryan Garcia would not touch Tank? I'm listening to what you're saying that Ryan Garcia is gonna tumble Tank to the rope. Like, come on, bro. I wouldn't be surprised by that, bro. I wouldn't be surprised by that. But Ryan Garcia ain't gonna knock Tank out. Tank will knock him out.
He's gonna dodge every punch. No, he's not, bro. This ain't MMA. This doesn't work like that. This ain't a game.
I'm saying Tank won't do that, bro. What are you saying?
Yeah, y'all agree with me.
You putting words in my mouth.
And he's gonna.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Tank does that, bro. That's why Tank Davis lets the guys hit him in the face, bro. He wants to test their power. But we won't do it with Ryan Garcia.
Let Ryan Garcia hit him in the face with that left hook. Let's see what happens.
Tank ain't going to sleep, though.
And you know that how?
That's what I'm saying. Because Tank got a great chin.
Let Ryan Garcia, let Tank.
We've seen Tank Davis get
allow himself to get hit in the face. Let him allow himself to get hit in the face with that left hook, and let's see how long he lasts in there.
He will get hit, bro. He will.
Yeah, with that left hook. And he's going that.
Nobody's invincible, bro. Nobody's invincible, bro. He will get hit. He will get touched up. But Tank Davis will be away, bro. He's a southpaw, so his right hand's gonna be up. That left hook ain't gonna get clean all night.
Can I ask you a question, David Hussein?
Yeah.
Do you think if Emmanuel Tagoe had Tank Davis's power, then we'd be talking about the Tank fight?
What? If Emmanuel Tagoe had the same, you're asking me if he could have knocked out Ryan Garcia?
No.
What's
if
your
he
question?
had Tank's power. Same kind of fighter, same everything else, but he just had Tank's power. If he had Tank's power, do you think that Emmanuel Tagoe would have flatlined fucking Ryan Garcia? Yes or no?
It depends, bro. Tank southpaw. It depends, bro. It depends, bro. Because Tank southpaw.
Without the southpaw, I'm just asking about if he just had Tank's power.
No, bro. It depends on the skill. He doesn't have the skills as Tank. He doesn't have the skills as Tank.
No, I know he doesn't have the skills as Tank. I'm only
Yeah,
talking about his power.
that's my point, bro. He wasn't gonna win against Ryan Garcia.
No, you know why he wasn't gonna win against Ryan Garcia? Because he doesn't have Tank's power.
What?
If he had some kind of power, he'd have put his head down like Gene Pascal and swing for the motherfucking fences.
But Smoke, Ryan dropped him.
I'm talking about he was tagging.
But Ryan Garcia dropped him in round 2,
What
I think.
I'm trying to tell you is Ryan Garcia couldn't catch the guy because his feet were too good and too much lateral fucking movement. Tank's feet are better than fucking Emmanuel to goes. Beyond that,
Ryan dropped him.
Let me finish. Beyond that, he was tagging Ryan Garcia, but he doesn't have fucking Tank's power. So when he was hitting Ryan Garcia, it didn't have the same effect. Furthermore, when Ryan Garcia was throwing his punches and falling into fucking Emmanuel to go, and that's when he got the more power. Even that was the biggest shots that he was fucking landing because he was using Ryan's momentum against him. If he could hit like Tank, then it would have been like a knockout of the year. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there was a point in time when you landed the left hook. Like Luke Campbell, GG Smoke. There was a point in that fight where Emmanuel Tago landed the left hook like Luke Campbell, and then they say that's like Luke Campbell, the punch that knocked Ryan Garcia out, but he didn't have the power to knock him down, like you said.
I got you. And you know what? The one thing about Luke Campbell, I will say, in comparison to Emmanuel to go, Emmanuel to go has way better fucking lateral movement than fucking Luke Campbell, and I don't even think Emmanuel to go is a world-class fighter.
Yeah. It's just an average fighter. I get it, bro. But yeah, bro, Tank Davis got enough skills, bro, to outbox Ryan Garcia.
Tank Davis is going to flatline
people are saying Smoke. People are saying that Tank, if Ryan Garcia goes 12 round with Tank,
like not many Californians have been to fucking Victorville. It is like the armpit of California. It's like saying how many Americans go to Billings, Montana? Like not very many. Like not very many Californians go to Victorville, but I have. But still, all of that being said, Tank's knocking him the fuck out.
Yeah, I think Butch is tripping on that Ryan is going to do. Yeah, you're tripping, Butch. You're tripping. Ryan might land some clean shots, but Tank ain't getting knocked out, bro. He gonna knock that nigga out.
No, he just didn't say that, bro. He's saying Tank will win.
Yeah, I'm talking to Butch. Yeah, he think
my bad.
Mega shot and Tank gonna crumble.
We got one. I was waiting for this dude to overstep it. Like so, Alonso, and without going into the background about his like ethno war that he uses boxing as a proxy for. But yeah, Canelo did more at 168 than Ward and all the PBC super middleweights combined, and that's a fact. You could have just stopped at Ward. Let's talk about the fights that Ward had at 68 versus the fights that Canelo had at 68. Who do you guys think had a better run at 168? Canelo or Andre SOG?
Andre Ward, man. I ain't that bullshit.
I saw Triple G go to 68 to fight Canelo. He sure as hell ain't won no parts of war, man. I think that kind of ends that right there. My God, that ends that shit right there. Yeah, man.
What kind of question? That's what I'm saying. It's over. It's over. What kind of question is that?
I just want, like all these ethno warriors that come out of the woodwork for their guy because he thinks they represent their group or they look like him in a mirror or whatever the fuck it is you think you have in common. This is boxing. Yeah, that guy that looks like you, go get his fucking ass whooped. In the personage of Canelo, he already has a couple times. And he's got some good decisions and all that other shit.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I saw that before you cook on that Smoke as well, man. I saw the Matias Subriel, Matias and Ponce weighing and that. You get me? That's gonna be explosive fight. You get me? Make sure you check that one out. Explosive fight.
Man, what Ponce looking like?
He looking good. He looking good. I can't lie to you. Listen. That's gonna be a tough fight, a very tough fight for Matias. Them Argentinian guys, they can fucking fight. They're tough as $4 steak. They're tough as fuck. Get me?
On my actual birthday, I gathered the men together and I had them watch Matias versus Jukumbayev, and I had them watch Jeremiah Ponce versus Louis Ritson to get them ready for this fight this weekend, and we're gonna have a party again.
Yeah, man. I got Matias stopping. I got Matias stopping him though. You get me? I got him stopping him because Matias relentless junkyard dog, inside work of a genius. You know what I'm saying to you? His footwork ain't the best, but he's got he backs that up for the lateral hooks. You get me? The body shots, the body work. You know what I'm saying of Matias. It's gonna
You
be very
gotta
very
fight him.
interesting fight.
Yeah, you
Very
gotta
interesting.
fight Matias. If you think you gonna coast, you try to play that he gonna get tired, man. Your ass is grass. You better fight that motherfucker, beat the steam off of him. You try to play around, yeah. By the 8th round, he gonna be tired. He gonna been done. You gonna be stopped by that. Yeah, he gonna be beating
All
the
right,
scalp.
let's talk about. So here's the thing. Let's see. This was directed towards AOBs, but it was about your opinion that was a fact. If you want to state facts about Canelo, that's not an issue. But you are
That's not a fact. That's not a
or
fact.
maybe you're conflating your opinion with facts, because nobody, I mean, absolutely nobody, outside of maybe ethno warriors, fanboys, and casuals, thinks that Canelo did more than Andre Ward at 168.
Yeah, come on, man. Let's stop being silly now. Let's not. Come on, man. That's actually like saying, oh, Terence Crawford has done more than Errol Spence at 147. That's what I'm saying to you. It's like that. It's incorrect.
No, that's a
It
different
is like saying
conversation.
that.
Well, actually,
I think. Listen.
he has, and I can tell you what it
I
is.
think. Listen.
He has
What
done
I
more.
think is different is I think Bud actually has a better chance of beating Spence than Canelo has of beating Andre Ward.
Yeah, that's a different conversation.
Yeah.
Ward would have
It's
made
not the same at all, actually.
the same way Laura made Canelo mad as shit. Ward would have had that nigga pissed, nigga.
Yeah, you guys been bigging
You know,
up
he
me
would've
for
stood
being an old man, but I gotta welcome my older bro to the panel once again. What's up, Jonathan? What you got on this?
OG Simon.
I don't mean to put him on the spot. So when he gets ready, he'll jump
Who's
in.
he talking to?
But yeah, welcome to the panel anyway. Go ahead, guys. Cook.
Yeah, because listen, if Warren would have fought Alvarez, he would have stayed in the pocket with him and beat him. Because that's where Warren lives. He would have beat up his body. That's what he was.
Depends
That's
though,
what he
man.
would have stayed.
Canelo Alvarez is a good body puncher as well. You get me? I see
I know
Kovalev
that.
Canelo
giving
looks good
Kovalev giving
against
Ward
certain
problems.
niggas,
I
man.
see
Certain
Kovalev giving
niggas,
Ward
not
problems.
Ward would have embarrassed him, man. He would have
I don't
embarrassed
know
I don't
him.
know if
about
he
that.
would have
I don't
embarrassed him,
know.
but he would have beat
That's
him
what I'm
though.
You
saying
He
to you.
talking
definitely
about
would have
If
beat
you
him.
Olympic
break it
gold
down,
medalist Andre
I think he.
Ward,
if you
bro.
break
That
it,
nigga would
I
have
think he
how
deserves
Ward
a
beating him?
technical fighter.
He'd
Are you
have
talking
never
about
came in
embarrassing?
68 if Ward was in that bitch. I'm trying to. If
Yes, he
Ward,
Let
would
me
have.
listen,
ask you this.
Yes, he would
Method,
have.
method. Let me ask you this.
Ward win. All right, so listen. If Ward
Let me
would
ask
have
you
won
Alvarez
that
has not ducked
World
anyone.
Series, right?
Nobody.
Ward wins the tournament. You really gonna tell me Canelo gonna jump up there to fight Ward?
Alvarez has not ducked anyone. If you could name someone he ducked, please do.
He was
He
gonna
hasn't
duck
ducked
Ward,
anyone.
nigga. What we? I'm
Wait,
being
what
a
you say?
bad. I'm
Who did
being a
Alvarez
bad
duck?
with
I
you,
ain't your
nigga.
nigga, man.
I'm
Just
We're
answer the
saying,
gonna say
question.
is the
niggas is
question who did
crazy.
Alvarez duck?
Yes, please tell me who he
Okay,
ducked.
cool. Jamal Charlo.
You can't, man. You can't duck a duck. But go ahead.
Yeah, you can.
Nah, you can't duck a duck.
That
You
dude
can't
has
duck a
done
duck.
nothing with his whole
Of course you
career.
can.
How do you
Of
duck
course you
someone that's
can.
done
You hear
nothing,
that,
Smoke?
David? You hear that,
How do
David?
you
You
duck someone that has
can't duck
done
a duck,
nothing?
boy.
Hey, by not
What
fighting
actually
him
makes what
by
actually
not
makes
fighting
it
him when
dangerous, Smoke?
it's your
Can't duck a
turn to
duck,
fight
boy.
him.
Smoke. What actually
Yeah, he's
makes
a
Charlo
duck,
dangerous?
but I'm still a
Tell me.
Canelo fan.
Why is he? What makes
You a duck
Charlo
when you
so
hear it comes
dangerous?
over here.
What?
Well, you
What has he
said
done?
what
What?
makes it so dangerous, or what makes me say Canelo ducked him?
How did
Because
he
that's a
duck him?
conversation.
Smoke. How did he duck him? Go ahead and
Oh,
go.
how did he duck him?
Yes,
Great.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Go
So
ahead and
what do you?
clarify that. Make
Okay.
it
So
factual. Make it
no, I
factual and
got
actual.
it. I got it. I got you, baby. I got it.
I'll keep peeling
So,
potatoes and be quiet.
I hear you. Right. So, at 154, how he ducked him was by, instead of fighting him, moving to 160. At 160, how he ducked him was by accepting the franchise designation instead of fighting Charlo. At 168, right, I wouldn't say it's a duck, but more of an avoidance. But what someone could call it a duck is by taking the Matchroom deal instead of the PBC deal that had Charlo's name affixed to it for more money.
All I know is this: that somebody named Charlo was offered $7 million or somewhere around that line by Golden Boy, and he never accepted it. So I don't
That's
know how
fine.
it's a
I
duck.
do think. Okay,
Okay.
I'm sorry. That's cool. Without putting a name on it, I think that was Andre. That wasn't Canelo.
No,
But
it was
whatever.
Charlo. It was Charlo.
No, I'm talking about the $7 million offer was
Okay.
Andre, not Canelo.
Okay.
Okay, the fact is,
that doesn't matter.
No.
But let's just say,
Smoke.
no, I'm with you. But let's say Canelo got an offer. Let's say Canelo gave him an offer.
PBC never sent out an offer, but they always claim somebody ducking their fight.
No, I got you. But Tom Brown is the guy who sent out the offer and the guy that showed that he was a thing. But that's never the point. Let's say that I agree with you, that I concede that Charlo also ducked Canelo. That doesn't absolve Canelo from ducking him back.
His own brother said he ducked him.
That great. I'm not arguing whether or not
his own brother said that.
Do you want me? I've already conceded. Do you want me to concede it a third time?
No, man. I don't have no
Okay,
shoes.
cool. So let's say that Charlo did duck Canelo. Does that mean that Canelo didn't duck Charlo? Because I don't think so.
Ducked anyone.
I don't think that all of a sudden gives him a duck forever fucking pass.
Okay, you have to have a reason to duck someone. What has Charlo done that makes anybody want to duck him?
Okay, I guess jab the fucking shit out of somebody with that power jab and never fucking run on the gas.
Okay, fine. He has a jab. Wow, great.
Okay, great. Yeah, you asked why would he duck it? What does he have to duck? That.
Okay, nobody ducks a jabber.
Oh yeah, they do. They do duck jabbers all the time.
Oh my God, Smoke! Come on, the boy ain't do nothing with his own career yet.
Okay, great. Now that's a different argument.
No, it's the same freaking argument,
with his own career. If you want to say a 2-division champion has done nothing,
listen.
That's fine. I'm not mad at you.
I don't mean to point a knife at you.
The issue is
the
issue with your idea about he's a 2-division champ has done nothing.
Why would you duck someone that hasn't done anything?
Let me finish. That I know you as a guy who's a champion of Dillian White since before he even fought Joseph Parker.
Oh my God, one don't have nothing to do with the other.
So your idea about doing nothing seems to be
one don't have nothing to do with the other.
Related to who you like and who you don't like.
You're trying to deflect from the conversation.
I hear you, bro. I get it. You don't want to hear what I'm saying. I know you don't want to get this
I'm going to stay on the conversation with Charlo and Alvarez. I'm not going to deflect with you today. Okay, I'm going to stay on the conversation with Charlo and Alvarez because you can't, as you say, you can't quantify or qualify what the hell Charlo has done because he has no quality to back up any of your quantifications. So go ahead and do that, Mr. Q.
Okay, great. Just so we understand one another, since I was having a conversation with you, the only way that the conversation can be at all productive or constructive is if we understand the perspective of the person the other person coming from. So when you say a thing like Jamal Charlo has done nothing, meanwhile that guy is a 2-division champion, but at the same time you say that Dillian White is the fucking goods, meanwhile he has done absolutely fucking nothing, and especially way back in 2018.
Said anything about Dillian White except
Let me finish.
No one on this panel said anything about Dillian White but you.
I'm not done. I know you triggered. I know you triggered.
No one said anything about Dillian White. I'm sticking to the Alvarez and Charlo subject. I'm not going there with you. I'm not doing it.
Listen, love hurts when it comes from a fist. But right now,
and that same fist could be stuck up your ass too. So go ahead and make it.
What you say, Smoke? You said cooking Mr. Graham. You're cooking Mr. Graham, Smoke.
I mean, I got to cook Uncle Baby from the time to time.
He's fried.
I'm actually sticking to the subject. I'm sticking to the subject.
I'm sticking to the subject.
I'm not changing. No, you're not. No, you're not. Alvarez and Charlo is the subject, Smoke.
No, right. But the Alvarez and Charlo is the subject that I'm having with you. Because you are the person who said that Charlo did nothing. But you're also
what
the
has he done?
Who championed Dylan White, who did literally nothing.
2 years. He hasn't fought in almost 2 years. And who is he beat?
Okay.
Who is he beat? Who? Tell me.
Okay. All right. So just so we understand each other, when I said he was ducking him, he was an active fight. He wasn't out of the ring for 2 years. If you're saying that he's ducking it, I didn't say he's ducking him now.
Listen. Let's just stick to
what I said was, one could say that he avoided him,
and even
when he got the contract with Charlo's name on it.
He didn't do anything, Smoke.
And at that point, he wasn't inactive either.
Smoke, nothing at all. If you're talking about his brother now, different story. But he hasn't done anything. Even back then, when people were saying that Alvarez ducking him for what reason? Who's he beat?
Okay, do you understand that resumes don't fight?
Who has he beat?
Okay, so who did Trevor Berbick beat to get him the Muhammad Ali fight?
Please stop.
Who did Leon Spinks fight? Please tell me who Leon Spinks fought to get the Muhammad Ali fight.
What? Okay. What has he accomplished in the ring? What has Charlo accomplished in the ring?
Who did he beat?
What has he accomplished in the ring that someone would fear him enough to duck him? What?
I got you. Do you think?
Thank you.
So, do you think
which goes back to who he's beaten? Which goes back to who he's beaten.
So, what he accomplished in the ring was knocking people the fuck out with that power fucking jab and that right hand.
What people? Name them and claim them.
Oh, okay. I mean, what do you mean name and claim? Like, I'm not box wreck, bro. Like, I'm gonna move on. Like, you're not derailing this conversation to this fucking nonsense.
If you can't name the top
No,
fighters
I
that he's fought,
can.
which
What I'm
means he
trying to tell
hasn't
you,
named any top
this is what I
fighters. He
told you the
hasn't beat
last
any top
time.
fighters.
This is what I'm
Conversation
trying to
over.
tell you the
I'll
last
go on
time.
mute now. Conversation over.
I
Conversation
got
over.
you. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
conversation
Thank
over.
you. I'm gonna move on with the actual subject of this fucking live. Not like name the guys at Charlo's resume. Like whatever, dude. Right. So
that is the only way to qualify someone as being great or fair is by who they beat. It goes by competition. It don't go by what you make up in your mind. This is boxing. This ain't fairy tale.
So since I never called Jamal Charlo great, that is all fucking immaterial. But thanks a lot.
People are great.
Thanks
Sugar
a lot
Ray
for
is great
sharing.
because he beat Hagler.
Okay,
He beat
Jesus
Tommy
Christ.
Hearn.
Okay, so
He beat Benavidez. He beat Duran, etc., etc. He's not great because he was Sugar Ray Leonard, had fast hands and all that. He had to get in front of competition who was able to beat him and then he beat them. That's what makes you great. All this other you're doing, it don't mean nothing. Nothing at all. Now I'm going on mute.
Same shit. Same shit.
So maybe you missed it. Maybe you missed it, Uncle. Maybe you missed it, Uncle Baby. But nobody called Jamal Charlo great. In fact, in order to stick with the actual subject of this live, people were talking about who's overrated. Jamal Charlo almost got unanimously the most votes until I recognized and pointed out that everybody shits on this guy. Nobody rates him. So how the fuck could he be overrated?
Good point.
So now you're talking about him being great. Like, meanwhile, everybody's talking about he's not even good.
Tommy Hearn was ducked because he was a great fighter. That's my point. If you were great, people ducked him. Why was he being ducked was my point, and you haven't given me any.
Why he was being, and I already told you why, but for whatever reason,
oh yeah, because of a jab. Because of a jab, knock it off.
Okay,
knock
great.
it off, please.
I'm sorry. Knock off that. No, don't duck the jab. How about that? Slick the jab. Don't duck the jab. Slick the jab and fucking come back with that shit. There we go.
Hey man, I'm making some General Charles wings and some French fries, man. You know, I would invite you over just to shut the hell up. You know that?
So you disagree? You disagree with Smoke's point, Mr. Graham?
If he had a point, I would agree with him if he made sense. But
listen.
He's
I
like,
gotta deal with all my pentascenarios, right? Like,
listen. You know, he's like a spoon. He's like a spoon, you know, in a drawer full of knives. He has no point whatsoever. None. Zero.
Yeah, none at all. Yeah, cool. Right. So the PBC got more injuries, disputes with other companies. What was it? With other companies, purse problems in boxing, and more excuses of why they don't fight. Real talk. Well, Top Rank has more allusions to Ali, more in-house fights, more call-outs to actually relevant fighters while they fight fucking nobodies than Top Rank. Like, nobody does that shit like Top Rank. If you want to talk about Matchroom, nobody has more insignificant fucking fights that nobody cares about outside the UK.
Hey, that one made off. Listen, that one made off.
Like, I don't
Yes, because you know, Luis Ortiz versus Luis Ortiz versus you know, whoever the guy was that he fought before was such a relevant fight, and the last couple of PBC cards were so relevant.
Name me some money
Knock
team
it
fighters. I
off.
can name me some matchroom. I know. Method and Smoke can name me matchroom fighters. You can't name me no TMT fighters. You can't name me no.
Yes, I can. I could. I can name former TMT fighters, but TMT fighters are like, oh my god. But listen, at no point that I think or anybody say that TMT was like, you know, rivals of Matchroom.
No, but you said Matchroom's got the most irrelevant fighters. That's what you just said. So
I said irrelevant fights outside the UK. I didn't say they're irrelevant totally. They're totally relevant within the fucking cozy confines of those 4 countries. 4 or 5 countries, sorry. They're very fucking relevant.
You're funny smoking. You're funny, man.
Yeah, man. I qualify my shit, bro. I'm not out here just fucking capping.
Man, Matchroom, they I don't know. Whoever set that shit up, Matt, I don't know who the fuck they hired over that motherfucker. Boy, they got to get that shit together.
Get that shit all the way together.
No, it is together. It's together if you're a UK fan. Like, if you like UK boxing in the matchroom, like they're doing way better than Queensberry or goddamn Hennessy or Caldwell or whatever the fuck. Or who's that other guy? Ben Shalom or whatever. Like, yeah, they're killing the game over there. Like,
Smoking Method, and maybe bitch ass David can answer this. So where's Tank David signing that contract, man? When's he gonna sign that contract?
Hey,
when?
You can stop calling me a bitch. Ryan, Butch? That's what I want to know. How much cheese you putting on Ryan, boy?
Yeah, hey, Bush, just plead the fifth, man. Leave it alone, man. Hey, to get back to the topic, man. The shit, but we see shit like Mauricio Lara go up there and knock a nigga out in under 8 rounds. And this is a guy. This was a fight of the year. Him and Conlon, right? And then get knocked the fuck out.
Wood was beating.
This is when you gotta start to raise your eyebrows. Like, damn, where y'all be finding these niggas at, man? And then it's another UK guy getting the shit beat out of him, boy. And y'all down bad this year, boy. It's gonna keep going on.
We're down bad. How down bad, nigga? How is this?
Hey, Butch.
Maywood is the same guy. Niggas was like, he's this, he's that. And Colin, there was a fight of the year, and I'm like, not really. It was all right. I mean, niggas, there's 2 niggas who, I mean, they all right. They cool. I mean, and they went up there and got knocked the fuck out in under 8 rounds.
Yeah. Well, he's got a real belt.
The niggas didn't even make it to the championship round. He was keeping the belts warm, nigga. He was keeping them belts warm, nigga. He on the belt. He didn't make the championship round, nigga.
Is Tank's belt on the line? Is his belt on the line?
Hey,
is his belt on the line?
Hey, I know Lee Wood. I know Lee Wood. Wish he could be. I know he wish he is. I know he wish he could have one right now. That shit gone, nigga. Tank still gonna have his shit, nigga.
Yeah, we're rematching him.
Your guy lost the belt. Your guy lost the belt in his
neck. You're scared over there. You don't want to put your belt on the line to fight Ryan Garcia. Why don't you want to put your belt on the line?
Your guy lost his belt in his neck, his first defense, my nigga.
Why do you want to put your belt
on
the line?
Come on, man. What are you talking about?
Why do you want to put
his first defense? He got knocked out, man. That's crazy.
First defense, he got knocked out. Ryan Garcia.
What's the 136, bro? No 135.
Yeah, why is it at 136?
It's a catchphrase. Ryan Garcia said he couldn't make 135.
Oh, Ryan Garcia didn't say that. That's what I'm saying to you. Where are you getting this bullshit information from?
Because Ryan Garcia came from 140. Ryan Garcia came from 140. He didn't want to fight at 135.
No, David.
If Tank had a choice, he would have said, let's fight at 135. That's what Tank wanted.
David, I'm asking you a simple question. Where did you hear Ryan Garcia say, I can't make the weight?
You worrying about the wrong shit, Butch. Ryan said he wanted to fight. He cool with 136. That's all that mattered, nigga.
Ryan Garcia wanted it at 140. Ryan Garcia said that Tank is scared. He could fight Mario Price at 140. Why not me then? He's scared I'll knock you out at 140. Then Tank said, nah, let's fight at 135. Then Ryan said, okay, let's fight at 136. They negotiated. They both agreed at the catch weight, and that's it, bro.
Yeah, why is the belt not getting put on the line?
Man, go ask Tank, bro. Go ask Ryan Garcia, bro. I don't know I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. How can you hear what they talking about behind the scenes?
Tank don't want me to ask him. Trust me.
Tank will sleep, Ryan. 140, 135, it don't matter.
I don't know about that. We have to see. About it. Let the fight get made first. Right?
I think it's official, bro.
Right. So how much money you putting on it, Butch? How much money you putting on it, bro?
When the fight is signed and official, when it's get official, then and it's announced, then me and you get me. You can roll back out of bed. You get me, Phantom.
All right, for sure. Say no more.
Yeah, say no more. I got a Honda. You want to put a Honda on that, boy? Huh, boy? You want to put a Honda on that?
He's trying to put it. You better get the bag.
You might have to
come on, y'all. Come on with the bit.
You want to put a Honda on that, boy?
Come on, man. Oh boy, come on. Knock it off, y'all. I'll put 100 on there.
What?
And listen. You know, I'll put 100 on there. I will, man. It's on Monopoly money, but it's still 100.
Here you go.
Oh, look at the old man
shaking at me. You shaking at me. You shaking at me. Here you go. Mr. Graham, here you go.
Big face. What are we doing?
Better Ryan. Well, we're waiting for the fight to get announced. Once the fight announced, I'm taking all bets. Hey, Phantom, bring your donkey ass over here, boy. I'll take some of that.
Yeah, just so we understand. Like,
I know you're a truck driver. I know you're a truck driver.
Hey, Butch, let me tell you, Butch. Both Tank and Ryan signed the contract, bro. It's just showtime, and Oscar De La Hoya need to sign it, bro. Like, it's not Tank and Ryan. They done what they do.
It's a network.
Yeah, it's the networks. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Oh, fair enough then. Well, if the networks is what's blocking a great fight, then so be it, then. Another
Yeah,
excuse.
well, it ain't
Let
over
work
till
for
it's over. You know what I'm
Mookie and
saying? We still
Charlo.
got time. Get an announcement, press conference, all that shit.
Because Coach Tang is already in camp, bro.
Okay.
They both in camp. Ryan in camp too.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Better get an announcement before the end of the month.
Yeah, facts.
I gotta thank you for the panel, Smoke. I'm having a great time just laughing and entertaining myself. This is very
Well,
good.
see, that's what I'm saying. If you understand what the culture of the panel is, then you'll get it. Like, just hang out, man. Don't be so quick to
Okay.
judge.
I'm
Don't be
going
so
back on
quick to
mute.
judge, man.
I'm going back
I
on mute.
mean,
I'm gonna
how
say
can
something
you
else.
not be entertained? You got smoking his nonsense. You got method in his craziness. You got Butch in his fog breathing rants. It's Friday Smoke, bro.
And we got Phantom and his usual like devil's advocate delusion.
Hey, fam, you're a dumbass.
Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, like we have a pretty good, we have an okay
Oh
time over
boy,
here.
make my damn back hurt.
You know,
Hey, Coach, you look
Oh
like a
boy.
clown.
so
I like I can
boy.
apparently,
take a
like the
girl.
part two of
I
it,
like I like I can take a girl. You little punks.
so right, so part two of
Oh
this,
god, that was
part
funny.
two of this,
Show your forehead, David.
Oh god, that was so funny.
yeah, we call that a 5 head or 8 head, depending on the company you keep.
I'm
Like,
seasoning
yeah,
up these fries, let
if you
them
can
tip
show a
for a
movie
little
on
bit,
your
boy.
forehead, then you're gonna get clowned out here.
Whew, boy, y'all some funny people.
just so we understand, the second part of this live is about like, do these boxing promoters think we're stupid? And I got some guy in the chat talking about how the fight's official
I don't know nothing
because
about that.
Tank tweeted it. Tank
I don't know
tweets
nothing
are
about
not
that neither,
official.
please.
Just so we understand one another. Tank can tweet whatever the fuck he wants. That doesn't make anything official other than Tank tweeted it. Okay, we're just cooking it up. We
And y'all
got the
ain't getting none
Nigerian
of that
dude
neither.
speaking.
Y'all ain't getting none of it. Look at them challenged. I got the challenge.
This is the ends going back and forth with it.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, no, this is a pretty good one. Like, hey, what do you guys? Okay, let me ask you guys another one. Just keep the
Did y'all hear me? Did y'all hear what I said?
No, not at all.
Okay, Tank just tweeted 11 minutes ago, April 22nd, 2023. I think that's what he's referring to. So
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. Like, Tank's tweets are like not at all interesting to me at all. Like, you guys can be like waiting at the edge of your seat with bated breath because Tank tweeted some shit, but Tank's tweets are fucking worthless to me.
I'm just bringing some clarity. That's what he's referring to. So
No, I know. I heard they already said that in the chat, which is why I said like,
Dates and tweets, no announcement.
yeah, really. I went to Box Rec and guess what wasn't there?
The date.
The same thing that's not there for T.O. and fucking
No, just say it. No,
T.O.
that
and
fact. No, that fact. No,
Taylor.
that fact seems. No, Smoke. That fact seems to be confirmed. I said. I
Same
see
thing is
June the
not
20th.
there for fucking Loma and Devin. The same thing that's not there for Fury and goddamn Usyk. The same thing that's not there for fucking Thurman and Spence.
Oh well, listen to this Smoke. Listen to this Smoke. Devin Haney. Devin Haney has already said that is the fact that you get me. We haven't Ryan. They're asking Ryan Garcia. Oh, so there's a lot of things to talk about right now, but we should be getting the fight with you and Tank, right? He's like, oh well, yeah, I'm training for the fight. Well, I'm fighting on that date. Whoever it is, that doesn't make sense. What do you mean whoever it is? Devin Haney's not saying that. Devin Haney's not saying whoever it is. Tyson Fury's not saying whoever it is. You know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah. No, I get it. I don't understand why they think we're stupid.
Ryan Garcia said, "Oh, whoever it is. What do you mean whoever it is? What do you mean whoever it is? We know who it should be. So what are you talking about?
Do we have to have Sherlock Holmes-esque powers of deduction in order to figure out that they're playing us for fucking chumps?
Exactly. I'm tired of. That's what I'm saying to you, Smoke. I'm tired of being run around like donkeys. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. It's just long now.
But bro, let's just say if you didn't know any of this that you're hearing and you just got the fight on April 22nd, would you really give a fuck?
No, what I'm trying to
But
tell you is like you telling
April's
me
coming
to
up.
like just look past the fact that it's Tank tweeting it and just holding out for hope against all hope that what Tank is saying is finally the fucking truth. Like
I know, but I'm saying,
like I'm
if you weren't aware of anything, like Tank tweeting, if you weren't aware of none of that, and you just got Tank Ryan April 22nd, would all that shit even fucking matter?
Yeah, no. I would say if we got it right, if we got it 2 years ago, then I wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be talking about this shit. Like I said, if Emmanuel to go had Tank's power, we also wouldn't be talking about this shit. But he doesn't. We didn't, and so we're here.
Yeah. Even Luke Campbell, the guy who dropped him, Tank would have finished him, bro.
I mean, it's kind of a weird argument because, like, if Linares had Tank's power, Devin would be undisputed.
No. What I'm saying is, really, what I'm saying to you is that I saw that.
What are you talking about?
Telling me Tank would have did this, Tank would have did that.
Actually, push Tank will fight Ryan. Tank will fight Ryan. So it's not Tank would have done this. He will do it, bro.
I'm not saying that he would have lost. I'm not saying that he would have won. But stop giving these fighters victories that they haven't even fought for yet. Are you mad or something?
But Tank is fighting Ryan right now.
No. You're saying Tank would have knocked out Kambosos. He would have knocked out Luke Campbell. He would have knocked out.
Facts, bro.
Come on, I get that you wanna. I get that you don't want to believe that, but believe that Tank would have knocked them niggas the fuck out.
And you have no
believe that.
You have no evidence.
You believe? Hey, listen. When you get the time, really just play back who Kambosos is, and then think about who Tank is, and you should realize Tank would have knocked this motherfucker out until next year.
I don't talk in hypotheticals. You are talking about hypotheticals. I'm talking about facts. You have no evidence.
It's a fact. Tank would knock Kambosos the fuck out, bro.
No,
that's a fact.
Your thought process. No,
Listen. He'd look just like he'd have went out worse than Hector Garcia. Worse.
Hey man, pigs can't fly, but I can tell you pigs can fly, nigga.
You don't know what the fuck you watching, bro. You don't know what the fuck you watching, bro.
Yeah, I'm watching pigs fly, nigga. I'm watching pigs fly.
Let me give you three choices, but you got Kambosos, Frank Martin, and Shakur. Who would you pick Tank to win a fight?
To win the fight.
No, I'm saying who would you want in the fight out of those three?
Frank Martin.
No Shakur. And then after Frank Martin, who would you want him to fight?
Oh, Shakur Stevenson.
Okay, so where the fuck is Kambosos at and all this shit? Come on, bro.
What do you mean where's Kambosos in all this stuff?
He got you with that one. He got you with that one.
Listen. I understand. Just because what we think, that's not what the boxing world believes. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. Regardless whether we think or not, Kambosos is still a viable name. His resume is better than Tank Davis's at 135.
What are you talking about?
But Kambosos
what are you talking about?
He's got one of the best resumes at 135. What do you mean?
You only fought Tio and Devin, bro.
No, he didn't. You dumb fool. That's why you don't know nothing about boxing. You don't know anything.
You only fought Tio and Devin.
That's not true.
No.
I'm sorry. Tio and Devin is better than
sit back, David. Sit back, David, and listen. You don't know.
You sit back, nigga.
You don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean?
Tank did fought more undefeated fighters than Kambosos. Tank fought undefeated fighters than Kambosos.
Not at 135, David. Are you alright or something? Are you sniffing or what? How many fights has Tank had at 135? Huh?
Not so many. Huh? You came out at 130. You know that, bro. What are you talking about?
No,
we talking about a resume. We talking about a resume.
He said 135. I heard him say 135.
Oh, okay.
Kambosos' resume is better than Tank Davis'.
But what I'm saying is, fair point, bro. Fair point. Before you get to a Kambosos, bro, William Zepeda, Frank Martin, motherfucking Shakur Stevenson. You still got names out there before you get to the bottom of a Kambosos, bro. Come on.
What's this bottom of what? He's more
Frank
than all those guys. What do you mean bottom of what? Frank Martin never been a champion at 135. Shakur Stevenson never
Frank Martin was sniff Kambosos.
Williams Zepeda never been in a championship fight. Never been on pay-per-view. Nothing. What are you talking about? I don't get it.
Bro.
What are you talking about?
He's not a priority. The problem that you have in this, right, is that you living in a triangle theory, bro. You living in a triangle theory where niggas who aren't that skilled match up and they turn to Laywood, Collin type shit. Then you put a nigga in there who ain't gonna play with them niggas, who really a professional at what they fuck they do, and is getting your soft ass the fuck up out that ring and stop playing with you. That's what you're saying.
He's got more
Some
belts.
niggas like to sit in there and they don't know how to. That shit cool enough, right? But he had
more belts.
Kambosos is cool for niggas to beat the fuck up on, but he not.
He had more
cool.
belts than all of them.
Listen.
He beat Tio.
Fuck his
Loma.
belts, bro. He not beating Tank, bro. Like,
Fuck
are
his
you
belts.
retarded?
Fuck his belts now. So why don't you
Fuck
tell
his
Calvin Ford
belts.
that?
His belts don't
So
win.
why don't you tell
Did his
Calvin
belts
Ford
give
that?
him?
Calvin
Did
Ford
his
talks
belts?
about how
Did
Tank
his
Davis is a
belts?
three
Did his
division world
belts?
champion.
So when he
Calvin Ford talks about Tank being a three division world
listen,
champion. So why don't you say fuck his belts then?
who?
Why don't you just say fuck his belts then? Calvin Ford says Tank is a three division world champion. That's what he says.
bro.
I'm ready to cook this nigga, man. Fuck Cambosis and his belts, nigga. He ain't got them. He ain't got none. Cambosis ain't never going to see another belt. But see, the difference is consistency, my nigga.
Check this out, bro. Check this out.
Hold on, nigga. Hold on. The difference is consistency, nigga. That's the difference between them niggas and taking Cambosis. Nigga, consistency, nigga. Because Cambosis ain't got none of that shit. He ain't never, nigga. He better hope. Listen, Keyshawn and them gonna fuck him up. He better hope he don't fight Blue. They're gonna fuck him up. Murray Tyler, fuck him. All them niggas gonna fuck him up. Nigga talking about I'm on vacation, nigga is ducking, nigga. They want to fight Shakur, he ducking, nigga.
Yeah,
Bluffing
Keyshawn
ass
Davis
nigga.
clearly
Yeah, I mean, if you want Shakur, I didn't want Shakur, man.
He couldn't even get out that old Mexican jab. He couldn't even get out that old Mexican jab. He couldn't even take out Burgos. What you talking about? Keyshawn Davis couldn't even knock out Burgos.
Devin Haney only had one belt. How come Cambosis didn't win the fight? His belt win fights, bro. Since he had more belts. Approach. I got people crews knocking out Cambosis.
Oh, of course you do, David. Of course you do. You can't even name
I got people crews knocking out Cambosis.
people Pitbull's fault. Yeah, of course you do. David.
It don't matter. Bro. I don't even know Cambosis' resume before he fought Tio. I don't know Cambosis. I didn't know Cambosis before he fought Tio.
It don't take 2 fights to knock that sorry ass nigga the fuck out. And still couldn't get that done. You over here questioning what Tank would do with Cambosis. Nigga, stop disrespecting me, man. You disrespecting me at this point, nigga. 2 fights.
There it is. I was
that bullshit twice. And I didn't even watch the first fight because it was ass. The second fight was ass.
You don't
know
ass. Where
no
you
adjustments,
and Tank
no
began.
knockout. Knock that
That's what
sorry
the issue
motherfucker out, man. That's why I hope he come bring his ass back. So one of them hungry minds will knock his ass the fuck out.
Okay, just because hold up a second.
Butch,
Just because you're 5'5" and you're from Baltimore doesn't mean you're Tank.
Hey, Butch.
You gotta let Tank be Tank, and then you be you, method.
Hey,
like,
Butch,
let that go.
or you know,
talk about
Hey,
method, not about.
I ain't doing none of this stuff. I'm teaching Butch that Tank would not Cambosis the fuck out. He over here saying, "Oh, because Cambosis beat T.O. and he got slid in the 10th round. All of a sudden, he gonna give Tank. No, he's getting knocked the fuck out, bro. He not that good. He not."
I used to listen. I used to live vicariously through Muhammad Ali. I was like, oh yeah, I'm like that. I'm gonna float like that. I'm gonna do all this shit. I was like 5 years old. Like and that actually, let me be honest. I was 10.
I mean, method. Even Ryan Garcia was stopping, bro. Come on.
But I was still a child.
All right then. So why didn't
right now the challenge is when it comes to
they had other plans, bro. They had other plans, bro.
What other plans?
They,
the plan should be
they canceled the Rolly fight. They first canceled the Rolly fight. Then they fought People Cruz. Then they started negotiating game for the Rolly fight again, bro. What are you talking about?
I mean, I can understand not stopping.
That was Tank's highest paycheck, bro. That was Tank's highest paycheck.
Like, you gotta figure some shit out to, stop your opponent.
Okay. I'm not gonna scream no more, bro. Okay, I'm not gonna scream no more, bro.
You really that guy, bro.
So what's your course plans? So what's your course plans, David? What's your course plans, David? What's your course plans?
Shakur wants the top guys, bro. He wants Devin Haney. He wants the belt. He wants the belt.
That's the difference.
But you heard Tank Davis said after the Ryan fight he's gonna fight Shakur or Devin.
Oh yeah. Tank Davis said he wants.
He will, bro. I truly believe he will, bro.
Yeah, no, just give him a couple minutes, Phantom.
Coach, I truly believe Tank will fight Shakur or Devin, bro. After the Ryan fight, there won't be no rematch for the Ryan fight because Tank ain't gonna lose.
Nah, I don't believe that shit.
No, what, bro? Tank is not with Floyd no more.
He said after Rolly.
Y'all first said that Tank was prepared by Floyd Mayweather, bro. Now he left for Mayweather promotion, bro. He's GTD promotions now, bro.
He said the winner after Rolly and Cambosis. We ain't getting that. So what is he saying now? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You niggas want to talk about what Devin Haney said.
You want Ryan Garcia, but you want Ryan Garcia, bro.
What he said.
No, it was Haney and Cambosis during the Rolly fight. So we got that part straight. But yo, this stream is fucking epic. You guys are hilarious to me. What you got on this, Phantom? Were you talking also?
Yeah, I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say.
Bro, what the fuck was that?
Of course you did. Of course you did, Phantom. Because you
What I was saying, hold on, I remember that. What I was saying, if you really that guy, you don't go 24 rounds with Cambosis. I can understand the first fight, but the second fight, you need to figure out.
Don't go 24 rounds with Cambosis. No one's knocked him out.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just a quick question. Just a quick.
I just want to finish.
Stop all that hating shit.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Phantom.
Okay. So in the second fight, which was Devin Haney's goal, you figure out a way to stop this motherfucker. He was saying in the corner, I just can't do it. I heard him say that to Bill. And I mean, that is what it is. But if he's really that guy, I expect to see that in the second fight. I'm done.
I have a question.
So here's the thing. So is that something that Devin Haney needs to be responsible for? Your expectations?
No.
Because as far as I can see, nobody has stopped George Kambosos, including a bigger puncher than Devin Haney in the form of Teofimo Lopez.
That's what I'm saying. If you're really that guy,
who's actually stopped?
So far, nobody's really been that guy. Because, hold up a second.
It wasn't even my intention. That was his intention. He couldn't complete the mission, bro. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, you said that's his mission, and you said that he couldn't complete the mission. As far as I can tell, all the belts are around his neck, and that he is now the A side moving forward. So that seems to be the mission, to go down under twice and to get 2 victories.
No, the mission was to stop that motherfucker in his country.
I hear you.
That was not the mission. That was your mission. That was your mission, Danny.
No, that was his mission.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
I'm lost.
Don't be silly.
I think y'all not being real with yourselves. Some of y'all not being real with yourselves, or y'all don't really understand.
Listen, let Threes go. Threes has been quiet for a minute. Let Threes do his thing. Go ahead, Threes.
All that hating ass shit y'all doing can stop, nigga. I ain't trying to hear all that silly ass shit, nigga. You wanted Haney to knock that nigga out, nigga. That wasn't the motherfucking plan, nigga. So all you silly ass niggas can close y'all lips.
We wanted Haney knock out Linares and Gamboa, right. Cambosis too.
There you go. Yeah. You wanted that. There you go.
No, I didn't say that shit, nigga. I'm trolling you, motherfucker. Shit, I ain't say that shit.
Are you goalposting to make a point? Because I could have sworn we was talking about another fight.
I never said that shit.
Look at you showing your fucking
I never said that shit, nigga. I'm not hating, nigga. I'm not hating. The problem with you niggas, the problem with you niggas, the problem with you niggas.
I think there's a disconnect, right? So you have to understand
the blindfolds in your head and it's like beat your car with a bat.
Getting out your weird ass niggas. I'm talking. Fucking coochie rich, nigga. Every time
Devin Haney should have knocked out Kambosos.
Stop all this cross talking. I'm gonna take your cornbread.
I mean, Haney couldn't even drop him, bro.
Why should he have knocked out Kambosos?
Don't matter how y'all niggas feel about
no, you can't have this
He couldn't even drop him. He won 24 rounds with Devin Haney. With Kambosos. You know why? You know why? You know why, nigga? Yeah, you know why. And Isaac Cruz, that same is.
What do you mean you know why? Lucky boy.
Smoke with the Wilder.
Man, Butch. That same Isaac Cruz would have knocked out Kambosos.
Yeah. Why didn't Tank knock him down or knock him out?
You know that styles make fights, right? You know styles make fight, right?
Why didn't he knock out?
That was Tank's. First of all, let me make my point. That was Tank's first shortest opponent. He had to punch down. Tank injured his hand. Tank injured his hand.
So
don't say fuck all of that. Tank injured his hand.
Is that really his debate that you down? Tank got what? 25 fights, 27 fights, 25 knockouts. And all the thing you gonna say is, well, he ain't knocked out Isaac Cruz then. You know how dumb that shit sounds?
I bet you, Butch, I bet you, Devin Haney would have knocked out Rolly Romero.
It's not that.
I bet you, Devin Haney wouldn't have stopped Hector Garcia.
Your competition.
Who's the fuck about knocking him out?
You wouldn't have stopped a 130 pounder like Hector Garcia.
Here's why I say that, because
I bet you that, bro.
Y'all just take a critique and then you turn it into hate. What I'm saying is, no, the game plan totally changed in the second fight, but he just couldn't complete the mission. He was on his front foot. He was landing right hands. He was coming forward. He just couldn't get it done. So obviously, you can see there was a change from tactics in the first fight to the
did
second
get it
fight.
done. He beat his ass.
Obviously,
What the fuck
the
are you
change in
talking
the
about?
second fight
He
was
did
to
get it
stop
done,
this
nigga. He beat his
motherfucker
ass.
and separate himself. He
Phantom,
just
when
couldn't
did he
beat
go? When
his
did he
ass.
go to school and
So
say I
He
can't
did
do
get
it?
it done. He
that's just
beat
the
that nigga.
reality.
What the
I
fuck is
can't
your
knock him
capping
out. When
ass
did he go
talking
to school
about?
and say
He
that?
could
When
have
did he go
fought
to
the
school and say
same
You
way he
slow
fought
as
in the
fuck,
first
nigga.
fight.
Who
But
gives
here's
a
the
fuck
thing.
what
when
you
did he
think
go
he
to
should
school
have
and say
did,
that?
nigga? Who
Like,
gives
you
a fuck
niggas
what you think
just,
he should have did?
just
Who
weird.
gives a fuck,
Hey,
nigga?
Phantom,
Who
you're
gives a
spinning them
fuck what you
facts,
think he
bro.
should have did, nigga?
I know I am.
Crybaby ass
But
nigga,
you
who gives
got
a fuck what you think
fanboys and
he
their
should have
feelings,
did, nigga?
nigga. It is what
He
it
won
is,
the
bro.
fight.
Facts.
Regardless of how you hating ass niggas feel, he won the fight.
He
Correct.
couldn't handle the pressure
Nobody's
from
Nobody
Cam
saying
should
that.
have
Boston.
No,
did that.
I'm
Shut
just
that
saying he
crybaby shit
couldn't
up, nigga.
finish
He ain't
with
do
the
He
what the
couldn't
fuck
handle
you
the
mentality
want
pressure
him
that
from
to
he
do,
Cam
did,
nigga.
bro.
Boston.
Let it
That's
go.
all. Like, come
Let
on,
that
bro. We
shit
know he
go.
was trying to stop that
Crying about
motherfucker.
what the
He
fuck
couldn't
he
get it.
should have
He
did.
said it
Nigga,
in
shut
the
that shit
corner,
up.
bro.
See,
He said it
the
to
Now
his
problem I have,
imagine,
face.
That's
Talking
imagine
about
if
hold
that
on.
was
hold on.
Tank
The
Davis.
problem,
Do some
Now
gangster
imagine
the
if
shit.
that
problem
was
I
Tank
have
Davis
with
in front of Devin
we
Haney.
watched the
Haney would
fight,
have
the
bro.
slept.
problem, the problem I
You
have with
niggas
you
fucking
threes, right,
stupid, nigga.
is that you're moving the
Fuck
goalposts,
you
right?
talking about he
And
should have knocked him out. Shut your dumbass
I
shit
don't know
the
if you're
fuck
doing
up.
that shit on purpose
Yeah,
because you
Lil went
fanboying.
Nigga, he only
But
24
you,
rounds. He went
when
24
niggas
rounds with
talk
Cam
about the
Boston.
boxing, the niggas you be like, well, is this that a third? Like, no, stop moving the goalposts. Y'all try to change the dialogue
don't
to some more other
niggas
shit. Like, well,
go
he did this, this, that, and the third. Like, no,
Tank was
fam, it's
sleep.
simple.
nigga.
The fam,
Butch,
fam,
Butch,
it is
Butch,
simple.
hey,
What
Butch.
happened, nigga? You dumbass nigga talking about
Hey,
Haney
Butch.
motherfucking game plan was to knock this nigga out. No,
Yeah.
that's what the fuck you
Why
wanted him
wasn't
to do.
Devontae Tank
That's
Davis
what
will
the fuck
knock
you
out people
wanted him
Cruz
to do,
next,
nigga.
bro.
Shut that
In their
dumbass
rematch.
shit up. You niggas
No, he won't.
That's my point, bro. You won't go like Devin Haney and Cam Boston's too. Tank will sleep. People Cruz the next fight.
No, he won't.
He
And
will, bro. I
meanwhile, you
promise
try
you
to
that.
tell me
I
Devin
promise you
Haney
that, bro.
going into Camp Moses too. The intention wasn't to stop him. You're just fucking delusional, bro.
Excuse me,
You're not being
Phantom.
Nigga,
When,
realistic.
you're the only
Phantom,
nigga
Phantom.
that wants him to do that. You're a dumbass
When
nigga.
did Devin
You
Haney go to
motherfucking
school though?
feel like
just
Haney go
you
in
just
here
don't
But
and that's what
understand
the fuck he
boxing,
wants
bro.
to do,
You just
nigga.
don't
No,
understand
that's
what's
not what
going
the fuck
on in
it
the
is.
ring.
Haney
That's
go
all.
in there to
because,
win.
hey,
If
Phantom,
you
I
want
get you,
to
bro. Because the
if you
first
want
fight,
to
Devin Haney won that fight with the jab.
that's what the
Haney won
fuck
that
you
first
want.
fight with the
You want
jab.
him to
Haney
win the
started throwing
fight,
right
nigga.
hands in the second
That's
fight
what
because he wanted to knock him out.
And you know
you
why? You know why he couldn't complete the mission? Because Devin Haney is
He's not
he
nigga.
breaks the
Devin
body.
Haney is not
You break the
So
body,
stop
the
bringing
hand
that
starts to
dumbass
get
stuff
tired, and you
like
can
you need to
stop a
knock everybody
motherfucker.
the
If
fuck
you don't
out.
have that
Shut
one
Don't kill me, man.
Hey, Smoke, you're a legend, bro.
Namaste, brothers. Namaste.
Freeze was cooking. Phantom was cooking. You know what I'm saying? Let Freeze say what he's saying. Let Phantom say his
Three,
piece. Let his
All
Phantom
right.
rebuttal.
Well, I don't have no problem with
We're
that,
not
but he
trying
Niggas
to
just
ain't
don't
got
argue.
yell
no
at
shit
me.
for
Three
you
is
niggas to do,
crying.
nigga. Be quiet and
Three's
talk
up
my
here
shit.
Fuck it,
crying and
yo.
What
shit.
You
the fuck
guys
they
are
do?
No. Listen,
passive
we're not
Niggas
arguing.
want
We're
to
aggressive.
trying to
start
be
some
respectful
silly
with
shit, but
adults.
can't listen to nothing.
Freeze was
Chill.
going. Freeze was
Monflair.
talking, and then let Phantom rebuttal.
I'm
Then let
on
Fenty go
mute.
after
I'm
go.
on mute. Let him talk.
You can't. You're not on mute. I can hear you talking. There you go.
Go ahead and cry,
That's
Threes.
it.
Y'all the only crybabies I hear, nigga. Anytime I'm motherfucking on mute, all I hear is you silly ass niggas talking about what Haney shoulda did. Shut that dumbass shit the fuck up.
By
Haney won the
eight
fight.
threes, bro.
Oh,
Hold
watch
on, hold
this.
on,
By eight
David.
Watch
threes.
Hold on,
this.
David.
David.
Hold on,
Okay,
David. Hold
okay,
on.
Watch
okay,
this.
okay. My
David,
bad.
David. Hold on,
David,
hold on.
shut
Let
up.
Freeze finish.
God
Let
damn.
Freeze finish.
All I'm I'm saying is, when I'm fucking listening to you niggas, all I hear is fucking whining about what the fuck Haney should have did. Haney didn't do this. Haney didn't do that. He should have did this. He should have did that. Shut that dumbass shit the fuck up, nigga. Haney is
gonna be the same.
Hey, please, you ain't saying shit right now. You ain't saying shit right now. Get to the point. Get to the point, please.
Close your fucking coochie lips.
Get to the point. Clown ass nigga talking the same thing.
Yeah, nigga. Clown ass nigga. Stop over talking to me with your coochie lips. Like I fucking
shut
said.
your whole ass up, nigga.
You bitch ass niggas crying and shit about what the fuck you think Haney should have did. Well, guess what, nigga? Haney don't fight for your motherfucking thoughts, nigga. He don't fight to please your dumb ass, nigga. Fuck out of here with that silly ass shit.
I don't got nothing to worry about, bro. 3-3. So it's like,
Haney fight to win, nigga. Shut your crybaby ass up, man.
Just
Haney
let
fight
it
to win.
finish so I can rebuttal and y'all can go at it.
Okay, hold on. Freeze, hold on one second. Just hold on one second. Let me direct this traffic right quick, Freeze. Let me direct some traffic right quick, Freeze. Let me direct some traffic. Who wants to go after threes?
Method. I'm definitely going. Yep, let me go at him, please.
Okay, great. Then Method is going to go, and then I think David wants to go after Method. So three, go. And then once you're done, Method's going to go, Then David's gonna go. Then we're gonna get through this shit together. Let's do this. Go ahead.
Phantom, you didn't want to go, no?
You cut me the fuck up when I can start feeling it. Nigga, Haney don't need to please none of you niggas. Haney go in there and he's an undisputed fighter. He's a motherfucking unanimous decision fighter. He go in there and he beats your ass for 12 fucking rounds, nigga. Haney not Tank. Haney ain't no fucking knockout artist. So I don't need to hear you silly ass niggas coming up here telling me that Haney should have knocked out some goddamn body. And at that, a knockout artist couldn't even knock his ass out. So I'm not trying to hear this dumbass shit from you silly ass hating ass niggas. Period, nigga. Haney don't fight for y'all, nigga. Haney fight to win. He don't fight to knock niggas out.
Is he done?
Okay. You want to go method?
Yeah. All right. So cool. See, I have nothing to worry about when niggas like this, these kind of fans exist. That only ensures that Tank is going to knock Devin out, right? Because truth is the new hate, right? See, I don't got to worry about
That's
Tank having the IQ to do things. I let you cry, baby ass nigga. So I'm gonna keep going.
Shut up,
I ain't
bitch.
got to worry about Tank.
Shut up, please. Please shut up. It's method right now.
I ain't got to worry about Tank.
Shut your clown ass up.
Hold on. I ain't got to worry about if Tank got the IQ to go to. I don't got to worry. Hold on. I ain't got to worry about if Tank got the IQ to go to the body. I ain't gotta worry about if Tank going change from the right hand to the left to the body or hooks, like switching shit up, doing shit, stepping over here, moving the feet, dipping under, staying inside a certain. I don't gotta worry about that, right? And I know he ain't knocking a nigga out because me as a fan of boxing, because he know I'm a professional now. This is how you do this shit. There's a way to box, right? I understand the science. See, and you niggas, you new niggas who don't know shit about boxing, y'all gonna be crying. Like, listen, you laugh now, you're gonna cry later. You see what I'm saying? Again, when you don't perfect the shit you're doing outside the ring and you got niggas saying, oh, that shit going, again, this is a unanimous, that shit never existed in boxing. That's some new nigga shit. Y'all making up shit. So when the days comes, right, and niggas gotta fight niggas that's really with the shits, who really got the skills, really move their head, niggas really use their feet and do all the shit you're supposed to do in boxing, and then your favorite fighter gets knocked out because they don't know what the fuck they doing. I'm gonna put the y'all niggas like, yeah, remember them times you're saying, oh, this is the way you're supposed to do it. Don't worry about real criticism and the real fans supporting you and wanting you to do better. No, listen to them dumbass niggas who don't know shit about boxing, like the dick eat, like Threes, and call other niggas haters. Threes really don't know shit about boxing, but will never know shit about boxing. Can't hold a conversation about boxing. That's why his punk ass is always on mute because he don't know shit.
Shut up. Shut your cry ass up, nigga. Shut up. Don't cry. Don't cry, Please up next.
I'm gonna let him know.
Please up next.
You got this stuff, nigga. So I'm gonna take that for a little bit. I'm gonna come back. Because real fans, I don't want to see the damn knock the fuck out. If he loses, this is about the
Please shut up. I'm next.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a real nigga first, yeah, I mean, but you fake ass fans, I don't know what the fuck y'all watching. Don't know what the fuck you talking about. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't know what the fuck you talking about. You better learn how to be here. You better learn how to do certain shit.
Hey, Method, my guy. Hey, Method, my guy, you done, bro?
Yeah.
Okay, please go mute, nigga. Let me talk. Go on mute, nigga. Let me talk. When Devin Haney fought Cambosa the first time, we all saw that Devin Haney won that fight with the jab. And people said that was boring. We don't want to see the rematch. Then Devin Haney said, okay, I got to entertain my fans. So I got to look for that knockout. Devin Haney started throwing right hands. He started coming forward and throwing more hands and getting a lot busier than the first fight. And he got hit more since he started throwing more than the jab, because he was running away the first time, jabbing, going outside. That's what he was doing. Now, since he was throwing right hands, he got exposed by Cambosa. He got hit more. That's what I'm trying to say, bro. He was looking for the knockout. He couldn't get it. And that's what I'm saying. He tried to impress his own fans, bro. He couldn't get it, bro. That's why we're saying he went 24 rounds with a whack-ass opponent. That Tank would have slept in the first fight, and there won't be no rematch.
Yeah, the only problem with that whole thing is that Devin had the problem. He had the opportunity to prove what you're saying, but he didn't take it because why should he capitulate?
It was all one big lie from that idiot wasteman, David. One big lie.
Yeah, no one's speaking facts.
All right, if I can,
okay, Butch, you go. Hey, Butch, you go next. You go next. Tell us what happened from the first fight. The difference.
I would just like to round off what I was saying in between.
Go ahead, Phantom.
Three screaming and fanboy. Okay, what I'm saying is, in the second fight, Devin Haney obviously had the intention to separate himself. and to show this motherfucker does not belong in the ring with me. And what he was doing was on his front foot, coming forward and throwing more right hands. That just wasn't enough to stop Kambosos. You neglected the body work. If you want to headhunt and you don't have one punch knockout power, you're probably not going to knock somebody out like that. You got to put your punches together. You got to have a better punch technique than that. That's all I'm saying, bro.
No, threes don't know what they talking about. On the threes, you know it all. Threes,
Okay,
the boxing.
so here's the deal. If you don't have punching power, if you don't have
out your mouth,
like
bitch.
first off,
Keep my fucking name out your mouth, nigga.
Okay,
You worship me or
here's
something,
the
nigga?
thing. Okay, go. Yeah,
Do you worship me? Do you worship me? Am I your God? You keep my fucking name out
Oh,
your
here
mouth.
we go again with this.
Hey, shut up, David, man.
Keep
Hey,
my
freeze.
fucking
Hey,
name out
freeze.
your
Don't
mouth,
worry
nigga.
about it.
Here we go again with
Freeze.
this.
Hey, freeze. Don't worry about it. We keep it.
Because
You know what I'm
some
saying? It's
of you
calm.
dumbass
Here we
niggas
go
make my
again with
mama
this.
thank your ass
Please,
Shut
up,
up,
nigga.
you ain't
David,
no
man.
Nigga,
God,
you
nigga.
bitch, nigga. So keep
You
my
ain't no
fucking name out
God,
your
nigga.
mouth. David,
You
stop
think
lying,
you're
nigga.
God?
Do your own
You
self,
think
David.
you're God, nigga?
Stop
Talking
defending
about you
grown
getting
ass
worshipped, nigga. Nigga, you a
nigga.
clown. We don't worship clowns. We laugh at clowns, nigga. We laugh at clowns. We don't worship clowns, nigga. What are you talking about?
Stop
Yeah,
every time
nigga.
that
We
nigga freeze.
What the fuck are you talking
Hey,
about?
David, chill,
cry
David.
baby ass, nigga.
David,
We
chill,
What the hell
laugh
are you
at
talking about?
clowns, nigga.
David, what the hell are you talking about?
Stop talking to me about anything, nigga. Broke ass little boy.
Man,
Yeah,
keep
let
my
freeze
name out
rebuttal.
your mouth. Stop talking about me.
Let freeze get it out so we can keep going forward, man.
You think about me, nigga.
See, the phone ain't wanting to work. All right. Who next? Was it
Yeah,
Butch?
yeah.
I like to hear what Smoke was gonna say. I think Smoke was gonna say something.
Well, yeah, I'm going to say something. It's just an administrative thing. If I put you on mute, if I ask you to stop interrupting people, but you continue to do it, and then I mute you, and then you take yourself off of mute to start interrupting people some more, I'm just going to take that as a general disrespect that you don't actually care that people want to hear other people talk, and I'm going to put you in backstage. I'll bring you back, but if you continue doing that dumb shit, then, I'm not going to let you disrupt my panel to just call people out their names and to repeat yourself over and over again. This ain't that channel. Okay? That's not what we do over here. We talk boxing over here. I understand that tensions run high, so I'm not trying to be like the mommy and daddy type of nonsense, but I'm also trying to have like a conversation about boxing. Okay?
Apologies.
Cool.
Apologies.
Let's just go. Let's keep it going.
Yeah. As you were saying.
Go ahead, Butch.
Oh no, I was coming back for what you were saying, Phantom.
Yeah. Go ahead. Or you want me to finish or something? Like I got more shit to
That's
say.
what I was saying. I was waiting for you to finish. You were saying, you were speaking, you were making a statement. So I said, say, I'm gonna go after you.
Oh yeah, I basically said like I would like to see better punch technique. Like you can, if you competing at that high of a level, and in certain fights you're gonna have to change your punch technique. You're gonna have to go to the body and develop some kind of body attack. Because a fighter like Tank, you just hitting him in the face, that might not be enough, nigga. Like he can eat that shit. You might have to do some body work in that kind of fight. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, bud.
Okay.
You're gonna have to fight.
Okay, yes, you're right. Method is right. Phantom is right. You're gonna have to bite on your mouth guard. Even Floyd told Devin Haney this. You're gonna have to fucking fight. Some guys are gonna back you up in the corner. They're gonna take away all that fundamental foundation shit that you learned from day dot, and you're gonna have to fucking throw those hands and fight. I understand that, but I'm saying to you that I think Devin Haney has got enough cerebral educate. He's learned enough in that ring, educational wise, when it comes to knowing how to use the ring, use different traps and different type of things to offset his opponent's activities. Like he will take your best devices away. You know what I'm saying to you? Maybe he won't. Maybe he might not have to fight Tank. Maybe he could take his best devices away. I don't know. I have no idea. It's a fact. Maybe Tank will knock out Devin Haney in 3 to 4 rounds. I don't know. But I'm saying to you that Devin Haney, on the other side, I agree with you, Phantom, that he has to switch up his punch selections. You get me? Be more educated when it comes to combinations. You know what I'm saying? Coming forward, fighting off the front foot, back foot. You know what I'm saying to you? I would like to see that a bit more from Devin Haney, but it's an opponent as well. It takes 2 to dance. You know what I'm saying to you? It takes 2 to dance. Like for example, look how Bivol made Canelo Alvarez. He took all his best assets away. To me personally, he took all his assets away. He didn't make him. He made him look like an amateur fighter. You get me? He didn't make him look so technical how Canelo usually is. You know what I'm saying to you? It's just to me, it's just the type of fighter, the type of style that he is, and it's a bad style for Tank Davis. A bad style. The same. You're gonna see.
do agree with that.
Lara. You're gonna see a bit of Lara and how Canelo Alvarez was.
Well, I think Canelo beat Lara.
We all know who really won that fight. We all know who really won that
fight. I had Canelo winning that fight. You see what I'm saying? I like the Bivol Canelo shit at points. He fought that motherfucker. Canelo, you want back up or you want to swing? I'm gonna swing, but when you swing, boom, hit you with some shit, back you up. You're gonna have to fight certain guys in boxing. So again, I'm not dismissing. I think Devin can be great. I'm not a hater of the hate. I just, based on what niggas said and how everybody point, and that's not even a hate. It's back to the Cambo shit. That nigga gonna get knocked the fuck out, fucked around with one of these young hungry lions. It's all Butch fault because he thinking Tank can't beat Cambos. And I'm like, I've seen Tank beat Pedras. I've seen Tank beat Brody. I've seen Tank beat Barrios. I've seen Tank beat niggas that have a little bit more, far more dangerous and clever in what the fuck they do than the Camboses, bro. Like legitimately, the second fight of Camboses, this nigga did the cha-cha, bro. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And he ain't never do nothing with the southpaw. Right? I'm like, you're not gonna beat. Like he didn't even try that shit with Tank. He going to sleep first fucking round, bro. It's a professional. Like Tank is really the definition of professional boxer, bro. Like that's like I can always say when you think of a fucking boxer, if you have any trainer, they're gonna want a nigga like Tank. It ain't about being short, tall, like the guy with a good chin, good speed, good footwork, high guard. He can get in the shell, just do everything. Got good power. Like that's the norm. That's the package you want in a nigga. You know what I mean? And what the fuck we see today is niggas that's being like, no, I ain't gotta be a boxer, bro. I'm gonna be this other type, and that's not boxing. I don't know how far it's gonna get you. That's all I'm saying.
My opinion, both Butch and Method, y'all got some good points on this right now. In some parts I don't agree with Method, some parts I don't agree with Butch, but y'all got some good points though.
Well, here's the thing. Now, here's the thing. You can do everything right and knock a guy out. That's really the issue, right? So you can go to the body, you can go to the head, you can do all the things that you think Devin could have done in order to get him out there and still not get him out there. Like guys, like it's the same idea about like Spence didn't knock out Mikey. Well, guess what? Nobody knocked out Mikey. So Spence is not some sort of bad luck fucking example of somebody who didn't knock out Mikey. This is a guy who never got knocked out.
He's been knocked down.
Yeah, nobody knocked out Pedraza. Nobody knocked out Barrios. Nobody knocked out Rose. Nobody knocked out Leo.
No, I'm sorry. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. That's cool. Somebody did knock all those guys out. So when you say nobody knocked him out, I'm not done.
And they ain't been knocked out.
You interrupt me to scream a whole bunch of shit about you named a whole litany of guys who actually got knocked out. So when I said nobody knocked out Mikey, it's because nobody knocked out Mikey. When I said nobody knocked out Kambosos, it's because nobody knocked out Kambosos.
Tank is extremely skilled.
And I would understand your point if, like, you know, Isaac Cruz, right? I could say like nobody knocked out Isaac Cruz.
Tank ain't knocking out Mikey Garcia either.
Right?
Tank ain't knocking out Mikey Garcia either.
What I'm saying is that you just saying
Mikey Garcia boxed the bricks off of Gervonta Tank Davis. He boxed the bricks off of him. You don't want to see that fact. Mikey Garcia's prime. Mikey Garcia's prime. Well, you know, David. You don't.
I mean, talking crazy, bro.
Mikey Garcia is just another Latino. Tank should be able to knock him out easy, right? Like he only knocks out Latino.
I'm not going to say something that's big. That's a bigger statement, but
no, come on, bro. Like,
if Mikey had. If he ain't want to fight Bud, he sure as hell wouldn't have wanted to fight Tank.
He'll beat this shit out of Tank. Don't come with that rubbish.
Looking at the Robert Easter fight and the AB fight, he wouldn't have wanted to fight Tank.
Davis is not Bob Crawford. Tank Davis is not Bob Crawford. And David, you don't know anything about Mikey Garcia in his prime.
Nigga, Tank will slip any guy in front of him.
You talking shit, but I'm trying to make you understand, right? Robert Easter had very good moments in that Mikey Garcia fight. Sergey Lipinus had very good moments in that Mikey Garcia fight. Did he or did he not beat the shit out of Robert moments in the Mikey Garcia fight, bro? Did he or did he not beat the shit? Hold on. And what Tank does really well is use his fucking legs, bro. And you know, I get Mikey's good with the 1-2, and he can put the 3 behind it. Tank gonna take that shit away from him, bro. And he's gonna he may not knock him out, but he'll put on performance. Niggas like, this nigga is nice as shit. It's a difference. And what Smoke said with the Earl and the Mikey fight, it was to the point he beat the shit out of him. This nigga was like, I haven't seen that from Devin. I've seen niggas taunting him in his wins. And I saw Gamboa taunt. I saw Linares taunt him. Cambosos just in that bitch doing a cha-cha. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? That's
okay.
it's kind of different.
So I would say, listen, I would say that Earl beat. I definitely Earl beat Kambosos. So Earl beat Mikey worse than Devin beat Kambosos, definitely. But we have to understand that Mikey Garcia is likely a Hall of Famer, like a 4-division champion, was undefeated in multiple weight classes, unified 135 guy. Like Mikey Garcia is not the same fighter that Kambosos is. Now, my only point was nobody, even in his perhaps Hall of Fame career, stopped Mikey. But for whatever reason, people try to ding Spence because he didn't do it, as if he's the only as if everybody was just stopping Mikey Garcia, but Spence couldn't do it. Meanwhile, nobody stopped Mikey Garcia. And the same thing is true for Kambosos. You guys are acting like, because you think Tank was going to knock him out, that Tank actually knocked him out. That didn't happen because Tank didn't fight him.
They didn't fight. I'm telling you for sure, Tank knocked out Kambosos.
I know you keep saying that shit, but Tank didn't fight him. Like, in this idea of this world of yours, where you give fighters credit for fights they didn't take.
When you're
talking to people who are not living in that world,
you're absolutely correct. Smoke is absolutely correct.
Let me finish. I'm not done. Let me finish, and we can get this thing. Like, I'm trying to build a constructive thing. I'm giving constructive criticism. When you're trying to give fighters credit for fights they didn't fight, for fighters who don't live in that world with you, for fight fans who don't live in that world with you, please give us some bridge so we can go from our world to your world.
Facts. And my point was just based on Kambosos losing, that fight's probably never gonna happen. But go ahead, Method.
Yeah. I think when Kambosos does return, and then we see the guys he has to face, and then when the fans see him get stopped, then they're gonna be like, oh yeah, I see. Because guys are better at what the fuck they doing. They quicker in that ring to capitalize on your flaws. If Kambosos think he can just sit there in front of some of them guys that he's gonna have to fight after this vacation he taking, yeah, he gonna get stopped. They're gonna make a name off of stopping this motherfucker. You know what I mean? I think he's again, all these guys in boxing are great for the sport. They had their place, they had their role. Some of these guys are just the truth, right? They bad motherfuckers, right? Bad motor scooters, I just think what Butch is saying is this. Like, again, Dev gets credit for being Kambosos, the same way Earl gets credit for being Mikey. But when you put a nigga like Tank, who is one of the most skilled guys in boxing, who can do it all, like, you're going to sleep, bro. Yeah, he's gonna make you all that. Yeah, once you start panicking.
Method. When you say one of the most skilled guys, when you say one of the most skilled guys, he's not the top 5 or
I would just like
skilled guys.
Just a quick reference here to point out that Hector Garcia said Shakur Stevenson was gonna be his toughest fight in the division before the Tank fight, and look how that turned out.
Yeah, and that's a fact.
Yeah, I missed something. So what did I miss? That Shakur Stevenson.
Okay, speak, bro.
Wait, sorry. Repeat that, Phantom, one more time.
I said before the Tank Davis fight, Hector Garcia said his toughest fight in the division was going to be Shakur Stevenson, and look how that turned out. Like, you think it's one thing
Hector
before
Garcia
you
didn't fight.
Wait, let me just say what I'm saying, bro. You ain't even let me finish. It's one thing to talk before the fight, but once you get in the ring with that little Chucky, it's a different story, bro, and it might not go the way you think it's gonna fucking go.
Hold up a second. Shakur Stevenson still can be his toughest fight. He didn't fight Shakur yet.
Yeah, maybe you'll make him go blind like Tank did. Who knows?
No, maybe knock him out.
By Phantom, Pedraza, Tank knocked out Pedraza. Pedraza said that Lomachenko was his toughest fight, though.
Yeah, I mean,
although Tank knocked him out, but he said Lomachenko was his toughest fight.
He almost beat Loma. He could have beat Loma. It was certain things he did wrong. Similar to the Comey fight. It was a tough fight for him. It was parts where he could have took over the fight and won. I get that. So he kind of saying like he could have beat Shakur.
Can anybody explain to me the noises Pedraza was making when he was fighting Tank? What the fuck was that?
Oh, those Charlie ass noises, yeah.
Hey, when I first watched that fight, I thought that was like close to the mic or something. I was like, that's Pedraza. What the fuck? That nigga had that nigga whistling.
Hey, it's funny because like when I heard it, I thought
It's
it was
all
the
part of
crowd.
showboating, bro. It's all part of showboating.
It was really that nigga, bro. That shit was funny.
Yeah, well, no, that was listen. Maybe it's cool if you win the fight, but getting knocked out while you're making that noise, you just sound like a brand new fucking fool. I'm not trying to hear who we thought was the. I don't give a shit. Like Tank beat your fucking ass when you were undefeated. I don't care what fucking justifications you make afterwards. Like that pity pat shit he was doing on Loma, trying to play chess and all that shit. Nah, bro. Like you were acting like, woo, all that dumb shit you was doing. You got knocked the fuck out.
He won those rounds though. When he started doing that shit, those are the rounds he won. I'll say that. Those are the rounds he won. Taking those rounds off and he put him to sleep.
I heard him doing it the whole time. I didn't see
I
him
don't know
win no
what
damn
was wrong with
rounds.
that nigga voice box.
Yeah, no. I saw Torres. I saw my man. I thought he had a neurological issue. Like,
No, but to make this point, like he was doing it for like 2 or 3 rounds, and he was coming on strong with like he was making the noises, and the Tank probably got confused, like what the fuck is this nigga doing, bro? And then after that, he just stopped it, you know.
Hey, that shit was
No, I want to make a quick point. Bro. That Tank Davis is a full package. You know, Shakur Stevenson wanted to fight Leo Santa Cruz before Tank fought him. Then Tank knocked him out. Then Shakur said, "Let me finish." Then Shakur said, "Nah, I'm not interested," because he knew he cannot outperform that performance. But Shakur was willing to fight Cambosis, who Devin Haney fought, who Devin Haney beat twice. But Shakur still was willing to fight Cambosis because he know he can outperform Devin Haney. That's the difference between Tank. Because that was a brutal knockout he gave Leo Santa Cruz. So Shakur would make that fight boring than Tank. That's my point.
It's hard to follow up on after a knockout of the year like that. It's hard to follow up that kind of shit. So yeah.
Yeah, bro. You see, bro. But then you wanted to fight Cambosis because he knew you would stop Cambosis or drop him at least once, just like you dropped Conceição.
He'll stop Campbell's.
Yeah, bro. Shakur got more power than Devin, but people don't want to believe that. He dropped Conceição, bro, with the body shot.
How does he have more?
Okay, so do you understand? Okay, so just so you understand something.
I believe that Shakur will stop Yoshino. I believe Shakur will knock out Yoshino.
Let's coach David up. Let's just call him a casual all the damn time and like make fun of him. Just so you understand, so we understand each other. Conceição and Shakur fought at a lower weight class where Shakur didn't even make weight.
Come on, man. Do you know what you're talking about?
Okay. What's your point, bro? How many times Tank Davis missed weight, bro? But he still knocked out his opponent. How many times
Tank Davis is a huge puncher and he only missed weight once?
No, twice.
No, he missed weight once.
But he lost the belt twice, though. He's a three-time super champion, bro. With 130.
Yes, but he only lost his belt on the scale one time. The other time, where he needed extra time to make weight, was at a 135 in the Gamboa fight.
Yeah.
He didn't miss weight in that fight, though.
Okay, you can argue and say it's a different weight class, bro. But Shakur Stevenson, bro. What? I bet Devin Haney wouldn't knock out 130 pounders like Shakur, bro. I bet you that. Shakur came from 126. He came from 126. You gotta give him his credit. He came from 126, bro. Listen, bro. You gotta give Shakur his credit, bro. He came from 126, bro. I'm giving Shakur his props. Butch. I'm giving Shakur his props. He came from 126, bro. He knocked out 130 pounders. He's gonna knock out Yoshino at 135 pounder.
It's fucking ridiculous.
And what y'all gonna say about that? What are y'all gonna say about that? Because I bet that Devin Haney wouldn't knock out Yoshino, but Shakur will knock out Yoshino. So what's your point?
Shakur, so you got Shakur knocking out Yoshino?
Yeah, bro. He gonna make a statement. He gonna make a statement, then call out Devin Haney.
I think Jared gonna stop. I think Jared.
I ain't gonna put money. I put money on Tank. I don't put money on Shakur.
So what are you talking about then?
Why must I put money on Shakur? But he's not my real favorite fighter. He's my second best favorite. My third after Errol Spence.
So don't you just want to win money?
The guy that I would put my money on is Tank Davis, bro.
So, hey, David, can I ask you a question? Are you a southpaw?
No, I'm an orthodox.
Okay, good.
That's why I'm gonna beat the shit out of you more.
Oh, just because Shakur, Earl Spence, and Tank Davis are southpaws? Nah, it's a coincidence, bro.
100%. Each one of those dudes are southpaws.
I was a Devin Haney fan before I was a Tank fan, but I saw Tank got more something special.
Okay. I mean, listen. I'm not trying to prosecute you for your fans.
I was a fan of
Yeah, I know, bro. I'm just making a point. I'm just making a statement right there. Just so you
Like,
know
I make
that.
fun of fans with their ridiculousness, but I'm not a fan police. I'll just police the conversation only so that it makes sense to everyone listening. Like, I'm trying to listen to you guys talk, and I can't follow 4 different conversations happening at the same time. And I don't really like when people just repeat themselves and yell over one. Like, that's never going to be a thing. Like, make a fucking point and move on.
Oh shit.
But all that being said, when it comes to the Shakur, the Shakur thing, I think Shakur's O is actually overrated. I think that the Tank O is kind of overrated. I think that the Errol Spence O is not overrated. I think that the Bud O is also not overrated, and I don't think anybody thinks that the Devin Haney O is overrated. So that's not even really a serious thing.
So are you trying to say that they ain't for nobody? That's what I'm trying to say. They ain't for
I'm trying
nobody.
to say that like some guys are being projected as like these killers, but like Shakur, but Shakur is fucking nobody. Like Oscar Valdez is like half of somebody, but he's really
But it's not
like
his fault.
somebody at 130.
Okay, speak, bro.
Right. So
I was gonna say it's not his fault though. There were nobodies in his weight class. Shakur asked for the top guys, bro.
I'm not deciding. I'm not playing the blame game. I'm just telling you when it comes to like these O's and like all this. Shakur is like the best guy at 135. Shakur fought 4 guys at 140, and most of his fights were at 126, where he got a championship and never fucking even defended it. So like when we put it into like this, Shakur is the next best thing since indoor plumbing. I think we need to understand the fact that the guy's now fighting at 135 and was way fucking bigger than all the guys he fought.
Hey, fuck it,
I feel like people. Okay. I just feel like small people are just looking at how Shakur fights, bro. He's very skilled and defensive, bro. We just looking at his style, bro. It's gonna give trouble for many fighters.
Style against. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Now I was just making that point, bro. They looking at his style, bro. That's gonna give trouble to any fighter in front of him, bro. Even Tank Davis,
he's
bro.
not gonna give trouble to any fighter in front of him. He's gonna give trouble to the guys that he's way better than and way bigger than. Those are the guys he's gonna give trouble to. When they're just as skilled or maybe bigger, then he won't be giving those guys that kind of trouble. Maybe the issue with his defense is about the lack of offense from the guys that he actually fought. Because none of those guys are worth a fuck to talk about how great his defense is.
What for fuck? What for fuck?
Who are we talking about?
Okay, I agree with you, Smoke, bro. I agree with you, bro.
I still think Devin over Shakur, but I just want to see them fight, bro. I still got Devin in that fight, though.
Y'all think?
Smoke. Devin Haney got skills, bro. So you're gonna give Shakur his credit if he do beat Devin Haney. The guy was way bigger than him.
So everybody up here thinks Devin beat Shakur?
No, not everybody.
I got Shakur.
That's just fan. Probably smoke.
I got Devin Haney.
Yeah, I think Shakur beats Devin. Yeah, I think he stops Devin.
No, doesn't stop.
I think honestly, I see it like the first 4 or 5 rounds, Shakur getting up, and then Dev having to work, and then by the 9th, 10th, Shakur stops him. Yeah.
But hey, Shakur said he's gonna come forward against Devin, bro. He has to, bro. Devin Haney is way longer.
And the reason why I give Devin that slight edge is especially after the Loma fight, getting that experience with a good southpaw like that. I think that'll get him ready for a Shakur fight.
I get that, right?
That's true, bro. That's true.
I think Shakur can do a lot more than what y'all think. And I've seen the shit, and I'm like, man, it's again. I think Shakur stops him. You know what I mean? But I got to see that. You know what I mean? I think Dev is a phenomenal fighter. Whoever wins or loses, no matter who wins or loses that fight, they still can go on to be great. I think Shakur stops him.
Yeah, bro. Either way, bro. Whoever lose, bro.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's getting stopped in that fight. I think it's gonna be a good gentleman's boxing match, probably a 7-5, 8-4 kind of fight.
Thanks for having some
like I
sense,
said,
man.
I think the best part of that
Thanks for
fight is
having
going
no
to take
sense,
place.
Phantom, that's the first thing you actually said that I agree with. You always
I say a lot.
saying something with some logic.
Once
I say a lot of shit, but
These two niggas talking about they about to knock each other out like they knock out all this stuff out of
it ain't always about power. Shakur, I just see him. Yeah. First 4 rounds. Once Shakur gets up comfortably, then Dad won't have to work. Shakur's gonna stop him.
Yeah, he's not gonna stop him at all. Couldn't
Y'all
even stop the
drunk.
face off motherfucker.
You're drunk. You're drunk, my
Motherfucker
friend.
that don't
You're
box
drunk.
half as good as
So,
him.
all right.
You're
So
drunk, my
the
friend.
reason I
You're
say that
drunk.
is I don't expect Dad to go up like Oscar Valdez.
You're drunk, my
Right?
friend. You're drunk.
You gotta go off of what the fuck he has
I
done.
see
I
him.
got
You're
Shakur.
drunk,
I got
my friend.
Shakur knocking out Devin Haney.
What are
Yeah,
you
you're
talking about?
drunk, man. You're drunk.
You gotta go
And I
off.
mean, Jojo, Butch, you watched the Jojo Diaz fight, bro. You watched the Jojo Diaz fight.
You're
Doesn't
fucking
matter how you
drunk.
feel about the JoJo Diaz fight.
Diaz landed clean, bro.
Hold
You're
up.
fucking
I'm gonna give
drunk.
y'all a quick scientific reason why I think Shakur not gonna stop Devin. He puts too much of his weight on his back foot to do that half step back. That's what he's focused on doing, and then get back in range. If you're doing that, you're not gonna be on putting your weight in your front to really land some power. That's why he's not gonna stop Devin.
See, I get that, right? It's again, I see within the first 5 rounds. I think Dad might get the first one, but after that, I see Shakur getting up comfortably. So then when you get to those mid rounds, and Dev has to begin to, we're going based on 3 reasons. Dev is a unanimous decision fighter type fighter, right? So he's gonna have to work to get rounds, right? So when he starts to work against Shakur to get rounds, Shakur is gonna be hitting him with some hellacious shit. And then I think by the 9th and 10th, the fight gets stopped. Yeah, I see Shakur, the fight gets stopped, Shakur being up about like what, 7-2? Yeah.
I feel like Shakur is stronger than Devin mentally, bro. Shakur don't even want to lose a single round, bro. He don't want to lose a single round, bro. That's why he makes sure that he wins every single round. That's why I truly believe he'll go for it and knock out Devin Haney, bro. But Jojo Diaz landed clean on Devin and made Devin clinch up.
It's not even that. It's like the way people say, the way y'all saying it is like they're gonna let Shakur just get up on rounds and be Oscar Valdez, put his hands in his pocket, and then I don't see that at all. I see Dev fighting back, and then Shakur just slowly being dominant, and then stopping. Like that's boxing, bro. Like, if y'all think
Yoshino knocked out Nakatili. He knocked out Nakatili, bro. Yoshino, this guy Shakur's about to fight. He knocked out the guy Nakatili.
No, he fucking didn't, man.
I mean,
he did, bro. That's what Shakur said.
To just entertain Madness, right? To just entertain the madness real quick. If Shakur develops a dedicated body tack in that fight, I could see a potential stoppage. Just to entertain Madness, potentially, bro.
He's not gonna.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
it's fake as fuck. It's not happening.
Phantom, I feel like Shakur is more unpredictable than Devin Haney. He throws punches to the head, to the body, and he defends, bro. He stands right in front of you. You can tell, but Devin Haney is more predictable, bro. You can tell when he's gonna throw a jab, but he just lands it quick, bro. You can tell when he's gonna throw to the body more than than Shakur, bro.
I mean, you could say that maybe Devin Haney has more tails. You can make that argument, but I'm saying if Shakur has a dedicated body attack in that fight, it could be a long night. You know what I mean?
I feel like he will, bro, and he's a southpaw, so he's gonna land that left hand, bro, to the body.
Yeah, I think the body work will play a part. I just think the precise shots as like around the 7th to 9th, it'll be really bad. The shots he's landed, and then by
I am still concerned about Shakur though, bro. I'm still concerned. He's very big right now, bro. I wonder how fast he'll be now.
You're not talking about a cerebral assassin, defensive tendencies in there. You're not talking about nothing. You're just talking about Shakur Stevenson. Coming forward, landing these shots. Are you lot mad or something? Are you lot mad? Are you lot forgetting how defensively skilled Devin Haney is, or what? Are you lot forgetting how long he is? Are you lot forgetting
he's not defensively better than Shakur, bro. And I don't think he's offensive.
I didn't see.
You don't need to. You're not getting knocked out by
what I said.
I think he's just as good at defensive as Shakur. And he might be better. Shakur is dining out off of being 2 weight classes bigger than most of his opponents.
So what Devin doing? Devin bigger than most of his opponents.
So Devin is dining out. Devin definitely is dining out off of being bigger than a lot of his opponents, but not all of them. Like especially not like most of them. Not even most of them.
Who Devin? Well, Devin bigger than most of them dudes.
Nah, he's not bigger than Shakur. He's not big. Sorry, not Shakur, but Santiago. He wasn't bigger than that dude. He wasn't bigger than Linares.
And that guy you knocked out, Antonio. That guy Antonio Devin Haney knocked out. Yeah, that guy was bigger than Devin Haney.
I don't think he was bigger than Abdullayev either.
All right. He wasn't bigger. Okay. he wasn't bigger than none of them. But all them guys, when we talking about skills, fuck out of here, dog.
No, but we're talking about skills. What I'm saying is Shakur is not only like. Listen, Shakur. Like, all I'm saying is Shakur. Most of his career has been at featherweight, and we're acting like most of his career was at 130. Meanwhile, he only had like 4 fights at 130. And even in those fights, he was bigger than those guys, right? But I'm just saying, like, and most of his career, he's been way more skilled and also way bigger. And he didn't even fight the best guys at 126.
Bro,
so
Chitty Smoke. So you agree with Bill Haney?
Let me finish. Most of this myth, like not even myth, most of the narrative, and I'm not saying it's a false narrative, but most of the narrative around Shakur and being this like defensive guy that's an expert at doing distance and all this other stuff is because he is way more skilled than these dudes and also way fucking bigger.
I mean, I ain't even talking about Shakur, whatever with Shakur. I'm talking about how is y'all holding Shakur to this standard, and then when it comes to Devin, it's different. Bro, most of his fights was fought by fucking in Tijuana, some bum ass niggas, dog.
I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying that nobody's saying that Devin Haney has the best defense in boxing. I'm saying that when it comes to Shakur Stevenson, people are saying that he has the best defense in boxing, and I don't think his defense is even better than Devin Haney's. I think it's like about the same and maybe even worse.
No, I disagree, bro.
Because I've seen him get hit with the same shit.
You know why I disagree, Smoke?
And I'll tell you why I say worse.
That don't make sense.
I'll tell you why I say worse.
Smoke, bro.
Listen, I saw Oscar Valdez unload 5 straight right hands on this fucking dude, and he made 0 adjustments. I saw Conceição hitting him with the same goddamn trap left hook over and over again. So for me, that doesn't show like defensive fucking prowess in my book. Let me finish. That doesn't show defensive prowess when you're getting hit with the same fucking shots over and over again. Go ahead.
Hold up.
I want to make a quick point, bro.
I seen JoJo smacking him with the same fucking left hand, back to back to back to back. I seen Linares put his ass on skis, skates, and rollerblades. Like, and then like even everything you said that made Shakur seem like he wasn't shit. All of that shit applied to Devin. All of that shit. He bigger than most of them motherfuckers. And then if he wasn't bigger than them, bro, he outskilled them in these aspects, bro. It wasn't like a 50-50 matchup that he been having, bro. He ain't had none of that shit.
Okay, just real fast. This is not a conversation about either one of them being shit. Just so we understand each other. This ain't about being shit. This is about, and when you talk about Linares put him on Queer Street, that's cool that Linares put him on Queer Street. But that's not what I said. I said about being hit with the same shot over and over again. What didn't happen, even though Linares put him on Queer Street with the one shot, what didn't happen was Linares hitting him with that second fucking shot. Because what Devin Haney did was make the proper adjustment to make sure that other shot didn't land. Now you can make the argument that Shakur didn't get hurt as much as Devin did, so he didn't have to make that adjustment. And I'm fine. I'm open to that thing. I can be charitable with that. All of that. All I'm talking about is when it comes to defensive prowess to me, it's about making sure that second, like once somebody lands a clean shot on you like that you make the adjustment to make sure that shot doesn't land again. And I see Devin do that. I have not seen Shakur do it. Now, if you're saying that if you're going to say that JoJo Diaz was able to hit him with the same shot over and over again, that's maybe you need to tell me what shot it was. So then I'll go back and look at it.
The reason why I believe Shakur is the best defensive fighter at 135 is because like Devin Haney got touched more than Tank, bro, in his career. I watched the last fight, bro. Devin Haney got touched more than Tank. I believe Tank's the second best defensive fighter at 135 after Shakur.
How is that? How is that? He was getting out boxed.
You guys think that Tank Davis get touched a lot? Tank Davis knocks out his opponent. It doesn't go 12 rounds. Listen, bro. Yeah, Tank Davis knocks out his opponents less than 12 rounds. So he doesn't get touched a lot than Devin Haney.
There's now like a bunch of murmuring happening.
Hey, smoke.
I have one question for David.
They both for Gamboa. They both for Gamboa. They both for Gamboa. And Gamboa threw a lot of punches.
Hey, David, I have a question for you. Do you know how many fights Tank has had at 135?
No, he doesn't.
Nah, I didn't call them.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
They both for Gambo. They both for Gambo. I want to make my quick point. Listen, Butch. Listen, Butch.
Conversation with David because he doesn't know what. That's why you can't have a proper conversation.
Gambo threw.
Talking about.
Gambo threw over 400 punches. Over 400 punches against Tank. He only touched him 70. I want to make a quick point. Butch, shut up.
Had like 8 or 9 fights at 135. So
I don't even know how many fights Tank had at 135.
See, Butch, let me talk, bro.
Yeah,
let me talk.
You gotta understand, he was fighting above the one.
Who did you say had only had 8 or 9 fights at 135?
Smoke, listen. He was fighting above the 135-pound limit for most of his early career.
No, hold up a second. Who are we talking about? I don't know who we're talking about. You said he. They're all he's.
Devin.
Okay, Devin only had. You said so. Wait, so you're saying that Devin only had 8 or 9 fights at 135?
Yeah, I don't think it's more than 10, if I can remember.
Okay, cool. So 8 or 9 or more than 10. So you might want to come back with that. But my question is, do you know how many fights Tank had at 135, right?
Yeah, single digits. 3.
Thanks.
So is it 4
Maybe
now?
4? I think it's 4. I think it's Hector Garcia, a guy who never fought at 135. Gamboa, who never did shit at 135. Rolly also never did shit at 135. And who else? 3 guys.
Yeah, Cruz. Only 4.
Oh, Cruz. A guy who was ranked, who was a top 10 ranked in Ring Magazine. So like one guy who actually had like a legitimate fucking rank at 135. So we got 4 guys. He's had 4 fights at 135. So just when you start talking about like only Devin only had 10. Like understand that's
mate.
That 10
mate. He's had almost 16.
More than
he's had almost 16 fights, mate. He's had almost 16, 17 fights at 135, mate.
But we said legit.
It's more than double than the guy who talked about in Tank. And we all know that Shakur has had 0, a big fucking donut at 135.
What is that guy? I'm lost. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm lost.
I mean, I'm not even arguing none of that shit y'all really talking about, the Tank and all of this. I'm talking about Devin. What make him exempt from fucking the shit y'all saying that applying to Shakur and the shit that's applying to Tank?
Oh, I tell you what makes him exempt. I told you. The same shit that made it overrated.
Because you were just.
It's very fast. It's very easy. No, it's very easy.
Facts.
The only thing about this whole conversation is where these guys are rated. It's not about the actual with their ability, right? Like when it comes to their ability, I think they're about the same when it comes to defense, when it comes to Shakur and Devin. The issue is nobody fucking rates Devin's defense. Meanwhile, they're saying Shakur has the best defense in all of fucking boxing.
What you mean don't nobody rate Devin defense?
I'm saying that nobody thinks he's a defensive fighter. What they think is he clinches.
Yes, they do.
What I hear from Devin, that will tell you, and you can clear this up for me. What I hear is he's over his accolades are overrated because who the fuck is Kambosos?
He is.
Let me finish. I hear that he's pillow fisted, and I hear that he caps. I don't hear that he's a defensive fighter on the level of a Shakur Stevenson. I've never heard anybody say that. I'm the person who's saying that.
That's because when niggas was doing that, niggas said, "Oh yeah, he not." Yeah, I mean, Shakur separated himself. That's it.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like you're saying that thing, but my point is I've never even heard anybody say it. And now we can have a conversation about whether or not what I'm saying is true. But nobody's talking about how Devin Haney is one of the most defensive fucking sound fighters in all of boxing. I don't hear that. And are the best defensive fighter in all of boxing.
At one point, they
hold up. You just want people to say that he is the best, not just a good defensive fighter. Because if you calling somebody out here a pure boxer, bro, defense coming with that. If a motherfucker see you as a boxer that's getting hitting and not getting hit, defense comes with that, bro. So when we talking about Devin, bro, it's not like we don't think he don't got defense. No, some people may not think he got the best defense, but the ones that do. Just like you do, just like Tony Boswell and a few other people that you could talk to. But for me, that nigga overrated, bro.
I would just say, hold up a second. This conversation. Okay. So hold up a second. Like I wasn't saying that Shakur himself is overrated. I was saying Shakur's O is overrated. Like that's what I was saying. And the only
That's
reason
what
why
I'm
I'm saying
talking
Shakur is
about.
always over. The only reason why I'm saying Shakur is always overrated is because people are now projecting him to be the best, second best, or third best lightweight, even though he's never had a fight there. That's why I'm saying he's overrated. Not because he can't fight.
But that's
His
what I
weight
said
is
with
great.
Devin.
Like let me
Devin is
get through this.
overrated, bro.
Let me get through this, just so you can understand what I'm saying. When it comes to Devin Haney, all people do is talk about how he hasn't earned his fucking spot. They don't talk about how he's the best anything. All they say is he has all the belts. Meanwhile, when it comes to Shakur, they talk about how he's the best. That's why I'm saying one is overrated and one isn't.
You know, Shakur takes nigga shit, right? It's hard to debate that shit, bro. He took Valdez shit. He took the glory off that motherfucker. He took everything that Valdez had. That nigga took that. Hold on. Everything. Campos ain't never had shit, bro. He never had nothing. Never did, bro. Never did.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Never did, bro. Because nobody. Listen. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Nah.
Let me finish. Because you're not making any sense.
Come on, let me finish it.
I can't let you finish
Say what I
bullshit.
wanted to say, bro.
So again, Shakur took everything that Valdez had. Glory,
what did Valdez have?
all that shit. Shakur snatched that shit in one.
How much let method go, bro?
Hold on, nigga. Let me finish what I'm saying, so it'll be clear.
Hopefully, he'll land his fucking plane.
And even with Cam, so when you say Cambosis, he ain't really have shit. That nigga Cambosis was a fan of Tank. That nigga, like, what are we talking about? Like when Ryan was talking to that nigga, he was like, yeah, but even still, even Cambosis in his own world recognized that Tank. It's just how you can see that shot. That nigga acted, bro. Like he know that shit. So he ain't really. Yes, Dev got the belts off of him. But even to this day, because we even see when Bill gonna line, it's always about Tank, nigga. Like it's like all them niggas recognize that Tank is the baddest in that division, bro. They recognize that shit. And it's a fact, bro. He ain't really take shit because Tank still got all that.
Hey, Method. I want to make a quick point, bro. I want to make a quick point. Y'all interrupted me when I was making a quick point, bro.
About to go. Then
you make a point.
Go after
You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing, man. You're not making no
I'm gonna leave after this, bro. I'm gonna leave after this, bro. I'm gonna leave, bro.
Come on, man. All right, Butch. Hold up. David said he's got to go. So let South Africa do it.
Yeah, I was making a point. When Devin Haney fought Gambo and Tank fought Gambo, Gamboa threw over 400 punches against Tank and only landed 74 punches on Tank, right? When Gamboa fought Devin Haney, he threw over 300 punches and then landed like 84. So my question is to you guys, who miss more? We know that Gamboa threw over 400. So Tank Davis obviously made Gamboa miss more punches because he threw over 400. When he threw against Devin, he threw less. So he landed 83 on Devin Haney and 74 on Tank. Now, who's the best defensive fighter? Devin Haney said they proved in 12 rounds. Listen. Tank Davis knocked out Gamboa in 12th round. In the 12th round, bro. And Devin Haney won 12 rounds saying that he will beat Gamboa better than Tank. He said he'll perform better than Tank. But he got hit more. He got hit more, bro.
What the fuck are you
Okay. My point is that Tank Davis is better defensive fighter.
Your question actually belies your ignorance, and if you gotta go,
check on
we don't have time for it.
Go check on the Zebras.
That question on his face just shows that you don't.
You see, guys, you can't answer that question.
You're chatting.
So to what David's saying is that Tank is a master, make you miss, make you pay. I don't know about what was it saying? Defense,
a master of it, huh?
What they say? Boxing, not getting no boxing is make you miss, make you fucking pay. Tank is a master of that shit. That's boxing. When you learn boxing, it's always
before you start Method. Before you start to sell us on Tank some more for another week, Butch was next.
Hey, my bad, Butch. Go ahead.
We know you're gonna sell us on Tank. Listen, we're looking forward to you selling us on Tank next week too. But Butch was next.
No. Thank you, OG Smoke, fam. Obviously, Q been waiting, innit? You get me? I'm gonna go after Q, fam. Go ahead, Q.
Yeah, man. Back to the topic of discussion, man. But yes, bro. The reason why I'm not gonna sit over here and be like, nah, Devin, not overrated, bro. Dude, he's on the pound for pound list. I don't give a fuck what they and Devin. Like, no, the nigga fought to get on the pound for pound list. All that. He got the belts. And with all of that being done, bro, that is overrated. If you want to go through and pick away and pick at his resume, because that was that is the reason why you would say, oh, if you respect his resume, then you will respect his own. You look at Devin resume, if you don't respect Tank resume, you don't respect Shakur resume, you're not going to respect Devin resume, bro. He's fought some of the same people Tank fought and beat up after Tank did it and shit. The Nares, the Kambosos, bro. I'm going to be honest, like the second Kambosos fight, bro, told it all, bro. Kambosos is trash. And I don't care if don't nobody like me saying that shit. Dude, an uppercase bum, dog. Capital B, bro.
Okay, so let me just ask you this. Let me ask you this. Who says Devin Haney is the best at 135? How many organizations are saying that? Because I've seen a bunch of organizations say it's either Tank or Shakur.
Or organizations? Like what organizations you talking about?
Like Transnational Boxing, Ring Magazine, Box Rec.
What was your question?
ESPN.
What was your question?
Like I was saying, my question was, which organization has Devin Haney as the top lightweight?
Well, because I'll say this: the reason why, like ultimately, he got all the belts, he did all that, he undisputed. All of them guys we talking about, he don't pass their eye test, my guy. Because
no, I got it, but
they seeing something that is not what people that Bill and some of these people that say Devin is number one, because I know multiple people that say Devin is number one, say that he's that. They not seeing the same thing, bro.
Right. I got you. That's why the idea about being overrated becomes into play. When it comes to Devin Haney, he seems to be accurately rated. He's not overrated. He's not. Nobody's talking about him being the number one anything. The only thing they say about Devin Haney is he has all the belts, so he's the man to beat because he has all the belts. So now the idea about him being overrated because of his skills doesn't really play. It doesn't map on to the way that people are talking about Tank or Shakur, because they don't talk about Shakur is only there because of his accolades. Like literally his accolades, neither one of their accolades are really that impressive. Like you can talk about Devin, you can talk about Tanks being the 3-time in one division, and that's kind of impressive to me, but I'm the only one who really even talks about that. Well, like really, when people talk about Tank, they say like he's an underrated boxer and he has, and he's one of the biggest punchers in all of the sport. Now that's not overrated. Like Tank is the most, like he is one of the biggest punchers in all the sport. That's not overrated. What makes him overrated, in my opinion, is that he keeps fighting the same style of fighter. They're either guys who stand there and trade and throw a ton of punches who are stuck in cement, or they come right at him. So because he's fighting the same kind of fighter, his O seems overrated to me. The other, when it comes to Shakur, when it comes to his O being overrated, is because most of his fucking career has been spent at featherweight fighting nobodies. So when they're talking about him being the best in boxing, it's against fucking nobodies.
But again, like it's the eye test, and then another reason why is because Devin is in a division where that shit is hella top heavy and close. When you go look at all these other guys, the 147, the top guys there, it's only one, maybe two people that you like, I don't know. But with Devin, bro, it's multiple people. And in 30 and 35, where we like, man, I don't know. All the other guys, it's not that many people. It's not a lot of people. Canelo might be the next one where he got 2, 3, 4 people that people rating up or around you, or maybe even better. It's no other divisions where it's like that. It's not like that with Earl Spence and Bud, because it's only them two. It ain't like that with a New Way and that, because it's only him and another guy in a different weight division, So with Devin, it's multiple guys in that same weight division, and they picking who they got over Devin. He haven't fought him yet, but that's why it's like that. It's multiple. It ain't that many people to compare him with other people.
Let me ask you this. Let me just ask you this. Who has the best jab in boxing?
The best jab in boxing?
I think you got to give that edge to Earl Spence slightly.
Okay, hell no.
No. That should be out
Bivol
of
might
my
have the
head.
best jab in boxing, bro.
Yeah.
Okay,
Bivol.
Errol Spence. Okay, cool. Excellent.
I
So,
say Devin.
okay, cool. Who's the best footwork in boxing?
Foot.
Bud.
Bud, Tank, a new way, one of them type
Okay,
shit.
cool. Okay, awesome. Okay, cool. Who has the best defense in boxing?
I'll say Bivol.
Shakur. Might be Shakur.
Bivol.
Okay, great, awesome. You notice my like none of the names when I go through these categories, you're saying Devin Haney. I could go like who has the best power in boxing. You might say like Tank and all this. Like, literally, Devin is not. When I say overrated,
Devin, I said
like just so we understand, what the conversation, right?
I said Devin had the jab. We ain't gonna go over like.
I got you, but other people are saying Errol Spence, which I think is a really great pick. People are saying Bivol, which I think is a really great pick.
Yeah.
Like I think that most people will say those two guys over fucking Devin Haney.
I've seen Bivol beat the shit out of Canelo with a jab and Zerda with a jab, bro.
Yeah, I mean, and they got
right. So like when we're talking, so just so we understand, we're like rated is synonymous with ranked.
Power matters too.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think Devin is accurately rated. I don't think Devin is overrated or maybe slightly even underrated, but definitely not overrated.
Is the word overhyped the word that Smoke trying to use?
No, overhyped. Now we can really get into it because I think fucking that. Yeah, I definitely think he was overhyped.
We're talking about his old though. Him being
we're talking about the old being overrated.
Like for the simple fact, and we looking at like, man, Shakur shit over, and, Tank like, his shit is too, bro. Because like,
no.
Come on, man.
Shakur and Tank got something that they really taking niggas shit, bro. And it's
saying
and the
taking
niggas
shit.
And the niggas shit they
Why do you
taking
keep saying
niggas not
taking
no
niggas shit?
ain't
Devin takes people's shit as well. Fam.
Who shit did he take?
Who shit did he take? Did Rolly take off Rolly? What did he take off Rolly?
Again, who shit did he take? Who shit did he take?
Take off Rolly? What did he take off?
You don't. We ain't talking about Rolly. Who shit? Who shit?
So what did he take off Hector Garcia? What did he take off Rolly? What did he take off fucking Isak?
Who shit did Dev take? Because who shit did Dev take?
His fucking shit. Then he held it in his face.
Campos really ain't never had nothing. That's cool.
Really ain't. He did.
It's cool.
Listen, Method. I'm tired of talking this hypotheticals with you and not talking facts. I'm talking facts. Cambosis had belts. He won the belts from fucking Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez won the fucking belts from Lomachenko. Do you understand that? Tank Davis had nothing to do with any of that shit.
Tio was the IBF champion. He got the belt off Loma. Then when he had to defend all of them, he lost. Right. So I'll say Tio was a good IBF champion. Right. Cool IBF champion. Right. Cambosis got the shits. He went out there for a dab twice. Yeah, I mean, he really had it. He ain't a stain for real, bro. He ain't a stain. Valdez was somebody, bro.
So you're giving him
somebody.
He's still strongly you boxing fans. He's still strongly you boxing fans. One guy. He's still strongly you boxing guy. You boxing fans. One guy gets one or two losses. One guy gets one loss, two losses. Then you just chuck him underneath the bus. You just chuck him underneath the bus. You got one loss, two losses. That's it. Done. Over.
Better yet, I'm out you out. Kaseko and Cambosis is damn near around the same. If anything.
Yeah, I would
let
say.
me ask you this, Cash. Real shit. Is Alexander Usyk beating Anthony Joshua and taking his belts off of him more impressive than Devin Haney beating Kambosos and taking his belts off of him?
Alexander Usyk more impressive.
Yeah, is beating Anthony Joshua more impressive than beating George Kambosos?
For Usyk, yes, because Usyk came up from the lower division.
Yes,
okay, so we should all be able to agree that who you fight is more important than what you take off of them, right?
No, it's actually you as a fighter too. It's not just you who you fight. It's like the reason why Usyk beating him is more impressive is because Usyk was a cruiserweight moving up.
Who's?
So it's not because Anthony Joshua is a better fighter than George Kambosos in his weight class.
I mean that has something to do. That has something to do with it. But that's the issue, right? So Anthony Joshua is more accomplished right? But we also saw Anthony Joshua get stopped by Andy Ruiz. Meanwhile, Kambosos was an undefeated fighter.
But he
so
also
like while I would
back
agree
and
with
beat
you,
Andy Ruiz.
I would agree with you, right? That like AJ fought better competition on his while being an undefeated fighter. Definitely would agree with you. But the AJ that Usyk fought was not that guy. Right? He wasn't the undefeated guy.
Right. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So let's go here then. Was Earl Spence beating Kell Brook more impressive than Devin Haney beating George Kambosos?
No.
So you think that George Kambosos is a
so
better
I think
fighter than Kell Brook?
so here's the thing. So the question really is Kambosos beating Tio, that version of Tio, better than Kell Brook beating that version of Sean Porter, to be like reductive, to like try to reduce like these fighters to like just one fight, which might be an oversimplification, but I don't know.
All I'm saying is the reason that there are more impressive undisputed runs than others is because who you beat on that undisputed run matters. The reason that there are certain fights that we consider a better win than others because who you actually beat matters more than what you get from them. So, for instance, we can talk about Devin right now. He got them belts for Kambosos, became the youngest undisputed champion that we have had, and he's the undisputed champion. If he beats Gervonta Tank Davis for no belts, for 0 belts, that'll mean 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times more than anything he did with George Kambosos.
Why is that though? Why is that? I don't understand.
Well, because
George Kambosos
Kambosos
got a better resume than Tank Davis. Now, how is that possible?
I don't know if he has a better resume. I don't think he has a better resume. I'm sorry, go ahead. Let not go. One at a time, guys. Let knockouts do this thing. This is knockouts thing. This is knockouts world. Is his premise. Is his argument. Let him go.
I didn't put Kambosos on the pound for pound. Kambosos on the pound for pound. Tank Davis ain't been on the pound for pound.
There are certain
one at a time. Let knockout. Just let Cass finish and then go
ahead, Cass. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
Obviously, that's fine. If that's how knockout wants to, you get me, see the tide, then that's fine. I understand where he's coming from, but I'm talking about accolades. I'm talking about what's gonna go down in history. Him defeating. Okay, you're talking about overall in a whole consensus. In his whole resume career, that's fine. That's making more sense. Maybe I have to double back on that because I'm talking about his whole career. But in the 135 division, in that weight class, him being Tank Davis that don't mean shit. I'd rather beat Kambosos for all the belts, undisputed. That's
it's
what I'm
not
on.
true, bro.
Yeah, because you're crazy as fuck, Butch. But go ahead, Knockout.
I would say, and I mean, bro, you a fight fan. I know you love boxing, bro. You hop on all these panels and shit. So I ain't saying you ain't a good fight fan. If that's how you view shit, then bro, that's on you. You a grown ass man. But I'm just saying, for me, bro, I care more about who you actually beat to get something. So for me, like, cool, Kambosos is cool. But dog, if Devin beat Tank, I don't give a fuck about what he did with Kambosos. That shit mean much more to me. Like, let's look at Monster anyway. We got a big fight coming up with him. Undisputed, multiple division champion. That shit great, bro. But if he beat Cool Boy, if he fucking put hands on Cool Boy, bro, I'm giving him more credit for that win, and that shit ain't for nothing but 2 belts. He getting more credit for that shit than anything that he has ever done in his career from me. Because
Tank Davis has done nothing at 135. Tank Davis has done nothing at 135. He's not even sniffed none of those belts. You just discrediting everything Kambosos has done. He's got a better win at 135 than Tank does.
Again, bro. Monster anyway has done nothing at 122 pounds. But the thing I just said, it worked for Cool Boy too. If Cool Boy beats Monster anyway, bro, that's gonna mean more for his career, and that's gonna be the most impressive win of his resume that he's ever had, bro. And Monster anyway, like Tank, Monster anyway never fought at 122 pounds before, bro.
So
who you fight? Who you get in the ring with, bro? All I'm saying, and then because I ain't trying to change your mind. It's just my opinion. I can tell you right now, you ain't gonna change my mind. But to me, it's more important about who you fight and who you beat than the belts or what you get off of the person that you beat. Because it's been plenty. Like for instance, bro, Terrence Bud Crawford. I give Terrence Bud Crawford way more credit for what he did to Sean Porter than what he did to Julius Ndongo. But he got way more accolades and way more belts off of Ndongo, and all he did was defend his belt against Sean Porter. again, who you fight matters more than what you get from them, bro.
Knockout. Let me pause you there. Knockout. Let me pause you there now. No, let me pause you there now. You can't really see. That's what I'm saying. You're missing the point. Cambosos had all those belts. In Dongo and Sean Porter, they didn't have all the belts. They had 1 or 2 belts. That's the difference. If Ndongo had all the belts, like how Crawford didn't have no belts, and Ndongo had all the belts, and Crawford beat him for all the belts, I'm putting that win over Sean Porter. I understand where you're coming from as there being better fighters, but more skilled fighters. No. Accolades come before that. Accolades come before skills, and I'm sorry about that. That's how I see it. Cambosos has done more at 135 than fucking Tank Davis.
Quick thing before you go.
It's simple as he's got a better win in his resume than Tank Davis does in 135.
Just hold up a second because I want to just make sure that we're in the same universal conversation.
Come on, Knockout, man.
Just
Tank
real
Davis
fast,
sniffed the
guys.
belts,
Just hold on a
it would have
second.
been different. Tank Davis ain't sniffed nothing. He ain't sniffed no belts.
Hold up a
second. He ain't even fought for no belts. Come on,
damn, Cass, you going crazy.
Right.
He's giving this guy Tank credit.
All that fall breathing nonsense. Hey, go groom the king too. Go do that shit.
He's just happy because he's knocking guys out.
So here's the thing. So here's the thing. So here's the thing. I'm gonna go real fast.
Calvin Ford and him say, "Oh, we don't care about the belts." But then why do you double back and say, "Oh, well, he's a 3 division world champion. He got regular belt." Why do you talk about that then if you don't care about the belts?
So we put it so we understand each other. Like Errol Spence's run through 147. At no point did he actually face a pound for pound guy in that weight division. Mikey Garcia was a pound for pound guy, but it's because of what he did in the lower weight class. Right? So when we talk about Cambosos' win over Tio, that win was not only against a unified champion, but it was also a unified champion pound for pound guy. Right? So when we started discounting guys based on accolades or whatever, or like who they fought and other stuff, I feel like Cambosos might not have got the credit that he deserved off of being Tio from guys like Knockout, who has the metric of if you beat that guy in a fight, then that means you're better than him.
I don't disagree with nothing you said. Cambosos is a better fighter than Teofimo. I don't disagree with you.
And Teofimo is a better fighter than Loma, right? So like the idea that like all of a sudden you get all this credit from Tank, who's not proven to have, like, he doesn't have a guy on his resume that's even the Teofimo level of a win.
Exactly.
That's where it becomes like weird. Right?
Where do you get this from? Rolly, he ain't shit. Rolly's been doing judo longer than he's been doing boxing for.
Hold up. You didn't clarify
to watch Teofimo fight.
First, but you didn't clarify the better resume. You didn't say the better resume at 135. You just said the better resume, but you didn't clarify, bro.
To say that Tank Davis has nobody that's as good as Teofimo on his resume, when we saw what Cambosos did to Teofimo, and we see what Teofimo looks like at 140, to act like guys like Pedraza or Barrios ain't got no smoke for Teofimo, bro. To act like Isak Pitbull Cruz, Pitbull ass wouldn't have no smoke for Teofimo, bro. You're being disingenuous, bro. You're not keeping it 100 if you really know boxing like that.
No,
like,
it is. It's about how tough.
If a Barrios versus Teofimo fight get announced at 140 tomorrow, who really feel comfortable just saying Teofimo finna beat Barrios, bro?
I do.
Me.
Barrios
he's going to
I don't.
All right, bro. Whatever.
I think Barrios will stop Tio to keep it 100, bro. He gonna stop that.
But I'm not gonna give either fighter credit for a fight they haven't fought yet.
I get that. I just don't live in triangle theories about a lot of this shit sound like triangle theories and dumb. It sound dumb as shit. Like Tio good, right? So back to the Tio Loma shit. I'm like, I'm not. All right, so So right now, right? So me the Devin situation, right? So it's Cambosos Tio Loma, right? So Tio beat Loma, Cambosos beat Tio, and then it's like they all okay. I mean, Loma has had the better career. I mean, Tio's now 140. Loma can't go to 40. You see what I'm saying? So then it's like, Tio is a better big man. You see what I'm saying? But Loma's still in pursuit of being one of the best lightweights in history. So it's I just don't get what niggas getting with this. You know what I mean? To keep trying to compare Cambosos to Tank and say what he might do to Tank sounds crazy to me. You know, he ain't that good. You can just see it shit for yourself. I think everything else is really open.
I'll tell you where your fixation on this on Kambosos falls short is that Kambosos is the opponent. So you keep comparing Kambosos to Tank instead of comparing Kambosos to Tank's opponents.
Yeah, you're not getting it, Method. That's what I'm saying to you. You're doing it backwards.
Nigga.
Kambosos is better than fucking Rolly. He's better than Issa Cruz. He's better than Udis.
No, he's not, bro. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Okay.
He is better. He is 100% better than Rolly Romero. He's 100% better than Rolly Romero. But to say he's better than Issa Cruz, or to say he's better than Pedraza, or to say that he's better than Barrios.
I didn't say Pedraza. I said
to say that he's better than Hector Luis Garcia, bro. Like, nah, dog. Hold up a second. I think we need to provide the context. Pedraza, Tank fought Pedraza as an undefeated fighter at 130 pounds. Like Kambosos is a lightweight, not a super featherweight.
Kambosos was a plus. What was he a minor? What was he a plus? What against Teofimo Lopez? What was he?
I don't give a fuck what he was, bro. I really don't give a fuck what he was. He beat him. Okay, cool. It still don't take away from who the fuck he is. He beat T.O. He's a better man than T.O. that night. He still ain't, in my opinion, no respect. He's still a C fighter. It don't change. T.O. just fought down to be a C fighter that night. He looked like shit.
Okay,
T.O. in my opinion, he's a B fighter.
All I'm gonna tell you is like. George Kambosos did something that Tank has never done and Tank's opposition's never done, and that is step between the ropes to face a pound for pound fighter. So why are you discounting fucking Kambosos? Just understand.
Who was the pound for pound fighter that
Tank hasn't done in the division?
The pound for pound fighter that Kambosos fought was Teofimo Lopez.
Teofimo Lopez was never a pound for pound fighter.
Of course he was.
I don't care what the said. I don't care what the list said. Hold on. I don't care what the list said. That dude was never a pound for pound fighter. That dude was never a pound for pound fighter. That dude had problems with the wino they found in Mexico. His first fight was there. He had problems with goddamn the Spanish dude. That dude is not a pound for pound fighter. Stop saying that bullshit.
We didn't put him on there. He was on there. We didn't put him on there.
But he don't want to go with fat.
Yeah, I'm not going subjective. I'm going objective. When I said pound for pound list, it's not because I agree with the pound for pound list.
Yeah, we didn't put him on there. We didn't put him on there. They put him on there. The same way how they did.
I don't care who put him on there.
All right.
I said you on this panel are propagating that bullshit when you know it's bullshit.
I don't care who put him on there,
bro.
Everything you say.
Hold up. This went real fast. Is saying that Arturo Gatti is a Hall of Famer propagating bullshit, or is it statement?
No, that's a fact. That's
what we're saying. He's a fact.
He's in the Hall of Fame.
Teofimo
has never been. No. Listen to me. Teofimo Lopez has never been a pound for pound fighter, and that's a fact.
Okay, the fact is that contradicts what you just said.
And the fact is you propagating that bullshit. That's the fact.
I got you, Mr. Moore, but let me finish this. Like, because I'm not coming up with my own pound for pound list and then arguing that he is a pound for pound fighter because of my own personal list. The only reason I said he's a pound for pound fighter, which is the person who advanced this idea, was because objectively speaking, I can pull up a pound for pound list from a reputable fucking organization and he will be on it.
I don't give a fuck. You still shouldn't be repeating that bullshit because you know it's bullshit.
Okay. But it's also a fact.
But it doesn't dispute the fact, OG Shelton. He's still on there.
He ain't shit.
He's still
That's
on
a fact.
Conor Benn passed the drug test.
Listen, I'm not trying to say that Arturo Gatti was shit or ain't shit. All I'm saying is the guy's in the Hall of Fame.
Knock out Devin Haney, but now he ain't shit. Come on, man.
Kambosos ain't shit no more, right?
Yeah, all right. Kambosos was never shit. He went life and death with Mickey Bay, and he went life and death with fucking what's the other dude's name? From England. Who's the other dude from England?
Hold up. One quick thing. Mr. Moore, you can pick it up when you get ready. Just hold on 1 second. Guys, hold up 1 second. Just hold up 1 second because I want to let you guys go back in it, but I want to do a little bit of housekeeping right quick. Like if you haven't subscribed or you don't know about it, and I expect that everybody does at this point, go to Knockout Boxing, subscribe to his channel, get that debate series. That is one of the sponsored things. That's one of the best things going on on in the YTBC. The other thing that's one of the best things in the YTBC is Champ Ross's prediction league. Like, if you're not a part of that thing, figure out, like, ask Champ Ross, who's in the fucking chat right now, how to get a part of that prediction league. Mr. Moore, whoever else was going in, go back to your guys cooking.
No, I'm saying this dude, you talked about a dude in George Kambosos who went life and death with an old ass Mickey Bay and a washed up Lee Selby. He ain't shit. Never
Mickey
was
Bay's
shit.
not, Mickey Bay's
He
not
had
a bum.
one lucky
Mickey Bay's
hey,
not a bum.
he had one lucky night, Cass. One lucky
No.
night. Just
No,
like
not
Buster
lucky
Douglas.
night.
One
Not
night.
lucky night. Not lucky night. Mickey Bay's. I've seen capabilities of Kambosos being a decent, solid fighter. I never said he's on the level of a Tank. I never said he's on the level of a Devin Haney. I never said he's on the level of a Shakur Stevenson. But I'm saying to you that his accolades speak for itself. He has better accolades than Shakur Stevenson at 145. He's got
The
more
same
accolades
thing I
than Tank
tell.
Davis.
Wait,
He's got more
wait.
accolades than
Cass,
Tank
you just
Davis at 145. I'm not saying
accidentally
that.
agree with me,
I'm not
Cass.
saying that. Listen. I'm not saying
The
that makes him a
same
better
thing I'm
fighter.
telling
You just
you.
I'm not
accidentally
saying that
agree
makes
with
him a
me,
better
bro.
fighter. I'm just saying to you
So
that
you've been
he can
agreeing
beat
with me
people.
this whole
He
time.
can do. Everyone is
Cass.
saying you need to fight
Listen,
me.
Cass.
You need to fight. It's like
Listen.
Keith. Oh, come on.
Listen, this is the facts. That dude won one fight. The same shit I told you about Tiafimo. Yo, born up Tiafimo. He's this, he's that. The motherfucker won one fight. One fight.
Yes,
He
one
actually
fight
only
against
lost
one of the
one
That's the
best.
fight.
only thing he's
Against
ever done.
one of the
The
best.
actual fact
One
is
fucking
that he
fight.
only lost
Against
one
one of the
fight.
best.
And
Smiley Leon Spinks,
I
you
want to
had
repeat the
two
word
guys
Douglas,
train for over a
And
consistency,
in
year
the
to
That's
bro.
a
next
fight
very
each
good
fight,
other.
win.
Jeff
That
And
Taylor.
one
you
fight.
had
That one
12
fight is a very
okay,
good win. That
he
one fight
won
is better
one
than
fight.
pound
Barrios.
for pound
And
That
what
one
fighting.
fight is
happened
better
to
than
his bitch
Barrios.
ass in
That's
the
better
next
That
than
fight?
shit
Isaac
don't make no
Cruz.
sense.
That's
Max
better than
What
Holloway.
happened
Colby.
to his
That's
Hall
better
of
than
Fame?
fucking
Listen,
That's some
Conceição.
hating ass
stop
That
shit.
one
talking.
fight's better than all those
That's some
fights.
What
hating
happened
ass
to
shit.
his
That
pound for
fight's better than
pound
all those
ass in the
Some
next
fights.
hating
fight?
ass
That
shit.
one fight's better
You
than all
tired
those
of that
fights. That
shit.
one fight
What
could cover
happened
That
5
to
shit you
his
fights.
talking
pound
about
for
don't make
pound
no
ass in the
fucking
next fight?
sense.
That one fight could cover 5 fights.
What happened to his pound for pound ass in the next fight?
He lost to another great fighter. That's it.
Okay. Who? George Kambosos is not a pound for pound fighter. He lost to a bum. He lost to a B level fighter.
No, I'm not saying
Teofimo
that. I'm
Lopez
not
is
saying
supposed to be a
I said
pound
Devin Haney.
for
I said
pound
Devin
fighter,
Haney. He
and he
lost
to a B
to another
level
great
fighter.
fighter in Devin Haney.
He lost to a B fighter. He lost to a B fighter
Devin
and
Haney's
George
not a B
Kambosos.
fighter, audition.
No, we're not talking about Haney. We talking about you saying T.O. is this and T.O. is this and T.O. is
No,
that.
not T.O.
And in the next fight, hold on, let me
not
finish.
T.O.
Let
Not
me
T.O.
finish.
Kambosos.
Don't let me finish.
audition.
That's what I'm
No.
talking about. I'm not care what you're talking about. That's what I'm talking
Of
about.
course you don't. Because you get on here acting like a bitch.
Listen to what I'm
You gotta
saying.
get old, bro.
You telling me Teofimo is all of this and all of that. He's a pound for pound this, pound for pound that. In his next fight, he lost to a B fighter. Facts.
He lost to an undefeated fighter.
A B fighter.
Trained for
A B level fighter. Because we know for a fact that George Kambosos ain't shit. I told you he wasn't shit. I told you that.
You don't know
Okay,
that,
hold
OG
up.
Shelby, man.
We're gonna respect
You know
the
better
elders
than
here.
this,
The
man.
elders respect the guy who's got the floor. Like, go ahead, Marcus. Go ahead.
So it really don't matter. It really don't matter what you think of George Kambosos. Because you say he only won one fight, but that's inaccurate and not factual. He actually only lost one fight. And he lost to a fighter who's on the pound for pound list.
Who's them other dudes he fought? Name them other dudes he fought. Besides Mickey Bay and Lee Selby, name the other dudes he fought. You don't even know their name.
You don't understand how to
You don't
fight
even
with
know their
shooters. You
name.
just told your ass to shut up while I'm talking.
I know them OG
Damn.
Shelby.
You don't even know their fucking names.
I know them. I know
Nigga,
them.
I'm not
OG.
listening to you. I'm talking.
You
So
have
if
no
can relax
fucking
for a
idea
minute.
who he fought. Because he's nobody.
Hold
Tell
on,
me you had
Mr.
that one
Moore.
fight.
Let Marcus get his shit off without you like trying to derail his train of thought.
No, he can get his shit off. That's cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got it. But like you're getting triggered by what he's saying. So like, and then you jump in. You let him
Oh,
get
no,
to
I
his
ain't
last point.
offended. No. I was just making my point. Go ahead,
Let him
Marcus.
transport
Go
his
ahead.
fucking concepts. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because the facts are the facts. He fought a pound for pound fighter, and Teofimo Lopez, who was respected as a champion, who did what he had to do to make it happen, and then to say he only won one fight and got lucky it's not factual. These guys trained for over a year to fight each other. At the end of the day, they went 12 rounds. He didn't just knock him out with a lucky punch. They fought for 12 rounds, and he won the fight. Now, he did lose his next fight to a greater fighter. Devin Haney makes most people look bad. So that has nothing to do with whether or not George Kambosos is a as good a fighter or not. At the end of the day, he stepped up to the plate against arguably the best fighter at the division at that time and proved himself. So until anybody else who has a claim for the title steps up and actually makes an offer and gets in the fight with Devin Haney, you can't illegitimize anything that George Kambosos or Devin Haney's done.
Because the only person who's ever beat Kambosos is Devin Haney.
Hey, Kambosos overrated. TO overrated. There you go. Niggas crazy, boy.
Well,
There you go,
either one of
Matthew.
those
There
guys.
you go, Matthew. Thank you, bro.
So just so we understand each
All
other,
right, then, Method, man.
as
Thank
far
you, bro.
as far as February 24th, 2023 is concerned, none of those guys are overrated. But you know who is overrated? Tank and Shakur. I mean, sorry,
Yeah,
who is undefeated,
yeah.
not
They're
overrated.
overrated. Overrated.
But now I think they're overrated, but I will say they're undefeated. That's objectively the fact that they are undefeated. Kambosos is not undefeated, and who's the other guy you just mentioned?
Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah, also not undefeated. So
I'm still waiting for an answer from maybe Knockout or maybe Method or somebody. Maybe why didn't Calvin Ford and tell Tank to go get them belts off
You
Kambosos and
keep
make his
trying to go back
make
to
his
this
legacy great?
conversation, man. Not
You're telling you
already.
Method you came
See the
Method you
problem.
came with
See,
this
you got
prerogative.
Because
you got
Cambo,
This
I
selective
can
memory,
answer,
right?
I
You
can
have
answer that
selective
Came with this
question. But
memory.
when you was
bullshit. What do you mean
when you was
prerogative? What
ranting,
do you
you
mean prerogative?
accidentally admitted
That's
that you
bullshit.
agree to me. So when you get done, I answer your question. But when you was ranting and shit, see, that's why you just let people talk. You actually agree with me and didn't even know it. So the answer to your
I don't
question
rant. Go
is,
ahead.
no, I got you. The answer to your question is because Kambosos ain't worth Tank Davis going to Australia for. And Kambosos was looking for somebody willing to go to Australia. That's the answer to your question. Now the second part was when you were going on your rant, you even said, I'm not gonna say Kambosos is on the level of Tank Davis, but he was the champion, he was this, he was that. So you
Correct.
actually agree with me, bro, that beating Tank Davis, who you say yourself is above Kambosos, does more for Devin Haney than beating Kambosos, irregardless of belt, bro. If I beat
That's what I
someone that's
said.
on a higher
That's
level than
no.
me,
That's what I said.
it
No,
should
that's
be
what I said.
better than
No,
That's
does
not
more for
Devin
me.
Haney. I can tell you that.
no,
That is why
no.
guys like Smoke. That is why my brother Marcus. That is why OG Shelton. That is why Method. That is why Jake Grant Jr., Dub Right Side, BFTB, all the Devin Haney fans. The reason y'all want the Tank fight so bad is because y'all know that is the thing that will take him over the top. That is the fight that will make it undeniable. That is the fight that will truly make Devin Haney the man, bro. Like, let's stop playing games, dog. Let's stop acting with this shit.
hold up,
You kind of
hold
putting
up.
words
If
in
you
mouth.
got,
Incorrect.
yeah, you
You putting
including
words
me
in
in the
Mike's
long
mouth.
list of guys that I won't speak for,
Incorrect.
but I will definitely
Incorrect.
speak for myself. Like when it comes
Incorrect.
to the Tank Davis fight, the reason why I would like to see the Tank Davis fight is more because I think it'll be like an interesting style matchup and like be proficient at the different styles and all the backstory into it and all that other stuff. But I don't think that is the fight. I think actually Loma is probably more important to his legacy and the thing that like the history and tradition of boxing that you're alluding to when it comes to Tank. I think Loma is more important. And if he gets that fight, he can fight other guys and just go up and even fight for vacants and other shit. If he never fights Tank, I think he has a shot of getting that same kind of respect as if he just fought Tank. I don't think he has to fight Tank. Just me. That's just my take on this whole thing.
Yeah,
I
I
think Tank is a
disagree,
great
bro. I
fight.
think they gotta fight each other. I think
No, like,
this shit,
so
I
here's
think
the
they
thing.
gotta fight each other, bro. Like it just
All
is
right.
what it is.
So
Like
here's the
you ain't
so
if you
there's
tank,
the thing
you ain't
about
gonna get your cash straight unless you fight Devin, bro. And it's the
right.
same for
So
Devin, bro. You ain't gonna get what you're looking for
Yeah, but
unless you
I
you
fight
got
said
Tank.
you.
that's what that's what we
Let me
thought,
put
and
it.
that was
Let me
inaccurate.
put it.
You know
Let
what
me
I mean?
put it an analogy for you, right? So I think that when it comes to a Floyd Mayweather, his legacy will always be attached to Antonio Margarito and Paul Williams. But do I think he needs to fight those guys in order for him to beat Floyd Mayweather? Of course not. It's just like one of those things. Like people will talk shit, but like really, you can still be considered the best ever and never fight those guys. It's like the issue is like Tank and Shakur, like those guys. Um, Tank is little bit different than Shakur, but both of those guys, I feel like have have fewer options when it comes to like their legacy defining fights than Devin Haney. Like I think in order to solidify Tank's legacy, he needs Shakur, he needs Devin Haney. If he doesn't fight those guys, then maybe he can go with like a Regis Prograis or maybe a Josh Taylor. Maybe I think he could probably go with Josh Taylor and not fight those guys, and his legacy will be fine. But I don't know. I think his
But
legacy
Smoke,
needs those guys.
how does Tank need them, but they don't need him?
Right, because I'll tell you how. Well, when it comes to Devin Haney, I think that Devin Haney has other options and higher weight classes that he can compete in, whereas Tank seems to be limited to 135.
What option is a bigger fight, and what option is going to put more eyes on him and solidify him
Right.
more than Tank, though? What option
No,
is
I don't think. I don't
bigger than
think.
Tank?
See, here's the thing: is I don't think you need a bigger fight. I think that you can get a bunch of fights. Like I think that, like, all right. So, like right now, I don't think that there is a bigger fight for Devin Haney than Tank Davis. When it comes to like lucrative, right? When it comes to like his money and all that stuff. But when it comes to his legacy, when it comes to like the history and tradition of boxing, outside of the money, Loma is more significant than Tank and Shakur. So if he fights Loma, then what is the point of those other two guys?
Loma's not more significant than Tank right now.
Wait a minute. For his legacy?
I mean, that's opinion based for sure. And then there's even a Josh Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I think that we can all agree that if if Lomachenko never boxed another round, he's getting in the Hall of Fame. Can we say the same thing for Shakur or Tank?
No, you can't. You can't say that. You can't say that for them right now. But right now, bro, like everyone expects Devin to put hands on Loma, bro. Like,
I got you.
Loma does nothing. Loma, like if Devin beats Loma, people are gonna say Loma was coming up, he was in his prime. If he beats, there's nothing for that nigga, bro. He the man, bro.
Right. So I'm going to speak to you because I think that you'll understand where I'm coming from. That like maybe nobody else on the panel or in the chat or like listening playback will understand. Like you understand what is going on with the conversations with Jimmy, right? So Jimmy like thinks that all of these guys, because he wasn't there around it, he can argue about their relative importance. And I feel like guys like Jimmy will talk about how Devin didn't fight Tank and talk about that shit in like 10 years or something like that. But for real, if Devin fights Loma, it'll just be the Jimmys of the world that fucking argue this shit. It's like the same thing about like Loma not fighting. I'm sorry, not Loma, but Floyd not fighting fucking Antonio Margarito. It's some shit to say. Maybe you think he would have won. Maybe even Tank gets into the Hall of Fame. But like right now, the guy to fight for Devin Haney for his legacy and for the history and tradition is fucking Loma, not Shakur. The Loma, like where Shakur and Tank exist in, is the world of like right now when it comes to the hardcore and the diehards. Like right now, we understand that Tank and Shakur probably beat Loma. Those fights become more important, right?
I would tell you this though, bro, and I feel where you're coming from. I would just say this, and I know this ain't you because you telling me what you think, but if Bill Haney, if Devin Haney, if most Devin Haney fans, if they agree with your train of thought, they be spending their time talking about Lomachenko and not so much time talking about Tank Davis, bro.
No, I mean I got you, but those people are also prisoners of the moment, and that's what I'm
Devin
saying.
Haney himself disagree with you. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep Tank Davis' name in their mouth so much.
Bro, listen. All I'm telling you is that like there is a history and a tradition that transcends time, and there's people who existed in the moment. And for me, and I'll tell you what my own personal pain is. I never liked fucking Vladimir Klitschko. I suffered through his whole fucking career holding my nose because I didn't watch Larry Holmes. And now I hear about how Vladimir Klitschko is the fucking man and how he's a beast and people are fucking ducks and less than because they didn't fight this fucking lame. Right? But if you're around for the time, then you understood that Vladimir Klitschko is a fucking lame. And it's the same thing.
I understand what you're saying, bro. I just for me,
I mean, what you're saying is the truth. What you're saying is the truth.
Bro,
21 title defenses, you can't deny that. You can't deny 21 title defenses. I don't care who it was against.
Correct.
Tank, though, bro,
correct. That's the whole point.
Tank, what I would say, bro, the same way I'm talking about Devin, like to me, like Tank could go beat Loma, but even if Devin beats Loma and Tank go fight Loma or whatever, or Devin and Loma don't fight and Tank fight Loma, I'm still gonna be looking like, yeah, bro, that's cool, but I need you to get that Devin smoke, bro. The Devin fight mean more because Loma, in my opinion, they all waited too long, bro. They not gonna get what they thought they were gonna get if they'd have fought Loma 2, 3, 4 years ago, bro. Like that's where I'm at. I just want to see. I think I know who the best fighters are at 135, and to me, that's Tank and Devin. Shakur ain't fought there yet, and until they get smoked with each other, bro, everything else they do is kind of, it is what it is, bro. Do y'all
And
think I need to
I
see
hear
a
you.
fight?
I hear you. But that is the experience of being in the moment and fight fan. Like if you look at it from a long-term thing, like I hear all kinds of arguments about how Povetkin's resume is better than Wilder's. And why did they say that? Because he's got Chris Bird and Hasim Rahman on it. Like if you understand what was going on at the time, those dudes were years removed from them being relevant, and they were never that good. But like, if people didn't live through that time, all they look at is Chris Bird and Hasim Rahman and say, "Yeah, those are great wins." Not when fucking Povetkin fought him, and like they were questionable wins at the time, at the height of their fucking powers.
I got you. So basically, beating Loma is better because it's great for the people who ain't got no memory. They don't know what I'm talking about.
Correct, because it's the objective shit. It's the objective shit. It's the objective metrics, right? Like because you didn't live through it, you can't argue the fact that the dude is a 2-time gold medalist. You can't argue with the fact that this dude has up to million fucking title fights, even though the guy hasn't had that many fights. Like all that shit is gonna be their legacy and the narrative is gonna be set in fucking stone, and you're just gonna be an old man arguing against a bunch of kids telling you how great Loma was.
Yeah,
I
agree.
Smoke, I think we should be more in, I think we should, and then I'll be quiet, Marcus. I know you're trying to get in, but I'll be quiet after this. Bro. I think we should that's where I think it's on people like myself and people like you and Method and Marcus and Cass and Shelton and Jay Simon. I think it's on us to like educate the people. So we like, no, you got this wrong. This dude, he was he was old. This dude was coming up 2 weight classes. Because if we use that logic, like it's the same thing. It's like Jorge Linares, based on that, should be the best win on Devin's resume because he was a 4-division champion when he fought him.
It's going to be.
Leo Santa Cruz should be the best win Tank has, even if Tank fights Devin, because Leo Santa Cruz is a 4-division world champ. I know who the best fighters are, and all of us on this panel know what the biggest fight is. And so that's what we should be saying, not arguing technicalities. Well, historically, you know this and that. Nah, bro, we know what's going on. We know that Loma ain't the same Nomashchenko. We know what's going on. We know Leo Santa Cruz.
Yeah, we know his old tech.
Starting at 118 pounds, coming up to fight Tank. Like, we know all of this shit. And so to me, just in my personal opinion, from me, I can't speak on nobody else. And I ain't trying to change nobody's mind. I'm just giving y'all my perspective. For me, Tank Davis ain't gonna get what he looking for from me until I see him get in there with Dev and Shakur, and you show me you can handle them. Same for Devin, same for Shakur, bro. Those gotta smoke each other. What they do to these dudes is past their prime and it's older in their career and shit. That shit don't mean nothing to me because you ain't doing nothing but what you're supposed to do. For Devin, people think Tank can really beat you, so go show him that he can't. For Tank, people think Devin can really beat you, so go show him that he can't. And same for Shakur. That's my only point. That's all I'm saying, and I digress, bro.
I guess everybody got their own definition of what legacy is, and everybody got their right to their opinion. I just look at legacy different. Let me give you an example. Our favorite fighter was Sugar Ray Leonard. Was his legacy stronger fighting Duran than fighting Benitez and Thomas Hearns, who was closer to him in his age? Because Duran was in his early 30s when he fought Ray Leonard. Wilfred Benitez and Tommy Hearns was in the same age with Ray Leonard. So when you define legacy, what is the accurate definition of legacy? Kind of the same thing that's going on with Tank, Devin, and Shakur. I can look at Wilfred Benitez, Thomas Hearns, and Sugar Ray Leonard, but it was all around the same age, in the same era, and in the same weight class. So that was all legacy fights, because they fought when they were supposed to fight. That was part of their legacy. When you fight your era and you possibly can clean out your era, that's part of your boxing legacy, as opposed to fighting somebody pretty much that's not in your era, but still around and still a good fighter. That's all a part of your legacy, whether they're older fighter or younger fighter. That's in your legacy. And Tank, Devin, and Shakur is legacy fights for each guy, because they are from the same era.
I agree.
Kind of,
That's
sort
kinda,
of. Tank, I don't know if Tank is from really the same era as those guys, but maybe kind of.
Again,
That's kind of what I've been.
those facts weren't for nothing. Those facts were for belts. We do know that, right?
Well, outside of
actually, Hearns versus Duran was not for belts.
No, I'm talking about Hearns and Leonard. I'm talking about Hearns and Leonard.
So
yeah.
What that's kind of what I'm saying is that I want these guys of this generation of boxing, is to fight each other instead of trying to live in old man Floyd's era and trying to imitate that shit, because none of these guys are pushing 40 years old, and like they gotta get out of that shit and recognize that they're in their early 20s and get to working. You see what I'm saying? Because by the time they turn around, they don't know, we might have another pandemic. No, they don't know what's going on. So then it's time gonna fly. You're gonna be out. You can probably, because everybody prime different. Yeah, you know what I mean, your prime might be 25 to 27. Your prime, you see what I'm saying? So they gotta fight. You see what I'm saying? To build that legacy. You see what I'm saying? All that living in the old Floyd days when Floyd is 35 and 40, that's gonna be hard to maintain, and legacy ain't gonna be there. People gonna be looking like, damn, you bullshit. You know what I mean? So these guys gotta get to work and fight.
Yeah, method. That's all. And Jay Simon, that's really where that shit is coming from for me. Like, for instance, like, let's say Bud Crawford signs his deal with Golden Boy and he could do 3 fights or whatever, and in 2 or 3 years, he 36, 37 years old, and somehow Virgil Ortiz get the fight and he clipped Bud and beat him and shit at 36, 37 years old. Like, yeah, that's cool. You got Bud Crawford on your resume, but to me, your legacy and more to me, what can you do with Jerron Boots Ennis, bro? That's your generation. And that's where I'm at with Tank and Devin and Shakur. Like, yeah, y'all can get Loma, like, that's cool, but we all know Loma is up there. We all know that he up in age, but I'm trying to see what y'all can do with each other. I'm trying to see what that look like. That means more to me. So that's really the point that I'm making. I'm glad you was able to maybe eloquate it better than what I was trying to do, Jay Simon. But yeah, that's the point. The reason that those mean more to me because they are in the same era to me. And those are the ones.
So you have a Bruce Ennis victory than a Terrence Bob Crawford victory.
Just real quick, because that's just a bit of personal integrity. When I jack somebo's shit, I tell them. Like when I got Mr. Moore off of Big Say So or $150. I definitely got that shit off of him. Now Jay Sai, I'm about to jack Jay Sai off a knockout. Yeah, that's what's up. What's up, Jay Sai? Go ahead, Butch. Do your thing.
No, what I was gonna say is knockout is absolutely right. When a young 24, 25, 26-year-old dude beats a 34, 35, 36-year-old fighter, that doesn't prove nothing to me because you're doing what you're supposed to do. Young man's supposed to be the old man. You ain't doing nothing special.
Nah.
Fight the motherfuckers that's in your age. No. Let me finish. You fight the motherfuckers that's in your age bracket. You fight the motherfuckers you came up with. That's your competition.
When did that become a rule?
Hey, Cass, that's like me. Cass, that's like me debating you. I can't debate you. I got to debate Smoke. I got to debate somebody in my weight class, bro.
Listen. It's been a rule. Listen, it's been a rule all my life, homie.
Hold on,
all my life, homie.
So hold on, you ever
old motherfucker can't do nothing better than me.
You ever beat Boots Ennis?
An old motherfucker can't do nothing better than me. An old motherfucker can't do nothing better than me.
So you ever beat Boots Ennis?
How about you let him finish talking, Butch? Hey, Butch, how about you let him finish talking before you start not making any goddamn sense, man? Let him finish talking first, Butch.
Butch had the mic though. I ain't gonna lie. Butch really had the mic.
Old motherfucker can't do nothing better than me. You're 24 years old. You're supposed to be a killer.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a question.
I can do a couple of things better than you. I can do a couple of things better than Young Bucks. I'm still like raising my babies even though they're grown.
So your and 34, 35, that ain't even old. So if your Virgil Ortiz, you rather go fight and beat Jerron Boots Ennis than Terrence Bob Crawford. Is that what you're telling me right now?
No. I'd rather him fight the guy he's supposed to fight that he could duck the fight out of twice. He ducked that fight twice.
I'm telling you, this is what I'm saying, Cass. If Virgil Ortiz fights Terrence Bud Crawford and Terrence Crawford is 36 years old, that does nothing for me.
Beat him.
It is more.
He's probably gonna beat him.
It is more impressive to fight Jerron Boots Ennis at that point.
No, it's not. It's knockouts. No, it is not knockout.
Just like. So check it, right? So check it, right?
Let me ask you this: knockout. Hold
on. If Earl Spence would have got the Manny Pacquiao fight, see, this is where I get you because I'm too goddamn consistent, bro. If Earl Spence would have got the Manny Pacquiao fight, Manny Pacquiao's more accomplished than Bud. Manny Pacquiao's done way more than Bud Crawford, but his ass is old as fuck. So it would do nothing for me, bro. We would want to still see him and
Manny
see what he can
Pacquiao is
do
an
against
exception.
Crawford.
Pacquiao's not an exception. He's an old fucking man.
Manny Pacquiao is a
The
first
same
ballot Hall
logic
of Famer.
applies, bro.
Manny knockout.
Hey,
Knockout.
he's an
Knockout.
old
Hold on, knockout. Let me
Hey,
rebuttal you.
Butch. Hey, Butch.
Knockout. Let me rebuttal you now.
Butch. I got some real
Manny
advice for you,
Pacquiao is
Butch.
a first ballot Hall of Famer. The same as
Hey,
Terence
Butch. I
Crawford.
got
A
some
first
real
ballot
advice
Hall
for
of
you,
Famer.
Butch.
So what you talking
Let him go. Let me go.
Let me get in real
Explain
quick.
and then get it.
Let me get in real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Knockout. That doesn't make any sense, sir. Because that's like saying, oh yeah, Manny Pacquiao is a first ballot Hall of Famer, the same as Terence Crawford, a first ballot Hall of Famer. Those guys are exceptions. So what are you gonna say? You're gonna take credit away from Usyk for beating Anthony Joshua, or something like that upon those
No,
lines? Is that what you're telling me? Because you're saying, Usyk. So Usyk, wait, hold on. So Usyk should go fight
You
Jared
asked me
Anderson.
what I'm saying. Let me tell you what I'm saying.
No,
What I'm
sorry. Jared
saying is very
Anderson
simple,
should
bro.
go fight.
Beating a
Let him
42-year-old
explain,
Manny
knockout.
Pacquiao.
It's a rhetorical question.
Jared Anderson should go fight with a young guy. Jared Anderson should go
Okay.
fight with a young guy. He shouldn't try and look for a belt, or he shouldn't try to go fight some contenders. Is that what you're telling me? He should go fight the guys
this
at
is
his,
what
in his age group and do
let
this
me
other bullshit.
let me
It's
again
just
tell you what I'm
conversational
telling you,
style.
since you keep
It got
asking me
several
what I'm telling
rhetorical
you.
questions.
This is what I'm telling you, bro. It's a very simple concept. Beating 32-year-old Manny Pacquiao is less impressive than beating a 33, 34-year-old Terence Bud Crawford. Do you get it now?
No one said that. I never said that beating Manny Pacquiao is more impressive than Terence Crawford. I never said that. You tried to say that beating Jerron Boots Ennis is more impressive than beating Terence Bud Crawford. No, it is not.
And so it's
No,
it's the same logic, right? So if Terence Bud Crawford is 36, 37 years old, and
Doesn't
Virgil
matter.
Ortiz beats him, that is not going to be as impressive as beating a 25, 26-year-old Jerron Boots Ennis. You see how that works?
Okay, so look, the reason
Terence
why
Crawford is better
reason,
than Jerron
hold
Boots
on,
Ennis
Butch,
right now.
Hold on, Butch. Hold on. I want to agree with you.
He's also not 37 right now.
I understand
Butch.
what you're saying, knockout. I understand
He's
what you're
also
saying,
not 37 right now.
Hold on, man. Damn. The only reason why I can't fully agree, and this is the problem with not putting the emphasis on the belts, because if you put the emphasis on the belts, like every other sport with a championship, then you end up getting the best fighting the best, and you don't have these problems where you have to say, well, is the timing right, or these guys aren't fighting each other at the right time, right? So if these guys were in line to fight each other for belts, then you wouldn't have to have this conversation. And then on top of that, we talking about niche opinions and being prisoners of the moment. But really, the storyline with Lomachenko and Devin Haney has been established for what, 3-4 years now? Because before Devin even got the Kambosos fight, you had people all over the place arguing that Lomachenko was still the best at the lightweight and that he deserved a shot at the belts because Devin Haney hadn't done anything. So, I mean, we might be here arguing on a small channel. I'm not, and that's not disrespect to Smoke, but most channels on YouTube aren't ESPN. So even though we have an opinion of who might be the best, they haven't fought each other, and the general public think that Lomachenko is still the shit and have no real reason not to think so. So we might be whatever, but I'm still a casual. I can at least I admit it. But at the end of the day, you still got hundreds of thousands and millions of people who think Lomachenko is this gold medalist, super amazing person who's better than Floyd Mayweather. He was pound for pound number one, and Devin Haney's fighting him next. So we could say it won't do nothing for him, but are we being realistic or are we being niche boxing fans? Because that's my point.
I mean, if people are going around saying Lomachenko is better than Floyd, right, then they're not being realistic nor sane. You see what I'm saying? So I try not to dwell into idiocracy, right? Like that's at that point that's stupid. You see what I'm saying? So I like you can't debate with those type of people nor give a fuck what they're saying. Like that's just dumb. You see what I'm saying? If a person don't want to learn that's fucking stupid, then that's on it. You see what I'm saying?
But the talk was about legacy, and that's where it came from.
Right. And hold on, and to what Knockout was saying again, and I'm confused. Like I said, I'm gonna give Butch some grace, right? So again, it's about these young motherfuckers making their own legacy instead of living on old Floyd legacy. It's really that simple. I'm trying to simplify it to the best of my abilities, right? You know, so old Floyd fought a way that he fought, and niggas is like, well, I gotta do what old Floyd did. That's when he got rich. Like, no, you're a young guy. You see what I'm saying? So you're being a young champion or a young fighter. You see what I'm saying? You gotta fight the other young fighters, and you creating your legacy off of that. You see what I'm saying? Like it's cool to knock off some of them old guys, but like I'm saying, is if Virgil beats Jerron Ennis or Jerron Ennis beats Virgil Ortiz, that's greatness. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You being someone that's in your generation. You see what I'm saying? So all people want to be great.
And I 100% agree with that. But when you are a mandatory or interim title holder or a junior belt holder, you are essentially winning the final four over and over again if you don't fight the champion and go for the championship. So we got these guys who we know are good.
With that echo.
But if they don't knock off the champion, then it
That's
doesn't.
from Jay Simon.
Huh? What'd you say?
He muted himself or smoked muted. You good now? Go ahead.
So by not putting yourself in position to advance to the next round and knock off the next best guy, it's like winning the Final Four, watching the other teams compete, or winning the first round of the playoffs and watching the guys who are in the NBA Finals and saying, "Yeah, I'm the man." You know, saying I score more points than these guys. We don't got to play them to prove that we the best. That's weird. This is the only sport that I know of that the best don't fight the best on a consistent basis, and then we allow ourselves to argue over who's the best by not forcing their guy to fight the next best guy. Come on now.
I'm not doing it. I'm calling for the fights, right? And what I'm saying is that some of y'all inadvertently are doing the opposite. And it may not be people in the panel, but this platform, people inadvertently do that and they don't recognize that they are doing it, and it ruins the sport. Some guys want to go around legacy and greatness, and some guys are like, bring it on. You see what I'm saying? And then they got the fan bases and platforms that's like, no, we can go this way and do it that way and fuck the sport up and then not get the best fighting the best. But to each his own.
I think that saying that is slightly ironic to me, because just a moment ago you said that if fans felt, no, my bad, that was Knockout. He said if we were focused on the right thing, we would be talking about Lomachenko right now instead of Tank Davis. But Tank Davis is the guy we think is the best. So of course Devin Haney should still be talking about him.
No, just real quick, Marcus. I didn't say focus on the right thing, but I said if fans truly believe that Lomachenko was the better win for Devin Haney and for his career than Tank Davis, then they'd be talking more about Loma than they're talking about Tank. But even fans, Bill Haney and Devin Haney himself, they know that Tank Davis is the one to do it for him. That's why they talk about him more than the fight that they got coming up. That was what I was saying, bro. But go ahead.
They've been talking about Lomachenko for years now. I think
just to answer, I see Smoke put the question up here from Wiru Yermay. I would say that Terry Norris' signature win, you have to say Meldrick Taylor, because he was in his prime when he fought him. He knocked him out, and he only had one loss when he fought Meldrick Taylor. Some people would try to say Ray Leonard, but Ray Leonard was like 36, 37 years old, well past his prime when Terry Norris fought him. So I like the Meldrick Taylor victory by knocking him out because he was in his prime and he only had one loss when they fought. That's my answer to that question, bro.
Hey, hold up a second. I want to ride the coattails of that thing. I've been talking boxing, with a guy who's on the 92, the U.S. Olympic team, for 30 plus years, right? And that guy told me, and he's sparred with them all. And Nonito might not remember this, but this guy helped prepare him for the Rigo fight. And, maybe Nonito Sr. will remember this guy, maybe not. But this is all King's Gym shit. Point being, this guy says that Terry Norris hit him so fucking hard on the gloves that he remembers it to this day in 2023. But go ahead, guys. You guys keep chopping.
Damn, motherfucker hit hard, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I just wanted to touch on what you guys were saying. I mean, me personally, I feel like Virgil or Boots, if they want a legacy, they should try and dethrone Crawford or Spence rather than each other, because, like, say Virgil beats Boots, even though for us hardcores, including myself, I think, it's a great win, but someone else could turn around and say, Boots has had 30 fights and he hasn't busted a grape, right? So I think it's all about context, right? I think a better accomplishment would be a guy like Crawford, who is a long-reigning champion in multiple divisions, future Hall of Famer, undefeated. I think that taking that guy down would be a better legacy move for Virgil.
Of course.
I think it's more about when you take him down. If he take Bud down this year, then fucking right. But realistically, what we thinking? 2-3 years from now, they
so no one should fight Beterbiev.
when
No one
you
should fight
when you
Beterbiev.
fight him like
Nobody.
Floyd Mayweather beating Manny Pacquiao was far more impressive than what Yordenis Ugas did to him. What Juan Manuel Marquez did to Manny Pacquiao was far more impressive than what Yordenis Ugas did to him. Why is that? Because Manny Pacquiao was younger. He was much more closer to his prime. It's not only who you fight, but who fight them matters the most, which is why we just did the Terry Norris thing. Terry Norris doesn't get as much credit for beating Ray Leonard, not because he didn't have a good name, not because Ray Leonard was not accomplished. It's because when he beat Ray Leonard, he was well past his prime. Same thing when we were talking earlier when I was up here, Spinks and Ali. He doesn't get as credit as Joe Frazier gets for beating Muhammad Ali because of when Joe Frazier was able to beat him versus when Spinks was able to beat him. Y'all keep acting like time.
So what about Bernard Hopkins? When Bernard Hopkins was 40 plus years old,
bro.
he had three primes.
The age that they are when you fight them, that matters, dog. Like that.
No, it doesn't. So no one should fight Beterbiev. So nobody should fight Beterbiev because he's almost 40. Nobody should fight him. Is that what you're saying?
No, he's still closer. He's much more closer to his prime than those guys that I named because he's still undefeated. He still has 100%.
He's still undefeated. Crawford's still undefeated.
But he still has a 100% KO ratio. He's still a unified champion.
So does Crawford. So does Crawford in the welterweight division. So does Crawford in the welterweight division.
If Bivol had beat Bev 2, 3, 4 years ago, yes, it would have been more impressive than him beating him right now because he was younger. No,
it's not more impressive. Beterbiev's got more wins, better wins on his resume than he would have.
It doesn't matter, bro. Hey, there is no way that you can get better by getting older in a physical sport like boxing. It just don't happen, bro. The older that you get,
bro, because he's 4 years old, he's had 2 surgeries. That's why, bro. But Beterbiev is pushing 40 and he's coming off his 3rd surgery.
Let's stop the cap.
No, but you're saying that nobody should. No, I'm saying no one should.
When you're older, you have more wear and tear on you. When you're older, you probably have more injuries. When you're older, you probably have taken more punches to the fucking face. Like, but turn off of that tough ass Yard fight he just had. People act like Yard wasn't tagging his ass too. Like, bro, like when you fight someone matters, dog. Like, we gotta stop this shit, bro. We really do.
Right. So why isn't
I don't agree with that.
Putting himself in position to fight Terrence Bud Crawford
I don't agree with that.
sooner rather than later? Because Terrence Crawford is the champion at the end of the day. So if he wants to knock off a Terrence Bud Crawford, why is he not putting himself in position? Why is he not fighting 4 times in the what is it, the WBO to make sure that
it's the politics of that shit, man. It's bullshit, but it's the politics. He's going the IBF route because he's on Showtime, and that's the easier fight to make because the IBF champion right now is on his side. That's why he ain't going after Bud Crawford.
He ain't fighting no Spence, so that was a waste of time. He should have went WBO route.
Yeah, right. What these dudes do, and I ain't saying that I like it or don't like it, but if there's a route that's in-house, that's what their promoters gonna do, bro. They all do it. I hate it because from getting great fights that we want to see, but that's what happens, bro.
Wait a minute. Am I the only one picking up an echo?
No, you are. It's Jay Simon.
Yeah, it's Jonathan Simon.
No, it's calm now. So, apologies, OG Simon. Go ahead.
No, I think it's Butch because Jay Sai been on there for a minute. Like, yeah, I like that name. Like, Jesus, you guys have the best nicknames out in the foot. I like that. Jay Sai, yeah, I don't think it's him.
So what y'all talking about? Y'all talking about the context of when to fight somebody and when do you get more accolades for fighting the guy?
Pretty much, bro. Yeah. Pretty much. My brother Cass is telling me that it don't matter when you fight somebody, as long as you fight them, you get the same credit.
It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that because
when they're like 39, 40, everyone's still gonna watch it. It doesn't matter.
The people gonna watch it, but you get the same credit. You get the same credit. You get the same credit. It's like just like the boy y'all gave Ugas all this credit for beating a 43-year-old man coming off a 2-year layoff, and I couldn't understand it.
No, I said a lot of the aerosexuals did that just to give.
Yeah, but then that means you discredit. That's what I'm saying. We're discrediting Errol Spence's win.
Shit, I couldn't understand why anybody thought Pacquiao was going to win that fight.
Was it really shit then? That means
I couldn't understand that shit either. He's a 43-year-old man coming off a 2-year layoff, and you think he's This
Shout
guy
out to
that's
all the
come on,
shout
man.
out
That
to
shit
all
don't
the
happen.
Pacquiao fans
So what
that
was
got me
Ugas then?
great
So what was
odds.
Ugas? What was
Shit,
Ugas
we
then?
ate
Was
good
Ugas
that night.
Cambosis then?
A B
What was
level
Ugas?
Ugas is what he was then and what he is
A B,
now. A B level
what B,
fighter.
a B level fighter. Okay then. Okay then.
B level fighter.
Okay then. Cool.
No, so
Ugas is a B
I'll
level
give you an
fighter.
example. If Bivol beats Beterbiev, which I think he will do at this stage, the way Beterbiev slowing down and falling apart, I'll give him credit, but I won't give him the same credit as if he fought the Beterbiev that destroyed a Vodzik or was on the rise and murdering everyone. They looked like a fucking juggernaut. Like we could
I
tell
need to
Beterbiev
pinch
slowing
Yeah,
down.
but
myself, but I think
Jimmy.
I
That means
need
you're
to
taking
pinch
away what
myself, but
credit?
I
What
think
credit
I
are you gonna?
fucking
What
agree
credit
with
are you gonna?
Jimmy,
What
bro.
was Bivol?
The
Yeah, but what
fuck?
was Bivol then? Bivol was nothing then. So what credit are you gonna give Beterbiev for beating a young Bivol? That's what I'm saying to you. Bivol was nothing then.
No. Beterbiev, we already know Beterbiev is a monster. So if he beats Vivo, he's doing what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to beat that dude. He's a monster.
No, but I'm saying to you,
If he
OG Shelton, that
loses,
we're
that
saying
means
that we're
Vivo
not
was
gonna
better than we
give.
thought.
No, but we're saying that we're not
That's
gonna
all
give
that
Bivol
means.
the same credit. No, but I'm saying we're not gonna give Bivol the
Of
same credit that we
course we
gave
gonna
him
give Vivo the same
now.
credit.
No,
Look, of
that's what
course
I
we
said.
gonna
That's
give
what I said.
Vivo the same credit. Ain't nobody else
No,
beat him.
but Knockout and Jimmy are saying
Ain't
that nah, we
nobody
don't
else
get the
Hey,
beat
same credit.
Smoke,
Beterbiev.
that's a good ass comment he left for you, but that's a ragged ass name, bro.
Ain't nobody else beat him. Everybody else have tried, 19 have tried, 19 have failed. Ain't nobody beat him. So he gets full credit for beating Beterbiev. Of course he does.
That's what I said. Any fighter that
Because if
decides to
Beterbiev
sign a
was so
contract
easy to beat,
and get in
if
there.
he was so easy to beat, somebody else would have already did it.
That's a fact. I agree with that. I agree with all that. It would be even more if he beat him a year earlier or 2 years earlier. It would be even more credit. He gonna get full credit. It's gonna make him fucking undisputed for crying out loud. And he's beating an undefeated champion with 100% KO ratio. Like he gonna get credit. But what I'm saying is just basic common sense. Fighting Beterbiev, a 33-year-old Beterbiev is better than 37,
Oh, you get way more
38-year-old.
credit. Yeah, you get way more credit because you got a younger, stronger
I don't
dude.
know what's so hard about it, bro.
You
I
get
don't
a
know
younger,
why
stronger
Cass
dude, of course.
No, because you're not getting it. You're not getting it, man. You can say you give him more
Okay,
credit,
what is it, Butch?
but how
I'm
do we
not getting it.
know?
What is it, Butch?
Beterbiev will not be what he is if he didn't get those wins and he wasn't this age. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. How do you know he wouldn't have been this good at that age? You think so? You think he was better at 33 than he is now?
Yes, he was better when he was fighting on HBO. Yes.
Yes, 100%.
So you don't even remember that part, huh, Butch?
How
He
can
used
you
to fight
how
on
can you say
HBO
that? How
all
can
the
you
time.
say that? Yeah, but how can you say that when he
Because you do
wasn't
not
fighting?
get
How can
better
you
by
wait? Hold
aging
on,
and having more
How can you
injuries.
say
That's
that when
not
he wasn't
like
fighting?
that's
How
how the
can you say
body
that?
works,
How can you
Cass.
say
Like
that he was
the
better
more
at
injuries
HBO when
that
he
you
wasn't
have,
fighting? He wasn't fighting the caliber of opponents. He was fighting
Listen,
not the
listen,
guys that
Butch.
he's fighting
Let me
now.
explain
How
something.
can
Hold
you
on, hold
say
on,
that?
Butch. Hold on, Butch, because
How
you're
can
not
you say
listening.
that when he's
Let me
fighting
explain
lesser?
something to you. Listen to me. Listen
He's
to me. I'm
fighting
explaining
lesser
something to you.
competition.
Charles Barkley said it best, bro. You don't get better as you get older. You just get older.
I don't believe in that shit.
bro,
So
you
Butch,
you
what
can
you're saying,
believe in
man?
it or not believe in it. It's basic, like it's your basic body. The more surgeries that you have, the more times you have to go under that knife, the older that you get, no matter how hard you work, no matter how much in shape you are, you are
Just
not going
get
to be better.
older.
Boxing is a young man's game. Most physical sports are. That's why motherfuckers don't fight until their 40s. It's very rare. That's why dudes that be great, that's why they start getting clipped when they get older.
Butch, I know why
Because
you're
you're
doing
not
this,
the
bro.
same version of yourself.
Butch,
Boxing
no, I know why Butch is doing
is
this.
literally littered with all-time great fighters that
Yo,
you know if
you
they
guys.
fought somebody when they was in their prime to watch them. Look at all the dudes that watched Roy Jones at the end of his career. What if they had fought Roy Jones when he was fucking 27 years old? The
Roy
fuck you think
Jones
they
had
done?
more knockout.
No, you don't understand why
Roy
Cassidy is doing
Jones
this.
had
I
40
know why
more
he's doing
plus
this.
fights than Beterbiev. Roy Jones has 40 more plus fights than Beterbiev. 40.
Cassidy, I know why you're doing this, bro. You're doing this because you think Conor Benn is going to fight Manny Pacquiao and knock him out, and then you want to come back on his panel and give him credit, bro.
No. Even when
I
he
don't
does
want
do
to
that.
expose you, bro.
Even when
You
I was
started
gonna do that
annoying me,
anyway.
bro.
I was gonna do that anyway. I was gonna do
I
that
know you were, but I
anyway
had to let you
because
know.
Errol Spence was
Oh,
gonna
so
fight that motherfucker.
you back
Errol
on
Spence was
the Conor Ben. You back on the Conor Ben band.
We were
You
back on the.
Bro, I had
I'm
to jump
talking
off
about
the
he got
shit,
cleared.
bro.
He cleared his name. He cleared his name. So
I
I'm
jumped
gonna
off
Y'all
the
know
apologize.
my
fucking
homie.
He
Y'all
cleared
know
his
my
name.
homie Kaz was supposed to. Y'all know my homie Kaz was supposed to come debate on Conor Benn behalf and he pulled out on me because Conor Benn chest dirty. So
No,
you
see,
back on the
we can do
bandwagon.
that. See, we can do that now. Hold on,
Back
look
on the
out. No, hold on.
bandwagon, so you willing to come
No,
through now.
no. We can do that now because they cleared his name. They cleared him now. They cleared him now, so he's back
He
in there.
cleared
He's
his
ready to fight.
name. Did you say that?
Yes, they cleared his name.
They did clear his name. They did.
They cleared his
They said
name,
it was
whether you
because
like
he
it
was
or not.
eating eggs. He was eating the
I
contaminated
had to jump off
eggs,
the
man.
back. Yeah, Butch, man. I couldn't go on these American panels and defend Conor Benn, bro. The heat was
Neither
way
could
too
I.
much, bro.
But
Yeah.
now
Well,
he's been
that's
cleared. So
because
he's been cleared.
listen, you don't have the eggs the size as fucking bushes.
Yeah. But you know what?
Yeah, trust
if
me.
I cared about it
Big
more, I
eggplant,
probably would,
man.
though. Like,
Big eggplant, man.
you know?
I can't believe Cash, you a real one, bro. I can't believe you going out like this, dog. Come on, bro. Don't go out like this,
Gonna
Cash.
die
Don't
that
do
Go
it,
like
hill.
bro.
what? What are you talking about? Hold on, knockout. What knockout? Mr.
Don't go
Knockout.
out
Mr.
like
Knockout.
this. I like you too much, man. Don't go out like this, man. Don't
Mr.
do it,
Knockout, what do you mean by that? What are you talking about, Mr.
bro. Like you can't defend. You buying the eggs, bro. Like you rolling with that shit, man. You really gonna
Hey,
roll
take
with
it
it,
to the
dog?
grave, Butch.
What do you
Butch is a
mean?
king. That story was grave,
Hold on,
bro.
knockout.
I'm asking you a question. Are you really Are you
Click.
rolling with the egg excuse, bro? That you rolling with that shit?
It's not no
You
egg
rolling with
excuses.
it, bro?
It is what. Listen. The WBC have confirmed the same way
I
they
ain't asked you
confirmed.
about the
Hold
WBC.
on.
I asked you about you, my brother. I said, are you
Too
gonna
many
roll with
omelets.
this shit, man?
Butch, was
I'm
it too many
asking you about
omelets?
you, dog. Fuck the WBC. You a smart man, bro. Are you really gonna buy this shit? You really gonna roll with it, dog?
Hold on. I'm just looking at some weed. Hold on. I'm just looking at some weed quickly. Hold on.
Don't worry about no weed, bro. Don't
Hold
show
on,
me
bro.
about
Hold
what.
on, bro. Let me look at.
Don't
Let
show
me
me
look at
about
some
no weed,
weed,
bro.
bro.
Don't care
Hold
about
on.
that shit, man.
I'm just looking
Don't
at some.
deflect, man.
Hold on, bro. Let me pour some wine. Hold on.
This man moving the goalpost. This man got to get high to try to defend this man. You got to get high, drink some wine and shit, just so you can defend Conor Benn, bro. Come on,
Yeah,
dog. Don't
shit.
do it.
I gotta get high just
It
to
is what
listen
it
to
is.
somebody try to defend Conor Benn.
Don't do that shit, man. Don't do that shit, Butch, man. Come on, dog. Come on, bro. Don't do that, man. Don't do that
What do
shit,
you
bro.
want me to do?
You too
The
real,
guy's
man.
innocent. The guy's
I gotta
innocent.
take
What do
your
you
I'm
real
trying to
card,
tell you,
bro.
you split the
fucking guy's
UK.
innocent. What do
You
you
know
want me to
the UK loves fucking being united against it's UK versus the world. Fucking Conor Benn split the
He's
UK.
fucking innocent. What do you want me to do? Say he's not innocent. He's innocent. I'll just
That's
be
right,
lying to
Butch. You
myself.
tell him,
Bro,
Butch.
I'm
You
just
tell him.
asking you a simple yes or no question. Do you buy
Don't
the
let the
egg
Yanks talk over
excuse,
you.
man? I just
Do I
need you to
buy the
answer
egg
yes or
excuse?
no.
Do I buy the egg excuse?
Don't talk to me about the weed, bro. Don't talk to me about how much wine you about to drink. Don't talk to me about nothing else, bro. I just need an answer to the question. It's yes or no. Do you buy the egg excuse, man?
Yeah. Yes.
There you go. There you go.
And
Yes.
that's the
right,
thing.
Butch.
Like as
Don't,
much
don't, don't
as
let the
I
Yanks bully
say,
you.
listen,
Yes,
and
nigga.
that's the thing about
Don't let the
Jimbo.
Yanks
That's the
bully
thing
you.
about
Yes,
Jimmy.
I do.
That's the
Stick to your
thing about
guns.
The
Jimbo.
same as
Like
Charles Barkley.
I may call
Exactly
him
what
out
Charles
for
Barkley said.
capping for the UK, but I will never say that he is the most staunch diehard UK guy. That's Cass.
Guarantee.
That's Cass.
Hey, Kaz is
Guarantee.
riding, bro. I respect you riding, but you know you full of shit,
You
man.
know what it is,
No,
bro? Like,
knockout. No,
Go
I'm not.
ahead,
No, I'm not.
dog.
I
I'm
love
just
British
telling you what the
fighters,
Let
bro.
facts are.
me
I'm
ask
just
you a
I
telling
question.
you.
Let
love
me
my
ask you a
dignity
question. Let me
more,
ask you
bro.
a Hold
Let me
up.
read you the article.
I got three questions. I have three questions, maybe even two.
I'll read you the article.
Do you feel like the WBC acquitted Alexander Povetkin of his drug fail?
Yeah.
They did, didn't they? That's why he won the lawsuit against Wilder in court.
Yeah.
No, that's not why he lost. But that's an interesting twist. Cool. I'm gonna chalk that up to like Eddie Hearn mongery. Okay, that's cool. Like the next
No. Eddie
point.
Hearn's not signed to
No.
Povetkin.
My next point is this.
Yeah.
My next question is, what do you feel about the franchise belt?
Some full of fucking shit. That belt needs to get burnt.
Just so we understand, the WBC does what the fuck they want, when they want, how they want, regardless of how much it makes sense. Go ahead.
So Vada ain't come out and said that.
Bro, come on, look, Cassidy, don't make me do this, bro. You know there's a reason why they won't talk to the British Border Control, right? Because, you know what I mean? Like, the WBC, like, come on, man. Like, there's a reason why Team Conor Benn isn't talking to the British Boxing Council, bro. Because
Conor Benn, listen here, Jimmy. Listen here, Jimmy, Mr. Jimmy.
I can't go down with this shit, bro. I did it once with AJ.
Mr. Jimmy.
The Titanic is cold, bro. I do
Conor
no
Benn
Jackson,
says he
bro.
did not agree with everything noted in the WBC statement, as he was reinstated to the WBC rankings. Noted, he planned on discussing it with his legal team. Benn's highly elevated consumption of eggs was reasonable
Bro, come on, bro.
explanation
He was
for
not
his
having
failed
50
drug
omelets a
test
day,
last
man.
year.
Come on, bro.
Conor Benn says, pleased to clear his name after being reinstated in the WBC rankings on Wednesday and cleared cleared to resume his career following last year's failed drug test. Benn had tested positive for banned substance during the week before his scheduled bout against Chris Eubanks in October, which was subsequently cancelled after being prohibited by the British Boxing Board of Control. The WBC stated on Wednesday that Benn's highly elevated consumptions of egg was reasonable explanation for his failed drug test. Want me to continue? You want me to continue? I'm pleased that the WBC have finally cleared my name with no more sanction or ban or any kind of reinstatement in this world rankings. I can now put this behind me and resume my career immediately. Whilst I welcome the ultimate outcome, I did not agree with everything they said in the statement. This is something I discussed further with my legal team.
They should hire you, man. They should hire you.
There you go, Butch. There you go.
Excuse me. The WBC found that 1, there was no conclusive evidence that Mr. Benn engaged in international or knowing ingestions of chlorophene. 2, there were no failures in procedures related to the sample collection. 3, sample analysis of violations of Mr. Benn B sample that the rats that would justify questioning or invalidating the advertised finding of the chlorophene. And 4, Mr. Benn's documented and high evaluated consumption of eggs during this time relevant to the sample collection raised a reasonable explanation for the adverse finding. So what do you want me to say? You want me to say that's bullshit? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say to that?
Nothing, bro. I mean, look, man, you got, congratulations, bro. You got what you wanted, man, and now you can take,
Yeah, I fucking
you can
did.
take that with you. Yeah, bro.
Yep.
I mean, you proved me wrong, bro. You definitely proved a lot of people wrong.
That's it. Just say, I was wrong. That's it, done. You can't say, yeah, we know what it is. This is some bullshit here. What do you mean? The sand got pulled from your eyes. The sand got pulled from your eyes. So just admit it and we move on. It's simple. And if in his next fight, we see how he looks. Get your boy Boots. Get your boy Virgil. Get after that Stanionis work. Get Keith Thurman. He looks like he's not fighting Errol Spence next. We don't know what's going on over there.
Hey,
get them over here. Get them over
for me has always been a 50-50
You're fucking over
fight.
here. Get that punk Manny Pacquiao out of retirement as well. Knock him out as well.
Oh, come on, bro. Don't do that, sir. Come on, man. Like, it's a 50-year-old senator, bro.
Flatline, all of them motherfuckers.
If your woman don't defend you the way he just defended Conor Benn,
yeah,
she ain't the one, man.
She's the ride or die. Bitch is the ride or die, bro.
Yeah, boy. Hey, knockout. What's that boy? He wants that smoke with me, boy. I'll burn him up. I'll toast him up. Benn remains under investigation by the UCAD and the British Boxing Board of Control, who released their own statement. And whilst that is ongoing, he would not be licensed to box in the UK. You see what I'm saying to you? So we're still waiting on that. However, it is possible he would be fine. He would be able to fight in another country, an alternative jurisdiction to box in.
Yeah, but bro, if the British board won't give him his license back, clearly something is wrong, bro.
No. See, Jimmy, you comprehended everything wrong. No one said that. They said that it's still under investigation. So we're going to get that test sample back, and once it comes back, that will be it. You're going like he's already for this and that. No.
Yeah, but we all know he was taking steroids, though, bro.
I don't know anything. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I don't know that.
I mean, I don't know how he gained all that muscle in 6 months, bro.
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that he did. I'm not saying that he didn't. I'm saying to you that you get me, like whatever. It has to be proven. You know what I'm saying to you? People say Manny Pacquiao took this and that, but no one could ever prove it. He didn't ever fail nothing. You get me? So
yeah, but bro, Conor Benn failed 2 different drug tests. Manny Pacquiao's come on, Manny Pacquiao never had.
What do you mean? Floyd asked him to take that. Floyd asked him to take drug tests. He said Floyd asked him to take drug tests. He don't like needles.
While us Americans are enjoying the British Civil War. And shout out to Scotland and like Ireland and all those other people who want to like secede from the Union, but like whatever. I'm not there, so I'm not trying to wade into your personal politics or like be in your shit like that. Because like really, if you guys stay unified, that might be a great thing. If you split up, that might be a great thing. How the fuck should I know? But I do have a question when it comes to this whole this kind of conflict.
Yeah.
What is it? Do you think that you need to have like some sort of nationalistic pride before you call out bullshit?
You know what? I think like there has to be an extent, right? Like, say for me personally, If a fighter is from my neck of the woods, right, I would cheer for him extra hard because I guess I'd have more relatability to him. But I feel like there has to be a line where my integrity comes into question, because even if it was my own family member, if I knew he was a mass murderer or a serial killer, eventually I'd have to, my own morality would come into question. If a fighter from the UK, who I am biased towards, right? I mean, look, if he's a piece of shit, then I've just got to call him out.
Jimmy,
I might
did
get
you see? Jimmy, did you see him take the
I have
steroids?
one more addendum question.
Did you
Just to
see him
move the
take the steroids?
conversation forward. Just so you understand, I'm not trying to just cause some division between the UK people. Did you require Big Baby Miller to fail a drug test before you question the plausibility of a 300-pound man throwing that many fucking shots in a fight without questioning whether or not it was clean?
That's
You know
blatant though.
what? I
That's
did have my
blatant
suspects.
though, man. That's different though. And he admitted
Yeah.
that.
I did have my questionability, and I have to be
And
honest, bro.
he's been busted multiple times,
When
like multiple times. So
I
that's
mean, a lot of
different. He's a
people
bit different.
you have to remember, Conor Benn was struggling with low-level journeymen, and even though the people he was fighting, like Algieri and Vargas, they were,
What low level?
past
What do you mean you were
they
struggling
were
with
they
low
were
level
still way
journeyman?
better than
He
the guys
struggled
he
in
was
one
struggling
fight.
against.
He struggled
No,
in
but
one
that's what I'm
fight. What
saying,
do you mean
though,
he
bro.
struggled in low level journeyman? He struggled in one fight.
No,
One
that's what I'm
fight.
saying, though, bro. 6 months later, he looked like shredded, and he started knocking everyone out. And he was so angry as well in the post-fight interviews, and a lot of people did suggest that was roid rage.
No, you don't do this, boy. Hey,
No, I know
listen,
Butch thinks I'm biased because of
my whole
Eubank.
verdict is
No,
I
I know
don't
Butch
know
thinks I'm biased because of.
if he took anything or not. I'm saying to you that the facts that we have right now in front of my face is that it says it was wrong. And they said they've cleared him. So now I have to say, all right, cool. Until they find further evidence, then we was wrong. That's it. If you want to believe that he took whatever, that's fine. I'm not going to argue with you about that. My integrity is straight.
Cassidy, let me ask you this.
My integrity is straight also. I'm not an idiot. I'm not no fucking fanboy. For what are you talking about? I'm just saying to you that the facts right now says that he was cleared. So now I just have to wait.
Okay,
for
Cassidy,
whatever.
let me ask you this
Hold
one.
up a second. Hold up a second. Wait. I just want to make sure. I got a couple of questions. One, probably two, and possibly three. One question. How many egg recipes do you know?
Maybe
I know
three.
about like 14.
Okay. All right. That's a lot.
I like eggs still. You get me?
No, I want to ask Butch a question, right? He's from the UK just like me, right? And he knows Conor Benn was like a super fast rising star. Everyone was jumping on board. There was massive hype. A lot of people thought he was the next big thing. Over the last 6 months, right? Over the last couple of months, the British fans have turned on him really quick, and there is a reason for that, bro. Why do you think that is, Butch?
No, just because you're a little Brighton fans, we boy, not the London fans around
Here
here,
we
fam.
go again.
You're
Here
little
we go.
Sussex. You're little Sussex
Here we
Brighton
go.
fans.
All right.
You're little Brighton fans. Did your Brighton fans turn on Chris Eubanks? Did your Brighton fans turn on Chris Eubanks? Huh? After he got knocked out, put on his face, knocked out. His brain got knocked out his head by Liam Smith. Did you not turn on him?
That happened?
Did you not turn on him?
No, we didn't. No, we didn't know.
Yeah, we didn't turn on. We didn't turn on Conor Benn. You lot turned on him. You lot turned on him because you're from Sussex. Yeah, you get me. You lot turned on him. You lot turned on him. You lot threw him underneath the bus. We didn't do that.
No, we didn't. All right, mate.
That's why Chris Eubank didn't want to fight him because he knew what was going on. Isn't that right, Jimbo?
I mean, look, man, Cassidy, that's your man, and fuck it. If you want to go down with the ship, I mean, that's on you, bro.
I don't understand. I don't get it. You're acting like I said, yeah, he's clear. He never. I just said, look, the facts is in my face. I'm not gonna argue with the facts. I can't say anything. There's nothing. I don't have any evidence to say, yeah, you're wrong. I don't have any evidence.
That's a smoke. What was your other question after the egg recipe?
Hey, fuck this, man. Conor Benn gonna knock out all them motherfuckers anyway, man. Fuck it. You gonna knock them all out.
I hope so. I do like him though. I'm not gonna lie. I do like Ben, but I'm not sure where his career will go.
I got a follow-up question before we move on. Hold up. Since when has sanctioning bodies been the arbiter of who failed the drug test.
Yeah, Smoke. All right, cool. Yeah, man knows this the governing bodies. I know. I understand. I said that, Smoke. Don't worry.
No, it's the drug testing facility.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah, don't worry,
when have
Smoke.
we said that the sanctioning bodies are not corrupt as fuck?
Yeah, don't worry, man. He's a drug cheat, man. Fuck it.
No, do you know what it is, Smoke? This is why he doesn't apply for his British license, because they'd have to do a full investigation with VADA before they clear his British license. So that's why Conor Benn didn't renew it, because he didn't feel comfortable with that. No, I'm not. Look, it is what it is, bro.
No, he's a drug cheat, man. Fuck it. Innocent. Guilty till proven innocent. Guilty till proven innocent.
When I was living in England, I was not in London. I wasn't.
Guilty till proven innocent.
You know, I was out there in the counties, so I get it. London was fun as fuck, but it's definitely different.
Yeah, fam. When's the last time you been down there, Jimmy, fam? When's the last time you been in London, bro?
I mean, come on. I live about 2 hours away. You know, it takes about 2 hour driving it from
yeah,
whatever the Eubanks are in it. So yeah, I mean, look, it's been a while. Probably about 6 weeks.
I mean, here's really the issue. The WBC is really hard to defend, but for some reason, they're willing to do it with fucking Povetkin. They're willing to do it with Dillian White, and they're willing to do it now with Conor Benn. And when I say they, who do you think I'm talking about?
The WBC, yeah.
I'm saying the WBC, but the WBC defenders.
WBC defenders. The IBF defenders for Errol Spence. He fought his man.
No, like listen, IBF has had like kind of a great reputation when it comes to the sanctioning bodies. Like the WBO has a really weird proviso where you can jump up and jump the line. That's kind of weird. But the IBF is known to strip you. Like the IBF stripped Canelo for not fighting goddamn Andrade for undisputed.
Yep.
Yeah, that's shit. The IBF is shit.
Joshua as well.
IBF is shit. They don't.
Yeah, they fought that Pulev. They took the Pulev route, right? Even though he wound up fighting Takam. But yeah,
no, they sent him a fight. No, they actually warned Anthony Joshua at that time. If he doesn't fight Pulev next, he was going to lose his belt in 20 days or whatever it was. So yeah. I wonder why they're so strict though, Smoke. Why is the IBF the only sanctioning body that's so hell bent on following the rules?
Well, it's their origin story, right? I'm not going to go into that whole shit, but like that's when they were the third sanctioning body because they were like the gladiator one that was going to enforce shit and all this other stuff, and they're still like dining out on their like origin story basically, even though it's not the same thing as it used to be. They got interim titles and all that other shit, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, but too fancy them.
That 10-pound hydration clause doesn't make any fucking sense. It's not logical.
Yeah, it's not, because every division has its own body weight percentage. So I mean, I don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck the IBF. That's what I'm saying. Fuck the IBF, man. Fuck.
You're pretty terrible, man. To be fair. Yeah. Errol Spence hasn't had an IBF mandatory since what?
So I said the IBF let their mandatories wait for 4 years, man. Fuck the IBF, man.
I don't know about that.
So the reason why he hasn't had his mandatory IBF is because the guy like failed a drug test.
Who?
Fucking bro! Don't ask me the names of these goddamn people and shit in boxing. Like I've been watching boxing too long for this. And that dude has like a bunch of characters in his name, and it's like he's a foreigner. He's like an Eastern European guy. I'm not gonna fucking know this dude.
Who the fuck was that?
Yeah, exactly. He's like a guy. He like won the fight and then failed the drug test.
Who did he beat?
It was a guy like after like Ugas used to be the guy, and then Ugas switched over to become the WBA guy. But before Ugas switched, Ugas was the IBF guy, and there's a guy after that. And then like he won a fight, but then he failed the test, and then after the fight he won. Like if you ask me who the IBF guy is, like the guy's name at 154, I also don't know. But I know that he's a like mandatory over there, right? I know that there's an IBF mandatory at 154, and it's a guy whose name I don't give a fuck about.
Oh, what's his name? Mutazayalev, what the fuck his name is? Barkram. What are you speaking about, Smoke, fam?
I don't know. Maybe maybe the chat will cook it up.
Are y'all still talking about Conor Benn? Because I had a question.
I mean,
Yeah,
definitely.
man. Conor
Like
Benn's number one
this
fan,
is an
boy.
offshoot of that
Conor
conversation.
Benn's number one fan, the Phantom. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, if since he, got that shit going on in the UK, but the WBC cleared him, could he fight in the US then?
Yes, he can.
Oh shit! So you're gonna have to move out here then. You're probably not gonna
Yeah,
be able
move
to
out there, boy.
fight.
Move out there to come beat the shit out of one of your niggas, man.
Dude, like, why is Puerto always polluting our goddamn airwaves with bullshit? Aaron
What's
B.
that?
Aronson is not his name. Goddamn, dude. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's coming out there to smack out one of your guys, Phantom, man. Beat the shit out of one of your homeboy, nigga.
So you basically telling me the fact that the WBC cleared him made him a better fighter? Like he's a superior boxer now? Is that what you said?
No, that's what you're saying.
Oh, I mean, he cleared this test, and now you're saying he can beat the shit out of everybody. So that's what it sounds like, bro.
No, I know. In him and Virgil Ortiz fight, I got Conor Benn. I
So,
know him and Bruce fight, I got be a 50-50
what are the
fight.
odds are? I'm gonna give you three options. A, eggs were the reason. B, they gave a good argument for eggs being the reason. Or C, they did B and gave them an envelope.
I would say, damn, that's a tough one. I'm leaning towards B.
Or I say D. Phantom cooked him the omelet and put some bullshit ingredients in there.
There's just one omelet, just one, right? And it was like, wow, that's just like
Yeah.
right on the scale.
Phantom cooked the omelet
the
for him.
size of this
Phantom
omelet? Was
cooked him
this
the
like
omelet.
a Jurassic? Was this a Fred Flintstone
Phantom
size
cooked the fucking omelet.
Yeah, you breezed over something earlier, Cass, but you didn't expound on it. Like they saying there's some conspiracy that Chris Eubank has something to do with it.
Yeah, Chris Eubank. I heard that he tampered with the bullshit. He tampered with something.
Tamper with what?
I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly. It was a rumor. It was a rumor. I don't know. Allegedly.
Okay, are we talking about senior or junior?
Senior.
Oh shit.
And that is a true statement. As in, allegedly he tampered with something.
Right,
I don't know.
I hear you.
Because he.
No, well, hold up, Buck. You might have to hit the link. People are not up here just thinking like Virgil got some wins over Conor Benn. Like there's people on this panel who are firmly in the camp of Conor Benn beats Errol Spence. After whooping him, Conor Benn, with or without eggs.
I think Earl probably stops Conor Benn, to be honest.
Fair enough.
I would like to see it. I'd also like to see Ben fight like Blair Cobbs.
Knock him out. You see what Rocha done to him? You see what Rocha did? Conor Benn would do even worse. Would tear off his whole jaw.
I think that'll generate some buzz. That'd be a good fight, you know. They'll talk junk. That's for sure.
Tear his face off.
Yeah, I mean Conor Benn got some options over here if he crossed the pond. Virgil Ortiz, Rocha, Blair Cobbs, maybe even Bud. You know, you got options.
Hey, Knockout, you there?
No, he disintegrated.
Man, I had a question for him.
Do you know what it is? I have to keep it real. The Conor Benn, when he was on steroids or eggs or Spanish, that version of Conor Benn, he was so explosive. He was so hyper aggressive.
Bro, say allegedly. Bro, Jimmy. Say allegedly. Say allegedly. Because you want to run with the narrative that he took the drugs.
Wait. I think he could have given Errol Spence a run for his money.
Before we build a consensus around the correct term to use around his eggs defense, if you can tell me when a sanctioning body was the foremost or the leading authority on science behind banned substances?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Smoke, man. Go away with that rubbish, man.
No. Hold up a second. Now, I'm not just gonna let you like hand wave and then send us down this weirdo fucking rabbit hole because you like a guy or you're from a place. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. We're gonna call that shit out. If you're gonna tell me that I'm like the only reason I'm repping Andre Ward, which I actually admit to, or Devin Haney is because I'm from a place and I like a guy, then this is gonna go both fucking ways. This is not a one-way fucking alley. So you're gonna have to tell me before we start using terms like allegedly, because the WBC's corrupt ass came up with a goddamn flimsy excuse that they probably got paid to fucking acquiesce to. You're gonna have to tell me why I am being.
Who paid them? Who paid them? Eddie Hearn.
When has a sanctuary been the foremost authority or even the leading authority? For, like, when have they're taking their word on a scientific ruling over a fucking lab? When has that happened?
Never.
Yes,
right. All right. So now the second part of this thing. When has eggs ever fucking been a plausible? Okay, maybe I'm ignorant of the UK. Have you heard of stories? And this is just anecdotal. I'm not saying that you guys are experts or authorities in this matter, but you are there currently. In your anecdotal experience, have you heard of like the egg supply in the UK being, I don't know, saturated with female fertility hormones or drugs?
No. I've never done it.
Right. Never heard
some research.
Okay, cool. So this is like two things that we are now have to be in the realm of never fucking happened that to your knowledge.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead. Now let's use the word allegedly. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I did some research on this. Not the most, but this would be the first case in British combat sports history where anyone's ever said that the eggs are the reason why.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that I will concede that the food supply is regional. I'll even concede this fact that I think like 3 of the top 10 grossing like industries in the UK are food based, which is probably unique to the UK, and like it is definitely not the case in the United States. That we have like I don't even think 1 is in top 10, not much less 3. So food obviously is like a thing there that isn't here and probably isn't other places.
No, I don't think anyone's ever used this as an excuse, especially in boxing. This has never happened before. And we're talking about modern boxing, right, where the rules are the strictest when it comes to, nutrition, health and safety, European safety regulations. So this shit wasn't even happening in the 80s and 90s where people could do whatever they wanted. So
yeah, I'm just saying, maybe the women in the UK just don't like eggs, and that would account for the fact that all of these women aren't like having like 15 kids like it's a fucking 1835. But I'm not understanding. Like even Aob seems to misunderstand what the fuck Conor Benn got busted for, because he said he wants to put on 80 pounds of muscle. Meanwhile, we're talking about female fertility drugs.
Okay, so basic smoke, that drug that they used is when you take a lot of steroids, what it does, it naturally lowers your natural ability to produce testosterone. So when you put that drug in your system, it restarts your system, because when you use steroids, you're using synthetic testosterone, not natural stuff coming from your body, right? So when you're using synthetic testosterone, your own testosterone levels switch off because you're pumping so much extra testosterone. Once you've done a good cycle, you have to restart your own testosterone, so it can all kind of mix up and become in sync, so after you can pass the drug tests, right? So what he did was he took that drug to restart his natural testosterone cycle as a man. So what he was doing is he was using steroids, which stop your own ability, because when you use so much steroids, which he clearly was, to put on all that muscle, his own ability to produce testosterone, actually turn off because he was getting an outsource, right? So after doing a good cycle, he wanted to switch his own testosterone on, right? So he could produce his, natural male hormones. And that's why he was using that drug to help kickstart his own.
Allegedly.
I mean, I have studied sports science, so I kind of, pretty much know what
I
he's
know
trying
you
to
have.
do.
Yeah, you're talking like
No, listen.
you're talking like you're the one that gave it to him. You're
No,
talking like you
listen.
served it to him. Son.
We have definitely
You
gave the
talking like you served it
context
to
for
him,
the
nigga?
word allegedly.
You
So
served it
we're
to him,
gonna
nigga?
allow
You served it to him?
allegedly. Then now that we've
You fucking
definitely
served it to
put
him?
it in its
Huh?
proper like
Huh?
universal discourse. Like, go ahead.
Did you serve it to him?
Allegedly all the way.
I just added to him, but I did know a little bit about sports science. So I mean, that's what he pretty much did, bro. He just did a steroid cycle, and what he did was he accidentally mistimed it. So I guess they fucked up the timing. He probably thought a drug test was supposed to be on a Wednesday, but it was on a Friday instead, and yeah.
Listen, yeah, he made the classic mistake. Wednesday is considered hump day, but most people get laid on the weekends. And to that end, Carl really wants to let us know that he enjoys eating pussy. Shout out to you, Carl. That's why you're a gray beard with a fucking baby. With a not even a toddler, like a goddamn newborn.
Don't kill me, boy. Don't kill me.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep cooking.
You saying Smokey? You some of that? You saying Smokey?
Yes, I just been on mute listening to y'all, man. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, come on, knockout. Did somebody pose a question to you? I think
Marcus.
had
Marcus, you asked knockout a question, blood.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, my bad. What's up, bro? I had to step away, but I'm back. Somebody asked me a question. I wasn't ignoring
Knockout
you.
always steps out from the smoke. From he always steps out when
It's
the
all
smoke
good.
time.
It's a little bit unrelated, but I don't always get to hop on
No,
the
cool.
panel.
Whatever it is, shoot, man, shoot.
Okay, so I heard in one of your videos you said that Bill Haney and Devin Haney don't want to fight Shakur, and usually you're pretty factually based. So my question is, what makes you think that right now?
I said they don't want to fight him.
Yeah, you said Bill don't want Devin to fight him.
Oh, Bill don't want Devin to fight him. Oh yeah. I believe that. I don't think Devin is scared of anybody. But yeah, based off his energy, bro. Like when Shakur told Bill, like you told me that when I moved up, y'all was gonna move up too. To me, that's the energy of if you want to fight him while stay at the weight class yet. And when Shakur told Bill Haney that directly to his face on that live stream, Bill Haney didn't deny it. He just kept moving the goalpost. So that's why I believe that. I don't think, again, I want to be clear. I don't think it's Devin. I think Devin will fight Shakur. I think Devin ain't ducking no phase. I'm not going to put that on that young man. This man went to Australia, became undisputed, and beat the dude ass again. He took a shitty ass to do it. I ain't finna say he ducking no smoke. But I think his father, who is also his manager, who also runs his promotional company, he clearly got a different type of energy towards Shakur Stevenson than he has towards the rest of these fighters. And it was clear in that interview because Shakur told him, like when they started going back and forth, if you go listen to it, Shakur told him, he said, "Oh, no, don't do that. You told me that when I move up, Devin was gonna move up too. So don't act like you didn't say that because I know I heard you say it." And then Bill Haney switched the whole subject around. So that's why I believe that Bill Haney don't want Devin to fight Shakur. And then they keep talking about, well, we know they're gonna fight each other. We're gonna fight at 147. All that shit leads me to believe that you don't really want your son in there with Shakur like that.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean,
hold up a second. I feel like at this point, I should give my my sometimes unique perspective. Sometimes my perspective is not unique at all. But as I feel like I can maybe perhaps provide a bay to the YTBC translation, like we're at the fucking UN. What Bill Haney was telling you guys is he's not trying to sell this fight fucking short. When this fight happens, it's gonna be a 147. It's gonna be for as much money as can possibly be made out of this fight, and he thinks his son's gonna win. It's not gonna be because we want this fight next. It's not because we are junkies for like the best fights, no matter what the fuck is going on. What Bill Haney is saying is they are going to leverage this fight for as much money as they can, and he's had this plan since before those guys even knew that they're going to be pros.
You want to smoke? I
Yeah,
also feel like one thing needs to be
I
pointed
agree
out.
with that. I
That's
agree
some
with that.
serious forward thinking. But you can run around YouTube calling out Tank all day. No plans to fight him. I
No, but
guess.
I'll tell you what.
Hold
I'll
on,
tell
one
you.
second. If you say no plans to fight him, see here's the thing.
I would just say that everything you just said, Bill Haney smart enough to say that shit, and he didn't say none of that. So why we got to
I'm
interpret
sorry, he's
his
also
word?
smart enough to not
well,
say any of it.
hold on, because I mean, I asked the question, so let me just
Yeah,
get my
yeah.
little
Go ahead,
rebuttal in.
Marcus.
So, the one thing that became apparent to me when I seen them guys going back and forth was that they both seemed to have already understood that there was a preconceived plan on how that was going to play out when it comes to setting up a fight later on down the road. And they was both fighting in code, and they was both pretty much saying like, "Hey, we wasn't really supposed to be talking about that right now, but here we are." Cause yeah, Shakur, he called him out on TV, but did he really mean it? That's that's like knockout. You always say, what did he actually do? Well, did he actually get on the phone with Jay Prince and go hit up Bob Arum and get an offer sent over to Devin Haney to see if they can jump the front of the line? No.
No,
And
no, I don't think so.
did he call Bill Haney a liar? Not really. He pretty much said like, you already know what it is. Like, yeah, we told you when you move up, we moving up. And I said, wow, okay. I didn't know that they was cool like that, where they would,
Yeah, but Marcus, you're not putting things into context, right? You have to remember when Devin Haney won the belts, right, from Kambosos, his at that time mentality, which he made clear, is I might stay at the division for one more fight after the Kambosos rematch. At that time, Shakur was running around telling everyone he wanted to unify the 130 division. So the way the timelines look then, Bill Haney saying we're going to fight in the future. By the time you come up to 35, we'll be at 140. The way both guys were moving at that point, it looked like that their paths wouldn't cross, right? Devin was talking about maybe one more fight, then I'm going to bounce to 40 and look for, Tiafimo or Regis or etc. etc. Shakur was running around saying, I'm not leaving the division without unifying all the belts. So at that time, the way both men, the paths they were on, they weren't going to collide. Unfortunately, one day, Shakur just couldn't make the weight. He lost all his belts and said, I'm moving up to lightweight.
yeah.
At that time,
And
obviously, Devin was in negotiations with
Are
Lomachenko.
we
So
saying that
you
I
have
they're
to
agree
put
with that, but
intentionally
I feel like you
avoiding?
kind of
Are,
agree
are
with
they
it.
intentionally avoiding each other? Is that what y'all saying?
Now, I'm
I
not even
think
saying
so.
that. And so
Absolutely.
here's
That's
here's
exactly what
here's
I'm
really
saying,
the issue,
knockout.
right?
That's
And
exactly what I'm saying.
this is my
Well,
this is
we
because
cool
I'm a
with that
fight
shit?
fan.
All right,
This is
man.
because I'm a fight fan first, and I'm
No,
still
we
like a
no, he ain't.
die
We
in
ain't
the
cool with that
wool
shit.
decades long fucking fight fan, and I'm like a month's old content creator. So I don't really know. Like my loyalty is with fight fans. Like straight the fuck up. This is how they're promoting fights and like you call it marinating or building interest or whatever, however marketing. But this is what it is. When the guy says to you, it says in the camera, I want to fight this guy next. Meanwhile, he has that guy's number and they have the same promoter and all that stuff. If you don't understand that is just fucking PR, then there's something wrong with your media literacy. And we need to start way far down the line before we even get to boxing. Because these guys are playing you, like straight the fuck up.
Yes.
I'm trying to give you the beta bay. I'm trying to give you the bay fucking distinction. What Bill Haney just told you was that these guys are going to fight, and it's going to be for as much money as they can possibly get out of this fight.
So let me ask you this then, Smoke. So after Loma, Devin should be trying to fight Tank and not Shakur. Basically, is that right? Because he could get Tank now and then Shakur later, like kind of like that.
I'm saying that what Devin needs to fucking do is figure out how to like shore up his defense, how to become a better pressure fighter. He needs to work on his game. The guy is too goddamn young and is in the middle of his development to be worrying about this dumb shit, which is why Bill is out there taking all the goddamn heat and creating all the controversy. Because what you have to understand, if you understand anything about the green print, if a guy does not have punching power, does not have knockout power, you still have to sell the knockout some kind of way. Or you still have to sell the fact that you don't like that guy and you want to see him lose. Right? So chances are, I will give you 9 times that like the guys like Tank, guys like Regis, guys like whoever it is that has like knockout power, like probably guys like Cepeda, right? Just maybe even a Baranchik, but Baranchik I don't even know if he's still around anymore. But guys who have knockout power, those are going to be the priority for like guys like Haney. Because you
Okay,
have to sell the knockout, and they're self-promoted too.
okay. So Devin Haney should be trying to fight Tank after Loma instead of Shakur, in your opinion, basically.
No, it's not even that he has to try to find them. It is an issue where, when it comes to that knockout power, there's more guys than just Tank. The issue with Tank is he's 28 fucking years old, and there's no more. You can only fight so many Latinos. Tank now is the issue. Like, they don't gotta wait on Tank. Like all. I've been telling you this entire stream. Tank and Shakur fans are in scramble mode because their guys don't have a lot of options.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, you're saying Devin should try to fight Tank after Loma. Is that
no? You're saying that because you're saying that there's a should that happens.
What I'm saying, no,
and you said, and it's a one guy that happens.
Listen,
there's not a should that happens. The should that happens comes from Tank fans.
And I'm not done yet. What I'm saying is, if Devin Haney has the option for Shakur and Tank, are you saying after Loma he should try and fight Tank instead of Shakur? That's what I'm asking, bro.
I'm telling you, it's not this false dichotomy that you just put up. I said that he has options, and you just put up two of them. Like, no, that's all I meant was he has two guys.
He has more than two options. I'm saying if he's staying at 135 in 2023,
that's another thing. That's another even option.
Try to fight Tank or Shakur. That's what I'm asking, bro.
I got you.
Can I say something?
And I understand what you're saying. And in the context of the question that you're asking, yes. But there's also another option. Because Shakur is the first option. Tank would be the first option in the scenario that I was describing. You're trying to sell the knockout. It would be Tank, not Shakur. But there is a third guy, right? There's a third guy at 135 that is that you could sell, even though everybody would call him a duck. But that would also increase the interest in the fights later on, and that's if he fights Jermaine Ortiz, which is a good enough fight that it should satisfy people on one level, but it will all it will do is ultimately increase the vitriol and the pressure and all the calls of being a duck and all this shit on Devin Haney, which is fine because literally there is no bad press for Devin Haney. He just needs press.
Yeah, fact.
Man,
but I can't answer my question.
This is the thing, bro, and this is where I'm at with it. The same reason why I need to see Haney versus Loma is the same reason I need to see Haney versus Tank next. It's because, bro, you do not get to talk like that, dog. Like, you don't get all this tweeting. Your daddy don't get to do all this talking and all this barking and shit. And then when it comes time and shit, now you got options and shit. Man, I ain't trying to hear that shit, bro. You got to stand on that shit, bro. Just like Tank got to stand on that shit and send your ass a contract. Because he said after he get done with Ryan, that's what he going to do. If you Devin and shit and Bill and them, bro, I ain't trying to hear shit about no, bro. You said that you never lose to a white boy and that you beat his ass 9 out of 10 times. Well, now you got opportunity to show that shit to us. Show that shit to us. Y'all told us all the shit y'all was going to do to Tank and how bad y'all wanted Tank. Y'all actually had people running around this bitch convinced that the only reason you fought Kambosos in the rematch was because Tank ducked you, which we know was false. He had a fucking rematch clause. So you got all these people convinced. You've been running around with all these boogeyman narratives and all this shit this whole time. You got to either A, show me you the boogeyman by making Tank duck you, or B, you got to get in there and prove yourself, bro. I'm not trying to hear shit about no motherfucking options after all this talking you've been doing, bro.
Let me give you the respect that I'm coming from.
No, you don't have
to be very fast. I'm gonna give you very fast. You can have it, Butch. You can have it right after this. You can have it right after. And then, like, Meth, if that's you, but I'm gonna just tell you this, right? Like, in Vladimir Klitschko's second defense of the WBO title, which wasn't even a recognized fucking belt at the time, he said before his career is done, he is going to fight Evander Holyfield, Lennox Lewis, and Mike Tyson. He fought none of those guys. So all this shit that you're talking about, I understand where it's coming from an emotional standpoint. But guess where Vladimir Klitschko is right now? Safely ensconced in the fucking Boxing Hall of Fame that nobody can objectively take his fucking career away from him. And what everybody says, the narrative is, he fought all the guys in his fucking time, and he's the long-reigning champion.
Cool, Smoke. I I say
Did he
he a
call
hoe
the
for
hoe?
not standing on his word. And I don't want Devin Haney to go out like no hoe.
Was you running
That's
around
what I
calling
would say
everybody
about it, bro.
at the same time, bro? Was he doing that? Yes or no?
No, he was fighting the man that Tank ducked though. Knockout. He's fighting Lomachenko,
Yeah, that's what
the
I
man
thought.
that a lot
Man,
of
I'm
fans
not
feel Tank was scared to
listen,
fight.
Jimmy. I hear what you're saying, bro. I'm not trying to hear that shit. I hold all these dudes to the same standard, bro. Like
I'm just trying to tell you.
Vladimir Klitschko is a fucking hoe for that. And if Devin Haney, after all this talking, don't stand on what he said, then that would be some hoe ass shit too, bro.
And I hear
Vladimir
you.
Klitschko's
All
a
I'm
hoe
telling you, if
for
you
not
want to be
fighting
the
Mike Tyson, who's
52-year-old
1,000.
guy, still like
Bro, Mike
fucking
Tyson
being
was
that
1,000 years old.
towing the line about Vladimir Klitschko's hoish fucking behavior, then cool. I'm just telling you that's where you're headed with this whole thing. But
Smoke, I'll do it by myself, damn it.
there's one thing.
Smoke,
There's
I'll
one
do it by
thing. There's one
myself,
thing that's
damn it.
different. There's one thing that's different. I think that Devin Haney is actually going to make these fights, just not at 135 pounds, because that's not enough market share. I think that's going to happen. I think that's going to happen at 147, and before he retires, just not next. And this entire fucking push is just about to inflame fans' passions, so they give a fuck about the fights more when it happens. Either love them or hate them.
I feel what
That's
you're
why
saying.
Bill Haney can run around YouTube tapping all over the fucking place.
My thing with it is this though, bro. Like when you say shit, bro. Well, like it's cool to promote, but there is a difference between promoting your son and out here capping and shit. So you said you were staying at 135 for a whole year. That's the last thing we said. Now, a week before that, you said you was moving up to 140. If Tank Davis send this man a contract
Errol Spence
for
said he's
the
coming
end
to
of
take
the
Tank's
year,
Crawford's
bro,
belt.
I'm not trying to hear shit about other options. I'm not trying to hear shit about this over there. Nah, bro. After all the talking y'all done did, you got to stand on what you're saying, bro. If you don't, then that's some duck ass shit because everybody else been a duck, right? So you can't get a contract, you can't get an offer and not take it, and then you not a duck. That shit don't make no sense.
Right. Add Devin Haney's face to the duck tree.
What standard is Tank Davis held to?
I ain't ready
So
to do
Devin has
that
to go to
yet, but
Australia
yeah,
to collect the
we'll have
belts.
to add him to the
Devin has
duck
to fight
tree if he doing some
Lomachenko.
old shit like that.
Devin has to fight
Objection.
No, but I'm saying Devin
do
has to
that,
fight
bro.
Shakur.
It don't
Devin
work
has
like
to go
that.
to Australia. Devin has to fight
Yeah,
Tank.
no,
And Tank
let the
really
anti-Devin thing get it wrong.
No, I'm just saying, come on, you gotta.
No, bro,
We
no,
gotta be
listen.
objective.
Tank has to.
Like,
Let Jimbo finish though.
Devin's the
Jimbo was done. Jimbo wasn't done.
Go ahead,
Jimbo was good.
go
He
ahead.
was silent.
Yeah, bro. Let me just say this. Like, come on, guys. We have got to be objective. Devin has to go to Australia to get the belts. Devin has to agree to the rematch clause. Devin has to come back and fight Lomachenko. Then Devin has to fight Shakur and Tank. With Tank Davis, it's okay. You're a star. You're a ticket seller, Tank. You know, like, come on, bro. Like, so Tank's got no responsibility because he's a quote unquote star.
Devin didn't have to do none of that shit. He could have moved up after getting the belts from Cambosis. He stayed for Loma. He's saying he's gonna stay in 2023 and stay the fucking champion.
Shakur's the boogeyman by default.
Maybe you didn't hear.
These are these niggas' words, bro. They're saying this. Not anybody else. We're not saying do this. They're saying they're gonna fucking do it. So fucking do it, nigga.
Bro,
Maybe you didn't hear me, Jimmy. But this is what I said. I said if Tank doesn't do what he said he was gonna do, which is after I get done with Ryan Garcia, tell Devin Haney I want to fight him next. I'm sending him a contract. Then they asked him after his Hector Luis Garcia fight, hey, we know you got the Ryan Garcia after that. After that, do you want to fight Devin Haney? I want to fight him next in a heartbeat. Was exactly what he said. So it ain't just no. Listen to me. It ain't just Devin. It ain't just Devin that gotta. It ain't just Devin that gotta stand on his shit. Tank need to do what he's saying, or guess what? He's a fucking duck too, bro. He's a duck
So I'm gonna
too,
send
bro.
you a
Like,
contract after
the energy don't change. We gotta have it both ways, bro.
Facts. Hold all these niggas feet to the fire, bro. Devin and Tank.
Okay, so Tank signed to fight 3 guys, right? I'm talking about the rematch.
He's signed to fight 2.
Well, if he loses, he has to rematch. Okay, so 2 guys, right? Including a rematch clause, and then I'll get to Tank.
That's the worst thing. That's the worst thing. If Tank loses, that's the worst thing. So if Tank loses,
If he
he's out
loses,
of the
then he
equation.
gotta go get it. Because unlike fucking Chris Colbert, hoe ass, if you lose, I believe you should go get the dude that beat you. You can't move on like no hoe and act like that shit never happened. But I'm talking about if he wins, he signed up to fight 2 fights.
But who is Tank Davis to make the undisputed champion?
After he gets done with Ryan, he needs to go directly at Devin like he was going to do. I am holding him to his word. But for some reason, you seem to have a problem that I'm holding Devin Haney to what he said too. And I'm holding Bill Haney the way he said about his son too. Everyone should be held accountable, or you don't get what you want.
Devin Haney
double standard, bro. It's a double standard, y'all niggas got.
When did Devin Haney say
It's not a double standard. It is, for me, it is the way boxing fucking works. And if you want to be like, there's a group of fans, and if you want to be with me and this fan and this thing, like, I don't know how long Vitaly Klitschko has been fucking retired, but I can tell you, I have not liked this dude since fucking 1999, maybe like 2001, in between there. And I've been talking shit about this dude. I've been talking about this dude for over 2 decades. If you want to be like me, to still talking shit because this guy didn't do what you think he should have done in order to live up to his word, or the whatever the fuck it is, like archetype you think these fighters standards they should be held to, cool. Like I'm still here talking boxing. I'm just telling you, you're on your word. You're on your road to becoming me.
You just accept bullshit. I'm concerned about the now. The future, not so much. The now, bro.
No, I'm just telling you that now shit. That now shit. Like, 1 year. Like, listen, it sounds great in the now. Do you know how long I've been bitching about fucking Julio Cesar Chavez versus goddamn Meldrick Taylor and
Smoke? Don't give up.
Since
Don't
the
give
fucking
up
night it was aired. I'm trying to tell you, like, your now has a tendency to stretch out to forever.
Smoke, don't give up. I'm here with you now. We have to keep going because otherwise ain't shit gonna change, bro. If we just
I hear you.
Accept the shit, then they gonna keep going.
I like being me. I like being me. I'm just trying to tell you, like, there might be a better way.
Don't give up.
I appreciate the warning, but I'm gonna go down the same path you went down.
This is the way. Both these niggas speak to the.
Listen, you guys aren't being reasonable to Tank. Who is Tank to tell the undisputed champion, wait 1 year while I go fight the Garcia twins, and then I'm going to send you a contract because even though I've got the lowest guarantee in the division, I'm a quote-unquote star with no belts. Like, come on.
Hey, Jimmy, I'm going to answer your question. See, I answer questions directly, bro. But the thing is this, bro. Like, he can do that to Devin because he ain't making Devin wait. Devin done already had a plan for a whole year. If you keeping it a buck, Devin been tied up since he signed the Top Rank deal. Let's keep it 100. He signed the fight Kambosos, gave Kambosos a rematch clause. He gave Top Rank the option to pick his third opponent, which
he didn't give Kambosos a rematch clause. So
Bill Haney said they could fight Tank. Bill Haney said they could fight Tank without a problem.
Because you believe all that shit. You believe it.
That was a lie. Why did Tank call his bluff?
Believe it, bro.
When did Tank call his bluff?
Devin Haney can do whatever the fuck he wants to do at any time. Yeah, that's
if he's a lie, they call his bluff.
What do you mean? Why do I need? If I know that if we know you lying, why somebody need to call your bluff if everybody know you lying and shit, bro?
But Tank's got a history of being a cherry picker, bro, and he said he's never asked for a big fight. So I mean, you know,
what does that have?
He's a man of his word.
You said that Tank Davis is making Devin Haney wait a year. My retort to you was Devin Haney was tied up for a year too. What you think of Tank being about a baby belt chaser or Tank being a cherry pick? That shit is irrelevant to me. The fact is, Devin Haney ain't had to wait a year for Tank because Devin Haney been tied up too. Now tell me where I'm wrong at.
I'll tell you what you're wrong at. Because as soon as he cleared his rematch obligation, Tank and Devin could have fought. Bill Haney made that very clear. This is way before the
because he was. What did he do to make that clear, Jimmy? When you say he made that clear, what do you mean, Jimmy?
You don't remember them going back and forth?
I'm going to explain to you why that wasn't clear and why it was clear that he wasn't going to do that. But you tell me how he made that clear.
No. I'm saying after the rematch, right? I'm not saying
after the rematch. How did he make it clear that they could fight Tank? Talk to me. I know what you're saying. Talk to me.
Yeah. So after the rematch, right? That's it. His obligation is cleared. Bill Haney, Devin Haney, they both said they're more than happy to fight Tank Davis, and Tank just made no effort at all. You know, Devin's the one guy that went to Australia. He's the one that got the belts. He did the quote-unquote heavy lifting, what Spence fans like to quote, right? So he's a dude that's the man right now. And I didn't see anything for Tank. But Tank was happy to fight both the Garcia brothers.
Stop cutting them off, man. Let him finish.
I'm saying, I mean, look, Tank was happy to fight. Like, bro, it is suspect, though. As soon as Devin Haney says, yo, I'm free, Tank, what's good, bro? Do you want some smoke? Tank leapfrogs and signs a 2-fight contract deal, potentially 3 if Ryan Garcia smokes him, right? So he signs 2 to 3 fights in advance and says, hey, Devin, I'll see you in 18 months.
Like, come on, bro. You guys have got this
When
system.
did Devin say I'm free, bro? When you want some smoke? When the fuck did he say that shit?
See, but here's my problem, right? So we had this conversation many months ago,
So
right?
Bill
On
Haney's
that
never
similar
pulled out.
thing.
Okay, Bill Haney's never
Hold on,
pulled
Jumbo,
out.
hold on,
Just
Jumbo.
making up.
So we
I'm just
hold on,
waiting
hold
to
on.
respond. Let Marcus
We had
go.
the same conversation many months ago, and I said, hey, okay, they tied up. Let's just say that Devin Haney has to take that third fight with Loma, and let's just say Tank Davis is going to go ahead and get a fight. What I said was they can still start negotiations and conversation now, so that when the time comes, there's no excuse of, well, I'm ready to move up. I've been saying I've been ready to move up, or, oh, you know what, I got a rematch clause with Ryan Garcia, so I might have to fulfill that obligation. It might be a little bit longer. This is the problem. This is what I'm talking about. Almost 6 months ago, we could have had a fight, tentative offer accepted, where they say, hey, based on this, and this, how it play out, we can then negotiate a future date. But none of that happened, and here we are telling Devin Haney, hey, well, you said you wanted to fight, and even though Tank said, after the rematch, after your rematch, you can get the fight. Now all of a sudden, hey, you might have to wait another 12 months or more to get a fight with me, when he was already planning on moving up. And personally, I don't feel like he should. I feel like he should try and make that Tank Davis fight. And I like what you're saying. We got to hold him to his word. He got to send that offer to Devin Haney, since he's the A side. And I would hope that Devin Haney
What makes
would
it the A
stand on
side
that.
though?
But at the end of the day, like, this fight could have already been set up. I gave all the props in the world to Tank Davis when he set up the Ryan Garcia fight after he set up the other Garcia fight, because I said, wow, he just exposed Bud Crawford by setting up another fight when he didn't have to. He could have just did a one-off deal, but he set up another fight. So I said, why not do the same thing with Devin Haney now? Why not add that fight on now?
Because it was
All right, let me respond. Let me respond to both of
Niggas
y'all.
was
I'm gonna respond to
bullshit.
Jimmy. I'm gonna respond first, then I'm gonna respond to Marcus, because basically Jimmy's point was, after the third fight, why didn't Tank, after the second rematch, why didn't Tank try to fight Devin Haney? Because Devin Haney was available. Then Marcus comes back and said, well, he may not have been available. Why didn't he just go and negotiate the Devin Haney fight ahead of time, like he was negotiating the Ryan fight ahead of time? I'm gonna respond, y'all. Jimmy, I will start with you. When they were going into the second George Kambosos rematch clause, the most important person that you left out when you were talking was Bob Arum, who they signed to. And Bob Arum let the world know that Lomachenko was getting the winner of the fight. That's why, if you go back to the press conference leading up to the second Devin George Kambosos fight, you hear them ask Devin Haney a bunch of questions about Lomachenko. You fast forward, Lomachenko fought 2 weeks after Devin fought. He fought on the 29th, and Devin fought on the 15th of October. There is a reason that Bob Arum flew Devin Haney out to get in the ring with Lomachenko after Loma beat Jermaine Ortiz. It's the same reason that he had Loma get in the ring with Teofimo Lopez after Teofimo Lopez beat Comey, because he already knew what fights he was going to make. Bob Arum caps a fucking lot. He lies a lot, but he rarely is wrong when he talks about what he is going to do with fighters that are under his banner. Everyone knows this. That is, it made no sense for Tank Davis to go in there and try to skip Lomachenko, because Bob Arum already had his plans, bro, and he made it clear to the entire boxing world. So that is the retort to what you were bringing up. To my brother Marcus, it makes no sense to negotiate with Devin Haney ahead of time for one simple fact. We don't know Haney and Bob Arum, if Bob Arum got options on Devin Haney. We don't know if Devin Haney is going to resign with Top Rank. And because of what's going on with PBC and Top Rank with that Deontay Wilder fiasco, I'm sure that Gervonta Tank Davis team wants that to play out to see if Devin maybe is free so they can negotiate with him indirectly. Is he going to sign the Top Rank? So that's going to make the fight harder to make. So to negotiate with him and not know what his future is past this Lomachenko fight would be stupid, because you don't, if you want to make as much money as you possibly can. The more irons you have in the fire, the more people that are in on making the fight, the more that Devin Haney and Tank Davis have to pay this promoter, have to pay that promoter. This network going to want a part of broadcasting the fight. That network going to want a part of broadcasting the fight. So the smart thing to do is to wait to see if Devin Haney is going to be out of Top Rank's contract, or if he is going to resign to Top Rank, or if Bob has options And Bill Haney and Devin Haney just ain't let nobody know yet. So that's why you don't negotiate with him ahead of time. The difference is, Ryan Garcia is with the Zone and Golden Boy for the foreseeable future. So you go ahead and get that deal done because there's no way that he's going to be free anytime soon. But if there is an inkling of hope that Devin Haney is going to be free soon, you don't negotiate ahead of time because shit, Showtime might want to try to sign Devin Haney. We're going to wait. We're going to hold off and we'll dangle this carrot in front of you. Hey, man, if you want to be free and shit, we got Tank over here. Like you said, you want this fight. What's popping? It makes no sense for PBC to try to negotiate with Devin Haney right now because that means they have to negotiate with Bob Arum. And the last time they negotiated with Bob Arum, what happened? He advised his motherfucking fighter to pull all the way out the fight, and they had to sue these motherfuckers to get them to honor their word. Who the fuck is going to try to negotiate with somebody like that again so soon? After you tried to fuck me over with Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder, now I'm supposed to go try to make a fight with you again? Nah, bro, I'm going to wait to see if your fighter is free. The same way that they did with Crawford. That's why they ain't negotiate them. So those are responses for both of y'all, bro.
Hey, I respect that. I have no counter argument. That was good. That was real good. I can accept that.
Yeah, stop falling for Bill Haney's cap, bro.
All right,
but my thing is though,
chill with the Bill Haney shit, but I was responding to Knockout. Like I respect your answer. That
not coming to a good point.
I'm talking to Jimmy.
Oh, my bad, bro. My bad.
Well, what are you saying?
So here's the thing, right? So all of this, to me, like, absolves the responsibility of everyone and puts it all on the shoulders of Bill Haney's lips, right? And I'm not mad at necessarily putting all the onus on him or the majority of it, but I can't help but notice that these other guys don't have to do shit except for sit on their fat fucking asses and then blame other people. And the scapegoat game doesn't get me the fights that I want.
I ain't mad at that shit. I agree with it. See, for me, I don't blame it on Bill Haney's lips. I blame it on what actually happens in the sport of boxing. So I didn't say that Devin Haney was going to have to fight Kambosos in the second fight because of Bill Haney capping and he lying. No, he had to fight Kambosos in the second fight because Kambosos wanted his rematch and he wanted to make more money than he ever made. And he knew that that's the only way he could get it. So Kambosos wasn't stepping aside. I don't Bill Haney for him having to fight Lomachenko. I blame it on, hey, you signed the contract. You when you signed that shit, you was proud. You said, hey, we signed up to do it twice, and we even told them that they could pick our third fight. Well, guess what? I'm gonna believe you, and Bob Arum gonna pick your third motherfucking fight. That's why.
Bill Haney said, though.
All right. Here's the thing. So I'm with that. Like I'm with that particular proviso, right? But I think that there's also a counter that also brings that thing into play. And it's one thing what's being played out right now, and it's what I understand to be how boxing works, is that these contracts are about if you try to defend the belt against somebody else other than the guy that you're contractually obligated to. So if you have a situation where you fight at a different weight class, for instance, so the belt's on the line. Because I know that it's different, but from when I and some of the people who are on the panel and in the chat throughout this stream were coming up, you had fighters who had non-title fights in between their title defenses. But now it seems like the sanctioning bodies have shored that up with their bylaws, and now if you hold a title, then you have to fight for the title. So that's cool. But if you fight in a different division, you know what happens? You're no longer fighting for the title because you're not that title doesn't transfer to divisions, right? So as a person who understands that whole thing, and maybe not everybody understands that, I understand that there's a little bit of wiggle room, so I can't just put all of the onus on Haney the way that most of the boxing public, at least in the YTBC, seems to be doing. To be fair, I don't think that I actually don't think the boxing world is actually even paying attention to all these nuances and all this other shit. For real.
See, my problem is this: people call Bill Haney a liar. People call Bill Haney a liar, but they never call his bluff. Right? He told you, listen, I have me and Devin. Devin has the final say in his opponent. Stop telling us that we have to fight Lomachenko or we have to fight this guy. The Kambosos rematch aside, right? We're interested in the Tank fight. I believe it was a Boxing Voice. Right, if you're interested in fighting us, contact us. Right, obviously we're negotiating the Lomachenko fight because that's the biggest fight on the table right now. If Tank and his team want the fight, all they have to do is contact us. and we're more than happy to oblige you. What did Tank's team do? Fuck all. They did absolutely nothing but sign back-to-back fights with the Garcias. I mean, it is what it is.
As much as I want to be mad at that, I can't fully be mad at that. Only because at the beginning of the year, I said if Tank Davis get the Ryan Garcia fight, then I'll back off until the fight is over, and then I want him to go straight for Devin Haney. But yeah, like there's clearly a consistent pattern of these guys not actually pulling Devin Haney's card.
No one's pulling Bill Haney's card, but he's a liar.
Hold on,
but
Jimmy,
no one's
Jimmy, I'm agreeing with you. Hold on.
Yeah.
Like
something the
perfect example is what he actually did, right? So, all you heard was Devin Haney's capping. He don't really want to fight Kambosos. He won't get on the plane. He won't take the fight. He's greedy. He outpriced himself. And then he got on Twitter and said, whatever you said, Loma, I'll take it. Send it to me right now. I'll take it. And then what do you know? Now he got the fight. So every time somebody call his bluff, I mean, he made the right decision in my point of view. At least the last time I checked, I never heard of a fighter sending him an offer and him turning it down.
So I looked to the fighter that's the chaser, right? This is the same Devin Haney that cornered Teofimo and said, look, I want the smoke. This is the same Devin Haney that went to Australia not once but twice, right? This is the same Devin Haney that's about to fight Lomachenko. The man that most fans think Tank Davis is fucking scared of, right? So for that man, for me to ignore everything he's saying and say, Tank, why? Because he sells a lot of tickets and he keeps fighting Garcia. Which Garcia? I don't know, man. It's the same pattern in it. It's been about 5 years, right? Like Ryan, Hector, I don't know, Bobby. So it's all the fucking same.
All I Jimmy is no one should have to prove anything to you. No one should have to call anyone's bluff. You should just have common sense. So my question would be simple. Okay, name me the fighter on Top Rank that's been signed to Bob Arum where they could just fight whoever they wanted to fight, bro.
When Tyson Fury and Wilder.
Okay, so
I will say that. Why we got to do? He should have sent him this. He should have called his bluff. He should have did this. He should have did that. All right, cool.
I'll name you two to answer your question. I'll name you two.
It's like if they would have sent off two separate situations. Torturous interference. Like what the fuck you need to talk about?
Hold on a second. Torturous interference is when torturous interference is when two parties conspire to breach a contract. Right, that's what they're talking about. But if they're not breaching a contract, I got it. But listen, I promise you, I'm not. I'm
listening. I'm listening. Go ahead, Smoke. I'm listening. I didn't say nothing.
I hear you. I got it. But I'm gonna give you two situations where like guys didn't have to see this torturous interference. I lost my train of thought. What were you saying before that?
Just forget it.
What I was saying was, name me the fighter under contract with Bob Arum that was able to just do what they want to do, like Bill Haney was claiming.
Thank you. So I was there's two guys, right? And two separate situations. One more closely to Devin Haney's, and one that may be close to Devin Haney's. The way that people are talking about Devin Haney's contract that we don't know the details of. One is Teofimo Lopez fighting George Kambosos. We all know that Teofimo Lopez was in a long-term contract to fight George Kambosos, and he wanted to test his marketability on the open market, right? So, what the hell that Top Rank had going on? The Lopez's didn't give a shit about. They were the champions, and it was a mandatory. So this is a different situation than that. But that is one situation where they felt like they weren't being represented adequately. We have like quotes from Tio Sr. about the way that the Lomachenko fight was being promoted and how they were being forced to take shitty end of the deals. And they had to go over Bob's head to the networks and all this other shit to get money that they wanted, all that stuff. So they had to go around and work past Bob Arum to get where they wanted to be with their careers. That's one guy. That's one situation. Another situation is the Maurice Hooker fight, and that's a little bit more close to Devin Haney's situation because Maurice Hooker, just like Devin Haney, was a co-promotional contract. everybody seems to be under the whatever reason they think that Devin Haney is solely promoted by Bob Arum. Meanwhile, it's a co-promotional contract between Haney Promotions and Top Rank Promotions. So it's not like Bob Arum is the puppet master for Devin Haney's career the way that I perceive that he has necessarily.
Hey, which hooker fight you talking about?
Guys like Loma or Shakur.
Smoke. Which Maurice hooker fight you talking about?
When he went over to get his fucking ass whooped by what was it? Was it Ramirez? Who did he fight in the zone? I think that was the zone fight. Right. Instead of that fight happening on, wasn't Ramirez hooker on the zone?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. The same way Lomachenko fought Gary Russell on Showtime for the belt. What happened to Smoke?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, you're making. I think you asked me a question, right? Yeah, it was on the zone. The Jose.
Yeah, I was just making sure that like my memory served, right?
Yeah.
Because he asked which fight it was. I remember there was a fight. I'm pretty sure.
No, it was, but and I could be wrong. Bob Arum had to be okay with that shit.
Yeah, that's my whole point. Is that there's this idea that like Bob Arum is the ironclad dictator over these guys' career because they're signed to him. Meanwhile, they don't have like long-term contracts and they're like co-promotional deals. They're not the same thing as like these like multi-fight deals like Shakur had with him or Loma had with him. But people are like talking about Devin Haney's contract like it is the same thing without knowing the details of that contract.
No Smoke.
Right. The other huge difference is Bob Arum loves him some Lomachenko. So anyone getting in the way of an opportunity for Lomachenko, I don't think Bob Arum will be on board.
I don't think that's true though, Karen.
I'm pretty sure before Devin even signed the contract, he knew he was going to be fighting.
The Teofimo Lopez, that was a mandatory, and Top Rank actually just lost the purse bid. So, I mean, ain't really shit you can do with that. You know what I'm saying? They lost that. Remember, Triller overbid by so many millions, which is why they ended up not even putting on the fucking fight because they couldn't sell tickets to even justify. They knew they was gonna lose money. So I think that's a little different. But I feel what you're saying, bro. I just my whole thing is if you know what you signed for, and I know enough to know that if they told you that. If you told us that you got a rematch clause and that they got an option on you, if that's what you told us, I know they put that option in the contract, bro. They told you who it was, bro. That's all I'm saying.
And here's the thing: I'm not mad at people who are mentioning the obstacles and the challenges and saying that it's more likely to be more difficult and more problematic than it's worth, right? Like I can see that the juice not being worth the squeeze in these situations. But it seems as though people are just making a foregone conclusion that their assumption is correct without actually being forthright by saying it's an assumption. There's making it like it's a foregone conclusion. It's an absolute fact that there's no way that we could have got that fight if it wasn't for the fact that Tank Davis didn't really say shit about like wanting to fight him next and didn't put in like he didn't do the necessary actions short of tortious interference to make that fight happen.
Right. So if we're all being forthright in this situation,
Smoke, I gotta run. Y'all boy be easy, man. It's been fun talking about
right back at
no more knockout, fam.
Take it easy.
Take your ass knockout, boy.
Get the fuck out of here, man. You defending Conor Ben. You can't say shit, man. I gotta go.
No. I'm gonna jump on your helmet, nigga. You bring your ass, drag your Dallas Cowboy ass back there.
You know, man. You know we're eggheads over here. This is all about nerd boxing.
So I just want to. So if we're gonna be forthright about the situation, Devin and Tank should be fighting after Loma. If both are men of their word, correct?
What'd you say?
I said Devin and Tank should be fighting after Loma, and Tank fights. The Ryan fight. They should be fighting next if they both win their respective fights.
Oh shit, dude! I'm talking about if you want to stick to the history and tradition of boxing, like Tank is the next closest thing. If you Shakur is not getting into the Hall of Fame if he never fights another round. Tank might get in.
Phantom,
Yeah,
I agree
maybe.
with you.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you
Tank
know,
might get in. Tank might get in if he doesn't fight another round of fucking boxing. So,
no,
like,
isn't Tank going to
just
jail though?
sticking with the history and tradition of boxing. If he fight, like, just to let you guys know,
Nah. Tank ain't
if
getting
he
into
fight,
shit.
listen,
Tank ain't getting into
hold
shit.
up a second.
Nah. Tank ain't
Let
getting
me
into
finish.
shit.
I got
He
you.
getting
I
into
got you.
shit.
Before
Ain't got no
I
signature
know it's
fight.
a
He had
kiss
2
warning.
signatures for 1.
I
Fuck out
know.
of here.
I know, man. I know you want to reflexively push back, but just give me a second. To let me tell you this. If he fights Loma, beats Loma, and then fights Tank and beats Tank, I am going to make my induction for Haney into the Hall of Fame in 2023. And when he's goddamn 24 years old, maybe 25 at that point. Yeah, his birthday's in October. So yeah, 2025. I will be 2023. I will be talking about when he's 25 years old. He's getting the Hall of Fame. Go ahead, push back on how Tank is not getting the Hall.
No, I was going to say, isn't Tank going to jail
He has
after the
not got
Ryan
any.
fight?
He has not won no
How did the
world super
schedule
titles.
go?
He's only won regular belts. He hasn't had no real signature fights. He ain't had no. If Tank was undisputed, or like, you get me, or he unified multiple times in multiple divisions, then yeah. But he ain't done none of that. He ain't done fuck all apart from get the regular belts in a couple divisions, and that's it. That's it.
Wow, dude, I can't believe you don't remember this conversation. We had it. We went back and forth on it. It was one of our first heated debate. One of our first. I remember the first one was about like the importance of knockouts. But you just didn't know who I was at that point. But then we had another conversation about goddamn Triple G. And Triple G's 9 fucking title defenses
Yeah.
of
I
this
know smoke. Yeah.
regular title. If you're gonna say that Triple G has 9 times, if we're gonna say Triple G's a goddamn Hall of Famer, then I don't know how we don't say that Tank is at least on the bubble and probably gets in, maybe
I'll
not
tell you
first
why.
ballot, but
Smoke,
like,
Smoke, I'll tell you why. Because that same regular bout eventually, they upgraded the super title and he unified. And I agree with you. Look, me personally, I was iffy back then. So when he came on HBO or Sky Sports or whatever, right? When he was on that big platform, media wise, he had the super belt, right? Um, so when he first destroyed Rosado on HBO and Sky or whatever, he had the super belt. So at that time, he was the full champion. So I know what you're saying, that some of those defenses were of interim and regular, but that same interim belt became regular, and that same regular became super, and then that one belt eventually became 3 belt unified. I mean, it was a journey, right?
yeah, listen, you're talking about unifications. How about this? Tank is already a 3-time champion at 130. You don't even have to go to regular belts.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying. All I'm trying to say is, like, it's
Nah,
arguable.
he didn't unify,
That
man.
guy's
So
got it.
fuck that.
Like,
He
if
didn't
you
unify,
add
man.
regular
Fuck that.
belts, now you're talking about multi weights.
He didn't even
But like,
unify, man.
really, if you add the regular titles, or what we call the regular titles, but the world titles, WBA world titles, if you call those just championship fights, now you're talking about like what, a dozen championship fights.
Do you want to smoke? A lot of people consider Triple G an ATG middleweight, 160. I mean, I can't think of a division where Tank has been a ruler or had multiple signature wins or unified or
Well, now you're just making the argument for Tank, because if you say that Triple G is a ATG, people consider him an ATG Hall of Famer, it's because of those
middleweight.
title defenses of the regular championship belt. What we're calling the regular championship belt. There's no way that you can fucking call him an ATG without counting those fucking defenses.
No, but that's what I'm saying. A lot of people have the argument. Me personally, I'd say it's
Yeah,
modern
but smoke.
box.
At least he fought a Danny Jacobs. Like, where's Tank's Danny Jacobs? Like, where's that? Where's that?
Okay, can I tell
Where
you
is your
something?
Danny Jacobs
Like,
in your
listen.
division? Where is it?
Okay, so as much as I appreciate, I just came at the perfect time, which sounds like, like, I don't know, kind of sexual. Something you say to your fucking girl. But anyway, but I'm not. Let's put that to one side. Leo Santa Cruz is more accomplished than Danny Jacobs in the sport of boxing. Just
No, I'm
period.
talking about in the division, smoke. I'm talking about
No,
160.
the division that he fought in was 130. That's one of the 3 divisions. One of the 3 titles he has at 130 is against Leo Santa Cruz.
Yeah, but Danny Jacobs at that time was number 1 versus number 2, right? Triple G was number 1, Jacobs was number 2 at 160, and they were both champions, right? Or Danny was a regular, Triple was super. So Danny Jacob had a quote unquote belt and is ranked number 2 in the world at that time. Triple G was number 1, and at that time, I think that was his biggest fight ever. He sold out the Garden, and they did the biggest live gate Triple G had ever done. And even though his pay-per-view numbers were laughable, 180,000 buys, that was still the biggest he'd ever done. And the media, all that stuff, the fans. So I feel like that was a massive fight.
You're talking about ranked high in the division. I'm talking about maybe getting in the Hall of Fame. Like, these things are not comparable. Like, Leo Santa Cruz is the 4-division champion. You're talking about ranked high in one division.
Yeah. I
Like, these are not like literally, this is like not whether or not the cup is empty or half full, half empty or half full. It's like whether or not the cup is a fucking dragon.
That's true. I guess my argument is I've never seen like Tank in a position where I'd be Tank versus Loma or Devin. Oh, number 1 versus number 2, who's top dog? I've never seen Tank in that position. Okay, for Leo, but
it's because all right, like we can talk about divisional fucking rankings, but nobody thinks that Danny Jacobs has a shot at the Hall of Fame. Nobody.
Yeah, but listen,
Leo
Smoke,
Santa
fam.
Cruz
You're talking about Leo
shot at the
Santa
Hall of
Cruz,
Fame.
4-division world champion. Okay, cool. But what? Like, who the fuck was he fighting at 130?
No, I'm just trying to tell. All I'm trying to tell
who
you
was
is
he fighting at 130?
if you're going to reduce,
Who was he fighting at 130?
and no, I'm telling you, if you're going to reduce a guy who's been, in championship fights for the last 6 years, right, which is the better part of a fucking decade, then sure, then I think Leo Santa Cruz at this point is at least no, not even at least. He's like way better than fucking Daniel Jacobs. But like now you have to start talking about his Canelo fucking fight. The issue is he lost the fucking Canelo fights. That's firstly. And then secondly, like there's a knockout of the fucking year against this Leo Santa Cruz.
Okay, Leo Santa Cruz. The best wins is Carl Frampton and fucking what's his name? Abner Morris. Oh wow.
Yeah, those are good wins.
Yeah, but Leo was a guy that was coming up in weight. When Danny
Who did he fight at 130?
Leo was the champion.
Who did he fight at 130, Smoke? That's what I'm saying to you. Wow, yeah.
I got it. He didn't fight shit. He didn't fight anybody worth fucking mentioning 130. I'm not saying that. I'm just telling you that he was the champion at 130. Like, Tank wasn't there to take that guy's belt.
With Tank, do you know what it is? I think with Triple G, the reason why people credit his career is he had a very solid run at middleweight, where he made X number of defenses against X number of contenders and champions, and a lot of people considered him feared. With Tank, people don't really consider him feared because guys like Devin Haney, Lomachenko, they openly mock him and call him out.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, all that shit is for like, this is this thing that you're going to be talking about when you're old, if you're still on panels.
Yeah.
Like, nobody gives a shit about this.
Yeah, that's true.
This is stuff that's lost to the fucking dustbin of time. You're just like, okay, someone's going to be calling you uncle.
Yeah. That's true. It'll be crazy when I'll be on here like defending the past fighters, isn't it? And they'll be like, "Oh no, but what about this guy?" I get so angry. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
Oh,
they're like, if fucking Wilder couldn't fight, yada yada. They'll be like, "Oh, he's a Hall of Famer. What are you talking about?" Like,
no, you know what it was at that time? I think I might be defending Wilder over the new guys they're hyping up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, hopefully you get like at least like I can argue that guys beat fucking Klitschko. Yep. Right, so yeah, I got some great arguments that like Klitschko was just a fucking hype job, a Hall of Fame hype job, if there's such thing.
It depends. Would you say Klitschko's reign was it any worse than like Larry Holmes? Because outside of beating a washed-up Muhammad Ali, I mean, what did Larry really do?
At least he fought the fucking guys.
So what it is when you fought guys like Ken Norton and I mean the Ali win for me that was a bit of a horror story, but with Ken Norton, these were guys that were kind of at the back end of their career, right? So when people say he didn't fight James Conn,
yeah, I gotta just put this up. Like, sorry, Jimmy Cook, go ahead.
I mean, look, you know what? If Wilder joins the zone, can I be on the side? See, I don't get that. Like, fighters change networks. People change their energy. I've never got that. It's still the same person. Like, what's the broadcast team got to do with that? It's crazy. No, smart. I was saying this like you thought Klitschko avoided certain fighters, right? And maybe it's because I'm a young fan, but I don't want to see James Toney get killed by Vladimir Klitschko. Like, I didn't want to see that shit because James Toney was damn near 50 years old.
Okay, yeah. So James Toney, in my opinion, would have beat the entire fuck out of those two dudes. Like, here's the thing about the Klitschkos that was like not even a really good kept secret. They couldn't fucking punch down. That's why this dude like threw his fucking shoulder out, goddamn fighting Chris Bird. Like, if you think Chris Bird it was a defensive riddle puzzle to solve, get in there with James Toney. They got something coming back at your fucking ass.
Yeah, but that's true. With me, I felt like Vitaly was the better brother as far as him being tougher. But
That's
I'd
the
say
guy who lost
technically,
to that's the guy who lost to fucking to Chris Bird.
but I'd say the younger brother was probably a better athlete as far as speed and power, and I feel like he probably had more accolades as far as belts and title runs and overall resume. Yeah, but I think he probably felt better overall.
Hell fucking no. That's fucking false. Well, anyway, but I'm not trying to argue this shit. Like,
No. I'm saying the younger brother. No, I'm saying the younger brother fought better opposition. Not.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. You're not correct. Not only did he not fight the better opposition, but he actually beat the guys that beat Vlad. That weren't even worth shit. Like, Vlad lost to people who weren't fucking worth a damn, worth mentioning. And Vitaly had to come in and like save the family's honor, like time and time again. The only guy, the only person that like beat Vitaly that Vlad went up and cleaned up was Chris Bird. And in that fight, Vitaly was beating the shit out of Chris Bird, and he just got injured in the fight.
Yeah. Although to be fair to Klitschko, before his long reign, he did avenge his most recent defeat in Booster. I'm pretty sure under Emmanuel Stewart, wasn't he undefeated though? Under Emmanuel
Well, that's
Stewart.
the only guy he actually avenged the loss of. Purity, goddamn Corey Sanders, like nah.
I think Saunders died.
And there's another guy that was beating his ass. That guy got injured. I don't know. Whatever. Like, some people say that they feel like Vlad would have won, but I don't feel like that. But maybe I'm just a fucking hater. I don't know. Like, I'm no like defender or a supporter of Vladimir Klitschko.
The honest, I think under Emmanuel Stewart, really created something special. I mean, not eye pleasing, but a decade, title run, 18 defenses. I mean, the 20 plus knockouts in a row. I think Emmanuel Stewart really, him and Klitschko, that team they had, that version of Klitschko was very difficult to defeat. And he was unbeaten under Lewis. As soon as Emmanuel Stewart died, and to be fair to Klitschko, he was in his 40s, a pushing 40. He lost to Fury and then lost to AJ.
Well, I can put it to me, it's very succinct. Vladimir Klitschko wasn't shit before Emmanuel Stewart, and he wasn't shit after Emmanuel Stewart.
Yeah. He really loved Emmanuel Stewart. Because I remember watching some of his documentaries and he started crying and stuff. Emmanuel was like a father figure to him. So yeah, I feel like it wasn't the same. But for me, he avenged it. I know the Corey Sanders fight, but unfortunately Corey, he got shot and he was killed. So that fight I don't think was avengable. But the Lamont Booster fight, he did avenge that defeat, which was his last defeat before his long title run. And then he was obviously undefeated for 10 years before he eventually retired and lost. In my lifetime, I'd say Klitschko was probably the longest and most dominant champion, although I was rooting for David Hay when he fought Klitschko. To be honest, that's my dude. He kind of shit the bed though, unfortunately. But yeah. What was your thoughts on that fight? Do you remember the build-up between David Hay and Klitschko? Who do you think was going to win? Oh shit! What happened with Smoke Bouts? I think Smoke dropped off the panel.
That whole haymaker thing I thought was corny as shit.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought the entire thing was just overhyped. I like literally. I don't know anybody outside the UK who ever brings up David Hay.
Can I be honest? Back then, we actually did think David Hay was gonna like destroy the Klitschkos. Yeah, was I wrong? I mean, he was just too big, too strong, and just too skilled, really, for David Hay.
Listen, I heard people thinking Billy Joe Saunders is going to beat Canelo. for people thinking Calvin Smith was going to be Canelo. You guys, I don't know if you believe your own bullshit or you just try to sell us on your bullshit. But however it is, people sell us too much shit for us to fucking think that these people are worth a fuck. That we don't watch them enough to like think, oh yeah, let's do it. Like no, David Haney, this whole haymaker thing was fucking retarded.
Yeah, I think that broke pay-per-view records in the UK at that point. I think that was the first fight that did over 1 million pay-per-view buys in the UK. Or was it Ricky Hatton? Actually, no, I take that back. I think there was a couple of fights that did that before that. Yeah, man. I mean, look, do you know what it is? I think with the UK fans...
Salute to Jimbo, salute to Marcus, salute to OG Smoke, man. My phone's just gonna die, man. I'm gonna charge that shit up, and I'll be back
man.
with OGs,
if it's still going, like I think, what is it, 11:17? Yeah, we got like 40 minutes or so before YouTube cuts us off. Anyway,
no problem, fam. Salute to you, man, fam. You real G's. Salute, fam. Salute.
Well, take care, bro.
Yeah. Peace, man.
Smart, do you know what it is? It's not like you know the American fans say that Canelo he's ducking guys like Demetrius Andrade and Benavidez. For the British and European fans, Cam Smith would be kind of like the European version, but with a better resume of Benavidez, and then Billy Joe would be like a European version of Demetrius Andrade. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of like that ilk.
Yeah, I mean the issue though is that fucking Callum Smith went life and death with Hassan and Dom in a fight that makes your eyes bleed if you watch that shit twice in a row. And then also, people thought he lost to John Ryder.
Yeah,
nobody thinks that fucking David had nobody thinks that anybody beat David Benavidez.
You know what? I'm after. I think there is a
maybe that French dude when he was like a little young, when he was young.
Yeah,
but he didn't revenge that. But then he fought that guy again. So.
Yeah. I think with John Ryder, he gave Callum a tough fight, but to be honest, at that time I think I might have thought it was a draw or Callum edged it, but at that time I think Callum was knocking everyone out, and the reason why it was so controversial was because this guy was just literally destroying everyone: Rocky Fielding, George Groves, etc. And then he struggled with Ryder, who, in my opinion, is an underrated fighter. You know, short southpaw, very skilled pressure fighter. What do you think of that fight, Canelo Ryder? Like, this is the first man in several years that actually wants to stand in the pocket and slug with Canelo. These other dudes, like a Plant, a Billy Joe, a Bivol, the movers, even Triple G, he pretty much used boxing tactics. John Ryder, he's actually going to try and out-muscle and out-slug Canelo. What do you think of that?
It just depends on... Actually, I've seen no version of John Ryder or Canelo that lends me to think that John Ryder beats Canelo. But he could deteriorate. Yeah. I think the best version of John Ryder would still lose to the worst version of Canelo that I've seen. And I think the worst version of Canelo is one of his last two fights.
I think that John Ryder is going to make Canelo look really good. Really good.
I don't know though. I feel like John Ryder, he's had a bit of an Indian summer. The Danny Jacobs win, the Callum Smith war, destroying Zach Parker. He's on a hot run, you know. He's in a hot run.
Me personally, man, where the place where Canelo is right now, it's just like a lot of these guys. I really don't care what their claim is about whether or not he wants to fight them or not. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you doing to put yourself in a better position? Because it's like, it's almost like he's playing in a different league, and if he wants you, it'll happen. But if not, then it's like, why aren't you fighting 3-4 times a year, building your profile, getting big money fights, fighting the other guys that'll make you look good?
Wins. I think this is the biggest problem Canelo has. There's no more legacy wins for him at 68. But say if he beats Benavidez, okay, he's beat several fighters that are unbeaten and have titles. There's nothing about Benavidez that really stands out. I don't know.
That's why I should have given up the belts. That's literally why I should have given up the belts. So let those guys can build legacy and title fights and build up the interest in these fights, because now they have to do this whole fucking Hunger Games shit. You know, why he sits on high like he's goddamn Caesar and then picks off whoever can survive the gauntlet. It's not interesting at all.
I think that they should try and survive the gauntlet. That's part
Yeah,
of it.
I think they should survive the gauntlet too, but I think the gauntlet should have prizes and more at stake because he's hoarding the fucking belts. It looks as though like these guys just won't be able to like muster against the champion. Meanwhile, they should be champions, and he should like there'd be more intrigue. Even if it was a vacant title, it'd be more intrigue.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Small, because I mean, if he beats Benavidez, even though it's a good win, but I mean, I have to be honest, on paper, Benavidez has just done nothing special compared to the several guys that he's already beaten in a row at 68. And the fans think he's something different and special, but I mean, on paper, is his record any better than, Billy Joe, Callum, or Caleb Plant? I wouldn't say so. I just don't know where the legacy wins are for Canelo. On the way up, he had some good legacy wins. Triple G, that was a great win. Miguel Cotto, especially that version, that looked rejuvenated, lineal champion, Hall of Famer, that was a good win. Eris Landy Laura back then was a boogeyman. I feel like Canelo's actually run out of opponents, though, Smoke. As far as legacy wins, mega fights.
The guy
maybe Batavia. Maybe Batavia.
No way.
But that'd be the only.
The problem with Errol Spence and Bud Crawford not fighting already is I feel like it's holding up bigger fights for Errol Spence, and that's no offense to Terrence Crawford, but I mean just the fact that PBC even sent Canelo an offer for Errol Spence, proves pretty much what I was thinking all along, that is the biggest fight in Errol Spence and Canelo, and if that happens, I think that's the perfect fight for Canelo.
I don't know if that. I mean, Errol Spence, like, okay, he's a welterweight champion. He's got a couple of belts, but he's not a legacy fight, though. For me, these guys like a Benavidez, guys like a Charlo. I mean, good fighters, good record, champions, but it's not legacy boosting. I think maybe fighting Beterbiev would be legacy boosting because undefeated monster, 3 belts, higher weight class, pound for pound guy, maybe.
Really?
Outside of that. No, I don't think Benavidez is a big window for him. Like, I want to see the fight.
Benavidez, but I mean, if let's say Errol Spence had fought Bud Crawford a year ago or 2 years ago, undisputed, 147, he moves up. He gets a guy like, Charlo probably wouldn't still be there, but he beats Sebastian Fondor, a guy who, when they look at each other, the fans would be like, what the hell? He gets a couple good wins at 154 and then moves up again. And then he fights Canelo at a catch weight. You got an undisputed pound for pound #1 guy. I think that looks good.
Yeah. If Errol became undisputed at 47, moved up, won a belt, and beat a couple of guys like a Fondora, then be a 2-division champion, undisputed, probably top 5 pound for pound. And then if you fought Canelo, maybe. Why'd you say no?
No, I'll tell you why. Because he could beat his weight doesn't carry his name. Doesn't carry enough weight. I understand the wins you're talking about, right? But it just wouldn't be enough because why would the bigger man who's more accomplished have to come down to the smaller man to make a legacy for himself? Make sense?
No, I think Errol would have to.
No, because
Errol would have to go.
Okay, when it comes to Alvarez in this era, he doesn't have anyone that's of equal status to fight, so he has to create fights, not fighters. He has to create fights. Like, okay, he moves up to 175. He's actually creating something. So the fans will come out and watch him. The same thing if he goes to cruiserweight. He's not fighting that fighter. He's just creating a fight, so the fans will be like, okay, well, this is another step up in his greatness because he has no one of his stature to actually fight. Everybody keeps saying David Benavidez. Let's see what happens in a Plant fight, which I'm sure he'll beat Plant, and then let them two fight and see what happens. Charlo is he's not important. He's not important. He has not fought in 2 years, and he hasn't defeated anyone. He won't move up to 168, so just take him off the board. Andre, same thing, take him off the board. The only one there, the only question mark at 168 is David Benavidez. That's it. Period.
Yeah, but even that's not even. So you just said that Errol Spence's name doesn't hold.
Errol Spence is a welterweight.
I'm sorry. There's another one. So there's two marketable. Like, so when it comes to, like, the demographics of boxing, you got the you got the black-white cultural conflict that's big bucks. That generally breaks records somewhere. You got the black Latino, that's pretty much big bucks, that breaks records by somewhere. You got the Mexican versus Puerto Rico, that breaks records somewhere, and then you also got Mexican versus Cuba. And towards that end, that last one I just mentioned, you got Morrell, the Coma. You got David, the Coma Morrell, that looks like he has the gas tank and the punching power, and also the chin, in order to give really even a more dangerous fight than David Benavidez. So if you want to like be impressive, like like the way that people are saying right now, whose run is worse, Undisputed, Bud, or Canelo, if you want to shore that shit up, fight both Davids.
I tell you what, I don't want to hear David Morrell's name. He's only had 5 fights. 5 fights, which means he hasn't shown anything yet. 5 fights. Come on, man. You can't put him in the same class as these dudes here. David Benavidez would knock him out right now. He's only had 5 fights. He doesn't have the experience. And let's just say he fights Benavidez and gets knocked out, they'll say he's green. If he fights Alvarez and gets knocked out, he's green. There's no value right now with him. He's only had 5 fights.
Exactly my point. So again, whose name carries more that could actually possibly fight him than Errol Spence?
I just explained that to you. There are
you didn't even answer my question.
Okay, listen. There are no names at 168, 175, 190 that are of his equal status. He has to create fights because there are no fighters of his equal status. When he moves up,
again, you
there
didn't
are
answer
no
my
names.
question. Hold on, Smoke. Hold on. You didn't answer my question.
What? Okay, sir. What is your question? Because maybe I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I know you didn't because you.
Okay, well, ask the question, man. Leave the sarcasm alone.
Well, then when I'm talking, you just close your mouth, put yourself on mute. It'll work for you, I promise.
Trust me, it does not. Just ask your question.
I can tell that. So me and Jimmy were talking, and I brought up what Errol Spence could have done to solidify himself to make the fight with Canelo the most intriguing fight in boxing, which I think maybe in a couple years is the biggest fight in boxing. Errol Spence versus Canelo. I also said that based on what he could have done, that there is nobody with a bigger case at any division, especially when it comes to sales and pay-per-views, that could make a better argument for a bigger fight for Canelo. You just said that he has to go out there and create it. So, yeah, he may not have to come down, but at the end of the day, Errol Spence did the same thing. He fought Mikey Garcia coming up, pound for pound champion. Bud was moving up to get an Errol Spence. This is what happens. This is how Manny Pacquiao built his legacy, moving up multiple divisions to fight other champions. So again, these other guys at these other divisions who don't put in the work, who don't put in the fights, who don't have enough status or fights to prove that they are significant wins for Canelo. I mean, really, if PBC put in an offer to make the Errol Spence and Canelo fight, that should at least tick you off to say, hey, they might see something we don't see, because you don't just come up with an offer and throw Errol Spence's name to Canelo Alvarez for no reason. So you tell me how that wouldn't make any sense.
First, I'm gonna review. No. Let me answer because he was talking to me. Spence can move up all he wants. He's never gonna be equal to Canelo. I don't care what you say. He's a star in Texas. Take him out of Texas, his star doesn't shine that bright, which is why he always fights in Texas. Okay, that's just a fact. That's not me making this up, pulling out my ass or anything. He's a star in Texas. Outside of that, no, he's not. He doesn't have a real fan base outside of Texas.
No, I agree with you, Troy Graham. I have to be honest, though. Errol Spence has fought twice in the last 4 years, and most fans don't really care for the fights. He's got unfinished business against Crawford. At 54, I'm not sure if he'll be able to get the big fights because once Charlo leaves, there's really not much legacy there. I just don't think it's that big, though, to be honest. I mean, it's like Troy said, outside of Texas, Errol Spence isn't a big draw. And even in Texas, How big is his draw? I'm not sure though. I know they put 1 million Latinos on his undercard to help sell those tickets. But look, he's a good ticket seller in Texas, but he's not. Look, if he was a superstar, he'd be fighting in Las Vegas, or the Arabs would be paying him 100 million to go put fights in Dubai. He's not a superstar.
I don't
He's never
disagree
done
with
that.
either of those points. I mean, you're both correct in that regard, because right now, right, it makes sense in the moment. Errol Spence has been injured. He's been out of the ring. He hasn't fought Terrence Bud Crawford yet. He didn't actually fight Manny Pacquiao. But again, what I said was maybe in 2 or 3 years, because these guys are still, they might not be spring chickens, but they're on the lower end of 30. Errol Spence could make these things happen to build his profile. And yes, he is a star in Texas. He may not be a star outside of Texas. However, that hasn't been proven yet. Like, if he were to go fight outside of Texas and not do well, then you could say that's a fact. But if it hasn't happened yet, you can't say that it's a fact.
No, I'll tell you, when he fought Sean Porter at the Staples Center, right, they had to give half the tickets away.
Okay, how long ago was that, Jimmy?
Look, that was a big fight. I mean, that was probably the second biggest fight in his career outside of the Mikey fight, right? Sean Porter was a reigning champion, an American champion, by the way. It was a unification, big undercard. They had David Benavidez on the undercard. No, I just have to be honest, bro. I feel like Errol Spence just isn't a big star, man. I just look. The one way he could have been a star is if when Golden Boy. This is the really fucked up part, right? Miguel Cotto, during his last fight, his farewell fight, Golden Boy actually offered Errol Spence the opportunity to fight Miguel Cotto at Madison Square Garden for the WBO 154-pound title. Do you remember when Cotto came back, he beat the Japanese guy for a belt? If Errol Spence went in there against a legend, a superstar like a Miguel Cotto, future Hall of Famer, beat him, which he probably would have, Cotto looked completely finished in his last fight, he would have become a 2-division world champion, got the belt, got the clout, got the hype, and it would have been a massive pay-per-view event, right? He didn't do that. Instead, he stayed with PBC and he fought, who did he fight? A Compo, and I think Lamont Peterson, right? Around that time. That was a bad mistake. I think he should have unified with Crawford a lot sooner when the fight was hotter. That was a mistake. I think it was horrible luck that he got injured. He got injured.
Man.
Yeah. He got injured, so Manny Pacquiao couldn't pass the torch to him. So that was really bad luck. So he missed out on Miguel Cotto. He missed out on Manny Pacquiao. The Crawford fight is dead. Fought twice in 4 years against guys no one cares about. Apparently, saying his last pay-per-view did less than 150,000 buys. He's just not a star, bro.
Holy shit! Like, listen, like Charlo, I think we've banged on Charlo to the point where I don't think his O is overrated. I think it doesn't matter, actually. Like, people just think he might as well be a prospect. His O is irrelevant. Like, to the point, like the way the YTBC talks about Big Charlo.
Everyone you've had on here.
Yeah, like this dude's a 2-division champion. People act like this dude is goddamn Dylan White. But anyway.
Oh, come on,
no, actually, they give Dylan White more respect than they give Charlo. But Andre, he flew under the radar. As a matter of fact, this dude's O is so irrelevant, I didn't even think of him when I was making the thumbnail. Some guys, I was just like, nah, Monster don't deserve to be on there, but you can make an argument. Like, Andre is like, he is the king of irrelevant. Thanks a lot. Whoever just let me scroll up. You win. Who brought up fucking Andre's O being a Hamza? You win the fucking prize as far as I'm concerned. That dude's O is goddamn immaterial. Who gives a fuck?
No. See, I wouldn't put Andrade in the same boat as Charlo for one reason. Even though he did pull out the Zach Parker fight, which was a massive mistake, because that was for the interim title at 168, which would have given him a great opportunity to fight whoever, right? I feel like at 160, he really did want the fights. He signed to fight Billy Joe. Billy Joe popped dirty. He tried to make the Golovkin fight. That couldn't materialize. Eddie Hearn was, apparently, in the public at least, offering Charlo crazy money to unify. Charlo didn't want to step up.
See, that's what everything you're saying right now is why Andrade wins when it comes to the overrated. Like, people don't rate Charlo right now, and people give Andrade all these passes that he doesn't fucking deserve. That's why he wins.
No, but it's not the same though.
And
with
at the
Charlo,
same time, you don't even think of him. Like, when you think of an undefeated fighter, Andrade is not the guy that comes up first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th.
I don't think about Charlo
That
either,
dude is
Smoke. I don't think about Charlo either.
totally overrated. And you talk about being a 2-division champ. Okay,
I don't
so
think about Charlo.
At least Charlo fought a guy who has been a champion at some point in his career, right?
I don't think about him at all, unless he's fighting him. There's really nothing to think about. Nothing.
Chainline was. Look, come on, we know Vanna's Matrosian.
They're both him.
We know Vanna.
I think both fit the description. Charlo.
Look, an undefeated Vanna's Matrosian that had a very controversial fight with Erislandy Lara was a way better win back then, especially. He was top 3 than a 55-year-old K9 Bundridge who'd been knocked out about 10 times. Like, come on, man. I think the Jack Colquet win was good. Jack Colquet was I think he had some kind of belt. He definitely was a champion, I think.
Can I be honest with you?
Willie Nelson destroyed. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Most of this era has kind of been irrelevant. Most of it. I didn't say all. Most of it has just been irrelevant. You have a lot of female fighters that are doing good. Shields is a top fighter nowadays because she's accomplished so much. And then Crawford, and then Alvarez. But overall,
you're saying Shields? No, you're saying that Carissa Shields is great, but can she make a good tuna sandwich though?
I didn't hear you. Huh?
No, you're saying Carissa Shields is that she's really accomplished a lot, but how good are her cooking skills though? I think that's
I have no idea. I have no idea because I'm not engaged to her, but her fiance could probably tell you.
No, I'm just saying, man. Like, she can win all the belts she wants, but can she cook a good steak? Can she make a sandwich? I feel like
I know this much, right? Billy Joe knows how to throw a chicken. You don't remember that? You don't remember that?
Billy Joe.
Yeah, you don't remember him throwing a chicken at Deontay Wilder?
Oh yeah, that was good.
No, it wasn't actually. No.
What did you do? I don't think they caught that. Did you remember, Troy? Do you remember when Dylan White, how long he chased Deontay Wilder? Like, I agreed with you. Like, he really wanted that fight,
Mm-hmm.
He really wanted that fight.
He wanted it and he never got it.
Yeah. And Dylan White, he didn't take the easy way. He was fighting top guys, Joseph Parker, Oscar Rivas, Lucas Brown was undefeated, Chisora.
He's a hard luck story. He's a hard luck story because he was good, but never seeming to be good enough. It's just a hard luck story in boxing.
Isn't it sad though? Guys like Romain Stavern or Charles Martin, they'll fight no one but get a belt. But a guy like Dylan that had to fight killers and take the tough road, he never got a belt. Like, I don't know. Sometimes it's not fair, is it?
It's not fair, but hey, that's a lot. That's just a lot you take in life. Sometime in boxing, man. He's a real blue collar type of guy, but he just he has some ups and downs. That's all.
Yeah.
All I know is he has a better record than Wilder.
Oh, definitely, man. Definitely. His career overall, he had a much better career as far as the guys he fought, his wins, and he won the British title and he won the WBC interim title, and it is what it is, But I mean, he made a shit ton of money, and he had some great fights, the Oscar Rivas, the Alexander Povetkin, the Joseph Parker, Lucas Brown, the Chisora fights. He's definitely on the backside of his career. I think a nice way to finish his career would probably be the rematch with Joshua. Have a big fight in London, make a big payday, and then after that, just maybe have an easy farewell fight and call it a day. Would you mind seeing that fight though, Joshua and White, if they run it back one more time?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't know why it didn't happen after he knocked out Derek in the second fight, because that's when they were at their hottest. whole era right there, the whole little 5 years made no sense because
Yeah, it was.
no one should turn down $100 million in boxing. Nobody.
I feel like
That is
Nobody.
okay. You still went right back to Wilder, but that was the first time
No.
I heard you mention some other fight that should have happened that didn't happen that had nothing to do with PBC.
Which fight was that?
The fact is that the PBC is just different. Has just taken the wind out of the fan sails, man, and that's what it is. That's just a fact.
Your sales.
No fans, plural.
Yeah, I got it. You also put the sale. Put the
With
win
what?
a bunch of fan sales.
With
Isn't
what?
right now with the PBC?
With what, Smoke? How have they with what? In currently, what fights have they put on currently? We're not going backwards. Currently.
The biggest fight of this quarter is David Benavidez, Caleb Plant was an in-house PBC fight.
That's only big because there's nothing else in boxing happening. That's really a
what I said
second.
this quarter.
It's only a second tier fight. Go ahead.
I mean, but the first tier fight doesn't exist. So by process of elimination, because there is no first tier fight, that is the first tier fight. That is literally the best fight of the quarter, like I just said. Like I'm not like trying to have this like weird world where it's either your ideal or it's bullshit. I'm living in the real world where boxing actually exists, not like just in my memory.
Talking about second tier fights, if both fights happen in the winter, Fury Usyk and Joshua versus Wilder, which fight would you care for more? Me personally, I actually might prefer Joshua Wilder, to be honest.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but you know what?
Smoke, I gotta run off, y'all. I appreciate you having me on the panel.
All right, Marcus. Thanks a lot, man. Love you being on here.
Marcus.
All right, Troy. Hey, my pleasure being up here. Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Take it easy, bro.
Truth is, man, it just sucks the way the sport is because it's never been this way, and I've been watching it since I was 15. It just sucks. Sucks.
I was just thinking, you guys are talking about B-tier fights, which I guess Joshua Wilder is a B-tier fight, right? Would you say it's an A-tier fight? Because
Joshua versus Wilder at this point? No, it's just a big fight. It'll be a good fight, but all that A stuff is gone now because they blew it. They had a great opportunity to do something, and they blew it.
Okay. Smoke, would you consider that an A level? Would you say it's a B level fight?
Okay. It feels
Joshua Wilder.
So here's the thing. I feel as though
you feel like going on
in order to keep the same consistency in the discourse. Where what Troy is talking about is some of the best fights that ever existed that used to happen on a more consistent basis.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about right here today. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, when it comes to right here today, fights being made, it seems as though instead of fights being made, the whole fight promotion is about fights we want being in negotiations. Endless, never-ending negotiations.
It doesn't seem like it is. It is, period. It is. I mean, because
that's what passes for fight promotion today, right? So
no, you got to take your hat off to Tank and Ryan because I think those two young men pushed to get the fight made.
Oh, really? What date is it again? So if I went to Tank or Ryan's box rec, do you think that their last fights would be there or their next fights would be there scheduled?
I could go Google it if you like.
Okay, you don't. Let me save you. Let me save you the trip.
Okay, please do.
Yeah, it's not there.
It's not there? Okay, no. I'll go look it up.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it is there. You need to double check. I can see it right now. Ryan Garcia, April 22nd, 2023. What's up, nigga? What's up, nigga? What's up, nigga?
It's the nigga man.
What? It was certainly wasn't there when I started the stream.
Man, Smoke is it's time to change them contacts, man.
Yeah, the narrative pushers, bro. You gotta watch out for them. Smoke, you on a razor. You on a razor, Smoke. You starting to look like a narrative pusher. I don't want to put that on you yet, Smokey.
But you
And you
start.
old fart.
Okay.
Yeah, boy, you old fart, boy. You know it's time to
Okay.
change.
Are you
Yeah,
are you
man.
guys done crip walking? Can I get a word in edgewise?
Are
This
you done
stream is
cane
now.
walking with that cane you got?
Come on, Smokey. Don't. I'm not losing faith in
This
that Smoke.
stream is now 11 hours and 46 minutes into it.
Only for
When
you,
this
because I
stream
left.
started, this fight was not scheduled.
It is now.
There you go. Go ahead. Now go ahead and talk about how this went down.
Yeah,
Now
but
we can get it in.
April 22nd, 2023. You thought them niggas wasn't gonna pull it off. You thought they was faking in front. Ryan said he wanted to smoke. Tank said, I accept your challenge, young man. Let's get into the motherfucking ring, nigga.
Oh,
Yo,
yeah, I
who's
hear
got
you.
Tank? Who's got Ryan? Let's go. I got Ryan Garcia knocking the fuck out Tank Davis.
That's what's up. Put some money on it, bro.
How much you want to put on it?
200
pounds.
Let's put 400.
You talking about pounds?
Now let's keep it cheap. Let's use dollars. Let's save me about 30%.
Yeah, we got a different exchange rate over there.
Yeah.
I don't know, but the dollar, I think, is stronger than the pound right now.
No, it's not.
No, I don't think so. It's not. It's never been.
Of course it is. Will you guys stop it?
It's never been stronger than
Let's
the
not
pound.
talk about international monetary policy.
Okay, yeah.
Let's
Let's stay on the fight, right? Okay, so Phantom, let's bet. What's the Japanese currency? Let's bet 500 yuan.
What was that, like $5 like that?
Hell no.
How about rubles?
0.7.
You want to bet in rubles?
Are we talking about you said the yuan? Are we talking about the yen or the yuan?
Yen.
No,
the Japanese yen. Let's
the
bet
Japanese
1,000
yen is like 0.007.
You ain't serious, Jimbo. You got Ryan, though. I respect that, bro. It's a dangerous fight. It's a real fight, you know what I'm saying? Anything can happen, you know. I just got to talk my shit because Smokey thought niggas was over here bullshitting. I tried to tell him. He didn't want to listen to old Phantom, though.
And now, again, like I told you, I said that Oscar De La Hoya didn't want it.
You know what? I'm not sure, to be honest. You know, I feel like Oscar and the zone they did play B-side, you know? Which it was noble of them because
again, Tank and
boxing,
Ryan is another B fight there that they're passing off as an A fight because nothing going on.
Okay, hold on. What's a better fight?
Boxing is
You
back.
enjoy your day, and along the way, come
I don't want to hear.
downer. Okay, let me ask you something.
I don't want to hear shit because how many cross network fights have we
What
heard
is up with you, Troy Graham? And
the last 20 years?
Why do let me just ask you something.
Isn't quite a few cross network fights.
Do you drink just
none
tons of water
involving the
every day,
PBC.
looking for a parade to piss on? Like, why can't people just enjoy fights that
I'm
are
not telling you
actually
not to
being
enjoy
made
it. I'm just stating the
without
fact.
them being compared to the fights that you want to be made?
I'm just stating the facts. I'm not trying to piss on anybody's parade. If you feel that way, then you have your own issue.
Yes, I'm just saying, enjoy life, bro. Smell the
Who said
roses.
I'm not
Wait.
enjoying it?
Hold on. I got a question, Troy. I gotta figure this out. Were you enlisted or were you commissioned?
I enlisted on my own, man.
Okay, that's why. Yep, I know.
Yeah.
You did what?
An enlisted man. I understand, bro. I understand the hardships, bro.
Well, all I heard was something about lipstick.
No, enlisted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, get your mind out the gutter, man.
No, because I'm thinking, what the fuck's going on? Like, Phantom's asking Troy, does he want to wear some lipstick? I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you ain't listening, bro. It's all right, though. Ryan gonna get stopped. It's cool, bro.
I mean, look.
Speaking of lipstick, and he brings up Ryan.
No, let me ask you guys this.
It's a line of male skin treatments, lotions, soaps, but there's for men. There's no lipstick involved.
Yeah. No, but I want to ask you guys, like, what's the better fight though? Vasyl Lomachenko versus Devin Haney for all the belts, or Ryan versus Tank for a big, money thing. Like, what do you guys think is a better fight?
I think they're at the same level. Honestly, I think they're both good fights. I can't really put one above another, to be honest.
What are we talking about?
If Devin and Loma are a better fight than Ryan and Tank, like what's the better fight?
Ryan and Tank is more exciting because there's that feel that someone's gonna get knocked out. Ain't no guarantee when it comes to Devin and Loma that someone's gonna get knocked out.
Yeah, because I gotta keep it 100. When I'm watching Devin fights, it's like don't let him hit you with some shit, Devin. Just we're like in the 10th, 11th, and 12th round. I'm like, just don't let him hit you with some shit, Devin. You already want to fight. Don't let him catch you. And then with Tank, it's just like it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time.
What's the better fight for you? Is it Loma versus Devin or is it Tank versus Ryan? The smoke's still on.
I don't know that.
I think he was asleep.
I don't know that I would talk about it in the terms of like better. I think they just are different kind of things. Like, see, here's the thing. Like, I don't think that boxing can survive all of this kind of like fractured and like comparisons, and I think it's already shrinking. And the last thing it needs is like these false dichotomies and these weird like competitions. I think it needs both. I don't like when it comes to like the health and the survival of the sport. Neither one of them is better. In these fights that, regardless of like the history and the tradition that we've been talking about, and what the purists and the hardcore diehards have to say, and it needs fights that just have casuals that are into it because they want to have a good time and be in the moment, right? And tanking like fights like Jake Paul and Tommy Fury fill a particular space in a particular facet, and I think for more of the people who are going to maybe stick around the sport, Tank and Ryan fill another facet of the sport. But I think it's where like advertisers need to be, where networks need to be. I think this fight is going to be historic, or in the sense that it is the first time DAZN works with Showtime, which people have been talking about how they've been siloed off and don't make big fights and whatever. So that is also like a very first time this has happened. I think this is the first time even DAZN has worked with anybody in the domestic market.
Yep.
And I think it's significant also because this is the healing of the divide between like the Golden Boys rift, where Al Heyman went one way and whatever. So now we got Golden Boy working together on a thing. Like to me, there's all kinds of things. Like I don't think that when it comes to like the intrigue in the fight is there for me. Like I hear you, man. Like I'm just trying to tell you, and that's what I